He was once an inconspicuous civilian trainer, but after enduring 2 lifetimes, he chose to emerge anew from the shadows of Team Rocket. The lessons of his former life instilled in him the understanding that true strength emanates from the bonds forged with Pokémon. In this life, he is no longer ordinary. Instead, he rises alongside his companions to challenge the pinnacle of the world. In this life, I shall lead you to gaze upon the world from above. This is not merely Aoki's vow, but a fervent tale of rebirth, betrayal, and redemption. Chapter 1. A Reunion. Beneath a luminous moon and scattered stars, amidst the vast ocean, lies a densely wooded isle. A gaunt, sallow youth sits upon the sandy shore, his eyes deeply sunken, presenting a quintessential visage of malnutrition. Clad in tattered garments, one can still discern that he is approximately 15 years of age. The boy gazes with a complex expression at a creature beside him, standing about knee-high to a child, enveloped in pitch black, feathers devoid of any hue. Had it not been for the brilliant moonlight, its form would have been nearly imperceptible. With a trembling hand, he cautiously reached out to touch the creature before hesitating momentarily, as if deliberating, before resolutely placing his hand upon it. Upon feeling the tangible sensation beneath his fingers, his intricate gaze softened, and he exhaled gently. "I never anticipated returning," Aoki murmured, uttering words that seemed to drift aimlessly. Everything felt vividly familiar. As a trainer possessing the strength of a near elite, Aoki recollected how he had narrowly survived the trials imposed by Team Rocket. Utilizing the skills and unique abilities from his past life, he had ultimately thrived within Team Rocket, gaining recognition even in the underworld. However, during an Alliance's siege, he fell victim to a trap set by a rival within Team Rocket. His inflated confidence following his elevation to near-elite status led him to believe he could withstand the onslaught. Little did he know that the Alliance had dispatched 2 elite-level experts specifically for him. With no escape in sight, he fought valiantly, managing to slay 2 of the elite's Pokémon before being overwhelmed and buried beneath the earth by the enraged pair. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the present scene. Aoki struggled to extend his hands, all scars left by injuries and training had vanished, and his once nutritious hands now appeared yellowed due to malnutrition, revealing the outlines of veins and bones. Clenching his fists with all his might, he felt his nails slowly embed into his palms, oblivious to the pain. "Caw!" The dark Korvax called softly, gazing curiously at this seemingly transformed individual before it. Hearing the creature's call, Aoki made an effort to stretch a smile across his lips. After a prolonged absence of joy, the muscles in his face seemed to have forgotten the very act of smiling. He reached out once more to stroke the dark Korvax's back, noting its rough texture, clearly reflecting the same malnutrition he himself endured. "Ah, Dark Raven, how wonderful it is to have you by my side." Aoki spoke with a complex expression. In his previous life, Aoki was rather rigid in his dealings with others, even though he later underwent some transformation. It was ultimately too late. However, Dark Raven, as his initial Pokémon, had accompanied him throughout, serving as his most devoted guardian and friend. Even in the final moments of his past existence, it remained steadfastly by his side, never abandoning him. In contrast, those powerful companions he had forcibly acquired, purchased, or snatched away had all departed from him. Only Dark Raven remained, unwavering and loyal from beginning to end. It was the one presence he regretted most in his heart. "Caw!" Dark Raven called out. Although it understood the reasons behind its feelings, it could distinctly sense the bond of affection between itself and the person before it. Though it was their first encounter, and neither could comprehend the reasons, Dark Raven instinctively yearned to draw closer to him. Thus, upon Aoki releasing it, it neither attacked nor fled, but simply gazed at him with curiosity. Aoki was momentarily taken aback, for he recalled the arduous effort it had taken to capture Dark Raven in his previous life, and the considerable time spent to fully comprehend and master this unfamiliar creature. The time wasted haunted Aoki even now. As a former Pokémon enthusiast, he had only watched a few animated series and grasped the vague relationship between a certain Professor Oak and a remarkable Pikachu. He could not even identify all the species of Pokémon, let alone their traits, skills, and training methods. In this world, there exists a notion that the upper limits of a Pokémon's growth are determined by its innate talent, while the lower limits are dictated by the trainer's nurturing. Aoki had squandered countless hours in his past life to fully understand the characteristics of Dark Raven. By the time he had finally trained it properly, it was too late. A portion of Dark Raven's potential had already been wasted. The reason he managed to excel in the trials in his previous life was entirely due to Dark Raven's inherent abilities. The detours he had taken were countless, and he had excessively depleted Dark Raven's potential, leading him to gradually forget the challenges they had faced together. Dark Raven, I will never abandon you again, he murmured, his hands trembling slightly as they caressed the bird. Caw! As if sensing Aoki's complicated emotions, Dark Raven responded at just the right moment. Aoki smiled faintly at last. His body was slowly adapting to the gesture of happiness. However, a flicker of concern arose within him. Given the current circumstances, he realized he must have just been captured on this deserted island and was forced to distribute all the Pokémon. His ability to emerge from this trial was entirely reliant on Dark Raven. It is important to note that among all the individuals assigned by Team Rocket for the trials, the majority of the small Pokémon are Zubat and Ekans, while Murkrow appears to be one of the rarer species known to Aoki. After the allocation of Pokémon, all participants must face their first challenge, capturing the small creatures within Pokeballs. This is not akin to an animated series, rather, it is a tangible world, and all the Pokémon from Team Rocket remain untamed. The wild nature of these creatures often leads them to launch immediate attacks upon their release, sometimes resulting in fatalities before they flee. In Aoki's recollection, there should be around 300 adolescents aged between 15 and 18 participating in the trials. Following the first challenge of taming the Pokémon, only about 150 to 160 individuals are likely to remain. The brutality of this initial phase is such that nearly half are eliminated, and elimination signifies a grim conclusion, death. By the conclusion of the trials, a mere 50 individuals will have survived. These 50 will then be absorbed into various teams and divisions of Team Rocket, becoming dispensable parts of the organization. Only the top 10 participants will have the privilege to select their desired division, while merely the top 3 can report to various divisions as team leaders after the trials. Furthermore, the individual who emerges victorious in this trial will be awarded a precious starter Pokémon. Indeed, starter Pokémon are highly coveted here. Apart from the league's direct members who pay their dues, few can obtain them in the wild. The starter Pokémon rewarded by Team Rocket are also of exceptional quality and possess remarkable talents. Aoki vaguely recalls that the first-place winner in his previous life chose a Bulbasaur, and it was through this extraordinary creature that he ascended to become a regional leader of Team Rocket, achieving a strength that nearly matched that of an Elite Four member, only a step away from joining their ranks. As a key figure nurtured by Team Rocket, he enjoyed considerable prestige and was reportedly groomed as one of the next generation's 4 commanders. Although Aoki performed well in his previous life, the gap between him and the first-place winner was substantial. In the later stages, he became a direct subordinate of the latter, providing him with profound insights into the latter's journey. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Aoki gradually rose to his feet. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If his rebirth mirrored his previous experience, then that entity should have already come into existence. Silently intoning, system activation. Beep. Chip initiating after a 10-second delay. Just as Aoki was on the verge of giving up, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, reminiscent of an emotionless robot. As expected. Chapter 2. Chip Activation. Indeed, upon my initial arrival in this world, this chip accompanied me. Even Aoki, accustomed to maintaining his composure, felt an involuntary surge of excitement. In his previous life, his ascension to the strength of an Elite Four contender was primarily attributable to this very chip. In his previous life, he had activated the chip under fortuitous circumstances, but by then, he had been distanced far from others. Even with the chip's assistance, pursuing them proved exceedingly challenging. Chip scan. He silently pressed down his excitement and addressed the nearby Dark Raven in his heart. Almost instantaneously, a three-dimensional holographic image materialized before his eyes, displaying data visible solely to him. Fairy, Dark Raven green gender, male level, 8 attributes, dark flying trait. Mischievous heart, can use change moves first held item. None inherited skills. Punishment power 60, ability enhancement level 20, dark, physical change, critical hit power 60, dark physical, guaranteed hit, feather rest power 0, flying, change, lands and restores half HP basic skills. Peck power 40, flying, physical, scare power 30, ghost, physical, a scream with a 30 chance to intimidate, pursuit power 40, dark. Physical, replaces Pokemon on the field, deals double damage. Taught skills, snatch power 0, dark, change, steals recovery moves, or ability changes tailwind power 0, flying, change, increases speed for all within 4-turn skill machine. None a series of detailed data emerged on the display, meticulously outlining all skills and traits of the Dark Raven. A glimmer of excitement gradually appeared in Aoki's eyes. Detailed data. It is worth noting that when he first activated the chip in his past life, it was a blank slate. The data had been painstakingly gathered through various means, categorized, and only then could such a comprehensive visual representation be produced. He had accessed all databases under his authority belonging to Team Rocket, even surpassing his access privileges, employing every means necessary to acquire this information. There were several harrowing instances of intruding into certain branches of the Alliance, all in pursuit of this data. As a common trainer, knowledge is paramount. Only by mastering knowledge can one precisely cultivate various Pokémon, allowing them to fully manifest their innate talents. Thus, upon seeing all the detailed data regarding the Dark Raven, even someone like Aoki, who had faced death, could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. To his astonishment, the chip's data had indeed been transported along with him. As before, the green beside the Pokémon's name signified its innate talent, and Aoki's Dark Raven possessed a green aptitude. The ranking of talents follows the complete spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Green aptitude ranks in the middle of all talent levels. One should not underestimate green aptitude in the wild. Most Pokémon are of red and orange aptitude, and even the occasional yellow aptitude Pokémon is fiercely sought after by trainers due to its rarity. Thus, the green qualification is indeed a rarity. According to Aoki's conjecture, among the small sprites allocated by the Rocket team, those possessing green qualifications do not exceed 10 in number. Even so, these are meticulously selected by the Rocket team, aiming to invest a little in the new members ahead of time. In his previous life, it was the green-qualified Murkrow that propelled Aoki to the 34th rank, underscoring that his survival on the trial island relied solely on the innate talent of Murkrow, while the trainer's own capabilities were scarcely reflected. Taking a deep breath, Aoki endeavored to calm himself. In this lifetime, he would unequivocally refuse to be weak. Weakness is the original sin. On this trial island, the only law for survival is the survival of the fittest. To become strong, one must first enhance the prowess of one's own small sprites. The first step now is to recover the losses incurred by Murkrow in its early stages. A typical Murkrow stands about half a meter tall, whereas his current Murkrow is merely 40 centimeters in height. Only by replenishing its stunted growth can he avoid squandering its potential and cultivate it to its fullest. Let's go, Murkrow. We shall seek sustenance, Aoki encouraged, patting his shoulder to signal Murkrow to perch upon it. Murkrow hesitated, casting a wary glance at Aoki. The current Aoki, deprived of nutrition, bore little resemblance to a 15-year-old boy if feared that a mere flight might crush this youth. After a moment of indecision, it eventually alighted upon Aoki's shoulder, feeling a noticeable weight settle upon him, leaving deeper footprints in the sandy ground. Aoki proceeded slowly towards the forest with Murkrow. As a member of the Rocket team who had risen from the grassroots, Aoki had undoubtedly mastered survival skills in the wild. He recognized which fruits were edible, which were poisonous, which could quickly restore stamina, and which could alleviate abnormal conditions. After offering Murkrow several ripe orange fruits, he took a tentative bite of the slightly unripe fruit in his hand. The tart juice trickled down his chin. He endured the discomfort in his mouth, gradually chewing and swallowing the pulp. This was the most common fruit for stamina restoration in the wild. Yet due to the abundance of wild sprites in this area, ripe fruits were scarce. After feeding all the ripe fruits to Murkrow, Aoki was left with only the more astringent ones, which, though less effective, still held some restorative properties. Caw! After gulping down the fruits, Murkrow glanced at the fruit in Aoki's hand, a flicker of warmth crossing its eyes. Although it did not comprehend why this person, whom it had known for merely a day, would reserve the delectable fruits for itself while consuming the unripe ones, it felt an unfamiliar sensation of being cared for, something it had not experienced since leaving its parents. Murkrow, have some fruits first. I know you prefer meat, but this is all we have for now. Aoki's voice carried a tinge of apology. Murkrow gently nudged Aoki's cheek with its beak, signaling that it was all right. With a gentle smile, Aoki allowed the image of the figure he vowed to protect until death to intertwine with the shadow of the dark crow perched upon his shoulder, a sentiment known as a bond flowing slowly into his heart. What he had forsaken in his previous life was now what he yearned for most in this one. As he meandered along the forest path, His footsteps left a trail of deep and shallow impressions. Aoki eventually halted before a dense thicket based on his experience. Such undergrowth often harbored small creatures, and perhaps even some fae. This world indeed contained various animals, and the prey of certain carnivorous spirits was often these very creatures. Generally, in this realm, spirits were not regarded as sustenance. Whoosh! Just as Aoki anticipated, a gray hare dashed forth from the thicket. "It seems tonight's dinner will be this one," he remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Dark Crow, execute your peck attack." Upon witnessing the food and hearing Aoki's command, the Dark Crow wasted no time, soaring into action as its sharp beak struck the hare with ferocity. Wild animals could hardly withstand the assault of a diminutive spirit, and the hare met its demise on the spot. However, just as the Dark Crow reveled in its triumph, a purple figure darted across the ground, and the hare vanished without a trace. Chapter 3. The first encounter. When Aoki and the Dark Crow finally regained their composure, they beheld a delicate lavender-hued sprite before them, with a wild hare cowering behind it. Its posture fierce and imposing, as if to assert dominion over the creature. It is worth noting the considerable effort the sprite had expended to coax the hare from the thicket. However, upon its emergence, it was dismayed to find its quarry had been slain by this very being, yet fortune favored it, allowing it to snatch the prize away in a moment of swift agility. This sprite was none other than a Rattata, red variant, male, at level 10, possessing normal attributes, with the ability to flee, and carrying no items or inherited skills. Its basic skills included tackle, tail whip, quick attack, focus energy, and bite, while it had no teachable skills or skill learning devices. The small Rattata that appeared before Aoki and the Dark Crow had indeed utilized quick attack to snatch the hare. Seeing its recently acquired dinner being taken away and confronted, the Dark Crow would not yield. It let out a fierce cry directed at the Rattata. The yellow beak glimmered with a menacing light, and had Aoki not been present, it might have launched an immediate assault. The red variant Rattata was among the most common inhabitants of the island, although it boasted 2 levels over the Dark Crow. The discrepancy in strength could not be assessed solely by levels. Since it had chosen to confront them, Aoki decided it would serve as the Dark Crow's inaugural opponent. His expression remained impassive. He had suspected something when the hare had appeared so unexpectedly, for it was unlikely the hare would abandon its safe thicket to become a meal. "Dark Crow, Tailwind," Aoki commanded, and a gentle breeze enveloped the Dark Crow, instilling a sense of lightness throughout its body. Tailwind enhances the speed of all allies. A wry smile crossed Aoki's lips. Reality diverged from the game. There were no alternating turns. With sufficient speed, one could only endure the blows of the opponent. The Dark Crow, with an impressive speed-based stat of 91, coupled with the effects of Tailwind, would easily outpace even the nimble Rattata. "Peck attack." Aoki's voice was cold and decisive. The first law of the jungle: the strong prey upon the weak. The powerful do not show mercy simply because their opponent is feeble. A streak of dark light sliced through the forest, the night's shadows providing additional concealment. Before the Rattata could fully comprehend the threat, the sharp beak struck with force. "Eek!" it shrieked, the pain finally dawning upon it. Realizing that this shadowy sprite was far beyond its capacity to confront, the Rattata hurriedly turned to flee. Aoki, aware of the Rattata's fleeing characteristic, would not allow it to escape. A harsh sound reverberated from the depths of darkness. The timid Rattata, still reeling from a recent injury, froze in place upon hearing this terrifying noise, momentarily paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Startled, it unleashed a shrill cry in an attempt to frighten its opponent, boasting a 30% chance of inducing a state of intimidation. However, in reality, with proper execution of skills, the likelihood of causing such fear far exceeds this meager fraction. The Rattata before us was merely the first of many to attempt this strategy, and certainly not the last. Seizing the advantage, the Murkrow relentlessly employed Peck. Aoki, in battle mode, exhibited no sentiment. Any foe, regardless of their apparent frailty, should never be underestimated. The second principle of the jungle law dictates that one must not show mercy due to an adversary's weakness, for one can never be certain of what lies behind them. After launching another assault, the Rattata succumbed to its injuries, prompting the Murkrow to rise again. "Continue." Aoki's cold voice echoed once more, its chill akin to swallowing a block of ice whole. The Murkrow hesitated, casting a glance at Aoki before surveying the fallen Rattata. A flicker of compassion crossed its eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished as its sharp beak initiated another strike, ensuring the Rattata was completely incapacitated. A hint of softness emerged in Aoki's gaze, only to vanish just as quickly. In this cannibalistic trial island, mercy could not be afforded. Even the weakest enemy must not be taken lightly. The Murkrow did not disappoint him. Despite a moment's hesitation, Aoki understood its trepidation. Only through shedding blood could one carve out a place within Team Rocket, and the color red, stained with blood, is the most fearsome hue. This was a lesson Aoki had taken years to fully comprehend in his previous life, and now it was crucial to impart this wisdom to his Pokémon. To survive, one must kill, forge a path through blood. Silently, the Murkrow picked up the wild rabbit, flapping its wings and perching upon Aoki's shoulder as they ventured deeper into the forest. The unspoken bond between man and bird was gradually forming. Golden drips of oil sizzled and fell from the roasted rabbit, hissing as they hit the flames. Though devoid of seasoning, the inherently succulent meat of the rabbit released an enticing aroma that began to fill the air. The Murkrow hopped eagerly on the ground, its eyes fixated on the roasted meat, never having encountered such an alluring scent before. The desire to feast overwhelmed it. Aoki, observing the impatient Murkrow, smiled gently and reassured. It will be ready soon, do not rush. Before long, the meat was thoroughly cooked. Aoki tore off a hind leg, leaving the remainder for the Murkrow. The pristine ecological environment had rendered the rabbit fatter than anticipated. The Murkrow, still feeble, would find the hind leg ample sustenance. A warm sensation coursed through its body. Finally, indulging in meat granted the Murkrow a semblance of strength. With a few swift pecks, it devoured the entire rabbit, and Aoki exhaled a long breath of relief. The depleted body requires gradual replenishment, and similarly, the shadowy crow, drained of vitality, also necessitates a slow recovery. Should one wish to expedite this process, it is essential to employ an array of diverse herbs and fruits for therapeutic purposes. Aoki discreetly issued the command. Indeed, energy cubes. One of the esteemed abilities possessed by Pokémon breeders. As the owner of the chip, how could he not make optimal use of it? In his previous life, Aoki was an exceptional Pokémon breeder, albeit without undergoing formal assessments within the league. Crafting energy cubes was his forte, demanding precision to the thousandth of a gram in materials and timing accurate to the thousandth of a millisecond, while the average individual may rely solely on experience. Resulting in varied quality of energy cubes, this was child's play for Aoki. By entrusting control to the chip, each energy cube produced was virtually identical, akin to a flawless replication. The collection of energy cube recipes stored within the chip constituted one of his greatest treasures. With sufficient materials at hand, he could swiftly facilitate the growth of Pokémon without squandering a shred of their innate talents. In an instant, comprehensive lists of materials and effects materialized before his eyes. Chapter 4. Energy Cubes. Before long, Aoki pinpointed a particular recipe. The intermediate energy cube, dubbed the Yellow Fruit Energy Cube, served a singular purpose: to replenish the missing elements within a Pokémon's body, swiftly readjusting its physical state and endeavoring to restore its inherent abilities. Upon reviewing the necessary materials, he found them to be relatively common herbs and fruits, readily available on this bountiful trial island. Furthermore, the manufacturing process was straightforward, devoid of any intricate procedures or specialized tools, making it entirely suitable for both Aoki and the shadowy crow at this juncture. The subsequent task was to locate these materials, necessitating a temporary deferment of training. Aoki mused that the immediate priority was to aid the shadowy crow in regaining its health. Training and combat could be postponed to avoid squandering its potential. Nevertheless, Aoki remained confident that even with this hiatus, both he and the shadowy crow would soon catch up. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Aoki and the shadowy crow traversed the forest's periphery in search of fruits and herbs. Although the duration slightly exceeded Aoki's initial estimate, it was not significantly delayed. Holding the freshly crafted yellow fruit energy cube in his palm, a refreshing coolness emanated from it. Against the sunlight, he could distinctly observe the pearlescent substance within, resembling fruit flesh, with a smooth, pale yellow exterior exuding a subtle fragrance. For Aoki, the creation of energy cubes posed no challenge, and the process unfolded seamlessly. The finished product closely aligned with his expectations. This recipe was acquired inadvertently in his previous life and had never been utilized. One could only hope for its efficacy. With a slight flick of his fingers, he tossed the energy cube upward. The dark crow, fixated on the energy cube, shot forth from his shoulder like a bolt of lightning, swiftly seizing it in its beak. Having witnessed the entire process, the dark crow could hardly contain its desire to feast, the alluring aroma emanating from the energy cube continually tempting it. Aoki observed the excited dark crow and smiled, nodding in approval. Only after receiving Aoki's affirmation did the dark crow consume the energy cube. Caw! A sensation unlike any other filled its mouth as the dark crow opened wide, blissfully closing its eyes and calling out in satisfaction. The expression of enjoyment on the dark crow's face spoke volumes about the delectable flavor of the energy cube. It appeared to be quite palatable. Aoki smiled faintly. The intermediate energy cube of yellow fruit could only be consumed 10 times a day, after which its effects would be nullified. According to the recipe, if consumed diligently for 7 days, it should restore the vitality of the injured spirit. Gazing at the nearly 100 energy cubes in his possession, Aoki set aside 9, carefully wrapping the remainder in a prepared cloth and fastening it to his waist. One by one, he tossed the energy cubes, all of which were caught and devoured by the dark crow with astonishing speed. Though the effects would not manifest immediately, Aoki could observe the tangible difference in the dark crow's vitality through the chip, even noting a slight deepening of the green hue in its color. To better absorb this energy, dark crow, we must commence training. Are you prepared to grow stronger? Aoki declared as he tossed the final energy cube. Caw! The response was a spirited call, brimming with resolve. Aoki was well acquainted with the training and development of the dark crow. Its greatest strength lay in its speed. If the highest speed potential was not harnessed, it would be a disservice to its capabilities. Moreover, the dark crow possessed a hidden ability known as Prankster, allowing it to execute status moves first, a veritable advantage. Dark crow, use Tailwind. A gentle breeze enveloped the dark crow. Tailwind, a status move, could enhance the speed of all allies. The dark crow felt an inexhaustible surge of energy within. The recently consumed energy cube transforming into a warm current coursing through its limbs, generating an unending source of strength. Soon, the duration of Tailwind came to an end, and the gentle breeze gradually dissipated. Maintain the Tailwind state, allowing it to linger around you to extend its duration, Aoki instructed once more. While Tailwind could boost the speed of all allies, confining it to the dark crow would only enhance its own speed while minimizing energy consumption, potentially allowing for a permanent increase in its velocity. Though unaware of Aoki's reasoning behind this strategy, the dark crow diligently began to gather the surrounding airflow, striving to prolong the retention of the breeze. Caw! A minute has passed, and the turbulent currents surrounding the dark crow have finally dissipated. As if it has exhausted its strength, its cries laced with a hint of breathlessness. Remember this state. Our goal is to maintain the favorable wind at your side at all times. Now, let us try again. During the training, Aoki appeared transformed, his expression solemn and serious. Continue, favorable wind. Continue, favorable wind. Continue. After the training commenced, Aoki became a stern instructor, equipped with a chip that enabled him to discern the limits of dark crow's training, ensuring that it would not suffer from excessive strain nor fall short of its potential. 3 days have elapsed, and Aoki has diligently trained dark crow, successfully extending the duration of the favorable wind from a mere minute to 10. Dark crow, too, has managed to maintain the favorable wind on Aoki's shoulder without hindering him, striving to reach their goal as swiftly as possible. According to Aoki's nature, he would typically continue training in the forest until the final trial commenced. However, Team Rocket mandates that every individual must report to the base once a week. Failure to do so results in the deduction of points, and insufficient points lead to immediate eradication. The square, which once brimmed with 300 individuals, now holds only a sparse gathering, each person exhibiting a trace of vigilance and hostility. Those who have survived thus far are acutely aware of the implications of failing the trial. Therefore, every individual present is regarded as an adversary. Aoki cast a dismissive glance at the few small groups clustered together, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. While forming alliances can be a viable means of survival, the circumstances must be considered. When life hangs in the balance, who would concern themselves with others? Thus, alliances merely serve as strong individuals rallying subordinates to accomplish tasks. For the outcome of the final trial ultimately hinges on one's strength. Who would dare to oppose the powerful? A common trait among those present is that each is accompanied by a Pokémon, predominantly Zubat, with a minority alongside Arbok and Coughing, while a few, like Aoki, are accompanied by various other Pokémon. Counting carefully, Dark Crow appears to be one of only 3. Compared to the ferocity of Arbok and the peril posed by Coughing, Zubat is a relatively easy Pokémon to tame. For the defenseless youths, managing to tame wild Pokémon is a remarkable feat, and those who can conquer Arbok and Coughing are certainly not weak. After a week's immersion in the wilderness, the polarization among them has become increasingly pronounced. The strong grow ever stronger, while the weak falter even more. Although the 3 days of training did not involve much combat, Dark Crow has reached level 10. Even so, Aoki remains an inconspicuous figure among the crowd. Thanks to a few days of nutritional replenishment, his previously gaunt visage now bears a hint of color. Silently, he retreated to a corner of the square, arms crossed, leaning against a stone pillar, and closed his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Chapter 5. The Venomous Instructor Before Long. The once cacophonous square fell into a hushed silence as a formidable figure, a middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall, donned in a military cap, strode into the plaza. Prominently emblazoned on his left breast was a striking red character. Trailing behind him were 10 members of Team Rocket, clad in their standard uniforms, each bearing a stern demeanor, accompanied by a large wolfhound. Beside the imposing man was a pitch-black hound, its menacing presence accentuated by 2 white, curved bone-like horns atop its head, and a tail reminiscent of a demon's, a dark and fire-type Pokémon, Houndoom. Aoki, upon sensing the calm that enveloped the square, slowly opened his eyes. As he beheld the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was him. A brief flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze as he cast a glance at the Houndoom beside the man. Pokémon, Houndoom, green, gender, male level, 28 type, dark. Fire ability, flash fire held item, none inherited moves, fire fong, fire spin base moves, inferno, trick, thunder fong, glare, ember, howl, smog, roar, bite, scent detection, ambush top moves, deceit move tutor, hidden power rock, shadow ball, flamethrower. Observing Houndoom's level and its impressive array of skills, Aoki couldn't help but smile wryly, recognizing the disparity. Furthermore, he knew that this Houndoom was not even among the top tier of the middle-aged man's Pokémon. In fact, it might not have even reached the second tier. Any Pokémon from the second tier that he casually dispatched could easily subdue everyone present, including all Team Rocket members. This time, there were still 156 individuals alive. This batch was of commendable quality. The middle-aged man's voice was not loud, yet every attendee could hear him. His words dripping with an unsettling nonchalance, as if human lives were of little consequence. After surveying the square and noting that all eyes were upon him, he spoke with a calm authority. I am Venom, the chief instructor of Team Rocket, responsible for Inferno Island. From this moment forth, your lives no longer belong to you. A sinister smile crept across his face as he observed the intimidation he instilled in everyone, nodding in satisfaction. The entire Inferno trial would span 3 months, requiring weekly assemblies at this location. Should anyone fail to attend for 2 consecutive weeks, they would be deemed to have failed the trial. Surely, you all have a certain understanding of the consequences of failure, Venom continued, lost in his monologue. He gestured towards the large stone at the center of the square, known as the Trial Stone, capable of measuring the strength of Pokémon attacks. Henceforth, you shall take turns striking this stone, based on the data returned. You will be ranked. The top 10 scorers each time will earn 100 points, which will incrementally increase. As for what these points can be exchanged for, that is for you to discover. Team Rocket points. These are exclusive to Team Rocket and can be traded for nearly anything in this world. It is this points system that has enabled Team Rocket to attain its current stature. It is well known that throughout the world, numerous prominent families possess a majority of scarce resources, rendering them unattainable, regardless of one's wealth. The points amassed are not only valid on the island, but can also be utilized at any Team Rocket base, even after the trials conclude. In this trial, the maximum number of participants allowed to succeed is 50, with the top 10 receiving 10,000 points each. The top 3 will be awarded a Counterfeit Alliance identification card from Team Rocket, while the first-place winner can select any high-quality starter Pokémon from Team Rocket's storeroom. With deliberate precision, the announcer declared, and most importantly, the rules of this trial are that there are no restrictions. The ranking commenced with a signal, and the announcer took a seat in the center of the square, gesturing for his subordinates to commence recording the proceedings. Under the diligent orchestration of 10 Team Rocket members, all participants hastily formed a line for the first ranking test. Arbok Bite. A youthful voice resonated as a shadow of a purple serpent lunged towards the massive stone in the center, its gaping maw revealing 2 glistening fangs that sank deeply into the rock. With a resounding thud, it left no trace behind. Attack value, 56. Subsequently, a line of text appeared on the stone. The expressionless Team Rocket member responsible for recording announced the result. Number 34, attack value 56. Currently in first place. Next, he swiftly documented the score. Seemingly dissatisfied with his performance, the boy identified as number 34 scoffed and stepped aside. Following him was a timid youth accompanied by a Zubat, who displayed a hint of trepidation. Zubat, tackle, he commanded in a soft voice. The Zubat languidly flapped its wings and struck the stone with its back, yielding an attack value of 19. Observing the words on the stone, the first boy quietly exhaled, followed by a derisive snort. The onlookers awaiting their turn cast disdainful glances at the timid boy. Number 13, attack value 19, currently in second place. Next, the Team Rocket member remained impassive. Finding these novices, who were encountering Pokémon for the first time, pitifully inept, failing to evoke any interest. Number 24, attack value 25, currently in second place. Next, number 98, attack value 45. Number 77, attack value. One after another, as the results were announced, those who ranked higher regarded those below them with contempt, while they gritted their teeth at those above. Noticing this atmosphere, Qingmu furrowed his brow, recalling similar scenarios from his past life. The trials of Team Rocket were akin to a contest of survival. Only when the contenders began to truly struggle would the strongest emerge. Attack value, 98. As Qingmu pondered, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Attack value 98. The highest score thus far belongs to a tall, slender youth, with fair skin and immaculate attire, appearing as if he had come from a different realm altogether. Beside him stood an Arbok, proudly presenting itself before all, its gaze imbued with profound disdain and contempt. It was he. Upon sighting this figure, Aoki instinctively narrowed his eyes. If memory serves correctly, this was the very individual who secured first place in the recent trial, earning an exceptionally fine Bulbasaur, subsequently embarking on a protagonist-like journey, rapidly ascending in status. Even after activating the chip, Aoki could never quite match his pace. Number 99, whose true name was likely Guga. For a long time, no individual had emerged with a higher attack value than Guga. As the majority of the testing phase passed, it was finally Aoki's turn, number 234. Yet another bearer of a unique Pokémon. When Aoki stepped forward, the sight of the Murkrow perched on his shoulder incited whispers among the crowd. The Pokémon allocated by Team Rocket primarily consisted of Zubat, Arbok, and Koffing, though some others were occasionally included. A unique Pokémon does not inherently signify superiority over Zubat, Arbok, or Koffing. Rather, it is merely perceived as an anomaly by others. Bah, it's just a Murkrow, what is so impressive about that? The previous Murkrow didn't perform all that well, and judging by its gaunt appearance, this one seems considerably smaller, so I doubt its performance will be any better, scoffed another. Aoki remained unfazed, disregarding the voices around him. He took a measured breath and calmly stated, "In favorable winds, Peck." His composed demeanor silenced those who mocked him, leaving them with a hint of embarrassment as their intended taunts backfired. The Murkrow soared into the air, surrounded by a pale aura. After several days of adjustment, its body gradually returned to its normal size. It circled gracefully in the air, gathering strength, and with the aid of the wind and gravity, struck the stone with a resounding impact. A splendid turn brought it to a steady landing on Aoki's shoulder. Aoki smiled gently, his eyes widening slightly, and with a slight raise of his brow, cast a glance at the boulder before walking away with measured steps. Attack value, 97. The inscription on the stone struck like a mighty slap to the faces of all the mockers. An attack value of 97, second only to Guga's 98. For the moment, he ranked second, while the third place boasted a mere 90, a significant disparity. Number 234, attack value 97, temporarily in second place. Next, even the scorekeeper inadvertently cast a longer glance at Aoki as he ambled through the crowd, taking a moment before announcing the score. In truth, with Murkrow's current attack power, such a feat should not have been possible. However, Aoki had cleverly utilized technique, harnessing the momentum of the favorable winds and the force of gravity to achieve this remarkable result. After Aoki completed his test, several perceptive individuals fell into contemplation, realizing the subtle trick he had employed. A minor ruse, yet it bore significant impact, did it not? It has been said that rules exist only in the absence of rules. The Viper intently observed the entire testing process, and when Aoki completed his test, the Viper lingered for a few extra moments, acknowledging the significance of the little fellow. Chapter 6. The Exchange Center. Since then, no one has surpassed Aoki's remarkable score. However, many individuals have effectively applied Aoki's techniques, resulting in significant improvements in their own performances. Throughout this process, the most disdainful individual was Gujia, as he relied solely on his raw ability without employing any techniques. To him, everyone present was beneath him, and even Aoki, with a score just 1 point lower, was merely a fortunate individual who had mastered a few tricks. The final rankings were as follows. First place, ID 99, attack value, 98. Second place, ID 234, attack value, 97. Third place, ID 67, attack value, 95. Fourth place, ID 156, attack value 93. 5th place, ID 279, attack value 90. According to the Viper, the top 10 would each receive 100 points, with no differentiation in rewards based on whether one ranked first or second. Following the announcement of the rankings, each participant received a belt emblazoned with the Team Rocket emblem, which contained an identity card displaying their respective IDs, with points stored within it. The Team Rocket belt also boasted a highly practical feature, a cubic storage space. Ignoring all those who wished to retain him, Aoki, accompanied by his Dark Crow, made his way directly to the Points Exchange Center. Having once been a member of Team Rocket, he was well aware of the vast array of items that could be obtained through points. He had numerous items he wished to exchange for, all of which could only be acquired with points. However, due to the limited nature of his points, and the fact that his most pressing needs were not among those items, Aoki had already meticulously planned what he intended to exchange. Gazing at the points list before him, Aoki couldn't help but roll his eyes at the prices, such as a quasi-divine mini-dragon hatchling for 10 million points and a quasi-divine Yveltal hatchling for the same exorbitant sum. Indeed, it was possible to exchange for the rarest quasi-divine creatures, yet Aoki had never managed to accumulate such a fortune in his previous life. With only 100 points to his name, he bypassed these unattainable items and flipped to the section where he could make exchanges. Turning from the back to the front, he arrived at the items category and, holding the list of berries, exchanged for a portion of each berry while under the incredulous gaze of the exchange personnel. These berries were quite common and typically overlooked by most individuals, yet for Aoki, they were invaluable, saving him considerable time in foraging and enabling him to craft various energy blocks to better cultivate his Dark Crow, ensuring its optimal growth. He filled the cubic space within his Team Rocket belt to capacity with berries, exchanging for one of each type, which only cost him 80 points. Subsequently, he spent an additional 5 points to acquire some daily necessities and outdoor essentials. Having swiped his points card, Aoki was about to turn away when he noticed a figure entering the exchange office, accompanied by an Arbok. As he passed by, Aoki discreetly activated the chip's scanning function. Pokémon, Arbok, green, gender, male level, 14 type, poison ability, intimidate held item, none inherited moves, pursuit, poison fong, scary face basic moves, bind, glare, poison sting, bite, glare top moves, thief move tutor, none. Aoki's eyes narrowed suddenly. A green qualified Arbok. No wonder Gujia had claimed the first position. During the recent ranking assessment, Aoki had scanned the contenders and noted that there were no more than 5 Pokémon with green qualifications and none above that. While the other green qualified Pokémon were Zubat and Aletaba, Gujia's Arbok was the only one of its kind. It is well known that Arbok is notoriously difficult to tame. Thus, a green qualified Arbok with the Intimidate ability could only be controlled by someone extraordinary. Hence, Gujia's first place achievement was quite justified. Hey, you're the second place holder, aren't you? Gujia suddenly halted, speaking back to Aoki. Without turning around, Aoki continued walking, lost in his thoughts. In his previous life, Gujia might have been someone to overwhelm him. However, now, Aoki regarded him as little more than a child. Watching Aoki ignore him, Gujia's expression darkened instantly. Enraged, he commanded, Arbok, attack. Poison sting. Upon hearing his order, Arbok opened its gaping maw, releasing a flurry of glimmering purple needles aimed directly at Aoki's unguarded back. Although Aoki did not turn around, he remained acutely aware of Gujia's movements. Seeking death. Are we? Dark Raven, intensify the tailwind and counter the poison sting. As Arbok launched its assault, Aoki was already ready, issuing his command with precision. The Dark Raven, adept at the tailwind technique, amplified the wind's force to nearly match that of the gust move. With a powerful flap of its wings, it created 2 small whirlwinds that effortlessly deflected the incoming poison needles. Aoki turned to face Gujia, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light as he awaited his next move. To his surprise, Gujia grinned and remarked, "Not bad, better than I expected." With that, he dismissed Aoki and made his way directly to the exchange counter. Furrowing his brow, Aoki observed Gujia's retreating figure, suppressing a strong desire to act. After a moment, he signaled for the Dark Raven to descend. Together, they exited the exchange office and strode purposefully into the forest, never glancing back. In the heart of the vast headquarters, within the office of the rocket team's chief instructor, a figure shrouded in a black robe faced the enigmatic Viper, who sat poised at his desk. Between them, 2 cups of tea rested, their steam swirling languidly before dissipating into the air. After a brief silence, Viper broke the stillness, his tone laced with a hint of mockery and curiosity. "So, You've come to me once more. What brings you here? From beneath the hood, a pair of weathered eyes emerged, adjusting their posture slightly. The mission failed. I require a few individuals to replenish my ranks, came the raspy voice. Age indiscernible in its timbre. With a slight smirk, Viper leisurely sipped his tea, responding, "Oh, a mission failure? I never would have anticipated that even someone as renowned as yourself could falter. Have you truly resorted to seeking aid from me? Is there truly no one in the rocket team that meets your standards?" Disregarding Viper's sardonic tone, the hoarse voice resonated again from the depths of the rope. I inadvertently fell into a trap set by the Alliance, nearly leaving behind two formidable beings. The speaker remained unervingly composed when discussing the Alliance's elite. Viper's demeanor shifted, his expression turning serious as he straightened in his chair. Were they overt or covert? How did you manage to escape? A barrage of inquiries flowed from his lips. In Viper's eyes, the elite of the Alliance were formidable adversaries, and the sudden deployment of two of their top-tier individuals suggested a significant maneuver against the rocket team, or at the very least, a targeted action. In the dimly lit room, flickering candlelight danced without a breeze, casting shadows that mirrored their movements on the walls. After a momentary pause, the cloaked figure raised a hand, revealing a gnarled and withered left hand from beneath the robe. Upon seeing this, Viper's eyes narrowed. It was evident that the two were well acquainted. Viper was aware of the black-robed figure's condition, despite his advanced years. The state of this hand was incongruous with his age. More alarming was the fact that 3 fingers were missing, leaving only the thumb and index finger intact. The poison-type monarch? Viper posited, the inquiry tinged with certainty. Such a grievous injury could only be attributed to poison-type abilities, and the individual capable of inflicting such damage upon another of equal standing was undoubtedly no ordinary elite. The black-robed figure subtly nodded, and the previously calm, raspy voice now carried an edge of chill. A senior poison-type monarch and a mid-tier psychic monarch. They are not the Alliance's publicly acknowledged strength. Had I not acted swiftly to sever those fingers, I fear my entire hand would have been lost. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my restless heart. Fortunately, the 3 sprites managed to hold them back in time. Otherwise, I might have perished there, albeit with my mission inevitably failing. Chapter 7. Departing the base, the serpent nodded gravely. The Alliance had dispatched 2 elite masters, one of whom was a rare high-ranking master. It was evident that the Alliance possessed some understanding of the task at hand. Otherwise, they would not have sent such formidable forces. The frown on his brow deepened, for even with his limited knowledge, he sensed that the situation was somewhat precarious. What of the leader? The leader was already aware of the situation and who had leaked the information, so I need not concern myself with that. At this moment, I merely seek a few individuals to assist me with some minor tasks, for I have sustained considerable losses in strength and require time to recuperate. The cloaked figure stated calmly. The serpent relaxed his brow slightly, requesting a few individuals posed no challenge for him. Will you wait until the trial concludes? Or do you require them now? He inquired, unwittingly smiling at the thought of the current group of youngsters. What could they possibly contribute? They were no stronger than the grunts of Team Rocket. Let us wait until the trial is over. I will select a few then. For now, please arrange a room for me so that I may gather my thoughts. The cloaked figure responded, offering no further explanation. The reason for not selecting personnel from the existing troops was twofold. Firstly, he was unsure of who among Team Rocket was truly an ally and who was an undercover agent for the Alliance. Secondly, only those devoid of power could be better nurtured, could they not? After instructing his subordinates to escort the cloaked figure away, the serpent gazed at the flickering candle on the table, intertwining his fingers as he fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Aoki ventured into the forest with his dark raven. This time, he had no intention of lingering at the forest's periphery, not merely because the lower-level sprites there were unsuitable for the dark raven's training, but more importantly, Aoki sought a tranquil spot to establish camp and diligently craft energy cubes. As he ventured deeper, the paths grew increasingly indistinct, with surrounding underbrush and thickets becoming more abundant. He stored the previously crafted yellow fruit energy cubes within Team Rocket's belt, then wrapped a spare cloth around his head to shield his face from thorns and branches. The dark raven perched upon Aoki's shoulder, actively utilizing tailwind to maintain an advantageous state. While doing so, it skillfully manipulated the air currents to gently part the branches and weeds, facilitating Aoki's movement. When confronted with larger branches, the dark raven would flap its wings, employing its rudimentary gusting technique to clear the way, thus also training its flying energy. Dark raven, take care to regulate the amount of energy you expend, Aoki advised. Given that stamina is your weak point, it is prudent to conserve energy whenever possible. He would provide guidance and training to the dark raven at opportune moments. Furthermore, It is imperative to note that you are a dual-type Pokémon of both the dark and flying categories. Once we have located the appropriate venue, it will be essential to commence targeted training of your dark-type abilities. Aoki paused, observing the increasingly spirited Dark Raven perched upon his shoulder, and smiled as he spoke. Caw. The Dark Raven nodded vigorously, fully comprehending Aoki's words. Deep down, the Dark Raven harbored a strong desire to grow stronger, fueled by an intense passion for battle. With a spread of its wings, 2 gusts of wind erupted forth. Witnessing the Dark Raven's aspiration for improvement, Aoki felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For a trainer, even if one possesses Pokémon of remarkable talent, a lack of combat desire and ambition to improve renders even the most gifted Pokémon inferior to those with less innate ability but a fierce fighting spirit. The Dark Raven, endowed with considerable talent and an ever-deepening synergy with Aoki, coupled with a fervent desire to enhance its strength, promised a bright future for both trainer and Pokémon alike. After traversing a short distance, Aoki's musings were abruptly interrupted by a robust wild Fiero descending from the trees. Its fierce glare was accompanied by a menacing demeanor, with a sharp beak and glimmering claws that betrayed its lethal intentions. It was evident that the Pokémon on this island bore no goodwill towards humans. A frail figure like Aoki was often regarded merely as potential prey. Moreover, Fiero was known for its notoriously aggressive temperament. However, such a sudden onslaught was merely an ordinary greeting in Aoki's eyes. He slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading the Fiero's attack. This was a pragmatic world, where direct assaults on humans by Pokémon were commonplace. The damage inflicted by powerful Pokémon was often both abrupt and fatal. Additionally, there existed individuals who commanded Pokémon to launch direct assaults on humans. Team Rocket epitomized such an organization, indifferent to fairness as long as their objectives were met. Even within the Alliance, one could find a number of such characters. Thus, having ascended to the role of city leader in Team Rocket and attained the prowess of a near champion, Aoki had encountered countless similar situations. The Fiero's assault was merely routine for him. After effortlessly dodging the Fiero's attack, Aoki addressed the Dark Raven, with the wind at your back. Unleash a critical strike. The Dark Raven took to the skies with indignation, harboring no fondness for the Fiero that had ambushed them and nearly harmed Aoki. A sense of humiliation welled within. Had Aoki not evaded the blow with agility, he might have been injured. To Aoki's Pokémon, this was a blatant provocation. A streak of darkness surged forth, propelled by the favorable winds, delivering a guaranteed critical hit upon the Fiero. With a cry of pain, the Fiero was struck and sent reeling. At that moment, Aoki seized the opportunity to scan the Fiero's data. Little Sprite, Spearow, Orange, Gender, Male Level, 12 Type, Normal. Flying Ability, Keen Eye Held Item, None Inherited Skills, None Basic Skills, Peck, Growl, Leer, Pursuit, Fury Attack Taught Skills. None. The orange qualified Spearow is indeed a commendable wild sprite. Aoki mused silently. Press the advantage. Honchkrow, do not hesitate. Use Peck. Aoki calmly issued the command. No sooner had he spoken than Honchkrow sprang into action. In truth, it was already poised to continue its assault at Aoki's behest. The Spearow, still reeling from the previous blow, had no chance to react before being struck once more by the swift Honchkrow. The already fragile Spearow, overwhelmed by the relentless attacks, paid the price for its impulsive aggression towards Aoki. Coolly disregarding the fallen Spearow, Aoki composed himself and ventured deeper into the forest. Spearows are social creatures, often appearing in flocks, and Aoki was not keen on confronting a multitude of them at this juncture. Furthermore, he anticipated that the sprites he would encounter would grow increasingly formidable, and he wished to conserve his energy for the journey ahead. With the ultimate goal of locating a suitable camping spot, drawing upon his past experiences of living in the forest, Aoki adeptly avoided more powerful sprites and discerned the types of sprites through various animal trails. After swiftly defeating a few aggressive sprites and promptly vacating the scene of the skirmish, Aoki and Honchkrow finally arrived at a relatively satisfactory location after approximately 3 hours. They found a modest lake, surrounded by dense trees, with a small hillside to the west, atop which lay a cave evidently excavated by sprites. This is it. Chapter 8. The Zubat Cave. As the sun gradually descended, suspended in the sky, its gentle afterglow scattered across the lake's surface, creating shimmering ripples as a soft breeze swept over. Aoki approached the cave's edge with Honchkrow, and unbeknownst to them, the air became increasingly foul. Aoki frowned, noticing that even Honchkrow instinctively covered its mouth with its wings, as if the odor was distressing it. With each step closer to the cave, Aoki's footfalls grew lighter. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, the stench was overwhelming, Yet both Aoki and Honchkrow began to acclimate to it. Peering into the pitch-black cavern, Aoki noted that it was clearly not a naturally formed cave, as there were numerous claw marks on the surrounding rocks. Judging by the appearance of the scratches, it seemed the cave had been excavated long ago. I hope particularly formidable sprites do not lurk within, Aoki murmured. Honchkrow, perched on Aoki's shoulder, also became increasingly focused. Its muscles tense and the air around it charged with energy, signaling its readiness for whatever lay ahead. Observing the tense demeanor of the Dark Raven, Aoki offered a gentle smile and reassured, "It's all right, Dark Raven. Let us first explore what lies within." As he spoke, the Dark Raven gradually began to relax. Though it remained vigilant, casually picking up a small stone from the ground, Aoki tested its weight, then nodded and hurled it into the cavern. Thud, thud, thud. After a few echoes, silence enveloped the space. Moments later, a series of sounds emerged from within the cave, followed by the unmistakable flapping of wings. Aoki, who had kept his distance from the cave, felt his brow unfurl. As long as the intruders were not as formidable as Circle, he believed the Dark Raven could handle them. Out from the cave surged a swarm of supersonic bats, their slumber rudely interrupted, now filled with fury. Like ordinary bats, these wild supersonic bats slept during the day and hunted at night. Their disturbance felt akin to waking a person from a deep sleep. Among the swarm, one supersonic bat stood out, noticeably larger than the rest, clearly their leader. Upon realizing that their sleep had been disturbed by merely a human and a seemingly weak fairy, the leader issued a few calls to its companions before retreating back into the cave to continue its rest. Aoki blinked in surprise at the sequence of events. Initially, there had been a dozen supersonic bats. Regardless of his confidence, he would have had to retreat with the Dark Raven. However, the leader's evident disdain diminished their threat considerably. 4 supersonic bats, bearing their blood-sucking fangs, flapped their wings and charged towards Aoki and the Dark Raven. Yet, these 4, with red traits, were of the lowest caliber, their highest level merely reaching 10. Aoki chuckled softly, having scanned their data with his chip the moment they appeared. The Dark Raven instinctively took to the air. After 2 days of training and recovering its potential, it had begun to relish battle, enjoying the sensation of becoming a swift wind, darting between foes and toying with them at will. Dark Raven, take advantage of the wind and use fright. A stream of air swiftly coalesced around the Dark Raven, transforming into a striking black light, particularly vivid under the setting sun. With a sudden opening of its beak, a piercing cry erupted, creating ripples in the air. Enveloped by the cacophony, 2 of the supersonic bats abruptly halted, their faces betraying signs of fear. Though they did not succumb to paralysis, their speed noticeably diminished. The other 2, seemingly unaffected, merely shook their heads in response to the jarring sound. Typically, supersonic bats possess mental attributes that prevent them from entering a state of fright. However, as sensitive beings, the sharpness of the frightful sound could inflict significant damage. Moreover, the ultrasonic bats typically utilize echolocation to discern direction. The jarring sounds produced when startled significantly affect their movements. 2 ultrasonic bats seemed to exchange a glance, simultaneously opening their mouths, unleashing inaudible sound waves, a manifestation of their ultrasonic abilities. The Dark Crow, accelerating persistently, aimed to eliminate them first. Enduring the interference of the ultrasonic waves, Aoki maintained a stoic expression and remarked. The turbulent air surrounding the Dark Crow grew increasingly potent, swiftly reaching the 2 ultrasonic bats. Use Peck. Before they could react, the Dark Crow executed 2 powerful strikes in quick succession, culminating in the defeat of the 2 ultrasonic bats. In a high-speed flight state, the Dark Crow employed the Peck skill once more, applying techniques previously utilized during daylight, combining inertia with skill to vanquish the 2 ultrasonic bats instantaneously. At that moment, the 2 initially startled ultrasonic bats began to recover from their fright. Upon regaining their hearing, they noticed their fallen companions, fear flickering across their faces, their trembling wings betraying their indecision to either advance or retreat. With narrowed eyes and a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Aoki understood that while the ultrasonic bats hesitated, he would not. Dark Crow, use punishment to resolve this. Punishment, a transformation-type skill, was executed with high priority due to the Dark Crow's ability, Prankster, coupled with the sustained advantages of favorable winds. A beam of black light traversed the space between the 2 ultrasonic bats, leaving them incapacitated. Aoki nodded in satisfaction at the Dark Crow's skillful execution. Although it had yet to regain its peak condition, the innate talent of Prankster truly showcased the Dark Crow's strength. Its rapid deployment of transformation skills, along with the increasingly adept wind advantage, was indeed a remarkable enhancement. The already green-qualified Dark Crow possessed an innate superiority over these ultrasonic bats, especially with its flawless skill integration, making the swift defeat of the remaining bats wholly anticipated. Subsequently, employing the arrogance and lethargy of the ultrasonic bat leader, Aoki systematically eliminated the remaining bats, leaving only the completely enraged leader before him. Pokémon, Ultrasonic Bat, Yellow, Gender, Male Level, 12 Type, Poison. Flying Ability, Inner Focus Held Item, None Inherited Skill, Quick Attack Basic Skills, Absorb, Ultrasonic, Frighten. Bite Taught Skill, Wing Attack Skill Tutor, None. This was Aoki's first encounter with a wild Pokémon of Yellow qualification. Had he possessed surplus Pokeballs, he would have undoubtedly captured it without hesitation, whether for personal use as assistance or for resource exchange opportunities. The Dark Crow, engaged in prolonged battle, experienced a slight reduction in wing speed, and the winds generated by its skill had noticeably diminished compared to the onset of the encounter. Aoki observed the condition of the Dark Raven, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was still too much of a strain. However, witnessing the Sonic Bat on the verge of fury compelled him to continue the battle. He had contemplated allowing the Dark Raven a moment of respite, but with the sun dipping below the horizon, he abandoned that thought. The Sonic Bat would be more invigorated under the cover of night, and being enveloped in darkness would not hinder its vision as light would do to both Aoki and the Dark Raven, diminishing their combat effectiveness. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate the Yellow Aptitude Sonic Bat before the sun completely set and seize the foul-smelling Sonic Bat's lair. One must remember, the forest at night is fraught with peril. Compared to the previously superficial dangers, the deeper woods concealed threats lurking in every shadow. Chapter 9. Battle against the Sonic Bat leader Dark Raven. Hold on. Maintain your advantageous position, Aoki encouraged, observing the weary Dark Raven. Caw. The Dark Raven called out in the air, exerting itself. Today's battle filled it with delight. Though fatigued, it felt an unprecedented joy facing this Sonic Bat leader, clearly superior to all its predecessors. Sensing the Dark Raven's elation, Aoki's lips curled into a slight smile. The Dark Raven's combative nature brought him great comfort. Screeching, the Sonic Bat leader felt reduced to a mere figurehead by this diminutive human and his Pokémon, possessing a relatively high intellect. The Sonic Bat leader discerned the frailty of the human before it. As the sun descended, it felt increasingly invigorated, its strength surging. With a powerful flap of its wings, the leader unleashed a foul stench, a dark aura coiling around its fangs, which glinted menacingly with a chilling light. Dark Bite. Seeing that the target of the Sonic Bat leader was Aoki, the Dark Raven swiftly intervened, leveraging the last vestiges of the wind's acceleration to shield Aoki. The more perilous the situation, the calmer Aoki remained, his mind clear. Having faced death once, he approached every circumstance with an unwavering composure. Dark Raven. Strike with a surprise attack. Transforming into a black bullet, the Dark Raven collided fiercely with the Sonic Bat. Boom. Following the impact, both figures were sent reeling, each equally matched. After a brief pause, they crossed paths again. Without the wind's acceleration, the Dark Raven's speed faltered, yet it still outpaced the Sonic Bat leader marginally. The Sonic Bat, intent on bypassing the Dark Raven to strike at Aoki, found itself ensnared by the Dark Raven's relentless grip. However, with the onset of night, the Sonic Bat grew increasingly animated, while the fatigued Dark Raven began to falter. Ultimately, after yet another clash, the Dark Raven managed to rise once more. The wings of the leader of the Zubat trembled slightly, as the invisible ultrasonic waves vigilantly monitored the surroundings. As if enticed by some delectable morsel, the creature, now weary from battle and in dire need of sustenance, surged once more towards Aoki, its fangs glowing with a sinister light as it prepared to employ its draining ability. Seeing the attacking Zubat, the Dark Raven, with its wings splayed on the ground and its chest heaving, found itself utterly fatigued, as though its body no longer belonged to it. Overwhelmed by a sense of impotence, the Dark Raven felt a surge of anger at its own frailty. How could it, as a Pokémon trainer's companion, fail to protect its trainer? Such a failure was the gravest affront to a Pokémon's honor. However, Aoki, witnessing the Zubat's impending attack, bore a peculiar smile, for he awaited this very moment. Dark Raven, please hold on a little longer and use Snatch, he called. Noticing the Dark Raven stirring from its state of exhaustion, with gritted teeth, the Dark Raven summoned an unexpected surge of strength, its trembling wings suddenly flapping with vigor. The bloodthirsty fangs sank into the Dark Raven's form, momentarily startling the Zubat, which then relaxed, for any blood would suffice to quench its thirst. Yet, as the Zubat savored the moment, it was met with the disconcerting realization that the familiar warmth of blood did not flow from its fangs into its body. The longed-for comfort eluded it, akin to a yearning for ice cream on a hot summer day, only to bite into nothing but air. The leader of the Zubat, astonished at the lack of delectable blood, found not only its strength unrevived but also sensed its vigor waning. In stark contrast, the dark raven felt a gentle warmth emanating from the bite, spreading throughout its body, as if a parched desert were greedily absorbing moisture. As the Zubat leader regained its composure and soared upward, it stumbled, suddenly beset by fatigue. Snatch, a dark-type move, under the influence of its mischievous nature, acted faster than the Zubat's draining effect, allowing the Dark Raven to appropriate the restorative benefits of its foe's attack. Dark Raven, use Feather Dance, Aoki commanded, seizing the opportunity presented by the Zubat leader's moment of weakness. Feather Dance, a flying-type move, would allow the Dark Raven to recover half of its energy upon landing. The Dark Raven swiftly descended before Aoki, as the Earth's vibrant energy coalesced beneath it, and a warm current surged from the ground, enveloping its entire being. Gradually, the Dark Raven felt its strength returning. Observing the rejuvenated Dark Raven take flight once more, Aoki instructed, use Tailwind again, and then follow it up with Peck. Finish it swiftly. As the Zubat leader finally reacted, it beheld a sleek, shadowy figure before it, reflecting the moonlight as the ravenous beak of the Dark Raven mercilessly struck at its form. The wounds upon its body multiplied, and the Noctowl felt its strength rapidly waning. Yet it found itself powerless to alter its fate. Under a relentless barrage of pecks, the Dark Raven decisively vanquished the leader of the Noctowl. With a triumphant cry, the Dark Raven sensed an invigorating surge in its wings, a sharpened edge to its claws, and a newfound luster in its beak, through which the rising moon could be distinctly observed. In the eyes of Aoki, the prolonged battle had elevated the Dark Raven from level 10 to level 11. Although merely a single level increase, the growth of the Dark Raven was palpable. In reality, each level attained by a Pokémon signifies a substantial progression. After its powerful call, the Dark Raven swayed slightly before plummeting from the sky, where it was swiftly caught by the agile Aoki. This was the consequence of employing the Feather Rest ability. The reason it had not been used earlier in battle was that this skill provides only temporary relief. While it can restore stamina in a short span, energy is conserved, merely leading to an earlier depletion of strength. Excessive use of Feather Rest can even result in prolonged fatigue, and in severe cases, a regression in level and a decline in innate talent. Thus, Aoki was determined to refrain from utilizing this skill unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Aoki possessed the ability of a Pokémon breeder, capable of crafting suitable energy blocks. As long as the Dark Raven utilized the skill sparingly, the adverse effects would remain manageable. However, it would still incur a period of exhaustion, making this ability a last resort. Cradling the fatigued Dark Raven beneath the illuminating moonlight, Aoki ventured into the cavern of the Noctowl. Navigating through the familiar stench and stepping over the muck of Noctowl droppings, he stifled his discomfort and pressed onward to the innermost recess of the cave. Dim moonlight allowed him to faintly discern claw marks upon the cave walls, suggesting that this den had been usurped by the Noctowl. The original inhabitants had either perished or departed long ago, allowing the Noctowl to claim the territory. However, the departure of the original owner must have occurred quite some time ago, as the thick layer of droppings could not accumulate within just a few months. Indeed, the cave extended approximately 10 meters in depth. Upon reaching the deepest section, the ground gradually transformed into a dry surface, and moonlight streamed through the fissures in the ceiling, illuminating the interior. In contrast to the darker midsection, this area was not engulfed in absolute darkness. Finding a dry stone, Aoki seated himself with the Dark Raven nestled in his arms, resigning himself to make do for the night. Slowly regaining its strength, the Dark Raven leaped from Aoki's embrace, gently brushing its beak against Aoki's hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from Aoki's touch, the Dark Raven experienced a wave of reassurance. Such is the simplicity of a small Pokémon. Being with their beloved trainer, regardless of the weather, they remain the most loyal companions and cherished friends. Chapter: Crafting Energy Cubes. As the Dark Raven took a moment to rest, Aoki began to contemplate the plans for the upcoming days. The first course of action remained unchanged, ensuring that the Dark Raven continued to consume the yellow fruit energy cubes. Judging by the usage over the past few days, the results were quite promising. Remarkably, over the span of these 4 days, the Dark Raven had transitioned from a state of evident malnutrition to a size comparable to that of a typical Dark Raven Pokémon, nearing an impressive height of 50 centimeters. However, In Aoki's eyes, the transformation of the Dark Raven was not limited to mere physical growth. The increase in size was the most conspicuous change, but daily scans by the chip revealed notable enhancements in the Pokémon's power and speed. Even its innate potential appeared to have improved. Although it remained in the green status, the hue of its green had deepened significantly compared to a few days prior, indicating that even among Pokémon of green potential, the Dark Raven possessed top-tier capabilities. Particularly after the series of battles this afternoon, the efficiency with which the Dark Raven absorbed the yellow fruit energy cubes had increased. With 3 days remaining, Aoki was confident that continued use of the energy cubes would enable the Dark Raven to fully restore its original potential, marking the beginning of its rapid growth. Thus, training in the following days could not wane. Engaging in battles with diverse Pokémon would not only help familiarize the Dark Raven with the rhythm of combat, but also enhance the absorption of the energy cube's effects for optimal recovery. As for the training direction for the Dark Raven, the focus would remain on speed. The duration of the Tailwind skill needed to be diligently practiced, and it was essential for the Dark Raven to master several necessary techniques. The skills already acquired required time to become familiar and proficient, allowing for more efficient execution during battles. As a dual-type Dark and Flying Pokémon, the Dark Raven possessed commendable resistances, without facing quadruple damage. It would not be excessively vulnerable to any particular type, even against skills that inflicted double damage, such as Electric, Ice, and Fairy types. These were exceedingly rare on the trial island. Thus, during battles on this island, the primary concern would be the Rock-type skills. With the ability of Prankster, the Dark Raven often held an advantage in skill execution, further augmented by the Tailwind skill. The current objective was to engage in more battles, enhancing the synergy between trainer and Pokémon while mastering existing combat techniques. Once the yellow fruit energy cubes were exhausted, the Dark Raven would require a different type of energy cube to accelerate its growth and enhance its developmental effects. Aoki had already conceived of this new energy cube prior to the first ranking, the Black Speed Energy Cube. This medium-level energy cube, adorned in a striking black and white pattern, was primarily composed of 2 types of fruits, Evil Movement Fruit and Swift Action Fruit, along with a blend of various other fruit herbs as supplementary ingredients. Specifically designed for Dark and Flying-type Pokémon, it was perfectly suited to the Dark Raven's elemental affinity. In the initial ranking, all points earned were dedicated to exchanging for fruit from the trees, and these 2 types of fruit were the most frequently traded by Aoki, nearly exhausting the supplies of Team Rocket on the island. Once crafted, it is believed that the Dark Raven will swiftly enter a period of rapid advancement in the days to come. After pondering for a brief moment, Aoki, who had been busy all day, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Resting his hands behind his head, he glanced at the moonlight filtering through the crevice of the cave before closing his eyes, gradually succumbing to slumber amidst the steady rhythm of the Dark Raven's breathing. The following day, the sun rose slowly above the horizon, and with the retreat of night, the forest gradually returned to its serene state. The chirping of insects ceased, and the traces of wild beasts vanished. A ray of sunlight streamed through the crack in the cave, illuminating Aoki's face, and the rising warmth roused him from his dreams. It was summer, and the sun rose early. Having battled throughout the previous day, Aoki, for once, did not rise before dawn, possibly due to the favorable turn of events that had lifted a heavy weight from his heart. Stretching lazily, he smiled at the Dark Raven, which had also awakened due to his movements. In his past life, after achieving the status of a near champion, Aoki had gradually let his guard down and began to savor life. Today marked the first time since restarting his journey that he had truly rested. Dark Raven, your task today is quite simple. Keep flapping your wings until all the scents within the cave have dissipated, Aoki instructed the Dark Raven. During the previous battle, the Dark Raven had almost utilized the wind skill, and Aoki believed that with further training, it could master it. Should it continue to advance, it might even come to grasp higher-tier damage skills such as Storm. By honing its abilities, the Dark Raven could simultaneously eliminate foul odors and tidy up the cave, achieving 2 objectives with one effort. Caw. The Dark Raven nodded vigorously, always dutiful in executing Aoki's commands. Since its birth, it had never encountered its parents, having been born into Team Rocket without a nurturing environment, delectable food, or proper training, often bullied by other Pokémon, until it met Aoki, the first and only person to show it kindness, establishing a bond akin to that of a child with a parent. The Dark Raven's sole desire was to never disappoint Aoki. Seeing the Dark Raven's enthusiastic demeanor, Aoki couldn't help but smile. He retrieved a portion of yellow fruit energy cubes from his storage space and, under the eager gaze of the Dark Raven, tossed them into the air one by one. which the dark raven swiftly devoured. With a satisfied burp, the dark raven flew up to the cave's opening, continuing to flap its wings. And a howling wind began to swirl within the cave. Standing behind the dark raven, Aoki remained unaffected by the fierce gusts that roared through the cave. After a brief freshening up and a simple meal of dry provisions, Qingmu retrieved a selection of tree fruits and herbs from his storage space, meticulously arranging them upon a stone surface. He took a piece of dry cloth from his person and carefully wiped each fruit, ensuring they were clean before placing them with great caution. He washed the tool meant for crushing the fruits in clear water, perhaps due to the proximity of the cave to a lake, or perhaps because of an underlying spring. It was evident why the original inhabitant had chosen this location to carve out a dwelling. Regardless, it now served the advantage of Qingmu and the Dark Crow. Compared to the water of the lake that every sprite would drink, the underground spring water here was far purer and sweeter, given the limitations of his environment. Qingmu's tools were quite primitive: wooden bowls and pestles, a hand-cranked impurity separator, a manual compress, and a hand-operated condenser. All tools were crafted from simple wood, resulting in a laborious process for creating energy cubes, which was inherently slow yet effective in quality. As for more advanced energy cubes, they could not be produced with such rudimentary instruments. With careful precision, Qingmu used a small knife to peel and pit all the fruits, employing a chip for calculations to ensure uniformity in size on the cutting board. He removed any excess parts of the herbs before crushing them to eliminate impurities. He began by adding chunks of the evil fruit and swift fruit into a mixing bowl, using a hand crank to blend them, followed by the methodical addition of other fruits and herbs according to the chip's instructions. Each ingredient's quantity, mixing time, and order of addition had to be exacting. Due to the stringent requirements in the production of energy cubes, individuals capable of efficiently crafting them within the alliance were exceedingly rare. Fortunately, Qingmu had the chip to guide him, allowing him to follow the recipe with simplicity. Once the concoction was complete, he transferred the liquid into pre-prepared containers. After compression and condensation, all that was needed was to place them in a cool area and wait for a period of time for completion. After finishing a batch of energy cubes, Qingmu set the containers aside, retrieved an equal amount of materials, and proceeded to create the next batch. Chapter 11. Tasting throughout the morning, the Dark Crow diligently exercised its wings, honing its wind-based skills while gaining a deeper understanding of flying techniques. It took brief rests only when its wings could no longer flap. With utmost dedication, it adhered to the training regimen devised by Qingmu. Meanwhile, Qingmu spent the entire morning crafting energy cubes, which this time proved to be a more intricate process than that of the previous yellow fruit energy cubes. Due to the simplicity of his tools, he managed to produce just over 100 energy cubes within the morning. Observing the neatly stacked containers filled with the energy cubes, Qingmu exhaled a long breath, patting his legs that had grown somewhat numb from prolonged sitting. Rising from the ground, he called out to the Dark Crow. "That should be sufficient for now. Let us take a break. It is time to prepare today's lunch," Aoki remarked, with a final flutter of its wings. A few small whirlwinds appeared in the distance, sweeping away the remaining bat droppings from the cave, before landing on Aoki's shoulder. The sudden weight caused Aoki to stumble slightly, his legs tingling. Observing the slightly embarrassed dark raven, Aoki reached out to stroke its now sleek feathers, chuckling. "It's all right. But it seems your size has returned. I fear I might struggle to carry you now," he added with a hint of jest. In the realm of spirits, humans possess a robustness far superior to those of Earth in Aoki's previous life. Despite Aoki's still somewhat frail physique, he could easily bear the weight of the dark raven. Some humans in this world, though not as formidable as spirits, exhibit considerable strength, rivaling that of ordinary spirits. Certain individuals, particularly those trained in martial arts, can even compare to small spirits. Aoki vividly recalled one such individual, the fighting-type Elite Four member from the future Kanto region, Shiba. His physique was honed to perfection, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with powerful fighting-type spirits like Hariyama. Additionally, some humans possess extraordinary abilities, such as Natsu, the gym leader from Goldenrod City, whose psychic talents surpass those of most psychic spirits. Natsu is also one of the top 3 executives of Team Rocket. Aoki had once encountered Natsu in his previous life, and the memory of her haughty demeanor remained sharp in his mind. Therefore, during the training sessions with the Dark Raven, Aoki also took the opportunity to enhance his own physique. While he did not aspire to reach Shiba's level, he at least aimed not to become a burden to his spirit. At noon, the advantages of living by the lakeside became apparent. In the untouched waters, fish abounded. After several failed attempts, the Dark Raven gradually mastered the art of fishing, and amidst its joyful endeavors, it caught enough fish for their lunch. Upon returning to the Team Rocket base, Aoki, with the addition of some seasonings, grilled a few fish, and together, they enjoyed a delightful meal. After a brief rest, Aoki announced, "All right, the midday break is nearly over. It's time for afternoon battles. Are you ready, Dark Raven?" "Ka, ka." The Dark Raven excitedly spread its wings and nodded eagerly. Despite the morning's training leaving it feeling noticeably stronger, combat remained its greatest passion. "You truly are a battle enthusiast." Aoki chuckled, patting its head. The forest was not lacking in wild spirits. They were abundantly present. With careful observation of the various signs within the forest, one could quickly locate them, and some ill-tempered spirits would even come forward to instigate a challenge. Due to Aoki's possession of the chip, he is able to scan his opponent's data at any moment. If he encounters an adversary he cannot defeat, he will immediately retreat. Only when faced with a suitable Pokémon will he allow the Dark Crow to engage in battle. Thus, as long as they do not recklessly intrude into territories dominated by overwhelmingly powerful Pokémon, both Aoki and Dark Crow remain safe. Soon, as the sun began to set, Aoki returned to the cave, his weary body accompanied by Dark Crow. While Dark Crow battled, Aoki also silently trained his physique. Recently, his frail body had received ample nutrition, coupled with conscious training, resulting in a body that, once emaciated, now bore a hint of fleshiness, with muscle definition gradually becoming apparent. Observing the energy cubes within the container, which had fully solidified, Aoki extracted one and carefully examined it in the palm of his hand. The black and white energy cube had a texture akin to jelly, its smooth surface devoid of any impurities. He gently sliced off a small piece with a knife and placed it in his mouth. A wave of slightly bitter, dry flavor erupted, and despite Aoki's prior preparation, he could not help but frown. The mingling of the slightly bitter herbal taste and the dry fruit flavor was complex. Only a highly skilled breeder could discern all the ingredients, not to mention the intricate production process. Though the taste was unremarkable, it was precisely what the Pokémon favored. After consuming a small portion of the energy cube, Aoki felt a slight alleviation of his fatigued body and muscles. This was merely the effect on a human. The energy cubes, specifically developed for Pokémon, would be even more effective for them. He fed the remaining energy cubes to Dark Crow, who looked on with eager anticipation. Aoki then carefully stored the remaining prepared energy cubes in the storage space of Team Rocket's belt. Observing Dark Crow's longing for the energy cubes, as it could only reminisce about the half-cube it had previously consumed, Aoki playfully chided, "Glutton, what are you in such a rush for? They are all yours. However, you must endure 2 more days of consuming the yellow fruit energy cubes." Having already dined on the yellow fruit energy cubes for 5 days, their efficacy was diminishing. Nevertheless, 2 days remained, and regardless of how much recovery could be achieved, one must wait until the effects completely dissipated. Mixing different energy cubes could potentially have the effectiveness of both, so Dark Crow would have to exercise patience for just 2 more days. Ga. Dark Crow hastily shook its head, then nodded in agreement, seemingly disguising its recent yearning for the freshly made energy cubes while acknowledging Aoki's words. Sitting beside Dark Crow, Aoki gently stroked its increasingly smooth feathers. Drawing upon techniques learned in a past life, he began to massage Dark Crow. After a day filled with training and battles, a suitable evening massage would facilitate a quicker recovery for the little Pokémon. Dark Crow emitted involuntary sounds of comfort, as its stiff muscles were thoroughly relaxed, and it closed its eyes to bask in the enjoyment. After approximately half an hour of massage, the Dark Crow had completely relaxed, its muscles loosening with ease. Following this, the preparations for dinner commenced. Tonight's feast consisted of a large pot of delectable fish soup, the creamy broth mingling with rich, succulent fish flesh, all consumed with great satisfaction. After hastily tidying up the area, the weary human and his sprite leaned against a rock and succumbed to slumber. The forest at night was particularly boisterous. The tranquility of the echolocation bats cave starkly contrasting with the outside clamor. Fortunately, as the cave had long been inhabited by the echolocation bats, it provided a haven of safety during the night. Ultimately, the cave was enveloped in the sound of steady breathing. Chapter 12. The serendipitous trio. 2 days passed amid the diligent activities of Aoki and the Dark Crow. During this time, the duo experienced a fulfilling existence, marked by a blend of simplicity and intensity. If one were to note any transformation, it would be most prominently reflected in their appearances. Having feasted on energy cubes of yellow fruit for a full week, the Dark Crow finally emerged from the depths of its previous frailty. While it remained uncertain whether it had reached its peak potential, the Dark Crow felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Originally lacking even the stature of an average Dark Crow, It now stood at 60 centimeters, 10 centimeters taller than the norm. Its sleek black feathers were tightly arranged, each plume gleaming with a luster that enhanced its aerodynamic form, allowing for swifter flight. The powerful wings exhibited a newfound explosiveness through daily training. It had mastered the wind skill and had even brushed against the threshold of the more advanced storm technique. Despite its increased size and weight, its speed had not diminished. Rather, it had accelerated, resulting in notable enhancements to both its offensive capabilities and agility. Aoki, while not undergoing as dramatic a transformation as the Dark Crow, exhibited signs of improved vitality. His physique gradually developed muscular definition, and he diligently kept pace with the Dark Crow's training regimen, though still clad in tattered garments. His bright eyes sparkled with determination. Even the previously humble echolocation bat cave appeared revitalized. The cold ground was now blanketed with soft straw and leaves, and 2 wooden shelves adorned the walls, laden with herbs and fruits collected by Aoki during his excursions. A modest makeshift bed lay flat on the ground, covered with the fur of an unknown creature. The effects of the yellow fruit energy cubes have fully manifested, and the cycle has concluded. Further consumption would yield little benefit. It is time to indulge in the black speed energy cubes you have been longing for, Aoki remarked, observing the Dark Crow as it preened its feathers. Upon hearing the mention of the black speed energy cubes, the Dark Crow immediately halted its grooming, recalling the delightful flavor from its last experience, and instinctively swallowed hard. Fixating intently on Aoki, observing the gluttonous demeanor of the Dark Crow, Aoki could only smile helplessly. He retrieved the numerous black speed energy cubes he had prepared over the past few days from his storage space and placed them into a bowl designated for the Dark Crow's sustenance. From now on, it could indulge freely into its heart's content. Unlike the yellow fruit energy cubes, the black speed energy cubes subtly enhanced the little Pokémon, brimming with abundant dark and flying type energy. The more it consumes, the more it can absorb. Aoki was confident that in the forthcoming period, the Dark Crow would thrive alongside these energy cubes. As a mid-level energy cube, the energy contained within was substantial. Typically, the Dark Crow would need to feast on numerous fish, yet after consuming just a few energy cubes, it felt remarkably satiated. Savoring the exquisite flavor, the Dark Crow quietly clicked its beak, yearning for more had it not been full. While the Dark Crow relished its lunch, Aoki hastily resolved his own meal. The afternoon was designated for battles and exploration of the forest. The rocket team's base lay to the west, so that area required no exploration. Over the past few days, Aoki and the Dark Crow had been traversing the eastern forest, encountering a myriad of different Pokémon and learning about several local Pokémon groups. Notably, there were the Spearow flock located 8 kilometers away and the Pidgey community 15 kilometers distant. These 2 factions were bitter rivals, often clashing in combat. However, due to their vast numbers, Aoki dared not provoke them. Among the Spearow, a level 22 Fiero commanded respect, while the Pidgey group boasted a couple of level 21 Pidgey spouses, both factions exhibiting considerable strength. The goal for today was to venture southward, setting out lightly equipped with the Dark Crow. Given the current size of the Dark Crow, it could no longer perch on Aoki's shoulder, so it circled above, attentively observing the surroundings. Aoki was uncertain of the exact dimensions of the trial island, but it was likely substantial. After being away from the rocket team's base for several days, he had not encountered another soul. Not everyone remained outside continuously. For instance, the top contender from the first test, Guga, only ventured out during the day for a brief exploration of the forest, returning to the base before nightfall. However, today might herald a change in circumstances. After walking southward for 3 kilometers, Aoki stumbled upon 3 trialists gathered under a tree, resting. The Dark Crow was the first to notice them, and after informing Aoki, they stealthily approached the trio's position. The 3 individuals sat closely together, seemingly engaged in discussion, with their Pokémon accompanying them. Among them, the stout individual in the middle appeared to be the leader, accompanied by a Weezing. Another, notably shorter, had a Oddish as his Pokémon, while the last, an unremarkable figure clad in a green shirt, was accompanied by a Zubat. "Hey, big guy, are we heading in the right direction by going straight down like this?" inquired the shortest member of the group. The corpulent leader cast a disdainful glance at the petite individual, curling his lips in derision. "What? Do you still doubt my prowess?" His gaze was laced with contempt. The small creature known as the Walking Grass, possessing minimal combat capability at lower levels, could be found abundantly throughout the forest. "Not at all, dear fatty. How could we possibly doubt you? You are the formidable contender who ranked 10th in the initial assessment," interjected another youth clad in green, eager to appease. The rotund figure seemed pleased with the eloquence of the green-clad boy, his satisfaction evident in the upward curve of his lips. Humph. If only my gas bomb were adept at direct assaults, my ranking would surely have soared even higher. Though he feigned indignation, his tone softened noticeably. Indeed. With your strength, dear fatty, you undoubtedly could secure a place within the top 3, the petite one hastily chimed in, realizing his previous words may have been ill-considered. Assigned to the walking grass, he faced no significant challenges in taming the creature due to its relatively gentle nature. However, it was undeniable that the walking grass was a rather feeble Pokémon. Furthermore, as a novice in the realm of Pokémon training, he lacked the knowledge to cultivate it effectively. Thus, securing a patron was essential for him to advance further in this trial. Observing the small one gradually grasping his place, the rotund figure, affectionately referred to as Fatty, nodded in approval. Though the diminutive individual lacked strength, his obedience earned him a place by Fatty's side. After a brief pause, Fatty declared, "This treasure map was procured with points earned from my ranking, exchanged at the base's trading post. While the map's indicated area is modest, it distinctly marks the local Pokémon populations. The small RA tribe we encountered earlier is noted on the map, confirming our course is correct." As the 10th-ranked contender in the initial assessment, Fatty had utilized all his points to acquire this treasure map. Not everyone possessed a plan as clear as Aoki's, understanding the needs of themselves and their Pokémon for the forthcoming period. Thus, Team Rocket had made numerous treasure maps available at the trading post, some genuine, some not, with prices varying accordingly. Many, like Fatty, opted to gamble their fortunes on a single treasure map. Clearly, the rotund figure before him was one such individual. Chapter 13. The trio of adversaries listening to the conversation of the trio not far away, Aoki's expression flickered with interest. He was aware that Team Rocket possessed a plethora of treasure maps and knew that a few indeed concealed genuine treasures. However, due to demand, he had refrained from exchanging them immediately, intending to wait for a more opportune moment. Little did he anticipate that his first encounter would be with the treasure-hunting trio. He had some recollection of the corpulent figure, who wielded a yellow-rated gas bomb. Though its level was not particularly high, its innate talent was commendable. As for the other two individuals, they left him with a lesser impression. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, encountering them in the wilderness, especially with intriguing items in their possession, necessitates a confrontation. Thoughts raced through his mind. Since action was inevitable, thorough preparation was essential. The gas creature wielded by the stout youth proved to be a formidable opponent. Yet it remained uncertain whether it had mastered the self-detonation skill. At this distance, the chip failed to retrieve any data. The green-clad youth Soundbat appeared to have considerable growth potential, while the diminutive walking grass was significantly disadvantaged against the dark crow, which possessed a double advantage in flying-type battles, though this was not a major concern. Facing 3 trainers, Pokémon contrasted starkly with confronting wild creatures. Fortunately, the dark crow had also shown impressive growth recently. A quick sweep revealed the dark crow's data before him. Pokémon, dark crow, green, gender, male level, 12 type, dark. Flying ability, prankster, allows the use of status moves first, held item, none inherited skills, punishment, critical hit, feather rest basic skills, peck, scare, pursuit, dark mist taught skills, snatch, tailwind, gust skill machine, none after 2 days of battling. The dark crow had leveled up and learned the skills dark mist and gust. Aoki lay low, crawling forward, the dense grass of the forest providing excellent cover. The dark crow adhered closely to Aoki's back, wary of making any noise. Upon reaching a distance of less than 5 meters from the trio, Aoki halted. This was the limit, as any closer would risk detection. This distance was sufficient for the chip to conduct a scan. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as the data of the 3 Pokémon materialized before him. As he had suspected, there was a level 14 yellow aptitude gas creature that had not learned self-detonation, a level 13 orange aptitude Soundbat, and surprisingly, the small walking grass also possessed yellow aptitude, albeit at a mere level 11. Suggesting a lack of training. With this newfound knowledge, Aoki's strategy became clear. Despite the walking grass's lower level and weaker combat capability, it was still a Pokémon. Facing 3 would be far more challenging than confronting 2. Furthermore, with the walking grass at a disadvantage against the dark crow, it would be the primary target. Dark crow, activate tailwind. We will directly assault the walking grass. After using gust for a ranged attack, close in and use peck to finish it off. Aoki whispered, ensuring only they could hear his words. The dark crow nodded firmly. After days of fighting, it had developed a rapport with Aoki, understanding what to do with the slightest suggestion. Aoki raised 3 fingers, signaling a countdown. As he folded each finger down, a pale white airflow enveloped the dark crow, its gaze sharpening amidst the contrasting hues of black and white. 1. The final finger descended. Whoosh! The dark crow's wings trembled violently, unleashing a fierce gust that swept through the underbrush, causing the lush weeds to bow down and exposing the prone figure of Qingmu. With a bitter smile, Qingmu slowly rose to his feet. In an instant, the dark crow had closed the distance to the walking grass. And to the astonishment of the three onlookers, a powerful wind erupted from its wings like a blade, targeting the dazed walking grass. The wind gustability. A skill of the flying type, it would inflict considerable damage if it struck its target. Reacting swiftly, the three rolled away, evading the dark crow's attack, surprisingly discovering that the stoutest among them was the most agile. As they moved, the gas bomb and the supersonic bat also sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged. The two gusts of wind reached the walking grass in an instant, colliding forcefully against it under its vacant gaze. Bang! Bang! With two resounding impacts, the walking grass collapsed to the ground, creating a slight depression in the earth, signifying the formidable strength of the dark crow's assault. Seizing the moment while everyone was preoccupied with evasion, the dark crow rushed in swiftly, delivering a series of pecking attacks upon the incapacitated walking grass. Gas bomb hit. Supersonic bat, use bite. The two who had regained their composure commanded urgently. Dark crow evade. Naturally, Qingmu, now fully exposed, could not retreat any longer. Upon witnessing their order to attack, he too urged the dark crow to dodge. The dark crow narrowly evaded the strikes of the two Pokémon. Although it did not eliminate the walking grass, it was left on the brink of collapse. Walking grass, cried the small one, his voice tinged with sorrow as he gazed at the fallen creature. Though concerned, he dared not approach. His slight frame would be unable to withstand a single strike from the dark crow. The stout one cast a glance at the sobbing small figure seated on the ground and, with a stiffened expression, spat out, "Useless," finally recognizing who had ambushed them. Both the stout boy and the green-clad youth furrowed their brows, evidently realizing Qingmu's identity, for he was the second-place finisher in the initial test. "It's you. That lucky second place," the stout boy remarked with a cold demeanor. Qingmu's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded them silently. Clearly, the tactics he had employed during the test had spread throughout the base, and most believed he had merely exploited a loophole, dismissing his achievement as inconsequential. Qingmu found no desire to clarify this misconception. Do not think that merely securing second place through cunning is impressive. It was but a trivial trick, the stout boy scolded, his demeanor brimming with disdain as he subtly signaled the green-clad youth to launch an attack. Understanding the cue, the green-clad youth commanded, "Supersonic bat. Close in and use wing attack. Gas bomb, use smog. Dark crow, create a gust to disperse the smog." In response to the impending assault, Qingmu maintained a calm composure. Under Qingmu's influence, the dark crow exhibited no trace of anxiety. As the bat faced the dark crow amidst the rising winds, it swiftly approached the creature while enduring damage. One of its wings emitted a faint glow as it struck towards the dark crow. The murky fog was dispersed by the gust, yet simultaneously, the gas ball drew near. Struck by the bat's wing, the dark crow was sent tumbling several meters away. Although injured, its current physique rendered it unfazed in battle. Gas ball, pursue with malice. Upon witnessing the dark crow being attacked, the rotund trainer quickly commanded. The move, malicious pursuit, doubles in power when the opponent has sustained damage. Thus, at this moment, the attack's potency soared to an impressive 120 points, making it potentially fatal for the dark crow if it were to be struck. Dark crow, do not forget your speed. Ride the wind and evade. Aoki remained composed in the face of the formidable malicious pursuit. Regardless of the attack's magnitude, only skills that actually hit were of any significance. Critical hit. Attack the bat. The dark crow, now propelled by the favorable winds, accelerated, deftly dodging the gas ball's assault before closing in on the bat. Quick, evade, bat. The green-clad youth urgently instructed upon seeing the dark crow approaching. Unfortunately, a critical hit is an infallible strike. With a resounding impact, the dark crow's sharp beak struck the bat with precision, delivering a single blow before retreating without engagement. Chapter 14. The territory of the horned bug before long. The dark crow had deftly evaded the gas ball's attacks and relentlessly assaulted the bat, leaving it incapacitated upon the ground. Aoki smirked coldly once the bat was dealt with. The slower gas ball posed no threat whatsoever. The rotund trainer gritted his teeth, intent on clashing with the dark crow, yet he could barely touch a feather of it. The green-clad youth, gazing at the fallen bat, wore a pale expression, uncertain of his next move. "Idiot. You too, stop dawdling. P.S. Just one. Why not charge at him directly? Are you waiting to meet your doom?" The rotund trainer bellowed, his neck reddening with frustration. If even the gas ball were to succumb, the consequences for the three of them would be dire. Sweat streamed down his forehead at the thought. In response to the rotund trainer's words, the green-clad youth gritted his teeth, retrieving a dagger from his storage belt, gripping it tightly. He was astute enough to recognize the implications of losing even the gas ball's combat capability. Even the small, dazed one finally snapped out of his stupor. Trembling as he stood, his eyes slightly reddened. As if in unison, the two charged towards Aoki. His expression remained unchanged. Having been a member of Team Rocket in his previous life, he had encountered far worse. These were merely two brash youths. Though his physique still bore signs of frailty, his specialized training in combat techniques rendered him unconcerned about the two boys. However, at this juncture, they posed no real threat to him. The Dark Crow. Deal with that rotund fellow first, Aoki remarked casually as he knocked the two individuals to the ground. Caw! The Dark Crow flapped its wings and let out a cry. In the astonished gaze of the hefty man, its sharp claws tore through his throat. Clutching his neck with both hands, he struggled to utter a sound. But no words escaped his lips as he gradually succumbed to the ground. Without a commander, the gas bomb became a useless target, ultimately losing its life beneath the relentless assault of the Dark Crow. In the end, all three individuals and their petite sprites lay defeated before Aoki and the Dark Crow. Aoki, indifferent to their desperate glances, had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. He would not naively believe this world to be a friendly one. It is a world that devours, a realm of stark reality, and as humans, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death. Mercy towards enemies is but cruelty to oneself. In this trial, only those who survive emerge as victors. Skillfully unfastening the storage belts of the three, Aoki swiftly departed the scene with the Dark Crow. The scent of blood would soon attract the malevolent spirits of the forest, and their corpses would undoubtedly satisfy the appetites of the sprites. After an indeterminate amount of time, Aoki and the Dark Crow rested beneath a tree. Aoki produced several black energy cubes to replenish the Dark Crow's strength, then emptied the contents of the three belts onto the ground, a haphazard assortment of items scattered about. Among them was nothing particularly useful. Aoki casually collected a dagger, some provisions, and a few camping essentials. To his surprise, the green-clad youth possessed a bottle of healing spray, the origin of which was uncertain. Perhaps it was pilfered from another. Gazing at the disheveled treasure map in his hand, Aoki felt a wave of exasperation. Though he understood that these maps were left by Team Rocket as rewards for newcomers, the artistic quality was far from commendable. Even the script was crooked, truly befitting a treasure map redeemable for just 100 points. According to the previous conversation among the rotund man and his companions, the direction of the treasure was precisely south of the cave. Based on the information depicted on the map, traversing through two more sprite tribes would lead them to their destination. The rotund man had mentioned passing through the Rattata tribe. Thus, they would soon enter the territory of the horned caterpillar, with the treasure likely situated within the realm of the green caterpillar tribe. In comparison to the green caterpillar tribe that harbored the treasure, the horned caterpillar tribe posed a much greater danger. One must recognize that insect-type sprites generally possess rapid growth rates. Therefore, the territory of the horned caterpillar would undoubtedly house Beedrill. This species reigns supreme in any forest, not due to their individual strength, but because of their collective consciousness. To provoke a single Beedrill is to invite the relentless pursuit of an entire swarm. More importantly, the Beedrill, a diminutive sprite, exhibits a pronounced exclusivity and a fierce inclination towards aggression. It is hoped that within this population, the presence of Beedrill will be limited, otherwise, a detour would be necessary. Aoki, with a wry smile, shook his head, as he now found himself and his dark raven experiencing a tingling apprehension at the sight of numerous Beedrill. Yet, the map merely delineated a straightforward path, leaving the consequences of any detour shrouded in uncertainty. One might encounter a river, leading them further astray, or perhaps face an even mightier creature. In comparison to the perils of the unknown, the dangers that are known are decidedly more palatable. Having obtained the treasure map, it was contrary to Aoki's nature to refrain from exploring it. He stowed the map in his storage space, rose to his feet, and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. He instructed Dark Raven to dig a small pit in the ground, into which he discarded 3 belts along with various useless trinkets, covering them with a layer of soil and casually treading upon it. Shortly thereafter, amidst a dense forest, Aoki wielded a dagger in his right hand, clearing away the thorns and branches that obstructed his path. He hunched slightly, while Dark Raven fluttered its wings gently, avoiding any loud disturbances, presenting a rather comical appearance. Aoki and Dark Raven had now encroached upon the territory marked by the map as that of the Caterpie. After concluding a skirmish with the trio, they had traversed approximately 7 or 8 kilometers alongside Dark Raven, entering the domain of the Caterpie. Upon entering this area, both Aoki and Dark Raven had tempered their movements, hoping to pass through without alarming the Beedrill. Cautiously advancing for another kilometer, Aoki exhaled slightly, relieved to have yet to encounter any Caterpie, Metapod, or Beedrill. However, this brief respite was soon interrupted when he glimpsed ahead a grove of trees, each one encircled by trunks large enough for a person to embrace, densely adorned with cocoons resembling gold. Almost every tree bore 3 to 4 of these cocoons. A glance across the verdant expanse revealed a tapestry interspersed with a profusion of golden hues. Taking a gentle breath, Aoki paused to observe for a moment. The reassuring fact was that no Beedrill had yet made an appearance. Nevertheless, one could not afford to become complacent. When disturbed, Metapod would hastily evolve into Beedrill. Given the current circumstances, should they manifest, Aoki would be confronted by swathes of Beedrill. Although freshly evolved Beedrill posed little challenge to Dark Raven, the sheer numerical advantage was somewhat daunting. Exercising even greater caution, after 2 hours, they finally emerged from the territory of the Caterpie. However, it would not be long before this area transformed into the stronghold of Beedrill. Given their nature, any unforeseen incident would swiftly elevate them to one of the dominant groups within this forest. Chapter 15. Kairos gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Even Aoki, who had witnessed much of the world, felt a twinge of anxiety. The thought of the iron cocoon suddenly transforming into a Beedrill midway through their journey filled him with dread. Even if he managed to flee, it would likely result in severe injuries. It is important to remember that Beedrill are bug and poison-type Pokémon, and succumbing to poison without an antidote would be nothing short of a miracle to survive. At last, they had escaped the terrifying iron cocoon forest, and the air felt significantly more refreshing. The long-repressed Dark Raven soared joyfully in the sky, having endured considerable tension during their previous ordeal. Despite being a flying-type Pokémon, facing a swarm of nearly 100 Beedrill would leave it with no choice but to retreat hastily. The next territory to traverse was that of the Caterpie. Judging by the situation in the territory of the horned beetle, it was likely that this area had also transformed into a forest dominated by iron coconuts. However, the iron coconuts were more manageable, being gentle creatures. As long as they did not provoke them, passing through their domain posed little danger. Even the presence of Butterfree, known for their similarly docile nature, was unlikely to incite any threats. Once again, Aoki consulted the map, confirming that he was on the right path. With that assurance, he finally stood tall and resumed walking. The Dark Raven circled above, resembling a bird recently freed from its cage, likely to continue its flight for a considerable time. According to the markings on the map, they needed to proceed a few more kilometers until they spotted a small hill where the treasure awaited them. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, shadows of people and trees intertwined on the ground. Within the relatively safe Caterpie forest, Aoki observed the quiet iron coconuts patiently awaiting their transformation into butterflies. Eventually, they reached the small hill indicated on the map. At its summit stood a tree so large that it would require 3 people to encircle it, with the treasure buried beneath its roots. To Aoki's surprise, a Pokémon adorned with 2 large horns atop its head was sprawled against the tree, its body shifting slightly, as if searching for something. He gestured to the sky, signaling for the Dark Raven to descend. Upon noticing Aoki's motion, the Dark Raven immediately ceased its circling and glided swiftly towards him. Together, they approached the hill, and when they were within 5 meters, Aoki scanned the Pokémon's data with his chip. Pokémon, Kairos, Orange, Gender, Female Level, 18 Type, Bug Ability, Hypercutter Held Item, Resin Inherited Skill, Feint Attack Basic Skills, Grip, Charge, Bind, Earth Throw, Harden, Revenge, Leverage Throw Teachables, Bug Bite Skill Tutor. None. Upon observing the data of this Kairos, Aoki couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was quite familiar with this Pokémon, having possessed a green quality Kairos in his past life, which had transitioned to a more formidable form and had served as a primary attacker in his team. With an impressive attack stat of 125 and a defense stat of 100, what is even more daunting is its speed stat of 85. Were it not for its low HP growth and inability to evolve, it could have easily become a coveted Pokémon. Even in its current state, Kairyu is undeniably a nemesis for novice trainers. As a bug-type Pokémon, Kairyu grows rapidly, and its exceptional attack power, coupled with its initial skills, makes it a formidable adversary. Known for its volatile temperament, Kairyu will attack any creature that dares to approach, and if caught by its formidable horn, escape is nearly impossible. The Kairyu before them is at level 18, Although it possesses only an orange aptitude, it stands as the most formidable opponent that Aoki and Yamakichi have encountered thus far. Clearly, Kiryu has established itself as the local tyrant on this hillside. If Aoki wishes to obtain the treasure, he must inevitably confront it, and given Kiryu's nature, battle seems unavoidable. Yamakichi, be cautious not to get caught by its horn, Aoki warned sternly. Fortunately, Yamakichi, being a dark and flying-type Pokémon, can inflict double damage with flying-type moves. Gah! Yamakichi sensed the threat posed by its opponent and nodded in understanding. It would be best to minimize direct contact with it. A strategy began to form in Aoki's mind. Yamakichi, use Gust. Kiryu, indulging in its meal, was abruptly assaulted by an attack, one of its least favorite, a flying-type move, which inflicted considerable pain. A surge of anger ignited within it. As the local bully, Kiryu had always been the one to intimidate others. When had it ever been the target of an unprovoked attack, especially while savoring a delightful meal? It was akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Roar! Kiryu bellowed as it charged toward Yamakichi, furious at this small creature for interrupting its enjoyment. As Kiryu ran, it inhaled deeply, focusing its energy. A surge emanated from its feet as it activated its charging skill. This skill enhances the likelihood of landing critical hits. One can only imagine the devastation that Kiryu could wreak with its high attack combined with the increased chance of critical hits. A single strike could potentially be fatal. Yamakichi, use Snatch, Aoki commanded, noticing the shift in Kiryu's demeanor. A dark aura enveloped Kiryu, and the previously gathered energy dissipated in an instant. As the dark energy manifested beside Yamakichi, it felt the potency contained within, sharpening its gaze. Snatch, a dark-type transition move, allowed Yamakichi to seize the charging effect before Kiryu could utilize it. Empowered by this effect, Yamakichi's keen eyes fixated on Kiryu, observing its movements, the swaying of its arms, and the rhythm of its legs. Every aspect seemed slightly out of sync, leading Yamakichi to conclude that striking those areas would inflict significant damage upon Kiryu. Yamakichi, continue using Gust. The Dark Raven, possessed by a mischievous spirit, perceives all enhancement effects as non-existent, and instead, they become a source of empowerment for him. Upon hearing this, the Dark Raven flapped its wings, unleashing a more piercing gust of wind aimed precisely at the area where Kairos felt an imbalance in his body. Bang! Bang! Two fierce gales struck Kairos. Qua! Under the assault, Kairos let out a pained cry. Before he could comprehend why his usual skills bore no fruit, a wave of intense agony surged through his body, surpassing the pain he had previously endured. Enraged and bloodshot-eyed, Kairos found himself utterly helpless against the underhanded tactics of the Dark Raven, akin to a son confronting his father. The frustration of being attacked while unable to retaliate was overwhelming. Resigned, he prepared to employ the skill he least favored, tensing every muscle in his body. Kairos utilized the hardening skill to bolster his defense. Chapter 16. Skill Disc. Witnessing Kairos's actions, Aoki nearly burst into laughter. Recognizing one of the stark differences between wild Pokémon and those trained by a trainer, without any guidance, they relied solely on their instincts and intelligence to fight. Continue using Snatch. As Kairos strained his body, little did he know that his opponent had been anticipating this very skill. The familiar dark energy re-emerged around him, signifying the Dark Raven's Snatch effect once more. After a moment of exertion, Kairos was taken aback, even though he seldom employed this skill. It should not have been entirely ineffective. Unyielding in his determination, he activated the hardening skill again. This time, he finally observed the dark energy swirling away from him towards the Dark Raven. Although he was unsure of its nature, he realized that everything was orchestrated by that annoying, unseen black creature above. Meanwhile, the Dark Raven reveled in an extraordinary sensation, bolstered by the effects of two hardening skills. It felt as though it had donned a suit of armor, its feathers hardened and producing a metallic sound as they rubbed against one another. Qua! Qua! Kairos could do nothing but roar in frustration. After enduring another gust attack, he conceded defeat and turned to flee. Faced with such an unscrupulous opponent, his only recourse was retreat. Yet, despite possessing an impressive speed stat of 85, the Dark Raven's speed stat reached 91, enhanced further by its Tailwind ability. Could Kairos possibly escape? The answer was a resounding no. Under the relentless series of attacks bolstered by the focus energy effect, Kairos ultimately succumbed and collapsed midway through his escape. However, Aoki did not instruct the Dark Raven to deliver a fatal blow. It was not out of reluctance to kill or a desire to capture it, but rather he perceived that this Kairos was an excellent candidate for training, was it not? Upon vanquishing Kairos, the Dark Crow ascended a level, reaching the 13th tier, a testament to the immense experience gained from such a significant victory. With a triumphant cry, the Dark Crow reveled in the exhilarating ferocity of battle. Nay, it should be termed an exhilarating assault. If one could unleash a relentless barrage without the fear of retaliation, who would not embrace such a prospect? Ignoring the incapacitated Kairos sprawled on the ground, the Dark Crow, having been deemed the most suitable target and ideal candidate for evolution by Aoki, pondered whether it should feel fortunate to have escaped a grim fate or mourn its near demise. Approaching the great tree, Aoki glanced upward, only to realize that it appeared far more imposing up close. The dense foliage, akin to a verdant cloud, obscured the sun, and a refreshing coolness enveloped him as he stood beneath its boughs. Grasping a nearby withered branch, he began to dig into the soft earth beneath the tree. Lacking tools, he resorted to this primitive method. Fortunately, the soil was relatively pliable, allowing the branch to penetrate the ground with minimal effort. As Aoki toiled, the Dark Crow circled the tree, now perched upon the largest branch, nodding in apparent approval of its stature. As a bird Pokémon, it possessed an innate affinity for trees. Suddenly, Aoki struck a solid object buried within the soil. Setting the branch aside, he brushed away the dirt to reveal a metallic box glinting in the light. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had only excavated a mere 10 centimeters of earth. No wonder the task had been so effortless. It seemed the object was not buried deeply. Perhaps merely a token gesture. Carefully extracting the metallic box from the earth, he gently shook it, noting its lightness, and brushed off the remaining soil to unveil a completely silver container. The Dark Crow, intrigued by Aoki's actions, swooped down from the tree to observe the box curiously. Sitting cross-legged, Aoki placed the silver box on his lap, noting that a small lock secured its opening. The Dark Crow deftly pecked at the lock, and Aoki remarked to his companion. With a soft click, the lock yielded effortlessly to the Dark Crow's beak. As the box slowly opened, Aoki beheld a spacious interior, housing only a palm-sized disc that emitted a soft white glow. Apart from this solitary disc, the sizable box contained nothing else. Aoki's expression involuntarily twitched at the sight within the box. Firstly, the treasure map, valued at a mere 100 points, depicts the contents of a map in a rather whimsical manner, leading to a rather obscure burial site with an arbitrary depth of concealment. Within a sizable box lies a solitary disc, seemingly placed there without much thought. One cannot help but feel that the rocket team's entire operation exudes a sense of casualness. Although it is understood that treasures are intended to occupy the trial takers, encountering such a nonchalant approach is indeed a novel experience. Shaking his head to dismiss the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Aoki found himself quite content with the contents of this treasure map, despite its modest valuation. Indeed, the disc is a skill disc. However, the specific skill remains undisclosed until it is utilized with a skill machine. Nevertheless, the softly glowing disc likely corresponds to a skill of average attributes. Regardless of the skill, it undoubtedly possesses a value far exceeding that of the 100 points spent. After resealing the box and storing it away, Aoki considered that it was of no immediate use and resolved to examine whether the Dark Crow could learn the skill upon his next return to the base. If all else fails, he could always resell the skill disc to the rocket team for a modest sum of points. It is worth noting that points within the rocket team are not solely acquired through test rankings. They can also be obtained through item exchanges or task completions. This system is prevalent both in the outside world and on this trial island. However, acquiring points is generally challenging. Aoki had taken a glance at the tasks available from the rocket team on the island, most of which involved menial chores such as cleaning or gathering fruits and herbs. It is noteworthy that Aoki had exchanged a considerable quantity of fruits, yet it only cost him 80 points. The points earned through gathering fruits are quite minimal. Tasks such as cleaning yield only a trivial amount of points upon completion. Aoki surmised that this was due to the influx of new recruits who had just arrived on the island and were not yet equipped to handle more demanding tasks. While the rocket team does not mind the demise of trial participants, they are also reluctant to squander such resources. Furthermore, these trialists, having captured Pokémon, are of greater utility than the average individual, albeit their strength may not be particularly formidable. Moreover, the rocket team offers only 70% of an item's exchange value as points for item recovery. This means that an item worth 100 points would yield only 70 points if exchanged for points, thereby ensuring that the rocket team never faces a financial deficit. Despite this, a considerable number of individuals are willing to exchange various rare items for points, primarily because the rocket team possesses an array of items unattainable elsewhere. Thus, it is likely that the only one willing to part with 100 points for the treasure map was this rather ambitious individual. Unexpectedly, This ultimately benefited Aoki and the Dark Crow. While Aoki found the Rocket team's lackadaisical attitude quite exasperating, he remained thoroughly satisfied with the treasure he had acquired. If fortune smiles upon him, this disc may contain rare skills, potentially yielding thousands of points. Seated cross-legged, Aoki placed the box containing the skill disc into his storage space, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he supported his head with his hand and began to ponder. The 1-week recovery plan for the Dark Crow had been successfully completed, and judging by its current condition, the results appeared promising. Though whether it had returned to its peak performance remained uncertain, with the initial plan having reached a satisfactory conclusion. Aoki recognized that he would need to devise a comprehensive and detailed strategy for the 2 months he would continue to reside on the island. Firstly, due to limited resources and time, Aoki estimated he would not capture any additional sprites on the island, especially since he could only utilize 1 sprite in the upcoming trials. Thus, focusing solely on nurturing the Dark Crow was paramount. Secondly, the enhancement of the Dark Crow's level was crucial, having refrained from excessive combat recently. Its level was likely on the lower end among all challengers. During the treasure-seeking expedition, Aoki gradually formulated a plan, which he confirmed as viable upon defeating a level 18 Kabutops. As a dual-type sprite of Dark and Flying, the Dark Crow was effective against Psychic and Ghost types, both of which were scarcely found on the island. However, Flying types were effective against Grass, Bug, and Fighting types, the first 2 of which were prevalent throughout the island. Additionally, the territories previously traversed, the land of the Horned Caterpillar and the territory of the Green Caterpillar, were natural training grounds for Flying-type sprites. The Horned Caterpillar had evolved into a Steel Cocoon, and the Green Caterpillar had transformed into an Iron Armor Cocoon. Nonetheless, this posed little concern. Even if a swarm of Beedrills or a cluster of Butterfree emerged, the Dark Crow, equipped with the abilities of Tailwind and Prankster, could employ guerrilla tactics to mitigate any danger. Chapter 17. The Beedrill emerges. However, time was running short today. The sun was about to set. Engaging in combat with the Beedrills at night would hinder guerrilla tactics. Although Beedrills had poor vision in the dark and might not perceive the Dark Crow blending into the night, Aoki and the Dark Crow would also struggle to discern their surroundings after dusk. The unknowns of the night loomed large, leaving anyone uncertain of the sudden appearance of a formidable sprite. The only course of action available was to explore the vicinity of the hillside, observing the nearby sprite populations to facilitate future escape strategies. Before the sun fully dipped below the horizon, Aoki returned with the Dark Crow to the base of the great tree on the slope. Even now, both Aoki and the Dark Crow could not wholly contend with the dangers lurking in the nocturnal forest. The circumference of this tree should originally belong to the domain of the Kakuna. Now, however, it has been rightfully claimed by the Dark Corvus that vanquished Kakuna. Thus there is no need to fear any mischievous sprites intruding at night. As for Kakuna, which had been defeated by the Dark Corvus, it was discovered to have vanished upon the return of Aoki and the Dark Corvus from their reconnaissance. It remains uncertain whether it departed of its own accord or was spirited away by other sprites. At the center of the gentle hillside lies the territory of the Caterpie and Metapod, with the north occupied by the Kakuna, the east home to a group of walking grasses, among which are several formidable Oddish, and to the south, a few scattered Kakuna dwell, their strength akin to that of the one defeated by the Dark Corvus today. The west, however, harbors no particularly notable sprite clusters, only a few weaker individuals. Setting aside trivial matters for the moment, Aoki kindled a fire beneath the tree using dry twigs and leaves. Placing the energy cube of the Dark Corvus in a wooden basin, gesturing to it with anticipation that it could feast. After a day of battle, the appetite of the Dark Corvus had notably increased. The more it consumed of the current energy cubes, the greater the absorption. Observing the Dark Corvus devouring its meal with gusto, Aoki chuckled softly, retrieving several pieces of jerky from his storage space, lightly toasting them over the campfire, and hastily preparing a warm meal to satisfy his hunger. Though the fare was rather humble, it sufficed to replenish the day's exertions. As night descended, the once tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony of chirps and croaks. Aoki and the Dark Corvus, avoiding any disturbances, ascended the tree, selecting the largest branch as their makeshift bed, and soon succumbed to slumber. A night passed without incident, and as the sun rose from the east, Aoki and the Dark Corvus were already awake, having lived in the forest for such an extended period. Even Aoki had shed the various vices he had acquired in his previous life after attaining the rank of Quasi-King and began to relish a simpler existence. As before, they quickly consumed their breakfast, and under the warm rays of the morning sun, they set forth towards the territory of the Kakuna. The area they needed to conquer today was indeed the realm of the Kakuna. Much like their arrival, Aoki traversed the territories of Caterpie and Metapod safely and smoothly, heading directly towards the grove previously laden with Kakuna. Upon witnessing the densely clustered Kakuna adorning the trees, Aoki felt a sense of speechlessness. Those afflicted with trypophobia would likely flee in terror. As a bug-type sprite, the evolution of the Caterpie into Metapod and ultimately into Beedrill exemplifies the standard growth rate of bug-type sprites. A solitary Caterpie, provided with sufficient resources, can achieve its final evolution within approximately 15 days, free of any defects. The fully evolved Beedrill boasts commendable speed and attack power, and in large numbers. Even the most common sprites would think twice before provoking them. However, during the stages of Caterpie and Metapod, they are indeed quite fragile. In the Caterpie form, lacking any extraordinary encounters, they primarily possess the abilities of String Shot and Poison Sting, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable in terms of both defense and health. Upon evolving into Metapod, while their defensive capabilities see a modest improvement, the only additional skill they acquire is a hardening ability, leaving them susceptible to enemy attacks due to their lack of mobility. According to Team Rocket's chart, this area was presumably only inhabited by Caterpie, thus designating it as their territory. This treasure must have been buried prior to the arrival of all the challengers on the island, but it likely was not buried long before, suggesting that the evolution time for this batch of Metapod has not yet arrived. As Aoki approached, he casually scanned the area, revealing a plethora of information regarding Metapod, predominantly at levels 7 and 8. Although their levels are not particularly high, a sufficient quantity could yield considerable experience, wouldn't it? This was merely a component of his plan. Aoki showed no mercy towards the defenseless Metapod. Furthermore, if a swarm of Beedrill were to form in the future, it would pose the greatest threat to the forest's inhabitants, thereby eliminating a menace from the woods. Dark Raven, use Whirlwind on the Metapod. Expand the attack range and eliminate them as thoroughly as possible, Aoki commanded. Caw, caw. Dark Raven nodded, thumping its chest, as if to say, rest assured, these immobile weaklings are no match for me. During Dark Raven's display of confidence, it did not recall the trepidation experienced while traversing this forest previously. The situation now was markedly different. Earlier, they had to navigate through the woods, surrounded by Metapod, where an unforeseen incident could have caused all Metapod to prematurely emerge from their cocoons, resulting in a perilous predicament. Currently, it was evident that the initiative lay with Dark Raven and Aoki. Utilizing their speed advantage, they could strike and swiftly relocate, evading capture effortlessly. The Metapod in this forest were merely a small fraction of their territory. 2 miniature whirlwinds began to form at the wings of Dark Raven, growing larger and more powerful as they distanced themselves. Under the astonished and frantic gazes of the Metapod, dozens were ensnared within the whirlwinds. The cries of the Metapod echoed, unaware that they were about to face an unforeseen calamity as they witnessed their fallen companions. Those still clinging to the trees shook desperately and shouted in alarm. In battle, Dark Raven showed no signs of mercy. Regardless of the opponent's weakness, once they were deemed an enemy, they had to be vanquished. Without a moment's hesitation, 2 whirlwinds emerged again with Dark Raven's flapping, targeting the remaining Metapod, and once more resulting in a cascade of defeated foes. As a skill associated with the flying type, and with qualifications and levels far exceeding others, not a single Beedrill could withstand an attack from the Dark Raven. Under the relentless winds, all Beedrills in this forest perished. Aoki felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the Dark Raven's capabilities. In this territory, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The forthcoming tasks would prove to be exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, a distant yet approaching sound reached Aoki's ears, reminiscent of buzzing bees. A change flickered across his face. Had he miscalculated? Had a swarm of Beedrills already taken shape within this domain? If that were the case, the execution of his plans might encounter significant obstacles. Before Aoki could ponder further, a group of 5 Beedrills with glaring red eyes materialized before him. Upon counting their numbers, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were only 5. Had there been even a few more, retreat would have been his only option. Aoki was relatively familiar with Beedrills, having encountered them in his previous life, as well as through animations and games during his time on Earth. Initially, he perceived Beedrills as average in strength but numerous in quantity. However, this perspective shifted dramatically when he witnessed the Beedrill of Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, which completely overturned his previous impressions. What he once deemed mediocre transformed into a creature of considerable speed and attack power. With adequate resources devoted to their training, the results could be quite rewarding. Although it would be impossible to cultivate a Beedrill to rival the legendary Pokémon level as Giovanni had done, a properly nurtured Beedrill could still attain the strength of a quasi-champion or champion. Giovanni's original Pokémon was indeed a Beedrill, and as the only son of the former leader of Team Rocket, he possessed resources beyond the imagination of many, undoubtedly investing far more into his Beedrill than most could dream. It is notable that in the manga, Giovanni's Beedrill had triumphed over Lance's Dragonite, a match between the leader of Team Rocket and the champion of the league, both holding significant stature, yet the Pokémon's tiers were vastly different. One was a rather ordinary, if not subpar, bug-type Pokémon, while the other was a Dragonite with a quasi-divine title. Yet, the victor was the Beedrill. While Giovanni's prowess played an undeniable role, this also indicated that the growth potential of Beedrills was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, when Beedrills achieved Mega Evolution, they became highly sought after, boasting adaptive traits, extraordinary attack power, and remarkable speed in battle, truly deserving of the title of Life Reaper. The rapid evolution of Beedrill allows it to become a formidable force within merely 2 weeks, and with a little nurturing, it can exhibit remarkable strength. The advent of Mega Evolution has rendered Beedrill one of the most sought-after Pokémon. On Earth, when Mega Beedrill first emerged, it seemed as though everyone possessed one. To not have a Mega Beedrill was almost a source of embarrassment for Pokémon trainers. For the populace of this world, Beedrill represents a beacon of hope for aspiring trainers. Chapter 18. The Beedrill Colony. In this realm, the majority of trainers hail from humble beginnings. Contrary to the portrayal in anime, not every individual receives a prestigious starter Pokémon upon reaching the age of 10 from esteemed professors. Only the offspring of elite members of the league or those who have rendered significant services to it may, through substantial annual contributions, obtain a starter Pokémon of commendable quality at an appropriate age. For ordinary citizens, the notion of acquiring a starter Pokémon is but a distant dream. Thus, how does one aspire to become a trainer? If one's family boasts a member who is a trainer, assistance in capturing Pokémon is feasible. However, for those without such familial connections, Beedrill emerges as the perfect choice. Caterpie is easily captured, with a modicum of caution regarding its poisonous stinger. One can safely acquire a Pokémon. Furthermore, Beedrill's growth cycle is remarkably swift, requiring minimal time and resources to develop into a Pokémon of substantial combat capability, subsequently opening avenues for capturing other Pokémon. Even those with trainer family members invariably consider Beedrill as their primary choice for a starter Pokémon due to its rapid development and commendable potential. Of course, seasoned trainers may dismiss Beedrill, as not everyone possesses the fortune of encountering a Pokémon of exceptional quality, nor can they invest boundless resources to ensure its success as envisioned. With ample resources and time, it would be wiser to nurture a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, which, upon maturation, would yield high-end combat capabilities. In a previous life, Aoki also aspired to cultivate a Beedrill, yet his ambitions faltered. The challenge lay not in reaching a moderate level of strength, which is relatively straightforward, but in further elevation where the investment of effort does not yield proportional returns. Additionally, Beedrill's lifespan is rather short. Before achieving full development, its power begins to decline due to the limitations of time, a relentless adversary that not all can withstand. As Satoshi does. However, as a transitional Pokémon, Beedrill remains a viable option, especially now that Mega Evolution has yet to be discovered. As a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, Beedrill still holds considerable training value. Regardless of perspectives, these are matters for the future. For now, Aoki and his Honchkrow must confront the 5 enraged Beedrill approaching them. As the 5 Beedrills approached, Aoki utilized a chip to scan them all, producing 5 nearly identical data profiles that appeared before him. Pokémon, Beedrill, Red, Gender, Male Level, 14 Type, Bug, Poison Ability, Swarm Held Item, None Inherited Skills, None Base Skills, Twin Needle, Fury Attack, Rage Taught Skills, None Move Tutor. None. The 5 incoming Beedrills exhibited identical data, as if sculpted from a single template. Aoki exhaled in relief, grateful that only 5 had arrived, and their levels and qualifications were not particularly high. Dark Raven, Unleash Fear. Aoki issued the most suitable command against the 5 enraged Beedrills. By instilling fear, he could diminish the number of Beedrills Dark Raven had to confront directly, significantly alleviating the pressure. Even if none succumbed to fear, the group attack of fear would still inflict considerable damage. With a piercing cry, Dark Raven emitted a sharp, shrill sound that surged towards the 5 unsuspecting Beedrills. Instantly, the jarring sound penetrated the minds of the Beedrills, causing 2 of them to freeze in place. their trembling stingers betraying their inner terror. The remaining 3 Beedrills hesitated briefly before charging toward Dark Raven. The 2 leading Beedrills radiated a faint purple glow, indicating the activation of the Twin Needle skill. Dark Raven, use Gust on the 3 Beedrills ahead. Aoki continued to issue commands. In the next instant, Dark Raven's wings flared majestically, channeling familiar flying-type energy that enhanced the speed of the Gust technique. With a gentle flap, a white whirlwind materialized before the 3 Beedrills, enveloping them entirely. Due to their type disadvantage, the 3 Bug-type Beedrills were effortlessly swept up in the whirlwind, spinning helplessly in the air. When the whirlwind subsided, the Gust skill inflicted tremendous damage, causing 2 Beedrills to crash to the ground, incapacitated. The remaining Beedrill, though barely regaining its composure, struggled to remain airborne. In just a single move, 2 Beedrills were defeated, while one was on the brink of collapse, leaving only 2 that had just recovered from their state of fear. Aoki was quite pleased with this outcome. Though part of the effect was due to type advantage, it was also a testament to Dark Raven's remarkable growth. With its green aptitude, Dark Raven had gained a greater mastery over energy, making the Gust skill increasingly potent. Finish off the remaining Beedrill with a peck. Then continue using Gust to eliminate the last 2. The Dark Raven responded promptly, its wings vibrating as it sliced through the sky, leaving a trail of darkness in its wake. Having mastered the ability to maintain a favorable wind state, the Dark Raven would, even without Aoki's command, strive to sustain this condition during combat. With a resounding peck of its beak, emanating a brilliant white light, it struck the Beedrill with a force akin to a heavy blow. The last remaining Beedrill succumbed to its fate, crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Without a moment's pause, after vanquishing 1 Beedrill, the Dark Raven soared towards the 2 Beedrills that had just regained their composure from their earlier fright. The 2 Beedrills stood frozen, as if bewildered. In less than a minute, the once aggressive pursuers found themselves reduced to mere survivors, trembling with a lingering fear. Despite having a noticeable numerical advantage, they suddenly perceived themselves as the weaker party. Although they remained stationary, the Dark Raven showed no inclination to heed their plight. With an even swifter gathering of energy upon its wings, another white whirlwind materialized, roaring forth in tandem with the Dark Raven's movements. A fierce gust of wind surged towards the 2 Beedrills, prompting them to react swiftly, as if to flee. Yet, just as they turned, they were ensnared by the whirlwind, which mercilessly battered them with the very energy that countered their own. When the whirlwind dissipated, both Beedrills lay motionless on the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. As the Dark Raven descended before Aoki, the forest was devoid of all iron shell larvae and Beedrills, having been eradicated by the Dark Raven's prowess. The buzzing sound of Beedrills echoed ominously from various corners of the woods once more. Indeed, a terrifying little sprite, they mobilized en masse, should one be threatened. The entire colony would abandon their affairs and rush to its aid. This time, the buzzing was markedly more intense than before, with dozens of Beedrills present. Aoki waved to the Dark Raven and turned to depart from the scene. There was no need to confront the entire Beedrill colony directly at this moment. A wise man avoids immediate peril and chooses to retreat. When the furious Beedrill swarm arrived, they beheld a scene of devastation. Bodies of iron shell larvae and Beedrills strewn across the ground, among the branches and bushes. Enraged, the Beedrills scattered in search of the culprit responsible for the annihilation of their kin. Just as chaos threatened to engulf the Beedrill colony, a commanding voice emerged, resonating with authority. A Beedrill, significantly larger than all the others, appeared at the center, its fierce visage twisted in a snarl. It bellowed at its brethren, and the entire swarm fell silent, as if each member were a soldier attentively listening to the larger Beedrill's words. After the large Beedrill spoke, it led all the Beedrills away in an impeccably organized formation, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Had Aoki been present at that moment, he would have recognized this Beedrill as the leader, its considerable size a testament to its rank. However, Aoki was oblivious to this situation, having urgently retreated with his Dark Raven back to the territory of the Iron Cocoon. While on the move, he retrieved the dark energy blocks from his storage space, methodically feeding them to the Dark Raven to restore its stamina. As they were still in the wilderness, it was imperative to maintain effective combat readiness, thus ensuring the Dark Raven remained in optimal condition. Although the Dark Raven had merely unleashed its skills without sustaining any damage or significant energy depletion, it was crucial for it to retain sufficient vigor to confront any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. The Dark Raven eagerly consumed every last morsel of the energy blocks presented by Aoki, experiencing a surge of power as dark and flying energies intertwined within its being. With an increasingly profound understanding of flying energy, the Dark Raven adeptly absorbed the energy from the dark energy blocks. Its innate affinity for dark energy allowed it to seamlessly integrate invisible strands of energy into its body with each breath. The advantages of the energy blocks became increasingly apparent. While other Pokémon might require extended periods to recuperate after battles, the Dark Raven, fortified by the intermediate energy blocks, was continuously replenishing its stamina with remarkable efficiency. "Are you ready, Dark Raven? Today's task is no small feat," Aoki inquired, gently stroking the Dark Raven's now silky feathers. "Caw." The Dark Raven nodded, its wings mimicking a fist as it vigorously gestured its readiness. Aoki smiled faintly. With this spirit, their plans for the day could be executed flawlessly. Chapter 9. Retreat. For nearly an entire afternoon, Aoki and the Dark Raven executed a strategy of swift strikes and immediate withdrawals, resting briefly before attacking another grove. Maximizing their guerrilla tactics as they eradicated 4 clusters of iron cocoons throughout the afternoon. Though each iron cocoon yielded only a paltry amount of experience for the Dark Raven, the cumulative effect led to its leveling up, reaching level 14. However, during subsequent raids on the iron cocoon clusters, several iron cocoons, in a fit of rage, evolved prematurely into Beedrills. Yet for the Dark Raven, even Beedrills of levels 13 or 14 posed no greater challenge than the iron cocoons. Furthermore, its enhanced understanding of these Pokémon allowed the Dark Raven to defeat all adversaries without expending unnecessary energy. Under the intermittent scanning of the chip by Aoki, all data regarding the large needle bees was meticulously stored within it. Among dozens of large needle bees, most bore a red qualification, with only a select few exhibiting an orange qualification. This scenario starkly illustrates the rarity of high-qualified sprites. For instance, a green-qualified Dark Raven could be considered a prodigy. Nearly 1 in 10,000. The disparity between the red-qualified and orange-qualified large needle bees is quite pronounced. The latter possesses an additional inherited skill and demonstrates significantly superior growth. At the same level, a red-qualified large needle bee would succumb to a single gust attack from a Dark Raven, while an orange-qualified one could withstand at least 2 such attacks before being rendered incapable of battle. This evident difference in capabilities renders higher-qualified sprites increasingly precious. It is clear that Team Rocket has invested heavily in this trial, as the least qualified sprite among the 300 participants is an orange-qualified one. After numerous battles, even with the continual replenishment of intermediate energy cubes, the Dark Raven began to feel fatigued, the mental exhaustion overshadowing the physical. Can it persevere? Aoki provided a unique massage to the Dark Raven, aiding in its recovery. As the Dark Raven appeared comfortable, Aoki gently inquired. The Dark Raven, feeling relaxed, merely nodded in response. Then let us make one more attempt before nightfall. After a brief rest, Aoki and the Dark Raven ventured once more from the safety of the Iron Shell cocoon territory into the realm of the large needle bees. Following 4 successful exterminations, the outer regions of the Iron Shell cocoon forest had dwindled significantly, compelling them to delve deeper to locate more. However, as they ventured further, the frequency of large needle bee appearances increased, heightening the danger. After nearly 20 minutes of exploration, Aoki finally discovered a grove densely populated with iron shell cocoons. Gazing at the multitude of cocoons hanging from the trees, Aoki was rendered speechless, pondering the remarkably high reproductive capacity of the large needle bees. Without the presence of rivals or natural enemies, given their reproductive speed and growth potential, it would not be inconceivable for them to dominate the entire trial island. Fortunately, nature adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest. Some formidable sprites cannot simply be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, thus establishing territories to mitigate encounters with stronger adversaries. Just as the Dark Raven was poised to execute another gust attack to ensnare all the iron shell cocoons, several large needle bees suddenly emerged from the forest. Upon spotting them, Aoki furrowed his brow, surprised by their rapid appearance. No, it seemed that these were the large needle bees stationed here as sentinels. This development indicated that the entire large needle bee colony had begun to take Aoki and his Dark Raven seriously. As these beings are social creatures and do not typically leave a few individuals to guard a location, their emergence now served a singular purpose: to guard against the approach of Aoki and the Dark Raven. Indeed, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. One by one, the formidable hornets emerged from the thicket, their buzzing resonating like an angry roar. The already irritable hornets glared fiercely at the lone human and his companion. The sprite, Their wrath was ignited by the massacre of nearly 100 of their kin and countless iron-shelled progeny within a single day, an act tantamount to genocide that stirred their fury to a boiling point. As the swarm of hornets closed in, Qingmu's expression turned grave. It appeared that a remarkable leader had emerged within the hornet colony, one adept at employing ambush tactics. Much like encountering a pack of wolves, a solitary wolf, or even a small group poses little threat, the true danger lies in the presence of an alpha, orchestrating the pack's unity and instilling a fearless resolve against death. The current assembly of hornets bore a striking resemblance to a wolf pack, with more and more hornets materializing, gradually encircling their prey. This situation could not persist. If they were completely surrounded, it would spell peril for Qingmu. He understood that in moments of heightened danger, maintaining composure was paramount. His habitual calmness prompted him to contemplate an escape route. Meanwhile, the chip was activated, analyzing the surrounding conditions. Caw, caw. The dark raven screeched defiantly at the hornet swarm. In truth, even a doubled hornet presence would pose no challenge to him. However, such a scenario would jeopardize Qingmu's safety. Thus, as Qingmu's sprite, the dark raven felt a twinge of urgency, displaying its prowess to intimidate the hornets. Before the hornet swarm could fully encircle them, Qingmu began to retreat slowly with the dark raven in tow. A deeper, more resonant buzzing emerged from the rear of the hornet swarm. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, all the hornets seemed to go wild, their crimson eyes aflame with rage, the sound of their wings fluttering like a surging tide. The dark raven summoned a gust of wind to shield them from the onslaught. With a swift peck, he dispatched several hornets that obstructed their path, issuing a calm command to retreat. Fortunately, the encirclement had not yet solidified. Only a throng of hornets crowded the front, while a mere handful lingered behind. If they could eliminate the hindrance before the wall of wind faltered, escape remained feasible. In mere seconds, Qingmu channeled his utmost flying energy, conjuring two massive white whirlwinds that stood defiantly between the hornets and themselves, blocking the swarm's advance. Even if a few hornets dared to breach the vortex, they were swiftly engulfed, emerging incapacitated. Without a glance back, Qingmu reached for a brownish-yellow cloth from his waist pouch, deftly binding it around his head to shield the upper part of his neck, leaving only his eyes exposed. He sprinted towards the dense underbrush, disregarding the two hornets barreling towards him as if they were mere phantoms. He firmly believed that the dark crow could swiftly eliminate the last two obstacles after utilizing its wind attack. Bang! Bang! Indeed, it did not disappoint Aoki. As the dark light flashed, the dark crow executed a pecking assault, effortlessly knocking down the two low-level bee drills, which fell to the ground, motionless. The peck, being a flying-type move, inflicted significant damage upon the bee drills. Having dispatched the two bee drills with ease, the dark crow appeared above Aoki, prepared to escort him to safety. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous whirlwind blocking the path of all bee drills, a massive figure emerged, remaining unfazed by the wind attack. With a fierce roar, a sharp stinger pierced through the whirlwind, dispersing it. At that moment, Aoki discerned the figure, a giant bee drill, distinctly larger than an ordinary one, towering at twice their size. Hearing the commotion, Aoki glanced back, his pupils constricting in alarm. This colossal bee drill was the leader of the bee drill swarm, an entity poised to become a formidable Pokémon. Due to the distance, the chip could not scan its data, but merely from its imposing presence. It was evident that this creature was no less formidable than the previously defeated Heracross, perhaps even stronger. However, this was not the time for confrontation. Regardless of its uniqueness, Aoki was resolute in his decision to retreat. He quickened his pace, accompanied by the dark crow, who employed its wind attacks several more times to obstruct their pursuers, gradually allowing them to shake off the bee drill swarm. After approximately half an hour, Aoki and the dark crow finally evaded the bee drills entirely. In a secluded part of the iron armor Caterpie's territory, Aoki, panting heavily against a tree, could finally rest. During this period, Aoki had been fortunate enough to receive ample nourishment, supplemented with oil and water daily. Coupled with the breathing techniques learned from his previous life's training, he managed to endure the intense 30-minute sprint. As his breath steadied, he reflected on the overwhelming number of bee drills he had glimpsed while escaping, which caused him a headache. Initially, he had assumed it was a nascent bee drill swarm. Although numerous, they were newly evolved and vulnerable to flying-type moves. He believed that with careful control, he could gradually devour their territory, transforming it into an optimal training ground for the dark crow. However, he was taken aback to find a leader emerging within the swarm, evidently intelligent and capable of orchestrating their efforts. This posed a significant challenge for Aoki. The presence of a leader within a tribe drastically enhances its combat effectiveness and cohesion. A well-led swarm can consolidate its scattered members into a formidable unit, akin to a tightly clenched fist striking fiercely at its foes. The emergence of the Beedrill leader nearly cost Aoki dearly. Although it presented a daunting obstacle, it would be a pity to allow such circumstances to deter Aoki and the Dark Crow from their path. A mere fleeting glance during the escape left no time to scan the data on the Beedrill leader. However, to ascend to the role of a clan leader with such swiftness and without dispute suggests that one's talents and prowess are undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 20. The Pokémon Egg. Is this not the true challenge? If one were to face only a succession of powerless adversaries, even the Dark Raven would find it tedious. In the quest to vanquish the Beedrill, the Dark Raven has yet to discover the joy of combat. Merely adhering to Aoki's commands, Aoki is aware of this sentiment, but feels powerless to change it. Yet, upon the emergence of the Beedrill leader, Aoki could distinctly sense a wave of exhilaration radiating from the Dark Raven. Gently stroking the Dark Raven's sleek feathers, Aoki shook his head with a resigned smile, remarking on its combative nature, so easily stirred by the presence of a worthy opponent. For formidable adversaries, defeating them personally is the utmost form of respect. The exuberant Dark Raven flitted about, unable to contain its delight. After patting his slightly aching head, Aoki mused that the current Beedrill swarm resembled a curled-up hedgehog, posing a significant challenge. Setting aside this troublesome issue for the moment, he gazed at the sun, now perched atop the treetops, and leapt gracefully from the tree. Night was soon to descend, and any confrontation with the Beedrill would have to wait until tomorrow. Back atop the familiar hillside, he kindled a campfire and, as per custom, provided the Dark Raven with a full-body massage. Dark Raven, if you intend to confront that Beedrill leader, your current strength is still somewhat lacking. You must be prepared for a grueling battle, Aoki stated, holding a stick over the fire while roasting jerky. The Dark Raven nodded solemnly in response. Enduring hardship was of little consequence if it meant growing stronger. Aoki's lips curled into a slight smile. Then let us commence this very moment with some post-meal exercise. He retrieved 2 logs weighing approximately 5 pounds each from the ground and produced a length of rope from his storage space, binding the logs to the Dark Raven's wings. With a gentle flap of the newly weighted wings, the Dark Raven sensed a marked heaviness that rendered its once effortless flight somewhat cumbersome. Struggling, it lifted off the ground, finding the act of flying considerably more laborious. After a while, the Dark Raven adapted to the new pressure, realizing that each flap of its wings now required greater exertion. Observing the Dark Raven acclimating to this weight, Aoki nodded approvingly. You've become accustomed to this feeling, I see. Now, circle this tree 100 times. This tree, requiring the embrace of 3 individuals, had branches that spread wide. The circumference for one complete circle was approximately 20 meters. Without hesitation, the Dark Raven commenced its flight around the tree, circling tirelessly. Night had fallen. Aoki and the Dark Raven, having concluded their training, gradually drifted into slumber. Another day has passed, and it has been 4 days since the last trial test. Today marks the 5th day, and in just 2 more days, another trial test will commence. Thus, regardless of whether the Beedrill can be dealt with, it is imperative to return after 1 more day. Concealed within a thicket, a solitary figure lay flat against the ground, camouflaged beneath a blanket of leaves and grass, with a rag wrapped around his head and his face coated in thick paint. Only his eyes were visible, peering out from the foliage. The pungent scent of tree sap emanated from him, rendering his presence nearly undetectable unless one approached closely. A swarm of small, yellow, mischievous sprites with crimson eyes flitted past his hiding spot, oblivious to his presence, until the last one whizzed by. Indeed, the individual concealed within was Aoki. In his previous life as a member of Team Rocket, he had encountered myriad tasks, and such simple disguises posed no challenge for him. Why had he found himself in this predicament? Because, at this moment, Aoki's presence was significantly affecting the performance of his Dark Raven. Had it not been for his protection, the Beedrill would have been incapable of catching up to it, owing to the latter's swiftness. Thus, Aoki remained hidden, waiting for all the Beedrill to pursue the Dark Raven before he would gradually make his exit. The sprites flitting above him were the furious Beedrill in pursuit. After several minutes of waiting, a pitch-black avian sprite landed beside the thicket and let out a soft call. This returning sprite was none other than the Dark Raven, which had just sped away with a horde of Beedrill in tow. Following Aoki's command, the Dark Raven maintained a steady pace, allowing the Beedrill to keep up without being able to strike. Once a sufficient distance was achieved, it unleashed its swift flight, effortlessly outpacing them, before returning to Aoki's hiding spot. Only now, having remained utterly still, did Aoki slowly rise from the thicket, brushing off the dirt and shaking his somewhat numb feet. This untrained body was ill-equipped for such prolonged concealment. He retrieved a black energy cube from his storage space and fed it to the dark raven to replenish its strength. Nodding in satisfaction as a slight smile graced his lips. With the entire swarm of Beedrill diverted, it was time to investigate the heart of their territory. As he traversed through the woods, which bore the unmistakable signs of being untraveled by humans or other sprites, he found himself surrounded by overgrown weeds and thickets, with scarcely any visible beast paths. Leaves, gnawed upon, littered the ground and clung to the treetops, remnants likely left from the time of the horned beetles. The air was suffused with the fresh scent of foliage as Aoki and the dark raven pressed onward, heading directly toward the center. Not long after, having walked for approximately 10 minutes, Aoki and the dark crow finally arrived at the heart of their territory, a colossal ancient tree, nearly 3 times the size of the tree where Aoki typically resided. Atop it lay a nest-like structure, crafted solely from earth. With the assistance of the dark crow, Aoki stood at the edge of this hive, eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the sight before him. Within the immense hive, an array of nearly identical fairy eggs was displayed, exclusively the eggs of the Beedrill species. Should they successfully hatch, they would undoubtedly yield a multitude of hornets, which would eventually evolve into a swarm of Beedrills. Though insect-type fairies are plagued by a brief lifespan, their rapid reproduction rate leaves other fairy species in their wake. Once the initial shock subsided, Aoki activated his chip, scanning all the data concerning the fairy eggs. A cascade of information flashed before his eyes, revealing that the majority of the eggs possessed red attributes, while a few orange ones occasionally caught his attention, appearing particularly striking amidst the sea of red. Among the vast quantity, he even spotted 1 or 2 eggs with yellow attributes. After a brief moment, the scanning was complete, revealing a total of over 500 Beedrill eggs, of which only 3 exhibited yellow attributes and 25 bore orange attributes. Taking a deep breath, Aoki felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, pondering how to deal with these fairy eggs. Destroying them bore no value or significance, and even Aoki's coldness was reserved solely for adversaries. As Aoki grappled with this dilemma, the dark crow, perched nearby, suddenly tapped Aoki's leg. Caw caw. The dark crow nudged Aoki's leg, raising its head and gesturing with one wing towards the higher branches. Following the direction indicated by the dark crow, Aoki spotted a relatively smaller hive nestled among the uppermost branches, its craftsmanship appearing far more exquisite and intricate. He requested the dark crow to carry him to the higher hive, suspecting this to be the lair of the Beedrill leader. Gazing at the 3 eggs within the hive, Aoki mused silently. Once more activating his chip, the data retrieved left him in awe. Astonishingly, 2 out of the 3 eggs possessed yellow attributes, and 1 even exhibited a green attribute. Fairy, hornet, egg form, green, gender, female level, 1 type, bug, poison ability, unknown held item, none inherited skills, bug bite. Focus energy base skills, none taught skills, none skill learning device, none unconsciously swallowing. Aoki realized this was his first encounter with an unhatched fairy of green quality. Although this fairy was merely a common hornet, attaining a green attribute implies a significant reduction in the limitations imposed by its species. The spirit egg in question is undoubtedly the offspring of the formidable Beedrill leader. Observing the attributes of these 3 spirit eggs, it is clear that the Beedrill leader possesses at least yellow-level qualifications, with a possibility of reaching green. Typically, in the inheritance of attributes among small spirits, barring any exceptional circumstances, the qualifications of their offspring tend to differ by no more than 1 tier from those of their parents. In other words, if the parents exhibit yellow qualifications, their progeny will have a minimum qualification of orange, generally settling at yellow, and if particularly exceptional, might even attain green. Should the parents possess differing qualifications, various outcomes may arise. However, the offspring will not be lower than 1 tier below the parent with the lowest qualification, nor higher than 1 tier above the parent with the highest qualification. Thus, the green attribute caterpie egg is likely to have parents of yellow or even green qualifications. Taking a piece of cloth, I carefully wrapped the green attribute caterpie egg, securing it behind my back with a firm knot. Then gently tested it with a leap to ensure it would not fall. Spirit eggs cannot be placed in storage spaces, as doing so would render the egg inert, transforming it into a lifeless shell. Storage spaces are generally designated for inanimate objects. Placing living beings within would lead to their immediate demise. Undoubtedly, I would not overlook this green attribute spirit egg, whether for personal use or for trade with Team Rocket or others. It would yield valuable resources. Once a seasoned spirit hunter, I am well versed in matters of this nature. Chapter 21. The Beedrill Leader. With just this green attribute spirit egg, this undertaking promises to be immensely lucrative. As for the 2 yellow attribute spirit eggs, should I manage to obtain them, I would also take them, given that their parents possess commendable talents. Although they are slightly weaker compared to their green attribute counterparts, they still hold a degree of rarity. The disparity between parents with yellow qualifications and those with green is significant. However, since acquiring them seems improbable, there is little necessity to pursue them further, for the value of yellow attribute spirits pales in comparison to that of green attribute spirits, exhibiting a geometric disparity. With the aid of my dark raven, I returned to the surface, carrying the spirit egg, eager to vacate this perilous locale before the Beedrill swarm returned. Unlike my arrival, I and the dark raven veered from the center of the forest towards alternate paths to evade the returning Beedrills. Just as I was departing from the Beedrill nest with the spirit egg, the Beedrill leader, far in the distance, seemed to experience a sudden pang in its heart, as though it had lost something of great significance. Instantly recalling the 3 spirit eggs left in the nest, the leader was jolted into action. Buzz, Buzz, the Beedrill leader, seemingly consumed by madness, called out frantically, causing the surrounding Beedrills to hold their breath in fear. Swiftly, the protagonist darted towards his lair. Having completely evaded the territory of the Vespiquen, he artfully circumvented the frantic swarm of Vespiquen rushing back to their nest, finding refuge within the domain of the steel cocoon. The initial strategy was to eliminate the Vespiquen's nest after skillfully dodging their pursuit. This would undoubtedly drive the Vespiquen into a frenzy as they desperately searched for their adversary and busily reconstructed their hive, thus providing an opportune moment for the protagonist and his companion, the Dark Crow, to strike without falling into the clutches of the Vespiquen once more. With meticulous execution, the encounters with the Vespiquen could be minimized, allowing for a gradual decimation of the entire Vespiquen population. However, to his astonishment, he discovered a green-quality Pokémon egg nestled within the Vespiquen-S hive, prompting a modification of his plans that he deemed acceptable. Little did he know, the repercussions of stealing this egg would far exceed those of annihilating the Vespiquen colony outright. The Vespiquen leader returned to the hive at breakneck speed, outpacing the others. Upon witnessing the loss of one of the 3 Pokémon eggs that once resided in the hive, rage surged through her. Her crimson eyes, already filled with intensity, now gleamed with a hint of madness, enveloping her entire being in a murderous intent. The other Vespiquen, arriving shortly thereafter, were driven into a frenzy upon realizing that their leader's offspring had been taken. To the Vespiquen, their leader represented the very essence of their existence. And with her exceptional lineage, she embodied the hope for the entire colony's prosperity. The theft of her most promising child felt akin to extinguishing the collective hope of their kind. Buzzing, the dense woods echoed with the frantic movements of enraged Vespiquen. Suddenly, an image flashed in the leader's mind, the dark-hued little Pokémon and the human that accompanied it. Perhaps through the instinctive bond of parenthood, the Vespiquen leader sensed that her child had been spirited away by this duo. Fueled by unrestrained fury, she let out a cry that resonated through the air. Instantly, all Vespiquen turned their gaze towards her, akin to soldiers awaiting commands from their esteemed monarch. With a fervent flutter of her wings, she surged forth from the hive, tracing the lingering scent of the Pokémon egg in the air, pursuing the duo with relentless determination. The entire swarm followed their leader, taking to the skies. As the Vespiquen vacated their hive, the forest erupted into chaos. All Pokémon within the vicinity, upon witnessing the swift approach of the Vespiquen, dared not impede their path. Any Pokémon with a modicum of awareness could sense the impending danger, swiftly retreating upon catching sight of them. Following the trail left by the protagonist, the Vespiquen gradually encroached upon the realm of the steel cocoon, ultimately halting at its threshold. Among all the creatures of the forest, the Beedrills harbor an intense disdain for the Butterfree, who, despite being their greatest rivals, possess a gentle disposition and do not instigate conflict. The Beedrills, wary of provoking the Butterfree, who share similar reproductive capabilities, have maintained a delicate balance, each avoiding the other. However, when the aggressive Beedrills surged towards the Butterfree's territory, sensing impending danger, the Butterfree hastily gathered at the boundary of their domains, marking the first encounter between the 2 factions. Buzzing, buzz, buzz, buzz. The enraged leader of the Beedrills, oblivious to the presence of the Butterfree, detected the unmistakable scent of younglings emanating from their territory. From the ranks of the Butterfree emerged their leader, who, witnessing the fury of the Beedrills, issued a warning. The Beedrill leader, disregarding the Butterfree's pleas, let out a fierce cry and charged headlong into their domain. The Butterfree leader attempted to intervene, but was intercepted by two Beedrills that had swooped in from the side. Unprepared for an altercation, the Butterfree had not fully assembled their numbers, which paled in comparison to the Beedrills. The Beedrills, driven by rage, fought fiercely. Despite the Butterfree's valiant efforts to defend, several Beedrills breached their lines, with the leader being the first to penetrate deep into Butterfree territory. Buzz, the Butterfree leader called out, but was unable to dispatch the two Beedrills swiftly enough, forced to watch helplessly as the Beedrill leader soared deeper into their realm. Meanwhile, Aoki and Corvus, resting at their campsite, were unaware that Aoki's actions had inadvertently sparked a conflict between the two factions. Having attained considerable prowess in his previous life as a quasi-champion, he now held a respected position within Team Rocket, no longer needing to capture Pokémon for resources. Consequently, he neglected the fact that Pokémon eggs have a unique bond with their parents. Failing to mask the egg's presence in time, and instead covering it with leaves to obscure its scent. Suddenly, Corvus halted its meal, lifting its head as its instincts alerted it to an approaching danger. Aoki, reclining with his hands behind his head, sat up slowly, puzzled by Corvus's demeanor. "What is it, Corvus?" he inquired just as he faintly heard the buzzing sound. His expression shifted as he focused intently to the north. A yellow figure gradually emerged from the horizon, followed by a dozen smaller, similar shapes. Beedrills. Aoki recognized the familiar silhouettes, having encountered them frequently over the past few days. He had not anticipated they would track him down to this location, clearly having stirred their ire. As the leader of the Beedrill made its appearance, the Dark Crow was filled with excitement. Eager to engage in battle, it had long awaited this opportunity, disregarding the dozen or so ordinary Beedrill that accompanied the leader. Suddenly, Aoki chuckled, realizing that the entire Beedrill clan must have paid a considerable price to reach this location. However, with only a handful of Beedrill present, neither Aoki nor the Dark Crow felt any trepidation. Sensing the sudden disappearance of their aura, the Beedrill leader quickly spotted the two familiar figures, and in an instant, all speculations turned into reality. Furious, they charged forward without hesitation. "Dark Crow, prepare for battle," Aoki softly stated as the approaching figures drew nearer. The recently satiated Dark Crow let out a cry and soared into the air. Utilizing its tailwind ability, it ascended and first unleashed a terrifying attack on several visibly injured Beedrill, swiftly dispatching them. Next, it used Tailwind to intercept the Beedrill leader, intent on eliminating the remaining Beedrill before finally confronting the long-anticipated adversary in a one-on-one duel. When the swarm of Beedrill launched their assault, Aoki issued commands that perfectly suited the situation. In the next moment, enveloped by a surge of air currents, the Dark Crow transformed into a streak of black light. Its flight capabilities intensified. Without hesitation, it launched an attack on the Beedrill leader, employing a wind skill that manifested as a wall of white cyclone, obstructing its path. The dark light flickered as the Dark Crow, honed by wing training, exhibited an even swifter speed. It unleashed a series of pecks, knocking several already injured Beedrill to the ground, rendering them unable to continue fighting. This marked the moment the Beedrill leader had just broken through the wind barrier. Yet 6 other Beedrill remained in good condition. They rapidly darted about, using their Twin Needle and Barrage skills against the Dark Crow. At that moment, the Dark Crow found itself in a precarious situation, with its old strength waning and new power yet to emerge. Its agile form dodged frequently in the air, but it was still struck by 2 of the Beedrill. The battlefield gradually ascended, allowing Aoki to finally scan the Beedrill leader's data. Pokémon, Beedrill leader, pale green, gender, female level, 17 type, bug. Poison ability, bug's anticipation held item, leader's aura, enhances Pokémon's potential by 1 tier, inherited skills, bug bite, pin missile basic skills, twin needle, barrage, fury attack, pursuit taught skills, drill run, agility TM, none the leader's aura, a trait only possessed by leader Pokémon. Not only enhances their potential, but also earns them the respect of similar Pokémon. Chapter 22. Defeating the Beedrill leader. Upon reviewing the Beedrill leader's information, Aoki couldn't help but be astonished. Although he had his own assumptions regarding the Beedrill leader's capabilities, he had not anticipated the existence of the leader's aura. Even in a previous life, having spent half of my existence as a Pokémon hunter and ultimately achieving the esteemed rank of Quasi-King, I had only encountered the aura of a leader on 2 occasions. This aura possesses the extraordinary ability to elevate a Pokémon's aptitude by a small tier, signifying its remarkable presence. Furthermore, wielding dominion over an entire clan, the allocation of resources naturally favors those Pokémon imbued with a leader's aura. ensuring that their eventual accomplishments are seldom modest. In terms of Pokémon aptitude, it is generally categorized into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. However, upon closer examination, one can discern 3 subtiers based on the depth of color. For instance, the leader of the Beedrill possesses a light green hue, barely reaching the green aptitude threshold, which starkly contrasts with the significant difference found in deeper green variants. The Dark Crow, while classified as green, exhibits a darker shade, teetering perilously close to deep green aptitude. Without the aid of special items, it may never ascend to that depth. Thus, it can be inferred that the leader of the Beedrill originally possessed a deep yellow aptitude, yet, due to the influence of the leader's aura, it has risen to a light green status. As its offspring, the green aptitude Caterpie egg stands as the most exceptional entity within the clan. If nurtured appropriately, it is poised to become the strongest member of the clan, potentially enhancing the overall aptitude of its kin. It is no wonder that the Beedrill leader is often consumed by inexplicable fury upon witnessing the disappearance of its most promising child. Nor is it surprising that the entire Beedrill clan erupted in outrage upon learning of the egg's loss. The actions of Aoki have deeply shaken the foundation of the Beedrill clan, yielding consequences far more severe than the mere annihilation of a swath of hardened cocoons. Of course, these reflections were but a fleeting moment for Aoki. Meanwhile, after inflicting damage and knocking several Beedrills to the ground, the Dark Crow found itself momentarily vulnerable, having sustained a few minor attacks that, while not grievous, still posed a hint of danger. With a piercing cry, the Dark Crow unleashed a cacophony that resonated through the air, causing 2 nearby Beedrills to falter in fear. Seizing the opportunity, it swiftly gathered the energy of the flying type between its wings, unleashing the gust move, which enveloped itself and the surrounding Beedrills in a howling whirlwind. The energy of the flying type carried immense power against the bug-type Beedrills. As the Dark Crow intensified its wind, flapping its wings vigorously, it amplified the damage of the gust, while simultaneously preventing the Beedrill leader from entering the fray. With the escalating force, the Beedrills, struggling against the onslaught, were one by one cast aside, collapsing to the ground in a state of immobility. At last, when the final Beedrill succumbed, rendered incapable of battle, the Dark Crow abruptly halted its wings. With a resounding thud, the whirlwind induced by gust came to an abrupt end, the once spiraling air dissipating into the atmosphere. Now, only the Beedrill leader and the Dark Crow remained suspended in the air, locked in a tense standoff. It was the Beedrill leader who could no longer contain itself. With a flash of movement, it transformed into a brilliant streak of light, its twin stingers thrust forward, targeting the Dark Crow directly. The chief of the Beedrill unleashed its Thunderbolt skill. Dark Raven, use Peck. Following Aoki's command, Dark Raven narrowed its eyes, a glimmer of white light flickering on its beak, imbued with the energy of flight type, and collided directly with the oncoming Beedrill. Bang! In an instant, the 2 Pokémon crashed into one another and were sent flying back due to the force of their respective attacks. A distortion appeared on Beedrill, and an unnamed flame ignited within it. The Fury skill, when activated after being attacked, amplifies its attack power due to the surge of anger. Aoki paid no heed to Beedrill's use of the Fury skill. As long as a sufficient distance could be maintained, Dark Raven would always hold the upper hand. Dark Raven, maintain the tailwind and use Gust, Aoki calmly instructed. After the brief collision, the 2 Pokémon widened the gap once more. The Gust skill took shape almost instantaneously, fiercely directed at Beedrill. Beedrill, irked by the swirling wind brimming with flight energy blocking its path, charged resolutely towards Dark Raven, choosing to disregard the tempest before it. With rapid thrusts of its stingers, it dispersed the whirlwind with the skill of Fury. Dark Raven momentarily froze at the sight of Beedrill, which had boldly absorbed its skill, only to see the Beedrill reappear before it, ready to execute Thunderbolt once again. Dark Raven, do not dawdle, use Scare. The fierce stinger struck, inflicting a sharp pain upon Dark Raven. Enduring the damage from the piercing stingers, Dark Raven cried out, and the Scare skill interrupted Beedrill's ferocious assault. With a swift maneuver, it regained a safe distance. This pattern continued, with Dark Raven keeping its distance from Beedrill, utilizing Gust, and Beedrill swiftly breaking through the wind to close in with its stingers. After exchanging blows 7 or 8 times, Dark Raven felt its body grow numb from the pain, and its wings felt burdened. Beedrill also labored in the air, panting heavily. With its light green potential and the formidable physique of a leader Pokémon, it had endured numerous gusts that were extremely disadvantageous to it without losing its fighting spirit, showcasing its remarkable strength. although Beedrill was 3 levels higher than Dark Raven. The latter was faster and had the advantage of type effectiveness. Aoki, who was vigilantly observing the entire battle and issuing commands, continued to deliver the most prudent instructions. Dark Raven, use Feather Rest. As both sides began to slow, the one who could endure the longest would emerge victorious. It must be said that the Beedrill leader's prowess was indeed exceptional, truly deserving of being a leader Pokémon nurtured with the resources of its clan. Following Aoki's command, Dark Raven landed on the ground, its numbed body causing its legs to lose sensation, nearly stumbling as it fought to maintain its balance. In an instant, the effects of Yuchi began to manifest, as the robust power of the earth flowed ceaselessly through the Dark Crow's talons, enveloping its entire being in a warm embrace. The numbness that had gripped its body due to pain gradually subsided, restoring its senses. The Beedrill, though unaware of why its opponent had suddenly collapsed, instinctively sensed the Dark Crow's recovering state. While the crow regained its strength, Beedrill felt its own vitality waning. It could not allow this to continue. With resolute determination, Beedrill decided to interrupt the Dark Crow's recuperation immediately. Although this decision was sound, Beedrill was no longer in its prime. Its speed had diminished significantly, and even its signature move, Thunder Shock, was now beyond its physical capacity. As Beedrill finally approached the Dark Crow, the latter had awakened from its state of Yuchi, its eyes opening with a fervent battle spirit. Despite being adversaries, the Dark Crow maintained a profound respect for Beedrill. Having spent considerable time with it, Aoki understood its temperament. Upon witnessing the crow's awakened gaze, he comprehended its intentions and sighed with a wry smile. Do as you wish, Dark Crow. With a sharp call, the Dark Crow flapped its wings and collided with Beedrill. This time, the Dark Crow did not evade. Beedrill's weakened state hindered its ability to maneuver freely, resulting in mechanical, repetitive strikes. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed in the air, each impact resonating with palpable intensity. Gradually, Beedrill's strength waned, and the fury in its eyes diminished. As an opponent, it recognized the respect the Dark Crow held for it. With a final, powerful blow, the Dark Crow's wings struck Beedrill's body. Yet the anticipated counterattack never came. Beedrill crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Staring blankly at the fallen Beedrill, the Dark Crow finally realized it had emerged victorious. With a triumphant caw, it celebrated. This was the first opponent that had offered such a thrilling battle, and the strongest adversary it had defeated thus far. Aoki approached slowly, observing the unconscious Beedrill on the ground, and exhaled deeply. Although he had confidence in the Dark Crow, seeing its opponent truly incapacitated eased his previously anxious heart. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped the Dark Crow, startling Aoki momentarily before a smile broke across his face. He had not anticipated that the Dark Crow would level up after its victory over Beedrill. The chip activated, scanning the Dark Crow with ease. The Dark Raven, Dark Crow, Green, Gender, Male Level, 15 Attributes, Dark, Flying Ability, Mischief Heart, allows the use of transformation moves first, Held Item, None Inherited Skills, Punishment, Critical Hit, Roost-based skills, Peck, Scare, Pursuit, Dark Mist, Wing Attack Taught skills, Snatch, Tailwind TM compatibility, none having successfully reached level 15. The Dark Crow has learned Wing Attack, a formidable flying-type move with a power of 60, which can be regarded as its most potent aerial skill thus far. However, after an exhilarating bout, the Dark Crow stumbled, suffering from the aftereffects of Roost. Its body was nearly devoid of strength, compounded by relentless battles and the strain of muscular collisions. The beleaguered Dark Crow was swiftly caught by Aoki, who chuckled wryly and gently tapped the creature on the head, reminding it of the consequences of recklessness, his voice laced with resignation and affection. Despite the Dark Crow's loss of combat capability, Aoki felt a sense of satisfaction, having triumphed over a formidable adversary. Chapter 23. Return gently, placing the Dark Crow on the ground. Aoki retrieved an emergency healing spray and meticulously applied it to the creature's wounds. Instantly, a soothing sensation enveloped the injured areas, alleviating the initial pain. After a brief moment, a sharp sting returned as the wounds underwent disinfection. Amidst the Dark Crow's uncertain sensations of comfort and irritation, the entire bottle of healing spray was exhausted. After consuming some energy cubes, the Dark Crow gradually regained control of its body and slowly rose to its feet. As the Dark Crow prepared to take flight, Aoki intervened, lifting it into his arms. Given the Dark Crow's current weight, this task proved somewhat strenuous for Aoki. Meanwhile, at the juncture between the territories of the Butterfree and Beedrill, the air was thick with a ghastly odor. Corpses of Beedrill and Butterfree littered the ground, trees, and shrubbery. Initially, the Beedrill had the upper hand. But as an unending influx of Butterfree joined the fray from various directions, their numerical advantage dissipated. With the leader of the Butterfree still present on the battlefield, while their own leader had vanished deep into the woods, the Beedrill faced far greater losses. As casualties mounted among their kin, the ordinarily gentle Butterfree began to exhibit fury, no longer holding back against the Beedrill, resulting in even graver injuries among their ranks. At the moment the Dark Crow vanquished the Beedrill leader, an uncanny sensation washed over all Beedrill, as if a protective aura had suddenly dissipated. In an instant, all the Beedrills stood frozen, momentarily oblivious to the battlefield surrounding them. After enduring several blows from the Butterfree, a few succumbed, forever stripped of their fighting prowess. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, the Beedrills roared defiantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They had sensed a profound loss. Their leader's essence was fading away. The leader, akin to a king, represented their sovereignty. The death of a king brought disgrace to his subjects. A few Beedrills, driven to madness, disregarded the onslaught of Butterfree and attempted to breach their defenses, only to fall before they could come close. Gradually, more and more frenzied Beedrills joined their ranks. Suddenly, a notably stronger Beedrill ceased its roaring and called out to the others. In an instant, the Beedrills regained their composure. As if doused with a bucket of cold water on a sweltering summer day, their once dimmed spirits began to rekindle. Ultimately, under the guidance of their leader, they began to withdraw, their earlier ferocity diminished, with fewer than 100 returning. To an observant eye, a mysterious aura began to envelop the leading Beedrill. This enigmatic essence was the embodiment of the leader's presence. When a group's members are sufficiently united and cohesive, such an aura manifests. As this essence coalesces, it ultimately transforms into the leader's commanding aura. With the Beedrills retreating, the Butterfree carried the bodies of their fallen comrades back into the woods, marking the tragic conclusion of the fierce conflict between the two factions. Nearly 3 hours later, the Dark Raven finally emerged from the aftermath of using Feather Roost, a recovery hastened by the aid of energy cubes. Though Feather Roost was a beneficial skill, it could not be employed too frequently or relied upon as a standard technique. Remarkably, under Aoki's insistence, the Dark Raven did not engage in training that day. Instead, it continued to heal under Aoki's careful massage. As dawn broke once more, the Dark Raven had fully recuperated. Aoki was preparing breakfast beneath the tree, while the exuberant Dark Raven, with thick wooden rods bound to its wings, soared through the sky, circling the grand tree in rapid succession. In the previous day's fierce melee with the Beedrill leader, both Aoki and the Dark Raven had recognized their physical vulnerabilities. Having learned the wing attack, the Dark Raven now required further enhancement of its wing strength. After leveling up, the Dark Raven's physique showed subtle improvements. Where it once grew fatigued after flying 100 laps, it now retained energy even after completing the same distance. After a brief rest, and consuming some energy cubes prepared by Aoki, the Dark Raven resumed its training. Removing the wooden rods from its wings, it stood on the ground and began striking the tree, producing a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. After Aoki finished his breakfast, he joined the training regimen, commencing with shuttle runs up the hillside, followed by sit-ups and push-ups. The morning is the most opportune time for the body to absorb training. And after a morning of rigorous exercise, he lay exhausted on the grass, gazing at the azure sky, feeling both his body and mind relax. Upon concluding his lunch, Aoki, accompanied by his Dark Raven, embarked on the journey home. Today marked the 6th day, with tomorrow being the time for the Rocket Team's assembly. As he passed the boundary between the territories of the Butterfree and Beedrill, Aoki beheld the devastated forest, rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that a mere instinctive action could incite a war between the two factions. Observing the desolate woods and the corpses scattered across the ground, the magnitude of loss for the Beedrill tribe was palpable. Not only the Beedrill, but even the once abundant Metapod were now nowhere to be found, and the Butterfree, which had been frequently sighted, had vanished without a trace. The loss for both tribes was undeniably significant. With a slight sigh, Aoki continued toward the Beedrill territory. Having endured numerous tribulations in his previous life, Aoki had long been accustomed to such occurrences. This world was inherently predatory. If one lacked strength, one could hardly blame fate for their demise. The notion of idle compassion had long been discarded by him, aside from his closest companions and Pokémon. He harbored no trust or mercy for anyone else. Compassion was a trait of the weak. The strong had long acclimated to the inevitability of death. As a former Pokémon hunter, Aoki had witnessed even more brutal slaughters than this, let alone the current situation. Weakness was, after all, an original sin. Re-entering the forest of the Beedrill territory, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though the once vibrant woods now felt eerily empty, devoid of the Metapod. "I hope you take the hint and refrain from troubling me," Aoki muttered softly. Given the current state of the Beedrill tribe, he felt no trepidation without their leader. The Beedrill were but a scattered force, easily dispatched by his Dark Raven. What once required caution to traverse was now navigated with boldness by Aoki and the Dark Raven, who faced no obstacles. The return journey, which had taken nearly 2 hours, was completed in just one. Throughout the entire route, not a single Beedrill was encountered, as if they had all curled up in hiding. Aoki was pleased by the Beedrill's prudence. They could no longer provide any substantial assistance to the Dark Raven. If they ceased their provocations, Aoki and his Dark Raven would hardly regard them as worthy of their attention. As they smoothly passed through the Beedrill territory, the signs of the little Pokémon began to re-emerge. The return path bore little difference from the outward journey. As he passed the site of the previous battle with the trio, almost all traces of the conflict had vanished, leaving only a few bloodstains on the ground. As Aoki passed by the cave of the Zubat, he carefully stored all the items originally kept within the cave into his storage belt. Initially, he intended to venture out briefly to explore the surroundings, but to his surprise, he found himself outside for several days, yielding abundant discoveries. This area, situated at the intersection of the forest's periphery and its heart, hosted relatively low-level Pokémon, which no longer met the combat needs of his Dark Raven. Even if it were not for the pursuit of treasure, Aoki would likely abandon the venture within a day or two at most. Inside the cave, there were no traces of small Pokémon activity. However, outside on the ground, he could observe the footprints of approximately 3 or 4 waves of small Pokémon lingering about. It seemed that the original Zubats had established quite a reputation, for despite their prolonged presence, none had dared to enter. Otherwise, the berries within the cave would certainly be at risk. Although these berries were of little use to Aoki, even some trifles are better than none, are they not? Yet, he believed that in a few days, these hesitant little Pokémon would muster the courage to explore the cave. It would not be long before this place transformed into the territory of other small Pokémon, and new inhabitants would take residence within the cave. After organizing his belongings, Aoki departed the Zubat cave without a backward glance. This was merely a minor chapter in the lives of Aoki and his Dark Raven, leaving no significant mark upon their existence. Thus, there was little to mourn. Much like this trial island, it was but a waypoint in their journey, perhaps important, yet certainly not the most pivotal. The Team Rocket had managed to transport so many children to the island under the veil of secrecy, conducting their so-called trials. This island was undoubtedly no ordinary land. While the Pokémon residing here were not particularly high in level, their innate qualities surpassed those of their counterparts outside. Encountering 1,000 Pokémon outside might yield only a single green quality specimen. Yet on this island, within just one Beedrill swarm, Aoki had already encountered 2 green quality Pokémon, with yellow and orange quality specimens appearing with notable frequency. This place could very well be one of the secret islands under Team Rocket's control, and the mysteries it held were beyond Aoki's understanding, even when he had reached the rank of a quasi-legendary in his previous life. Thoughts often drifted far with their musings. But before the sun completely set, Aoki and his Dark Raven finally returned to the Team Rocket base. Gazing at the entrance of the base, it resembled a gaping maw, ready to swallow all who dared to enter. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the horned caterpillar egg strapped to his back, and his figure gradually melded into the darkness. Chapter 24. Return to the exchange. Upon entering the base through the long entrance, Aoki's vision gradually expanded. Compared to when he had left, the base exhibited little significant change. The only noticeable difference was the slightly diminished crowd, leaving the spacious base imbued with a sense of desolation. Perhaps there are still some individuals who have yet to return, as the true test commences only tomorrow. Had it not been for the necessity of managing this precious spirit egg, Aoki would not have returned so early. Compared to the wild, life within the base appears more comfortable and secure. However, an invisible air of solemnity pervades the entire base, constantly influencing one's inner state. Prolonged exposure may lead to irritability, even transforming individuals into bloodthirsty maniacs. In a corner, a trainer paused his practice upon spotting Aoki, a look of delight crossing his face before he quickly ceased training and vanished into the plaza with his spirit. Aoki noticed him from the corner of his eye, but paid him little heed. He was merely a weakling who relied on others for survival. He proceeded directly to the exchange center, occasionally passing small groups of individuals who, upon seeing Aoki, displayed a mix of curiosity, disdain, and a hint of schadenfreude. In the living quarters designated for base testers, Within a notably larger house than the others, a young man sat at the center of the room, a smile gracing his face as he caressed the scales of the arbok coiled around him. On either side, approximately 8 individuals sat with their own spirits, not daring to breathe too loudly, even avoiding the boy's gaze. Gujia, that fellow has returned, one figure rushed into the room. Upon reaching the boy, the multitude of words he had intended to convey became lodged in his throat, ultimately distilled into a single affirmation. Indeed, the boy seated in the hall was Gujia, the first-place winner of the initial test, who, according to the expected trajectory, should emerge as the undisputed champion of the final trials. Oh, is that the lad who ranked second? Upon hearing the newcomer's words, Gujia's smile faded, his posture straightening as his gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the messenger. Sensing the master's murderous intent, the arbok, which had previously been calm, raised its body, flicking its forked tongue as a chilling malice glinted in its elongated eyes. The messenger felt the weight of Gujia's gaze and the predatory stare of the arbok, akin to a razor-sharp dagger pressed against his skin. Every hair on his body stood on end as he struggled to swallow, stiffly nodding. Why, yes, indeed. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Gujia's demeanor softened. He reclined back in his chair, and the arbok resumed its previous position. Yet, inexplicably, the messenger felt an intensified chill, truly deserving of my regard. To have remained unscathed out there for so long, Gujia chuckled, though the atmosphere remained devoid of joy. Among the 8 individuals seated below, a robust youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, abruptly rose to his feet and boomed. Gujia, that individual is merely a second-rate contender who relies on petty tricks. Allow me to fetch him for you. Just as he intended to turn and depart, Gujia extended a hand to halt him. Sure too, that won't be necessary. I am quite eager to observe how he performs tomorrow, Gujia replied with a smile. Indeed, responded the sturdy young man named Shirtu, his voice resonating once more. Before he resumed his seat, however, it was clear that his bravado was merely for show. He had no intention of risking his neck for Gujia. Despite his seemingly simple exterior, he possessed a shrewd mind. In the days following Qingmu's departure, Gujia had boldly begun to consolidate his own faction within the base. One significant reason for Gujia's ascendancy was his formidable strength. In such a ruthless environment, power is undeniably crucial, yet it is not the sole determinant. The paramount quality is ruthlessness, defeating adversaries, annihilating their Pokémon, and ensuring that they witness their own demise at the hands of an arbok. Such ferocity, combined with formidable prowess, quickly garnered him a loyal following. In this predatory realm, only 50 individuals would ultimately survive. The weak would inevitably be cast aside. To endure, one must align with the strong, becoming their follower, as long as they can secure a few lives in the face of overwhelming strength. This is the kindness the Rocket team extends to its powerful members. The entire trial was fundamentally designed to supply the Rocket team with talent. Those who manage to survive will be rewarded with significant roles in the future. Thus, while this trial serves as a veritable hell, it also presents a ladder to greatness. Those who endure will inevitably emerge as formidable trainers, leveraging the support of the Rocket team to ascend to heights of distinction. For the elite members of the Alliance, following the conventional path of growth may suffice to become a respected Pokémon trainer, ensuring a comfortable life. However, for those born into poverty or humble beginnings, this may be their singular opportunity. Most individuals brought to this island are indeed from the lower strata of society, much like Qingmu, who grew up in a slum, scavenging for food in trash bins, resulting in his frail physique upon arrival. Yet, individuals like Gujia exist. He originally enjoyed favorable living conditions and chose to come to the island not only for self-improvement, but also as a means of gilding his own status. In truth, Gujia's elder brother is a captain within the Rocket team, having emerged from the very trial that Gujia now faces, and has since ascended to a position of considerable authority within the organization. As Guga, the younger brother, he does not perceive his talent as inferior to that of his elder sibling. Upon learning of the upcoming trial from his brother, he cunningly leveraged his brother's connections to infiltrate the ranks of the participants and was subsequently transported to the island. In a shroud of secrecy, he awaited the acquisition of a highly qualified ABO snake, the pre-evolution of his brother's signature Pokémon, ABO Monster. Guga, well versed in the nurturing of the ABO snake, firmly believed that his current specimen had reached an optimal state of development for its current level. Progressing smoothly, he has now achieved his current standing. Perhaps influenced by his brother's temperament, Guga also possesses a volatile nature. After revealing his cruel methods, he has gathered a group of individuals to serve his interests. aiding him in amassing more resources for the better cultivation of his Pokémon. As for who will remain after the final trial and who will be taken away, that entirely depends on his whims. Seated in the grand chair, Guga sank deeply into its embrace, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Observing the more capable individuals among his subordinates, those who could survive on their own merit, he was not averse to bringing them along as the foundation for his future within Team Rocket. Guga, brimming with ambition, certainly could not settle for being a mere accessory within Team Rocket. If he was to commit, he would aim for excellence. His minimum goal was to surpass his brother, and the first step toward that was to become a cadre of Team Rocket. Achieving this status would grant him access to the upper echelons of the organization, where his talent could potentially lead him to further advancement. Each time he envisioned his future path, Guga felt a surge of excitement, involuntarily licking his lips and revealing a chilling smile. Meanwhile, Aoki, who entered the exchange center, remained blissfully unaware of Guga's ambitions. Even if he were informed, he would harbor no particular thoughts on the matter. His singular goal was to grow stronger, and anyone who stood in his way would face destruction. In his previous life, Aoki existed in Guga's shadow, unable to investigate or possess the strength to do so. In this life, even if Aoki were to discover Guga's true identity, he would remain unmoved. With his chip activated, Guga believed he would not be outmatched by anyone. He untied the cloth binding the Pokémon egg, placing the horned caterpillar's egg gently on the counter amidst the astonished gazes of the exchange staff. Despite the potential of the egg to hatch into a Pokémon with commendable qualifications, Aoki ultimately decided to redeem it for points. Although the insect-type Pokémon would grow swiftly and become a formidable asset, Aoki chose to forego it. After all, it was merely an egg, and the hatching time remained uncertain. Should it hatch just before the trial's conclusion, what use would it be to Aoki? Even if it hatched in the coming days and he managed to cultivate it successfully, it would only be usable in the final battle as a single Pokémon. To Aoki, it would not serve as an aid but rather necessitate resource allocation for its training, thus becoming a burden. Moreover, and most importantly, the ultimate evolution of Beedrill possesses a tragically short lifespan. Just as Aoki has painstakingly cultivated it to become a formidable asset, its life begins to decline due to this inherent limitation, ultimately rendering it a rather lackluster Pokémon. As for the notion of Beedrill possessing Mega Evolution, it is worth noting that even the League is unaware of its existence, and the precious Megastones are not easily obtained. Even if one were to fortuitously acquire a stone, the likelihood of it being specifically for Beedrill is exceedingly slim. Thus, considering these factors, Aoki decides to exchange it directly for points to procure more vital resources, prioritizing the cultivation of Honchkrow. Ignoring the bewildered gaze of the exchange personnel, he calmly states his intention to redeem it for points. Chapter 25. Redeeming Pokémon eggs, are you certain? The exchange personnel inquired, their tone tinged with disbelief. As they regarded Aoki as though he were a fool, Aoki merely nodded in affirmation, choosing not to respond. It is widely acknowledged that while Pokémon eggs are rare in the wild, they are not entirely absent. So why do so many choose to overlook them instead of bringing them back for points? It is well understood that if a Pokémon is raised from an egg alongside its trainer, the bond forged through shared experiences and camaraderie will become immensely strong. Thus, Pokémon eggs of similar potential often hold more value than the Pokémon themselves. However, the Pokémon eggs encountered in the wild do not reveal their potential until after they are painstakingly hatched. Scientists within the League have long developed instruments capable of assessing a Pokémon's potential, and these devices are quite portable, although they come with a hefty price tag. For those who are meticulous and affluent, such costs are negligible. Yet, to assess a Pokémon's potential, one must not only capture the Pokémon, but also expend a precious resource, which is beyond the means of most individuals. Conversely, the technology to conveniently assess the potential of Pokémon within eggs remains elusive and similarly requires considerable resources. Unless one is certain that the parents of a Pokémon egg possess commendable talents, few would take the initiative to evaluate the potential of the Pokémon within. Even if, by some rare chance, the Pokémon within possesses a yellow potential, would those capable of utilizing such instruments truly regard a yellow potential Pokémon with any esteem? Even rarer are green Pokémon eggs, which are exceedingly difficult to encounter. Therefore, when Aoki expresses his desire to exchange this Pokémon egg for points, the exchange personnel regard him with incredulity. However, Aoki prefers not to elaborate further. Should he claim to detect that the Pokémon within this egg possesses green potential, it would surely astonish even the base's formidable instructor. Have you thought this through? Assessing the potential of the Pokémon within the egg will require 100 points. Even a Pokémon egg of basic potential is valued at 100 points. If you lack sufficient points, the exchange personnel trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Lacking points? That would undoubtedly require a life in exchange. The Rocket team has never entertained the possibility of credit. Aoki nodded once more, feeling rather helpless. After all, it was unacceptable to redeem without a proper assessment. Regrettably, any Pokémon egg would be exchanged at a fixed rate, with a single egg yielding merely 1 point. Upon Aoki's reaffirmation, the exchange personnel ceased further commentary, perplexed by the boy's unwavering determination. Should the Pokémon within the egg fail to meet the basic qualifications, it would be farewell forever unless 100 points were produced. The basic qualification represents a classification of Pokémon aptitude within the Rocket team, or indeed the broader Pokémon world, encompassing various tiers: no qualification, basic qualification, intermediate qualification, advanced qualification, and top-tier qualification, corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, and all subsequent qualifications deemed top tier. With the egg placed in the testing apparatus, the transparent lid was secured, and a test tube was retrieved from the shelf, its contents poured into the machine's inlet. This liquid, crafted by scientists, bore a hefty production cost, rendering each assessment quite an expensive endeavor. Once the start button was pressed, the machine commenced its hum. Suddenly, a light indicating no qualification illuminated among the array. It was inevitable for any Pokémon egg to trigger this light during testing, as even the most basic Pokémon possessed at least red qualification. In the blink of an eye, the second light flickered to life, signifying that the Pokémon within this egg had achieved basic qualification, represented by the orange tier in Aoki's chip assessment. Fortune smiles upon us. It possesses basic qualification, so at least you needn't worry about covering the testing fee, remarked the exchange personnel with a smile. Aoki shrugged indifferently. It was merely orange qualification, and the testing had not yet concluded. As the light representing basic qualification grew increasingly bright, after 10 seconds, the light for intermediate qualification began to flash. The exchange personnel's gaze towards Aoki shifted. What was initially perceived as the naivety of an uninformed boy had revealed itself as a Pokémon egg of genuine intermediate qualification. Once a Pokémon egg attains intermediate qualification, the minimum points awarded commence from the thousands, indicating that this young lad was on the verge of accumulating over 1,000 points. This represented a substantial advantage within the entire trial. Apart from a few contenders with established connections, this youth would undoubtedly eclipse others, leveraging these resources. The glow, reminiscent of a flickering candle, intensified gradually as the testing apparatus continued its operation. Intermediate qualifications, low, medium, and high, under the incredulous gaze of the exchange personnel. The light representing the highest tier of intermediate qualification reached its zenith after 30 seconds. Subsequently, faint glimmers began to emerge from the light indicating advanced qualification. Advanced qualification. Astonishingly, it had reached advanced qualification. The exchange staff gasped, quickly covering their mouth, but the astonishment in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Having worked in the Rocket team for quite some time, they were acutely aware of the immense value of a high-quality Pokémon egg, which was worth thousands of points. Despite years of service, they had never accumulated such a significant amount of points. This was a high-quality asset, a Pokémon egg, equivalent in value to a fully grown wild Pokémon of the same caliber, if not more. Once it entered the exchange system of the Rocket team, it would undoubtedly be fiercely contested by numerous commanding members, and even the executives might feel a twinge of desire. Aoki furrowed his brow, greatly displeased by the exchange staff's outburst. This was during the trial. If anyone discovered that he suddenly possessed such a wealth of points, it was likely that everyone would unite to eliminate him and then divide the spoils. For those aspiring to be the best, Aoki's accumulation of points could disrupt the balance, becoming their greatest obstacle. The exchange staff, realizing their faux pas, was relieved that it was night and no one else was in the exchange office. Otherwise, their reaction could have had a significant impact on the young boy before them. When they looked at Aoki again, their eyes reflected both astonishment and a hint of well-concealed greed. Although it was well hidden, Aoki still sensed it. Understanding the value of points exceeding 10,000, Aoki was fully aware of their allure. Although the exchange staff was a worker and not participating in the trial, as a member of the Rocket team, they too felt a flicker of greed for these points. When the testing machine ceased operation, the light representing high quality reached a brightness typical of mid-level qualifications, akin to the Dark Raven, with the screen displaying high mid-level quality, unknown. Upon witnessing the testing machine halt, the exchange staff hesitated before saying, "I apologize. but I do not have the authority to exchange a high-quality Pokémon egg. Please wait a moment." With that, they swiftly departed from the counter and entered a concealed door. After a short while, the door reopened to reveal the previously entered staff member, appearing very respectful and bowing deeply, holding the door open. From within the dark door emerged an individual cloaked in black robes, exuding a formidable presence. Upon seeing this mysterious figure, Aoki's body tensed, and even the previously relaxed dark raven became rigid, its feathers standing on end as if sensing a formidable foe. The experiences from his previous life and his honed instincts warned him that the approaching individual was exceptionally dangerous, immensely so. Even the strength he possessed in his former life would likely be ineffective against this being. A champion-level powerhouse. At the very least, a peak pseudo-champion. In an instant, the judgment made by him, once a contender for the title of a quasi-king, could only be evoked by someone of similar or greater strength, an existence at the pinnacle of quasi-king prowess or beyond. It was astonishing to encounter such a formidable being on the Inferno Island. The mysterious figure approached the counter with deliberate slowness, reminiscent of an elderly man. Yet, with each step he took, the pressure upon Aoki intensified, compelling him to resist the urge to flee. His hands clenched tightly, the short nails digging into his palms. Hoping that the pain would help him maintain his composure as blood trickled forth unconsciously. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Aoki recognized that with his current abilities, escaping from such an individual would be futile. In that moment, he felt like a fish on a chopping block. Even the dark crow could no longer soar, stumbling to the ground, maintaining an attacking stance yet hesitating to strike. Instinct honed from countless battles warning it that any aggression would lead to certain death. Aoki issued no command, and thus it refrained from acting on its own. As the enigmatic figure reached the counter, Aoki's pressure peaked, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and despite his resilient will, he could not suppress this instinctual response. Indeed, 2 words escaped the mysterious man's lips, raspy yet tinged with a hint of admiration. To remain lucid in the face of his imposing presence warranted such commendation. Suddenly, Aoki felt a release. The oppressive weight that had enveloped him vanished abruptly, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. What a terrifying individual. Undoubtedly a figure of at least division level from Team Rocket. Aoki mused. He never anticipated that merely exchanging for a green-quality Pokémon egg would attract such a significant personage. Even in Aoki's past life, individuals of cadre rank were considered major figures. Chapter 26. Shadows. The mysterious man cast a glance at the Pokémon egg resting upon the testing apparatus, illuminated by a light signifying its high quality. His voice, devoid of emotion, inquired, "How did you acquire this Pokémon egg?" The tone carried an undeniable authority. Answering respectfully, "I discovered it within the lair of a Beedrill. Likely a descendant of the Beedrill leader. I am willing to present this Pokémon egg as a token of my respect," Aoki replied, careful to conceal nothing. His voice laced with reverence. Though reluctant to part with the egg, he dared not express his discontent. The mysterious man nodded, clearly pleased with Aoki's perceptiveness. With a wave of his hand, he stated, "No need for that. I am not so petty as to take advantage of a little fellow like you. This Caterpie egg is valued at approximately 18,000 points. Transfer 20,000 points to me and deduct it from my card." The initial words were directed at Aoki, while the latter addressed the attendant respectfully, standing nearby. Understood. The attendant promptly bowed, acknowledging the directive. Aoki remained respectfully in place, head bowed, silent in response. Before such a formidable adversary, I find myself utterly devoid of influence. Should he forcibly seize this elven egg, I would have no choice but to surrender it willingly. Otherwise, given his status, extinguishing my life would be as trivial for him as crushing an ant. A profound sense of helplessness pierces my heart like a sharp dagger, an invisible force constricting my throat, leaving me with an indescribable sense of suffocation. Such is the lament of the weak. Only the strong possess the authority to speak. I have never felt so powerless. The once deeply buried pride within me has been ruthlessly stripped of its protective shell, laid bare under the harsh light of reality. My aspiration to grow stronger has never waned. Rather, it has solidified with renewed determination. In this lifetime, my rebirth and the ease with which I navigate my path have instilled in me a deep-seated pride, leading me to look down upon my peers. Convinced of my vast advantages, becoming a powerhouse seems merely a matter of time. However, when faced with true strength, I realize my own fragility. The mysterious figure scrutinizes me intently for a moment before speaking. "You are quite impressive. Would you be interested in assisting me with a task?" His repetition of the word impressive would surely astonish those familiar with his venomous instructor, for this proud individual seldom offers compliments. And to hear it twice is nearly unheard of. Taking a deep breath and burying my thoughts deep within, I respectfully reply, "It is my honor to serve you. After your test concludes, seek me out," he instructs, placing a black medal upon the counter. "Yes," I respond, lowering my gaze and stealing a glance at the black emblem on the counter. Upon recognizing its form, my pupils constrict in shock. Nodding slightly and casting one last glance at the bowed head of mine, the mysterious figure steps into a shadowy doorway. As for the unique elven egg, it will surely be delivered to him without any need for my concern. The attendant, awaiting the figure's departure, exhales in relief and wipes the beads of sweat from their brow. I too breathe a quiet sigh of relief, cradling the black medal in my palm amidst the envious gazes of the exchange personnel. Its overall shape resembles a cloud, pitch black and devoid of any blemish. The Black Cloud Medal is an exclusive insignia belonging to the Rocket Team's highest secret unit, known as Shadow, which answers solely to the leader of the Rocket Team, Giovanni. Only Giovanni, along with the leader and 2 deputy leaders of the Shadow Group, possess the authority to bestow such a medal upon another. The Shadow Group operates outside the conventional structure of the Rocket Team. All members are personally selected by the 3 leaders, with no other conditions permitting entry. Each of the 3 leaders of the Shadow Group is a champion-level powerhouse. Thus, the mysterious figure I just encountered must undoubtedly be one of them. Although this medal merely signifies a reserve member, its implications are profound. Completing the tasks assigned by the enigmatic figure will grant 1 membership in the Shadow Group. As the Shadow Group is directly affiliated with Sakaki, it can be regarded as his elite force, elevating one's status upon mere association. In essence, a member of the Shadow Group, though a mere soldier like those of Team Rocket, holds a rank superior to that of the ordinary Team Rocket foot soldiers, equating them with the squad leaders of Team Rocket. The legends surrounding the Shadow Group have long been whispered, and Aoki, in his past life, had only heard of them without ever witnessing them firsthand. Thus, he was astonished to encounter them here. Why was I chosen? Was it merely because of that Pokémon egg? Aoki furrowed his brow, pondering. It seems illogical to bestow a reserve member's medal upon us at our first meeting, especially considering that, with his current abilities, he would hardly capture that individual's attention. Even if he did, one must not forget that he currently identifies only as a challenger. Had he not been granted a second chance at life, he would remain oblivious to the true significance of this medal. Suppressing his myriad speculations, he feigned curiosity and inquired, "May I ask about this medal?" The exchange personnel immediately transformed, their demeanor shifting entirely. "I cannot disclose that. You must await the esteemed individual's own words," they replied. And Aoki chose not to press further, securely stowing the medal away. The less he knew about this potent object, the better. Despite the recent events, Aoki had not lost sight of his primary objective. The Pokémon egg of the unknown had netted him 20,000 points, far exceeding his expectations. Such a sum could procure an abundance of valuable items. It was likely that only a few prominent figures on the island would possess more points than he. However, points alone, while plentiful, serve no purpose if held idly. They must be converted into power to manifest their potential. He opened the points exchange manual, bypassing the less valuable sections, and flipped to the skill disc category. Aoki had long since calculated the skills that the Dark Raven needed to acquire. Presently, the Dark Raven exhibited commendable speed, which could be further enhanced by the wind. In terms of offense, as a dark and flying type Pokémon, it had already learned several effective flying type skills, which could inflict substantial damage, likely due to its extensive battles with bug type Pokémon, leading to a rapid mastery of flying type energy. However, its original dark type skills had become somewhat of a disadvantage. It was crucial to note that the Dark Raven's greatest potential lay within its dark type abilities. Yet, these skills could only be learned after reaching a certain level. Thus, to bolster the Dark Raven's offensive prowess in dark type moves, Aoki contemplated selecting several dark type skills. Moreover, although the speed of the Dark Crow is remarkable, making it difficult to find a comparable sprite in terms of swiftness, encounters with such beings remain a possibility. The melee confrontation between the Dark Crow and the Beedrill leader clearly highlights its physical vulnerabilities. This is a genetic flaw, one that cannot be remedied solely through rigorous training. Should it encounter another sprite possessing both rapid speed and formidable attack power, it could potentially be vanquished in a single strike, even in the absence of such formidable opponents. During group skirmishes, the fragile Dark Crow is likely to become a prime target for concentrated assaults. Consequently, the selection of survival skills has been prioritized by Aoki. Additionally, the Dark Crow possesses a hidden ability, Prankster, which allows it to execute status-altering moves with precedence. This ability is inherently powerful and, if not utilized effectively, would be akin to squandering a precious resource. Suddenly reminded of something, Aoki retrieved a silver box from his storage belt. It was the very box unearthed from the treasure map, containing a technical disc for an unspecified normal-type move. Placing the box upon the counter, he addressed the now amiable exchange personnel, requesting assistance in identifying the skill within. Upon hearing Aoki's inquiry, the attendant, puzzled, opened the box and, upon glimpsing the technical disc, exhibited an expression of understanding, inwardly acknowledging Aoki's fortuitous luck. As the disc was placed upon the skill-teaching device, the electronic screen illuminated with information. The content was not intentionally obscured from Aoki, who caught sight of the details. The skill, Screech, a normal-type status move. The description revealed that it emitted a piercing sound that instinctively compels listeners to cover their ears, significantly lowering the opponent's defenses. Aoki's heart leapt with joy upon recognizing the skill. Indeed, fortune had favored him, for this ability, while not as precious as skills such as Protect or Substitute, is still quite rare and exceedingly suitable for the Dark Crow. The Dark Crow is characterized by its high speed and attack power, reminiscent of an assassin, capable of delivering lethal blows and swiftly retreating. The prospect of substantially diminishing an opponent's defensive capabilities is perfectly aligned with the Dark Crow's combat style. Imagine, if in a group battle, it unleashes Screech to lower an opponent's defenses by 2 levels, while combining its heightened speed and attack to swiftly dispatch foes. This approach epitomizes the essence of the Dark Crow's battle strategy. Aoki had contemplated exchanging for various status-altering moves to enhance the Dark Crow's combat prowess. Now, with the acquisition of this Screech skill, he has effectively conserved some of his points. It is no wonder that the exchange personnel, upon seeing the technical disc, could not help but murmur to themselves about Aoki's extraordinary luck. As someone dedicated to the exchange profession, they were well aware of the skill's value, which is only slightly lower than that of Protect-type moves. A slight nod towards the Dark Crow conveyed Aoki's belief that, upon completing this exchange, the creature's combat capabilities would surely elevate by at least 2 levels. Chapter 27. Skill Redemption. Once again, I turned my gaze to the redemption book, searching for the skills I desired. I wish to exchange for these 2 skills, Aoki stated, pointing at the skills listed within the tome. The book revealed the following: Skill, Shield Attribute, General Category, Transformation Power, 0 Description, creates a protective barrier around the body, completely deflecting the opponent's attacks for a limited duration. Cannot be used consecutively. A cooldown period of 10 minutes follows each use. Price: 5,000 points. Skill, Substitute Attribute, General Category, Transformation Power, 0 Description, sacrifices a portion of one's health to create a perfect clone, which absorbs a single attack on behalf of the original. Price: for 1,000 points. The total cost for both skills amounted to 9,000 points, underscoring the steep price of such abilities. Fortuitously, Aoki had recently acquired a precious green quality sprite egg, a stroke of luck that rendered the exchange possible. Without this boon, it remained uncertain whether he could have redeemed even the shield skill upon departing from this trial. Observing Aoki's impassive demeanor as he exchanged such costly skills, the exchange personnel felt a flicker of disbelief. Did he not understand the value of his points? Though these thoughts lingered, the attendant's hands remained busy, retrieving 2 luminous skill discs from the vault, carefully presenting them to Aoki. This episode exemplified the divergence in perspectives between individuals. For Aoki, points were merely numbers. Unless transformed into effective combat power, they resembled nothing more than a heap of ineffectual data. The true worth of points lay in their conversion into battle prowess. With the acquisition of Shield and Substitute, Dark Crow's survival capabilities escalated significantly. Coupled with its naturally swift speed, Dark Crow could contend with adversaries of lesser ranks without much difficulty. With 11,000 points still at his disposal, Aoki contemplated further exchanges, eager to bestow Dark Crow with malevolent skills. Flipping through the pages filled with general skills, he quickly navigated to the section dedicated to dark abilities. Without hesitation, Aoki redeemed the skill Dark Pulse, expending 3,000 points. As a damage-dealing skill of the Dark category, Dark Pulse boasted commendable power and an impressive hit rate, along with beneficial side effects that could induce a state of trepidation in opponents. With 8,000 points remaining, Aoki decided to pause for the moment. Having exchanged for 3 skills in quick succession, alongside the previously owned skill disc for ear-piercing cry, Dark Crow now possessed the potential to learn 4 skills. Though he could continue to redeem more abilities, he understood that one cannot hastily master a technique. The gap between merely learning and proficiently mastering the same skill was considerable. The mastery of the 4 skills associated with the Dark Crow is no trivial endeavor. At this juncture, the focus should not be on acquiring additional skills, but rather on diligently honing those already learned to the point of effortless execution. I would also like to exchange for a training device that allows for the free control of weight, intended for use by the flying sprite, with a weight limit of 50 pounds. Reflecting on this, Qingmu decided to obtain an additional tool to facilitate the Dark Crow's training. Recently, the Dark Crow had utilized wooden objects as weights. While this method proved adequate, it would be impractical to continue by merely seeking heavier wood to affix to the Dark Crow's wings after it had acclimated to the current weight. Fortunately, the scientists of Team Rocket had developed a mature research outcome, a device that, although it did not achieve the intended learning apparatus, serendipitously resulted in a mechanism for controlling weight. Ultimately, this became one of the various training devices within Team Rocket, marking a noteworthy invention. The technology employed in this weighted device is not overly complex, hence its reasonable price. The device with a maximum weight limit of 50 pounds costs merely 200 points. Additionally, I shall procure 10 Ultra Balls. After gathering all items into my storage belt, I exchange for 10 Ultra Balls, each valued at 50 points, amounting to a total of 500 points. Although Qingmu initially did not intend to capture any additional sprites on the island, following the conversation with the mysterious individual today, he felt it was imperative to begin training other sprites. The ultimate trial does not pose significant difficulty for Qingmu. Apart from Guga and a couple of others who present slight challenges, the remaining opponents are merely minor adversaries. Currently, Qingmu faces not only the ultimate trial but also some minor matters, as mentioned by the mysterious individual, that must be addressed beforehand. What may seem trivial to the mysterious individual represents formidable challenges for Qingmu. Thus, training other sprites is indeed essential. After storing the 10 Ultra Balls, he presented the identity card to the exchange clerk. With a swift motion, the clerk processed the card and transferred the remaining 7,200 points onto it. This exchange cost a total of 12,700 points, with an additional 100 points spent on examining the sprite egg. In a secluded corner of the exchange area stood a solitary machine, the Sprite Learning Machine. This device is capable of directly implanting skills from skill discs into a sprite's mind, allowing for immediate mastery of the skill. This represents one of the most advanced technologies within the Pokémon realm. The use of the Sprite Learning device is complementary. However, Qingmu opted not to utilize the skill discs immediately. Instead, he retrieved an Ultra Ball, replacing the Dark Crow's original Standard Ball with this superior one. Although the Dark Crow had spent little time within a Pokeball, with newfound resources, it was only fitting to provide the Dark Crow with a more accommodating residence, even if it was seldom visited. Enfolding the darkness within the newly acquired Ultra Ball, it was placed into the recess designated for the Pokemon's training phase. One by one, the skill discs were extracted from storage, and the device was activated to employ them in succession. Fortunately, it was evening, and aside from Aoki and the exchange staff, there were no others present. Were anyone to witness Aoki extravagantly utilizing 4 skills at once, they would undoubtedly exclaim in disapproval, deeming it wasteful. For other Pokémon, being overly ambitious could indeed be a waste. However, for the moderately green-qualified Murkrow, mastering these skills was merely a matter of time. Once the skill discs were depleted, they transformed into ordinary discs, devoid of value. Each skill disc had a usage duration of 1 minute, and upon completion, Aoki released Murkrow from the Ultra Ball. With a caw, Murkrow immediately flapped its wings and soared into the air. For one who seldom resided in a Pokeball, despite its spaciousness, it could never compare to the comfort of being outside. Gently caressing Murkrow's feathers, Aoki inquired with a smile, "So, have you learned them all?" Although he was aware that failure was not an option, he asked nonetheless. "Caw, caw." Murkrow nodded enthusiastically, feeling an extraordinary sensation as the methods for skills that once eluded it now magically appeared in its mind, as if it had been born with the knowledge. "How about it? Have you mastered them?" Aoki inquired, grinning from the side. In an apparent attempt to validate its newfound abilities, Murkrow narrowed its eyes, summoning a pale green energy shield that enveloped its entire form. This ethereal shield lasted a mere 2 seconds before gradually dissipating. The guard skill. Aoki's eyes sparkled with recognition. He was well acquainted with this ability. At a certain level of strength, it was imperative for nearly every Pokémon to learn the guard skill, a precious and efficient defensive ability that provided unconditional immunity to damage. To call it a life-saving technique would not be an exaggeration. Noticing that the pale green energy shield had only lasted for such a brief moment, Murkrow attempted to conjure it again, only to find itself unable to do so. Aoki gently halted the eager Murkrow, smiling as he explained. This skill can only be used once within a minute. Now let us head back. With that, he slowly departed the exchange center, Murkrow in tow. As they ventured into the enveloping darkness of the night, the exchange staff watched Aoki's retreating figure, unable to refrain from remarking, "What a fortunate lad to have caught the eye of that esteemed individual." Little did they know, Aoki was far more familiar with the status and the forces of that mysterious figure than they could ever imagine. It remained uncertain whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Within the Rocket Team S base, accommodations for challengers were perpetually prepared, with a constant availability of 300 rooms. Each door bore a number corresponding to each individual's designation. As Aoki walked through the nocturnal base, he could scarcely see any silhouettes. Only the silhouettes of Aoki and the Dark Raven remained, elongated under the moonlight. The dormitory was arranged with a certain order, and Aoki swiftly located his designated room. Although he had never stayed there before, the room was notably clean, furnished with a simple single bed, a small desk, and a chair. It was quite modest, yet for Aoki, who had spent much time outdoors, a soft bed was more than sufficient. Securing the door with a lock, Aoki reclined onto the bed, eliciting a long-awaited sigh of comfort. The Dark Raven, also visiting a human's room for the first time, curiously began to flutter around the space. In the central room of Team Rocket, within the office of the chief instructor, Venom, the same two figures sat at the desk. Venom held a precious luxury ball. Gently wiping away the invisible dust with a handkerchief, his gaze upon the ball reminiscent of a lover's adoration. Eventually, he spoke to himself. "I heard there's a boy who has caught your interest?" The mysterious figure across from him was shrouded in a black cloak, remaining motionless, resembling a monk in deep meditation, offering no reply to Venom's inquiry. Chapter 28. The trials resumed. The silence that enveloped the two bore no sense of awkwardness. The mysterious figure was not at all surprised that Venom had quickly discerned his activities. This was, after all, his domain, with all present subordinate to him. If he were unaware of such matters, that would indeed be surprising. After a moment, a low HM escaped the mysterious figure's lips. Upon hearing this response, Venom smiled, the scar on his face adding a menacing charm that could quell a child's cries. Having grown somewhat familiar with each other, Venom had a certain understanding of the mysterious figure and his affiliation with the Shadow Group. Since the figure had taken note of Aoki, it indicated that the boy possessed unique qualities. However, the mysterious figure remained tight-lipped, and Venom did not press for further details. As if sensing Venom's thoughts, the mysterious figure hesitated before speaking. "I sense a darkness within that boy, along with a hint of something else." Pausing for effect, the figure's tone grew solemn. "It feels like him." The leisurely Venom, who had been wiping the luxury ball, froze at the final word, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Both remained still for a moment. After a brief interval, Venom shuddered slightly before resuming his task. Though it was evident to any keen observer that the previous words had profoundly affected him, his unease manifesting in the way he cleaned the ball. Acknowledging the significance of the statement he had made, the mysterious figure fell silent, leaving Venom to ponder the unexpected revelation. After a considerable time, Venom finally exhaled slowly, uttering a thoughtful remark. Indeed, it was unexpected. The enigmatic individual spoken of in whispers is none other than the leader of the Shadow Team, directly subordinate to Sakaki, the most mysterious figure within the Rocket Team. His rank is surpassed only by Sakaki himself, placing him above the 3 chief executives, the 4 generals, and the 3 beast warriors, truly a being of unparalleled authority. The outside world is aware only of the formidable strength of the 3 executives, the invincible armies of the 4 generals, and the frenzied nature of the 3 beast warriors. Yet they remain oblivious to the existence of the Shadow Team, an entity shrouded in mystery and far more terrifying than the aforementioned. As if reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, the serpent cleared his throat, masking his unease. "I have heard you acquired a high-quality Pokémon egg from him." In unison, even the vice leader of the Shadow Team, the enigmatic figure, refrained from elaborating excessively about his superior. The figure concealed beneath the dark robe slightly nodded, producing an egg from the ample folds of his garment. It was the green-quality Caterpie egg that Aoki had used to exchange for points. Caterpie? Upon seeing the egg, the serpent immediately recognized it. He extended a hand, now reduced to 2 fingers, and placed it upon the egg, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from within. Yes, it was indeed a Caterpie. Its final evolution leads to Beedrill, making it quite suitable for my transitional needs. The enigmatic figure showed no hesitation, acknowledging that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of 3 elite trainers, losing 3 main Pokémon in the process, with others sustaining varying degrees of injury, necessitating time for recovery. Under such circumstances, he would refrain from engaging in battles if possible. The Caterpie, with its rapid growth cycle, could swiftly evolve into a formidable force. With minimal nurturing, it could reach quasi-elite status. Although its lifespan is relatively short, it suffices for transitional purposes. The mysterious individual continued, fully aware of Beedrill's vulnerabilities. However, he had never intended to cultivate it as a primary Pokémon, viewing it merely as a transitional creature. Is your Pokémon still recovering from its wounds? The serpent inquired, puzzled. While he was cognizant of the injuries his Pokémon had sustained, he did not believe it necessary to raise another Pokémon as a substitute. The enigmatic figure fell silent, letting out a soft sigh. No wonder you are the poison-type elite. My Pokémon has been poisoned, and I cannot ascertain when it will recover from this affliction. I shall regard this Pokémon as a whimsical backup. Upon hearing this, the serpent comprehended the situation and chose to remain silent, continuing to polish the luxurious ball in his hand. The two lapsed into silence once more. As the night wore on, time slipped away unnoticed. Last night, Aoki and the Dark Raven had not ceased their training. They had merely moved from the expansive forest to their modest dormitory. Personally, Aoki fitted the weight-bearing device onto the Dark Raven. When not activated, the device felt remarkably light, akin to the weight of a garment. The weight-bearing device resembled a small backpack, capable of expanding and contracting freely, and Aoki adjusted it to ensure the Dark Raven could test it without it falling off. The device is compact and, when fully affixed to the body, can seamlessly blend into the dark plumage of the raven, making it nearly undetectable unless one approaches closely. Using a remote control, I adjusted the weight of the load-bearing device to approximately 10 pounds, which corresponds to the weight the Dark Raven typically trains with. Upon activation, the raven felt a noticeable heaviness, requiring greater effort to soar as it once did. However, compared to the previous method of binding two wooden blocks to its wings, which concentrated the weight solely on them, this new distribution of weight across its entire body proved to be far more comfortable, allowing every part of its physique to engage in exercise. After a slight adjustment, the Dark Raven acclimated to this new apparatus, which was undoubtedly superior to the previous method. I decided to maintain this weight for now, as a sudden increase could be detrimental. Once the raven fully adapts, we can gradually raise the load. Aoki observed the Dark Raven, which was progressively adjusting, and remarked with a smile, "From today onward, unless absolutely necessary, we will sustain this weight. You must slowly grow accustomed to it." He had always been aware of the raven's earnest desire to become stronger, despite his own relentless ambition for strength. Aoki valued his companion's preferences. Had the Dark Raven been a creature disinclined towards battle, he would not have imposed expectations upon it, perhaps seeking a more suitable partner instead. Squawk! Squawk! The Dark Raven exclaimed excitedly, feeling empowered by the presence of the device that signified its continuous growth. After a brief morning exercise, I prepared some energy cubes for the raven and had a modest breakfast of dried provisions. As I stepped outside, the sun had risen, and the doors of the dormitories, once occupied by others, began to open one by one, with individuals emerging, all heading towards the central square of the base. Today marked the 7th day, the time for the second test, and nearly everyone had returned, converging in the square. The Team Rocket staff also began to appear, with the junior members diligently maintaining order at the site. After a week's time, the original count of over 150 had dwindled to around 120. The remaining 30 or so either remained lost in the wilderness or would never return. Among those left, it was evident that the once innocent and naive faces had transformed. Each person now wore an expression of cold indifference, their eyes betraying a hint of chill and madness, as the harsh trials consumed the goodness, beauty, and purity within them. The crowd in the square was distinctly divided into 4 zones, with the largest segment comprising the area where Aoki now stood, predominantly filled with individuals training alone, though occasionally pairs stood together, exchanging vigilant glances. This group accounted for nearly half of all the challengers present. The individual with the second highest number of followers is situated to the south of the plaza, and at the forefront stands Guga, whom Aoki recognizes, surrounded by a considerable number of formidable individuals. As Aoki casts his gaze in that direction, his eyes fortuitously meet Guga-S, who has been staring at him for quite some time. Guga offers Aoki a mischievous grin before turning his attention elsewhere. Aoki does not pay him much heed. To the west, the area boasts the 3rd largest group, surprisingly led by a woman. Her companion, a bat-like creature, is a gigantic Zubat, exceeding the typical size by more than double. Aoki recalls her, primarily because of the extraordinary size of her Zubat. In the eastern corner lies the area with the fewest individuals, merely 9 in total, led by a boy radiating a sunny disposition. Despite his seemingly harmless appearance, the coldness in his eyes does not escape Aoki's notice. A wolf in sheep's clothing. The 8 companions beside him are all captivated by his fade, each embodying a yearning for beauty. Were he to exist within the league, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength. Alas, they find themselves in Team Rocket, amidst the perilous trials of the island. As time progresses, the plaza gradually falls into silence. The serpent instructor, accompanied by his subordinates, strides to the center of the elevated platform. Unlike before, there are now 2 chairs on the platform. The serpent takes a seat in one, while a mysterious figure clad in black robes, trailing at the back of the line, occupies the other. Aoki squints slightly, recognizing the enigmatic individual as the one who bestowed upon him the emblem of the Shadow Group's reserve members. To his surprise, he has arrived as well. Upon noticing the mysterious figure, Aoki muses to himself. Sensing Aoki's gaze, the mysterious figure instinctively turns toward him, though the features concealed beneath the hood remain hidden. Yet, Aoki feels the weight of their gaze linger upon him. After a few seconds, the mysterious figure's attention shifts away, allowing Aoki to breathe a sigh of relief. Confronting such a skilled opponent with his current abilities would indeed be quite daunting. As the 29th chapter unfolds, the individual with the second highest number of followers stands in the southern part of the plaza, with Guga at the helm, surrounded by numerous powerful figures. When Aoki glances over, their eyes lock, and Guga flashes a sly smile before averting his gaze. Aoki chooses to disregard him. Once the mysterious figure takes their seat, the serpent begins to survey the assembled crowd. Observing the expressions on each face, he nods in satisfaction. Now, everyone's demeanor and expressions reflect the essence of true challengers. A stark contrast to the children playing at make-believe they were just a week prior. The reduction in numbers is completely overlooked by the serpent. According to past experiences, the current number of participants is relatively substantial, representing a cohort of commendable quality. Ultimately, only 50 slots are available for those who can proceed. However, this cap is seldom reached, as history has shown that the number of successful candidates rarely exceeds 50, with the lowest cohort consisting of merely 20 individuals. After enduring the initial and most arduous phase, it is gratifying that over 120 participants remain, which has pleased the serpent. He exchanged a glance with his subordinate, signaling the commencement of the second round of testing. The content and methodology of the second test bear a striking resemblance to the first, focusing on assessing the participants' attack values. Although such assessments cannot wholly encapsulate the true strength of a challenger, it stands to reason that if one cannot even meet the attack criteria, their prowess is in question. Under the guidance of the testing personnel, Aoki learned that, although this test mirrors the first, an intriguing new rule has been introduced. The individual who ranks last will be summarily eliminated. This announcement elicited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. The prospect of immediate eradication for the last-place finisher? Aoki furrowed his brow. This rule serves as a stark warning to those who might seek to exploit loopholes. While only 50 individuals will ultimately pass the trial, it is evident that not all failures will meet a fatal end. The Rocket team is not one to engage in such losses. As long as one survives until the end and meets the requisite standards, they may still begin as low-ranking support staff. Though this path offers no preferential resources, it at least guarantees survival, does it not? Moreover, should one catch the eye of influential figures, further opportunities may arise. However, with the introduction of this new rule, those who wish to cling to the powerful, remaining within the base to endure until the trial's conclusion, find themselves shackled by an unyielding iron chain. A momentary lapse in attention could result in a fall to the last position, leading to immediate annihilation. Much like a herd of sheep fleeing from a lion on the savannah, the slowest among them is invariably the first to perish, prompting the flock to hasten their pace. No one desires to be the final one left behind. This is nature's ruthless principle of survival of the fittest. The Rocket team now embodies the lion of the savannah, while the challengers are akin to the sheep. Those who lag behind become prey. The clamor in the bustling square intensified, the most anxious being the weaker participants. Silence. The serpent bellowed, his brow furrowed. As a formidable survivor who has emerged from countless corpses, he harbors a deep disdain for the feeble lamentations of the weak. If you do not wish to participate, do not. All will be treated as last place. With the serpent's fury unleashed, the once boisterous crowd fell silent, each individual wary of provoking the ire of the formidable figure who holds their fates in his hands. Under the directive of the Rocket team's soldiers, the participants begrudgingly formed a line, yet none wished to be the first, for the first position signified the unknown. It was possible that subsequent individuals might surpass them. As the testing was delayed, the countenance of the serpent darkened. Noticing his expression, the Team Rocket minions present immediately intensified their efforts, their gazes toward the challengers turning menacing. They were far more aware of the terror that the serpent embodied than these still somewhat inexperienced challengers. "TCH, enough dawdling. I shall go first," declared Guga. Disdain etched upon his face as he advanced to the front of the line with his Arbok in tow. With someone stepping forth first, the others gradually arranged themselves in order. In truth, for the powerful, one's position in line bore little significance. According to Team Rocket's arrangement, Aoki found himself positioned toward the rear of the group. "Now, let the test commence," announced the individual presiding near the trial stone. Without a hint of hesitation, Guga, the first to step forward, ascended the platform, his Arbok flicking its tongue menacingly beside him. As a fearsome Pokémon, Arbok constantly radiated an aura of danger. "Arbok, use bite." Hiss. Arbok lunged forward with remarkable swiftness, its fangs glinting ominously, delivering a powerful bite to the trial stone. After the strike, it immediately withdrew, showing no signs of delay. Arbok's execution was meticulous. After each attack, it would retreat, demonstrating that while Guga was flamboyant, his training of the Pokémon was indeed commendable. Attack value, 258. The presider announced in astonishment, revealing the data for Guga and Arbok. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. As expected of Boss Guga, an attack value of 258 points, nearly 3 times the initial score of 98. One of Guga's subordinates exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, starting off with such a high score." Another voice echoed in astonishment. "This could be troublesome," others murmured, feeling the pressure mount. As discussions spread among the crowd, Guga wore a smirk, gracefully descending from the platform. Following the predetermined order, each challenger stepped up to test their prowess. Those who completed the test exhibited a range of emotions, from elation to despondency. Whenever a challenger learned that their score placed them at the bottom, their faces would fall. Hands clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they fixated on the results of others, silently wishing for a lower score to emerge. In such moments, if someone indeed posted a score lower than theirs, the relieved individual would nearly collapse to the ground, while the new bottom dweller would repeat the cycle of anxiety, fervently hoping for an even lower score to appear. As the trials continued, many challengers had already completed their tests. Presently, the leading score remained Guga's impressive 258 points, followed by a young girl in the western corner of the square, boasting a massive Noctowl, who had achieved a score of 227. Her name was revealed to me through others' references, Jasmine. The third-ranked contender was a lone wanderer with an unremarkable visage, accompanied by a coyote Pokémon, boasting a score of 225. As a solitary figure, he fell just 2 points shy of Jasmine, astonishing many onlookers. The fourth place belonged to a young man previously branded a smiling tiger by Aoki, who perpetually wore a sunny smile, beguiling everyone around him. His name was Soros, and his Pokémon was a gasball, achieving a score of 215. Soros, with his radiant demeanor, attracted several former lone wanderers into the team he had formed, effectively laughing his way into the hearts of his followers. No further astonishing scores emerged until it was Aoki's turn to be tested. Gujia, waiting by the side, retracted his dismissive smile upon realizing that Aoki was the one being tested, his expression growing serious. Even the observers in the stands, including the Viper and the enigmatic figure, shifted their focus. What remarkable score would this unexpectedly intriguing youth achieve? As Aoki took the stage, some in the crowd recognized him. "It's him, the one who secured second place through a few tricks last time." Upon recognizing Aoki, someone exclaimed, "I wonder what score he will achieve today." Uft. What could it possibly be? Those tricks won't work this time, someone snarked, reflecting on Aoki's previous performance, where he had fallen from 10th to 11th place, missing out on 100 points. The dark crow he commanded was no weakling, however. Those with keen eyes could easily discern the formidable strength of the dark crow, evident even from its size. Disregarding the murmurings, Aoki resolutely commanded, "Dark crow, unleash your full wing attack." Caw. Responding to his call, the dark crow flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the air. A surge of aerial energy coalesced under its control, enveloping its wings. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation or the use of any tricks, the dark crow's wing attack landed solidly on the trial stone. After a brief moment, a line of text appeared on the stone. Attack value, 265. The host, upon witnessing this score, involuntarily swallowed and paused for several seconds before announcing, "Attack value, 265 points, currently ranking first." Next. Hiss. Instantly, a chorus of gasps filled the air. 265 points. Goodness, could there be a malfunction with the trial stone? Someone exclaimed, voicing disbelief. In their minds, Aoki had merely been a clever opportunist, achieving second place in the previous test, but his true strength was believed to be on par with theirs. However, this test left everyone astounded. It was important to note that Aoki was a lone wanderer, entirely reliant on his own growth without any subordinates to assist in gathering resources. Gujiatu was taken aback by Aoki's remarkable score. He had clashed with Aoki once and realized that Aoki was not the opportunist others spoke of, but rather a person of genuine strength. Though he believed he had placed considerable importance on Aoki, he was taken aback to discover that Aoki had achieved even greater results than himself. Could it be that the wilderness truly fosters such rapid growth? Gujia began to question his own methods. Should he gather a group to aid his development, or would it be more beneficial to hone his skills in the wild? Chapter 30. A lesson in humility and truth. The ones most startled were Gujia's subordinates, especially those who had boisterously demanded Aoki's capture, who were now drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Gujia had intervened yesterday, preventing them from taking rash actions. Given Aoki's impressive performance, it was likely that even if Gujia were to send them after Aoki in the future, they would hesitate. While results do not wholly encapsulate an individual's capabilities, they certainly reflect a portion. Moreover, could an average person withstand such formidable power? Unaware of others' opinions or their implications, Aoki remained indifferent. From the moment he activated his chip, it signified that all challengers in this arena would be unable to keep pace with him. This was his confidence. With the dark crow in tow, he descended from the platform and retreated to a corner, leaning against the wall to meditate, showing little interest in the achievements of others. On the stands, the Viper furrowed his brow. He was not particularly astonished by Aoki's results. After all, was it not expected that someone favored by the individual beside him would achieve such outcomes? In his view, Aoki's results were a tad underwhelming. However, he still harbored a lingering question regarding the dark crow. It seemed the Viper was uncertain and turned to the mysterious figure for clarification. Understanding the Viper's curiosity, the mysterious figure nodded slightly, his raspy voice emerging from beneath the hood, confirming, "You are correct, it bears a burden." The Viper, having a fair degree of confidence in his assumptions, was nonetheless surprised that this little creature had been cultivated so well in such a brief span. Despite its originally flawed potential, adjusting his posture, the Viper remarked, "Oh, this lad is indeed impressive. If your shadows do not select him, might he be offered to me?" Casting a glance at the Viper, the mysterious figure's lips curled slightly in a smirk as he countered, "What do you think?" The Viper, feeling rather mundane, pouted in response, finding the situation rather tedious. You shadows always treat matters with such gravity. He was well aware of the rules governing the shadows. Until the tasks set by them were completed, no member of Team Rocket could intervene, unless the mission failed or the chosen one perished. From the moment Aoki accepted the preparatory member badge from the mysterious figure, he became, in essence, half a member of the Shadow Group. Typically, members of the Shadow Group are quite exclusive, even towards their fellow Team Rocket members. However, the mysterious figure and the Viper were exceptions, having been close friends long before joining Team Rocket. Thus, as long as Aoki has not concluded the Shadow mission, or has not been deemed to have failed, the other branches of Team Rocket are not entitled to absorb him into their ranks. This holds true even for the highest echelons, as it is a decree set forth by the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki himself. Each member of the Shadow Group, being the most formidable asset in their arsenal, has been meticulously selected. One must be cautious with their words, Viper. Upon hearing Viper's remarks, the tone of the mysterious man grew somewhat grave. Although he and Viper shared a close friendship, he held a profound respect for the Shadow Organization and an ardent admiration for its direct leader, Sakaki. Even Aoki, despite his own reservations, could not help but harbor a deep-seated respect for Sakaki. The charisma he exuded was unparalleled, the highest Aoki had ever encountered in his life. Whether stern or gentle, Sakaki navigated interpersonal relations with impeccable finesse and demonstrated an unwavering commitment to leadership. Had Aoki truly been a native of this world, growing within Team Rocket, he would undoubtedly have become one of Sakaki's most loyal supporters. However, due to Aoki's transmigration and his familiarity with the narrative, he possessed an inherent resistance to Sakaki. Nonetheless, in his previous life, Aoki still respected and admired Sakaki immensely. It is worth noting that Team Rocket was merely a minor organization in the Johto region over a decade ago, with Sakaki's mother as its leader at that time. The organization lacked significant strength, as evidenced by Sakaki's initial Pokémon being a Beedrill. If resources had been abundant, who would choose a Beedrill as their child starter Pokémon? Although that Beedrill ultimately became one of the most powerful in the world, the resources expended in its evolution could have been enough to raise several semi-deities. Returning to the matter at hand, in just over a decade, Team Rocket transformed from a regional minor organization into the most formidable dark force in the Johto region, with Sakaki at the helm. Other underground organizations were either eradicated or absorbed, making Team Rocket the largest and most powerful entity in Johto, second only to the Pokémon League. This underscores Sakaki's extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, Sakaki not only excelled as a leader but also possessed formidable strength. Able to contend with champions without faltering, a title of Hidden Earth Champion was not casually assigned. The Shadow Group, established by Sakaki shortly after he assumed leadership of Team Rocket, flourished under his charismatic influence. Thus, it is no surprise that the members of the Shadow Group revere Sakaki. Viper recognized that he had inadvertently touched a sensitive nerve with the mysterious man, yet he felt no aversion to the implicit warnings conveyed. To those in other branches of Team Rocket, every individual in the Shadow Group was perceived as a fanatic, ruthless in their methods, and best avoided when possible. After a brief exchange, they fell into silence once more. The speed of the testing was remarkably swift. Each participant merely summoned their Pokémon to strike the trial stone, subsequently recording the data. Thus, it was not long before everyone had completed their assessments. The final rankings were as follows. First place, with an attack value of 265 points, was Aoki. Second place, with 258 points, was Gujia. Third place, with 227 points, was Mo Lee. Fourth place, with 225 points, was Alex. Fifth place, with 215 points, was Soros. And in a disheartening last place, with a mere 45 points, was the unfortunate contestant. The rankings of the top few remained largely unchanged, with Aoki and Gujia leading all challengers. The disparity in attack values between the second and third places indicated that they were gradually pulling ahead of the rest. As for the last position, the contestant's paltry score of 45 points left him languishing in mediocrity, even during the initial testing. Though his Pokémon was merely a Rattata, with proper training and nurturing, it could indeed unleash explosive potential. After all, the individual who had used a Rattata in this testing had managed to rank within the top 10. Amidst the initial trepidation, the last-ranked challenger stood in a daze, pitifully awaiting the arrival of someone with an even lower score. He muttered incessantly, "No, no, please." It wasn't until a menacing member of Team Rocket approached him, seizing his wrists with the intent to drag him away, that he finally snapped to reality. He struggled violently, but his untrained physique was no match for the battle-hardened Team Rocket members, whose grip felt as unyielding as iron. "No, no, please, give me one more chance. Just one more chance," he cried out in desperation, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Tears and snot streamed down his face, and a foul-smelling yellow liquid pooled between his legs. All was in vain. He should have anticipated this moment while he basked in comfort at the base. "Rattata, come save me." He finally remembered his identity as a trainer, possessing his own Pokémon. However, before Rattata could act, two imposing Houndoom appeared before it, baring their teeth menacingly. Though they wished to rescue their trainer, they dared not move. The serpent seated on the platform observed the scene with indifference, even displaying signs of annoyance towards those wasteful and unambitious individuals. Originally, Rattata possessed potential for training, but in the hands of such a wasteful trainer, it had only reached this pitiful state. Under the merciless jaws of the two Houndoom, Rattata ultimately lost its vitality, witnessing the demise of his final hope firsthand. The last remaining individual gradually relinquished his resistance, disappearing from the sight of the crowd under the grip of two Rocket Team subordinates. There was no doubt regarding his ultimate fate. Before everyone's gaze, the Rocket Team once again displayed their ruthless nature, treating human life as if it were mere chaff. Leaning against the wall, Aoki observed this scene unfold without the slightest ripple of emotion. After all, it was merely a life, and he had already claimed dozens before. Who among the Rocket Team had not taken lives? If one believed that the Rocket Team resembled the animated portrayals where they were swiftly defeated and rendered inconsequential, they were sorely mistaken. Such depictions were but fantasy. The tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was indeed effective, Aoki mused silently. Aoki understood the methods of the venomous serpent. It served merely to impose a shackle upon those who idly awaited their fate. Progressing with unyielding courage was essential. Stagnation would lead to demise. For the powerful present, there was little emotional upheaval, save for a hint of disdain. Such matters bore no relevance to them. Much like the renowned catfish effect, a shoal of sardines confined within a net would soon meet their end. But when a catfish was introduced, the sardines, under its intimidation, would frantically swim to evade predation, ultimately allowing some to reach the fish market alive and fetch a high price. Currently, they resembled the sardines, while the rocket team embodied the catfish. Only under the relentless prodding of the catfish could the sardines survive and achieve a greater valuation. Thus, all challengers were spurred to grow more diligently, enabling the rocket team to harvest an abundance of potent individuals. Chapter 31. Refusal. The conclusion of the entire test was rather uneventful, as the top 10 ascended the stage to swipe their identity cards, each receiving 200 points. For others, 200 points constituted a considerable resource, yet for Aoki, who still possessed over 7,000 points, it was merely an inconsequential sum. Nevertheless, even the smallest of resources held value. In truth, the rocket team maintained a stringent control over points. Aoki's fortune in encountering a rare green-quality Pokémon egg, coupled with the assistance of his chip to discern its worth, enabled him to amass 20,000 points with remarkable speed. This was not something others could replicate. The primary means of earning points within the rocket team was through task completion. Fulfilling tasks provided a stable source of points, while capturing rare-quality Pokémon or obtaining various rare items for point redemption was a matter of chance and discernment. Aoki's advantage lay in his chip. Any rare-quality Pokémon that appeared before him could not elude its scanning capabilities. Thus, compared to others, Aoki's most reliable method for accruing points was likely through the capture of various Pokémon. The only limitation he faced was his fortune. However, there are certain matters where excess is counterproductive. If one could consistently capture rare spirits to exchange for points, what would others think? Shouldn't those capable of discerning the quality of spirits without instruments be taken to a laboratory for further study? Thus, it is essential to display one's strengths at the appropriate moments while maintaining humility when necessary. This is the most prudent approach to navigating life's complexities. As the tests concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, each individual wearing a solemn expression. The recent events loomed over them like a ticking time bomb, incessantly reminding them of the need for diligence. It is believed that following this incident, everyone's efforts will ascend to a higher echelon. The urgency to strive is paramount. Failure to do so could prove fatal. In the immediate aftermath of the tests, the serpent and the enigmatic figure, shrouded in a dark cloak, were quickly surrounded by the minions of Team Rocket as they opened the plaza. Given their elevated identities and standings, they were not overly concerned with trivial matters, relying on their subordinates to manage all details. Were it not for the fact that the quality of each batch of challengers directly impacted the serpent's annual revenue, he would hardly pay such attention to a mere group of inexperienced youngsters. Why would a potential elite, akin to a king-level powerhouse, concern himself with recruits who barely met the standards of a typical trainer? It seemed improbable. Moreover, the mysterious figure, apart from wishing to accompany the serpent in evaluating the quality of this batch of challengers, sought to gain further insight into Aoki. Although he had conferred the emblem of the Shadow Preparatory members upon Aoki the previous day, he still felt unfamiliar with him and seized the opportunity presented by the tests to observe Aoki closely. Judging from the test results, Aoki had indeed met his minimum criteria. As Aoki prepared to depart, Gujia, accompanied by a group, obstructed his path. With a sudden realization that trouble was brewing, the first to confront them was, naturally, the Dark Raven. Sensing the ill intentions, the Dark Raven did not offer a friendly demeanor, letting out a fierce screech while suspended in midair. In response to the Dark Raven's display of defiance, Gujia's Arbok also refused to back down, coiling its body in a manner that was not born of fear, but rather the most fearsome posture of a serpent ready to strike. For serpents, the most intimidating moment occurs not when they open their mouths to reveal their fangs, but when they coil tightly, muscles taut and ready. In this state, a serpent is at its most dangerous, prepared to launch an attack with the swiftness of lightning, transitioning from tension to relaxation in an instant, akin to the release of a tightly drawn bow. Aoki gently stroked the feathers of the Dark Raven, signaling it to remain calm. Observing Aoki's gesture, Gujia raised an eyebrow, indicating to Arbok that there was no need for excessive agitation. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as Aoki scanned the data of the Arbok using a chip. Creature, Arbok, pale green. Gender, male level, 16 type. Poison ability, intimidate held item, none inherited skills. Pursuit, toxic bite, scary face basic skills. Bind, glare, poison sting, bite. Intimidate tutor skill, thief move tutor, shadow clone. In truth, Guga's Arbok was not lacking in strength and had been trained to a commendable degree. The reason it fell slightly short of the performance of the Dark Raven was partly due to Arbok's pale green quality, which ranked it a grade lower than the Dark Raven. and partly because Arbok's inherent base stats were not particularly high. Although base stats are merely a theoretical concept, and with proper training, their impact on a Pokémon is not critical, it must be acknowledged that a disparity in base stats does exist. Otherwise, the distinction between demigod Pokémon and ordinary Pokémon would not exist. Could one truly claim there is no difference between Dragonite and Arbok? That is inconceivable. What surprised Aoki was that Arbok had learned the skill Shadow Clone, which he recalled cost 1,000 points for redemption. He was astonished that Guga managed to accumulate 1,000 points within a week. Surely his subordinates must have contributed significantly. A silence enveloped the two, each waiting for the other to speak. The two top-ranked powerhouses refrained from conversation, causing those behind Guga to remain even more reticent. Those who had boasted of making Aoki pay dearly were now silent, observing with bated breath and unwilling to provoke. It was unexpected that Guga had underestimated him. Ultimately, it was Guga who could no longer contain himself, his expression austere as he uttered this statement. He had initially believed that throughout the trials, no one could rival him, possessing absolute confidence deserving of his current achievements. Had it not been for Aoki's interference, he would have undoubtedly soared to the pinnacle of success. And even the ranks of Team Rocket would not have been beyond his grasp. In his previous life, he had merely fallen short at the final hurdle. Aoki understood Guga's sentiments. Originally perceiving himself as the master, he now found himself surpassed, and the internal frustration he felt was undoubtedly more profound than he exhibited. However, even having discerned Guga's mindset, Aoki had no intention of altering his course. He had nearly lost the qualification to be his rival. And then, Aoki maintained his expression, speaking in a calm tone. Guga's countenance darkened as Aoki's indifferent demeanor struck him as a form of disdain. As Guga's expression shifted, his subordinates lowered their heads, adopting a posture of avoidance. Typically, in such situations, as sycophants, one among them would instantly leap forward to reprimand, pointing fingers. Yet, before Aoki, they found themselves unable to confront someone who had already overshadowed Guga. They dared not provoke him. In the midst of a conflict between titans, the underlings bear the brunt. Gu Jia, observing his subordinates' actions, quickly grasped the situation, his countenance darkening further. While Gu Jia appeared jubilant, Aoki harbored no significant animosity, standing quietly before him, awaiting his next move. With a face reflecting a tempest of emotions, Gu Jia's heart was tumultuous as he suddenly realized that his greatest asset was his elder brother. A captain. As someone who aspired to surpass his brother, Gu Jia was reluctant to leverage his brother's reputation to intimidate others. Even if he did, it was uncertain whether it would have any effect on Aoki. With a scoff and without uttering a word, he turned sharply and departed, fearing that remaining any longer would incite him to violence. Gu Jia himself was uncertain of his ability to triumph over Aoki. Following his exit, his subordinates hastily trailed behind him, displaying no hesitation, as if lingering would invite Aoki's wrath. After Gu Jia's departure, another group approached Aoki, led by the fifth-place contender, Soros, a youth with a radiant smile. Frowning as Soros drew nearer, Aoki found himself more inclined to appreciate Gu Jia's authenticity than Soros's facade of congeniality. Soros approached with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Aoki, my brother, you are truly remarkable. To seize first place so effortlessly has astounded many." As he reached out to pat Aoki's shoulder, Aoki instinctively stepped back, evading the gesture, his brow furrowing once more. Soros's hand met only air, an awkward smile flickering across his face. Yet, with his cunning, he quickly regained his composure, though a flicker of coldness lurked in his gaze. With a sardonic inner chuckle, Aoki inquired, "What is it?" "Ah, nothing of great importance," Soros replied, masking his embarrassment with laughter. "I recently accepted a lucrative task, and, fearing its difficulty, I wondered if you would be interested in joining me. Rest assured, any points earned would be evenly divided between us." The mention of a task piqued Aoki's interest, as it represented an excellent source of points for challengers. However, why seek him specifically for a task requiring two people? A smirk formed within him, recognizing it as a mere ploy to recruit him into Soros's circle, a feeble tactic. "Interest?" Aoki retorted, turning away without further ado, leaving Soros with nothing but his back. Watching Aoki depart without hesitation, Soros's smile faltered, his expression darkening as he turned to his subordinates, only to quickly restore his facade of cheerfulness. "Since Aoki is uninterested, we shall proceed on our own, for we must rely on ourselves," Soros declared to his followers. In an instant, his subordinates lamented the missed opportunity of not having Aoki join their team. However, they felt a renewed respect for their captain, realizing that such tasks were merely what Soros undertook, allowing them to share in the rewards. while he bore the losses. Chapter 32. Shadow. As Aoki turned to leave, he cast a fleeting glance at Soros's Wheezing. Wheezing. Deep yellow. Gender. Male level. 17 type. Poison ability. Levitate held item. None inherited skills. Charge basic skills. Poison gas. Tackle. Mist. Smokescreen. Pursuit. Clear smog taught skills. Haze TM. None. It was a Wheezing of considerable strength. Although its potential was slightly lacking, its level was relatively high. From its training condition, it appeared to have been well honed. Indeed, it possesses some capability, Aoki murmured. A person as astute as he was could generally navigate well as long as they were not exposed. Upon returning to the exchange center, which was still sparsely populated due to a recent testing session, Aoki was recognized immediately by the staff member who had assisted him with his skill exchange the day before. Locking eyes with him, Aoki silently nodded, signaling for him to take him to the mysterious figure. A mere exchange of glances prompted the staff member to promptly lead Aoki toward a concealed door. To be honest, he was more anxious than Aoki. The Lord had returned long ago, yet Aoki had yet to arrive, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil, eager to demonstrate his diligence, but unsure how. Until Aoki's arrival eased his nerves. After ensuring no one was watching, he knocked a rhythmic code upon the hidden door with his knuckles. With a faint click, the door creaked open. He gestured for Aoki to enter swiftly. Crossing the threshold, Aoki found himself in a long corridor, illuminated by flickering candlelight. Enough to see the path ahead. Traversing in silence alongside the dark crow, they walked for several minutes before finally reaching a spacious room. Half of the room was lined with bookshelves, and a rough estimate suggested there were tens of thousands of tomes. Aoki couldn't help but marvel internally. Acquiring such a vast collection in a place like the Trial Island was no small feat. In the center of the room, a desk held a lamp, and a mysterious figure clad in a black robe sat before it, engrossed in reading, seemingly oblivious to Aoki's arrival. Aoki was not naive enough to think his presence went unnoticed. He signaled for Dark Crow to settle on the ground and approached the desk respectfully, awaiting the completion of the mysterious figure's reading. Noticing Aoki's actions, a slight smile crept upon the hidden lips of the figure beneath the robe. Before he returned his focus to the book, as time swiftly passed, just as Dark Crow began to fidget with impatience, the mysterious figure slowly lifted his head. Glancing at Aoki and the Dark Crow, a hoarse voice leisurely emerged. Assist me in retrieving an item, and upon your return, I shall reward you with 10,000 points. As he spoke, he withdrew a map from his robe, placing it upon the table and gradually sliding it toward Aoki without inquiring whether he accepted the task. When Aoki beheld the hand, revealed beneath the dark cloak, with only 2 fingers remaining, his pupils constricted abruptly. This type of injury was all too familiar to Aoki, a consequence of poisonous damage. For a mysterious individual, likely of at least the champion level, to sustain such unavoidable harm and resort to the amputation of poisoned fingers was a testament to the formidable strength of their adversary. Quickly suppressing his expression, he grasped the map handed to him by the enigmatic figure and scrutinized it closely. It must be said, in comparison to the crude treasure maps produced by Team Rocket, this one was exquisitely detailed. Every feature along the path and each intricate detail was meticulously illustrated. Not wanting to keep the mysterious figure waiting, Aoki nodded, stowed the map in his storage belt, and replied affirmatively. The mysterious figure, indicating that Aoki could depart, nodded in response. Without hesitation, Aoki, accompanied by the Dark Crow, prepared to leave. Suddenly, the figure, lowering his head, uttered, "I am called Shadow." Upon hearing this, Aoki, pausing mid-step, respectfully responded, "Yes, Lord Shadow." Noticing that Shadow offered no further instructions, Aoki and the Dark Crow slowly exited the mysterious chamber. Upon stepping through the darkened door, the intense light was momentarily blinding. Having been in darkness for so long, Aoki's eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden brilliance. He closed his eyes briefly to alleviate the discomfort, while the Dark Crow shielded its eyes with its wings, a sight that was rather amusing. Shadow, the embodiment of darkness. Once outside, Aoki seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to leave the exchange center, all the while murmuring to himself. He recalled a rumor from his previous life that circulated within Team Rocket regarding the 2 vice leaders of the Shadow Division, known as Dark and Shadow. It was said that they were orphans personally brought back by Giovanni, who bestowed upon them the names Dark and Shadow, thus inspiring the name of the Shadow Division itself. While traces of the 2 vice leaders could be uncovered, the identity of the supposed leader of the Shadow Division remained an enigma, with no one having seen anyone other than Giovanni in that role. There were even whispers that the position of leader had remained vacant due to no one meeting Giovanni's formidable standards. Shaking his head lightly, and offering a wry smile. Aoki recognized that such matters were distant from him. He needed to focus on the Shadow Division's testing task instead. Although Shadow might have perceived Aoki as oblivious to the significance of the medal, Aoki had managed to conceal his awareness effectively. However, this did not imply that he was genuinely uninformed. Aoki was not averse to joining the Shadow Division, while the dangers would undoubtedly increase. So too would the opportunities and resources, aligning perfectly with Aoki's original aspirations. However, is the testing task of the Shadows truly that simple? With a wry smile, Aoki reflected that this was merely the beginning. He meticulously gathered all the necessary supplies for the journey, and honestly, he found the limited storage space of 1 square unit to be somewhat insufficient for the various medicines and provisions he needed. Clad in the white uniform of Team Rocket and equipped with his distinctive belt, Aoki appeared as a bona fide member of the organization. Alongside his Dark Raven, he departed unnoticed, following the route delineated on the map provided by Shadow, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Trial Island, a semi-developed woodland area, serves as one of Team Rocket's vital resources. It has not been excessively exploited despite its abundant resources, adhering instead to a policy of sustainable usage, which has preserved the forest remarkably well. The trees within the forest soar to great heights, their branches lush and verdant. The dense foliage creates a canopy that filters the sunlight, casting scattered patches of light upon the forest floor. Consequently, the illumination in the woods is somewhat dim. Occasionally, clouds obscure the sun, rendering the forest slightly shadowy. Due to the favorable environment, a plethora of small Pokémon inhabit the area, and with prolonged activity, various animal trails have been forged throughout the woods. If one could discern the right direction of these trails, traversing the forest would become significantly easier. As Aoki ventured deeper, the presence of small Pokémon increased. Grass-type Pokémon, concealed within the underbrush, entered a state of camouflage upon spotting Aoki and Dark Raven. Scattered caterpies and weedles sluggishly crawled on the trees or diligently munched on leaves, eagerly anticipating their evolution. At times, one could even glimpse a few Pidgeys and ladybugs flitting about. Moreover, hidden among the treetops, Spearows and Pharaohs would occasionally swoop down, engaging in a dramatic chase with the insect-type Pokémon residing in the trees. Naturally, numerous wild animals also frequently appeared before Aoki. Ever vigilant of his surroundings, Aoki activated his chip. Every Pokémon within his detection range could not evade the scanning process. Even those grass-type Pokémon, well concealed, were unveiled under the chip's scrutiny, resulting in detailed data maps. Since they were still on the outskirts of the forest, the Pokémon encountered were not particularly strong. Despite their considerable numbers, they posed no threat to Aoki and Dark Raven. Did the combative Dark Raven show any interest in battling these small creatures? Given that they had set out in the afternoon, and the map indicated a distance that could not be traversed in a single day, Aoki planned to first locate a water source, where he could camp for the night, before continuing his journey the following day. Fortuitously, before darkness fell, Aoki successfully discovered a small stream. Although the water was modest in volume, it was crystal clear, and the myriad tiny footprints of sprites surrounding the soft, damp earth indicated that this was a safe drinking area, free from formidable creatures. A distance of 10 meters from the stream, Aoki commenced the task of kindling a fire and erecting a tent. Indeed, prior to this journey, Aoki had prepared a tent, along with assorted life essentials and medical supplies, which collectively cost him 200 points. Naturally, the bulk of this expense stemmed from the medical supplies and various antidotes. Given the opportunity to enhance his comfort in the wilderness, Aoki was more than willing to expend some resources. After all, no reasonable person wishes to live like a savage indefinitely. It was precisely because this tent occupied half of the storage belt's capacity that Aoki felt confined in space. While Aoki busied himself with the tent, the Dark Crow was not idle. Burdened as it was, it trained incessantly, albeit in a more tranquil manner. The Dark Crow darted through the air, gathering sticks with unparalleled speed, as if engaged in a shuttle run, seamlessly integrating training into daily life. Before long, the sun had set, the tent was erected, and the crackling of the fire filled the air. The Dark Crow's food bowl had undergone a transformation, no longer a crude wooden vessel. It was now a gleaming metal bowl, filled with energy cubes that emitted a subtle fragrance reminiscent of lemon. Aoki sipped on the oatmeal brewed from freshly boiled water, accompanied by bread infused with the aroma of milk. The stark contrast between the life of a human and a sprite was remarkable, akin to the leap from a caveman's existence to the vibrant era of the late 20th century. Chapter 33. The Revenge of Kairos. The night passed with little incident, as the sounds of chirping insects and rustling leaves lulled Aoki and the Dark Crow into slumber. In the embrace of sleep, time slipped away unnoticed. And when Aoki opened his eyes once more, the sun had emerged, sporting a rosy visage on the horizon. Once again, he ignited the fire, prepared breakfast, and engaged in training, all as per the rhythm of each morning. Aoki focused on physical exercise while the Dark Crow honed its skills. They firmly believed that perseverance in training would yield rewards. It is often said that the plans for a year are made in spring, and the plans for a day are made in the morning. Morning training invariably offers amplified results. The Dark Crow had just mastered 4 skills: Dark Pulse, Protect, Substitute, and Screech, through a skill transfer device, and learning 4 skills at once necessitated diligent practice. Except for Protect, which could not be practiced normally. The other 3 skills required substantial training to be utilized proficiently. Only skills mastered to a high degree could be effective in battle. Particularly, Protect and Substitute were vital defensive skills, essential for survival in the wilderness. As the foremost Dark-type skill of the present-day Dark Raven, the Malevolent Wave is equally essential to its training regimen. It can be asserted that mastering these 4 skills is imperative, as each possesses unique capabilities that manifest in specific scenarios. Beyond these skills, the Wing Attack, recently learned and upgraded, also merits practice. However, due to the persistent burden it bears, Dark Raven is continuously honing the strength of its wings, resulting in a natural enhancement of the Wing Attack's potency. Utilize the Malevolent Wave against that large tree once more. Aoki commanded the Dark Raven. After concluding its own physical training, Aoki turned his attention to aiding Dark Raven with targeted exercises. Upon hearing Aoki's directive, Dark Raven nodded and directed its wave skill at a tree of average girth. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming malevolence emanated from Dark Raven, as dark energy coalesced around it. With the expansion of this malevolence, the dark energy surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing violently into the tree. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding grove began to tremble. Within the range of the malevolent wave's attack, the rustle of leaves filled the air, and the targeted tree bore several deep, dark scratches. Following the execution of the skill, the tree's scratches emitted a faint hissing sound, a residual effect of the dark energy itself. Did you observe the damage inflicted by your recent malevolent wave? Aoki remarked. Such a skill, despite its potential, fails to deliver significant harm to adversaries. This tree has merely suffered some bark damage. It is likely that only certain psychic-type Pokémon would incur substantial injury, while others would not be notably affected. Nonetheless, do not be disheartened, for you have only just acquired this skill. With diligent practice and a focused effort to control the skill's spread, concentrating its output will yield formidable power. In due time, even formidable psychic and ghost-type Pokémon shall fall before your prowess. Addressing Dark Raven, who had just executed the skill, Aoki pointed out its shortcomings. Upon hearing Aoki's guidance, Dark Raven eagerly nodded. As a Dark-type Pokémon, it could not fathom being bested by psychic or ghost-type creatures. Despite its nascent command of the skill, Dark Raven sensed its latent power, albeit struggling to wield it effectively at present. The prospect of mastering such a formidable skill invigorated Dark Raven's spirit. A dense aura of malevolence began to envelop Dark Raven, with dark energy manifesting alongside this intent. Yet, the skill was not immediately unleashed. Instead, Dark Raven focused on controlling the dark energy, striving to restrain its spread and gather the energy to inflict adequate damage. After a brief moment, when Dark Raven felt the dark energy sufficiently concentrated, it unleashed the malevolent wave once more. Bang! The surrounding trees no longer swayed as they once did. Apart from a slight tremor, there was little movement. However, on the tree that had been under the relentless assault of the dark corvids, a deep black hole, about the width of a finger, manifested, emitting tendrils of black smoke, its destructive power evidently far greater than before. Observing the dark corvid's enhanced use of its malevolent wave, I nodded in satisfaction. One must acknowledge that the dark corvid possesses a remarkable talent for energy control, a gift that is not easily discerned in the inherent qualities of a sprite, but rather revealed through persistent practice and exposure. By mastering the concentration of energy and minimizing unnecessary loss, the potency of its skills can be significantly amplified. This latest display was clearly more formidable than the previous one. Nevertheless, the execution of such skills remains sluggish, necessitating an acceleration in the gathering process, an endeavor that demands patience and consistent effort. You have performed admirably, Dark Corvid. Aoki recognized the strides made by the Dark Corvid. Such tedious and arduous training requires trainers to provide ample affirmation and praise, which invariably motivates the little sprites to exert themselves even further. One could see the excitement in the Dark Corvid's nodding after Aoki's commendation. as it resumed its training with renewed vigor. With a gentle smile, Aoki felt a genuine appreciation for the Dark Corvid's dedication. To earn the trust of such an exceptional sprite is indeed a source of pride for any trainer. After approximately an hour, Aoki and the Dark Corvid resumed their journey. While the primary goal was to locate the items indicated by shadow, foundational training could not be neglected, for to do so would be to squander life and time. The Dark Corvid, which had grown somewhat fatigued from the prolonged training, swiftly regained its vigor after consuming several energy cubes, even exuding a faintly enhanced aura. This exemplifies the subtle yet profound impact of energy cubes. What would normally require 2 to 3 hours for recovery was achieved in mere minutes with their assistance. Furthermore, the exhausted body absorbed the energy from the cubes like a parched sponge soaking up seawater, drawing in more energy than during typical recovery periods. As long as the energy cubes can be utilized continuously, the disparity between the Dark Corvid and other sprites will become increasingly pronounced. It is precisely due to the remarkable efficacy of energy cubes that every breeder capable of crafting them becomes a coveted asset among various factions, even those who can only create basic energy cubes. Although a breeder's prowess may not be the most formidable, they are certainly not to be trifled with. For one can never gauge the intricate relationships and powerful allies that lie behind each breeder. Should a breeder call upon their favors, they could rally a formidable group of trainers. Thus, breeders are akin to a hornet's nest, best approached with caution. Yesterday, in search of a water source, we slightly deviated from our intended path. Therefore, our immediate task is to return to the original route. As the sun gradually ascends, the temperature within the forest steadily rises, and the sprites that thrive during the day begin to reveal their presence. Bathed in the gentle rays of sunlight, the entire forest radiates a sense of vibrant vitality. As one ventures deeper, the strength of the surrounding sprites increases. However, their numbers are not as densely packed as before. With the elevation in their levels, the sprites have developed a sense of awareness regarding their own territory. Nevertheless, one may still occasionally encounter injured sprites, or even the lifeless bodies of some. Naturally, Aoki and the Dark Crow choose to ignore these grim sights. Yet, as they delve further, their vigilance heightens. The Dark Crow remains cautiously alert to its surroundings, ever ready to spring into action. Fortunately, thanks to the constant activation of the chip's scanning function, no sprite can approach Aoki undetected. Indeed, under the chip's scrutiny, Aoki notes several sprites consciously approaching them, some of which have been tailing them for quite some time. Drawing nearer, the moment Aoki abruptly halts, a Kairos swiftly leaps from the nearby underbrush, targeting the frail Aoki. With a sharp cry, the ever-watchful Dark Crow reacts instantly, utilizing its Gale skill, and with a sudden strike, sends the Kairos, which intended to eliminate Aoki, soaring away. Aoki cannot help but chuckle at the sight of this thwarted assailant, for it is the very Kairos that had been previously defeated by the Dark Crow. Yet this time, it has learned to strike first. Alas, it miscalculated. Even in the absence of the Dark Crow, the chip had long detected the imminent danger, and the moment Aoki halted, his taut body was primed for evasion. However, this time, the Kairos clearly came prepared. With its cry, 3 more Kairos sprang forth from the surrounding foliage, their strength comparable to that of the one before Aoki. Aoki smiled, bemused by their reckless audacity in forming a group to seek annihilation. Just days prior, the Dark Crow had been able to effortlessly dominate Kairos. How much more so now, with its power surging? Even facing 4 Kairos, they would merely be offering themselves as fodder. The 4 Kairos exchanged glances, displaying a commendable level of tacit understanding as they collectively advanced towards Aoki. Having suffered once, they recognized that this seemingly defenseless creature posed the greatest threat to them. A piercing shriek erupted from the Dark Crow, a sound so shrill that it compelled one to instinctively cover their ears, especially for the 4 Kairos facing it directly. Never had they encountered such a jarring noise, which burrowed into their minds through their ears, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily, as if the very hardness of their armor had loosened. In the shadows, the Dark Raven decided to test the fruits of its recent training. A mischievous smile crept across Aoki's face as he retrieved a remote control from his utility belt and pressed a button. This was the device that managed the weight the Dark Raven had been carrying. As the burden was lifted, the Dark Raven immediately felt a surge of lightness. With the assistance of the wind, it swiftly closed the distance between itself and the 2 Kairoses before it. Caw, caw. The Dark Raven had never experienced such swiftness. Feeling as if it could transform into a streak of light, and it let out an exhilarated cry. Having previously been unaware of the results of its weight training, it was astonishing to discover that in just a few days, its speed had elevated to a remarkable level. Witnessing the dark raven's unrestrained velocity, Aoki's lips curled into a smile, a glint of amusement in his eyes. To the dark raven, those Kyruses were no longer formidable opponents. Dark raven, cease your play. Use the wind against the two Kyruses ahead to hinder them, then eliminate the ones behind, Aoki commanded, urging the dark raven to charge forward and unleash its wings in an offensive strike. Nodding in acknowledgement, the dark raven flapped its wings vigorously, unencumbered by its previous load. The release of wind was swifter and more powerful, coalescing into two spiraling white tornadoes that intercepted the two advancing Kyruses. Without hesitation, it then pivoted and darted towards the remaining Kyruses behind. As it flew, the energy of flight continued to gather within its wings, culminating in a ferocious assault that struck the left Kyrus with tremendous force, sending it crashing into a nearby tree before it crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. A swift and decisive blow. Following the piercing sound of its defenses being shattered, the liberated dark raven unleashed its full might. Augmented by the aerial energy's double damage against bug-type Pokémon, resulting in the Kyrus' instant demise. Witnessing the fall of its companion, the remaining Kyrus let out a furious roar and charged, aiming its formidable horn at the dark raven, employing a skill that harnessed force. Dark raven, hold your ground. Strike again with your wings and finish it, Aoki commanded. The dark raven responded immediately, tapping into a reservoir of mysterious energy within, enveloped by a faint green energy shield that bestowed an enigmatic aura upon it. Though the energy shield shattered under the Kyrus' assault, its purpose had been fulfilled, successfully nullifying the Kyrus' attack. As the Kyrus stood bewildered at the failure of its skill, the wings, now charged with concentrated aerial energy, struck mercilessly. With the sound of cracking exoskeleton, the Kyrus was sent reeling, collapsing to the ground, following the same fate as its fallen comrade. At that moment, the two Kyruses, previously hindered by the wind, finally managed to break free, their armor bearing the marks of significant damage. Witnessing the transformation from a 4-to-1 scenario to a 2-to-1 predicament, the vengeful Kairos, the first to charge forth, was caught unawares as its two companions succumbed to the ground. The previous encounter with the Dark Crow had not showcased such formidable strength, leaving it engulfed in profound disbelief. The Dark Crow, undeterred, continued to harness the winds, launching itself into battle with wing strikes that swiftly dispatched its foes. While Kairos may have faltered, the Dark Crow did not. Having finally relished the exhilarating sensation of freedom, it was determined to engage in a fervent battle. Accompanied by a resounding cry, two whirlwinds enveloped its adversaries once more. Without hesitation, it adhered strictly to Aoki's commands. Plunging into the vortex, under the assault of two wings radiating white light, a resounding crash echoed as two figures were ejected from the whirlwind, scattering it in the process. With a triumphant call, the Dark Crow paid no heed to the fallen Kairos, for it was evident that they had already been rendered incapable of continuing the fight. What a thrilling experience it was. For the first time since following Aoki, the Dark Crow tasted such a liberating battle. Gently caressing the proud head of the Dark Crow, Aoki playfully admonished, "This is merely the result of brief training. Do not become complacent, continue to strive." Aoki felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the Dark Crow's prowess, but was wary of its potential arrogance, thus imparting a gentle reminder. The Dark Crow, eager to express its excitement rather than pride, cawed in response. "No worries, you performed admirably this time," Aoki reassured, chuckling and shaking his head, fully aware that his words were laced with jest. "Now you understand the fruits of your regular training, do you not?" he continued, the playful teasing unmistakable in his tone. Nodding vigorously, admiration gleamed in its small eyes, as the Dark Crow was on the verge of becoming Aoki's devoted admirer. "You." Aoki lightly flicked the Dark Crow's small head, brandishing the remote control in front of it. "I shall resume the weight training. Are you prepared?" The Dark Crow froze momentarily, reluctant to relinquish the liberating feeling it had just experienced, only to be met with the impending burden of weight training once more. However, it soon comprehended Aoki's well-intentioned purpose, suppressing its reluctance and nodding in agreement. Aoki, attuned to the Dark Crow's hesitance, recognized that such unrestrained days were not yet meant to last. The Dark Crow's strength still required enhancement. As the Dark Crow gazed up with hopeful eyes, the weight training was reinitiated, maintaining the previous burden of 10 pounds. Instantly, a heaviness enveloped its body, causing its flight altitude to dip slightly, yet it quickly acclimated, regaining its former height to meet Aoki's gaze. Accustomed to this weight, it understood that with a brief adjustment, it could operate normally once more. Under the subconscious scanning of the chip, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. not expecting that after the recent battle, his Dark Crow had indeed leveled up once more. This upgrade seemed to have gone unnoticed, perhaps due to its natural progression, as Dark Crow itself likely perceived it merely as an effect of shedding excess weight from its training. Aoki chose not to disclose this, allowing Dark Crow to believe it was a result of its rigorous training, which would encourage it to strive even harder in the future. One advantage of battling in the wild is that one need not clean the battlefield afterwards. Following the commotion of their recent encounter, the forest was now enveloped in silence. Seizing the opportunity without the disturbance of other Pokémon, Aoki departed with Dark Crow, once again embarking on the path laid out on the map. For them, this skirmish was merely a minor interlude, with the sole reward being Dark Crow's elevation to another level. Adhering closely to the route indicated on the map, Aoki constantly compared the surrounding environment with the landmarks depicted, ensuring that their path deviated not too greatly. Nearly 4 hours had elapsed since their encounter with several Heracross, and Aoki had ventured nearly 30 kilometers deeper into the forest. They had completely left the outskirts and were now heading towards the inner circle. The trees within the forest grew ever larger, their trunks more robust, and the foliage denser, with the gaps through which light could penetrate diminishing in size. Consequently, the temperature dropped, an unmistakable chill permeating the forest. Although traces of small Pokémon remained, the signs of weaker creatures like Caterpie and Weedle had become nearly imperceptible, and even the evidence of battles between Pidgey and Spearow had vanished. As the strength of the Pokémon increased, Dark Crow's presence no longer instilled the same level of intimidation in others. As Aoki traversed through various territories, he encountered increasingly daring small Pokémon. At one moment, while casually collecting berries from a tree, he inadvertently stepped into the territory of a formidable group of Pokémon. A Rattata erupted from the earth, launching a fierce attack on them. Due to the chip's inability to scan beneath the surface, Aoki was caught unprepared for the Rattata's strike. Fortunately, his honed reflexes, developed over years, enabled him to evade the brunt of the attack, though he still bore a significant scratch on his arm. This was a Rattata of level 20. Its claws, sharpened from years of burrowing, left a deep gash on Aoki's arm. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have sustained a far worse injury. Witnessing Aoki's injury, the enraged Dark Crow unleashed a flurry of attacks, employing various skills against the Rattata. Caught off guard by the tempestuous onslaught, the Rattata fell confusedly beneath Dark Crow's barrage, having misjudged its opponent as an easy target, only to collide with an iron wall. Easily defeating a Rattata of level 20, Dark Crow felt no joy in its triumph, for Aoki had been harmed. Fortunately, on this outing, I had brought ample supplies of medicine. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I cleansed the wound with water and subsequently applied a disinfectant spray to eliminate any potential infection. Finally wrapping it with gauze. Each movement flowed seamlessly. Even during the disinfection process, I remained silent. In my previous life, I had honed exceptional skills in treating wounds, having grown accustomed to injuries that I frequently sustained. In the presence of small sprites, one is indeed at a significant disadvantage. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Furthermore, reliance on chips was no longer an option, as their scanning range was limited, rendering them incapable of providing timely feedback against sprites that attacked from a distance or moved swiftly. As for the sprites lurking underground, there was little I could do. I had initially thought that defeating this Rattata would resolve the issue. However, it seemed I had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest, as Rattatas began to emerge one after another from the earth, baring their teeth at the Dark Crow that dared to harm their kin within their territory. Despite their seemingly formidable appearance, they were numerous. Enraged, the Dark Crow showed no mercy, dispatching one Rattata after another under my precise commands. Yet, as time passed, the Rattatas emerged with increasing speed. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, I hastily instructed the Dark Crow to cease its relentless assault. It was evident that we had stumbled upon a nest of rodents, and if we did not retreat now, escape would soon be impossible. Faced with such a multitude of Rattatas, I wisely opted to evade confrontation, leading myself and my sprite into flight. The average level of the pursuing Rattatas was a formidable 20, accompanied by several smaller Rattatas, relentlessly chasing after me. The diminutive Rattatas, resembling small dogs in size, were undeterred by the dense underbrush that hindered their pursuit. Observing this, I dashed towards the thicket, my Team Rocket attire affording me some protection against the thorns. While I was preoccupied with fleeing, the Dark Crow had no such concerns. Rattatas could hardly keep pace with it. It occasionally unleashed its skills, summoning gusts of wind and unleashing malevolent waves of energy. The Rattatas became mere targets for the Dark Crow's training. Eventually, the relentless Rattatas recognized they could not catch up with me. and their numbers dwindled significantly under the dark crow's frenzied onslaught. Frustrated, the remaining Rattatas burrowed underground, seeking refuge from further attacks. Coming to a halt, I leaned on my knees, my breathing labored and erratic, akin to that of a bellows. My chest heaving as if my heart might burst. My body was still too weak. Panting, I couldn't help but reflect on my condition. Although I had been working to restore my strength and had engaged in training, this prolonged sprint had nearly left me breathless. As his chest heaved, blood seeped through the freshly bandaged arm, mingling with the sweat that trickled down to the wound, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through Aoki's nerves. It was only now that he could take a moment to survey his surroundings. In his frantic attempt to shake off the pursuers, he had strayed significantly from his intended path. His immediate goal was to return to the original route. After resting momentarily to catch his breath, Aoki began to tend to his injury. Consulting the landmarks on his map, he realized he had deviated quite far. If he wandered any further, he would be beyond the map's boundaries. The crisp, melodious sound of water flowed intermittently from a distance, accompanied by a faint mist that permeated the air. Noticing a small waterfall marked as the furthest point on the map, Aoki deliberated briefly before deciding to head toward the water source for a respite. The freshly torn wound began to bleed anew, its edges starting to whiten from the moisture. Following the sound of the water, Aoki and his dark raven ventured forth, remembering to retrieve a few energy cubes from his belt to nourish the raven, which had expended considerable stamina. Upon traversing a thicket of trees, Aoki finally arrived at the waterfall, where he was awestruck by the breathtaking scene before him. The waterfall cascaded gracefully, creating a dense mist, while towering ancient trees flourished around, allowing the previously obstructed sunlight to illuminate the area. The interplay of mist and light produced a series of small rainbows. As Aoki and the dark raven approached, the playful sprites in the water dove beneath the surface, and the foraging birds flapped their wings in a hurried escape, leaving the once lively valley eerily quiet. Aoki paid little heed to the sudden stillness, continuing his solitary exploration of this untouched valley, where the refreshing mist enveloped his face, bringing a sense of coolness and relief. Amidst the retreating sprites, one lone creature remained unperturbed, idly perched by the riverbank, its delicate pink tail trailing in the water, its gaze fixed ahead. This enchanting little sprite was none other than a slowpoke. Aoki gazed in surprise at the slowpoke, which exhibited no fear of his presence. As he drew nearer, the figure of the slowpoke became increasingly distinct through the lingering mist. "What is this?" Aoki gasped in astonishment upon finally discerning its form. Although the slowpoke retained its characteristic pink hue, there was a hint of white intermingled, setting it apart as even more alabaster than its kin. A shiny slowpoke? A glimmer flickered in his eyes as the chip activated, revealing the data of the slowpoke before him. Sprite, shimmering dull beast, green. In decline, gender, male level, 20 attributes. Water type, psychic type ability, nonconformist held item, none inherited skills, sleep, rain dance, teleport basic skills, curse, yawn, tackle, growl, water gun, confusion, disable taught skills, meditation, psyshock skill learning, none a green aptitude, and it is even in decline? Aoki was utterly astonished by the skills of this dull beast. What he witnessed was akin to a repository of psychic abilities. Particularly, the skill of teleportation proved to be invaluable, whether in retreat or pursuit. With this ability, even an ordinary dull beast would possess a value far exceeding that of its peers. It seemed evident that this dull beast's potential in psychic prowess was exceptional. The dull beast cast a sidelong glance at the human and the dark flying spirit before it, remaining unfazed. It had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny, for its coloration had always set it apart from other dull beasts. Though it was not particularly exclusionary, every interaction was tinged with an oddity, as other creatures regarded it with peculiar eyes, as if it were some rare species. Yet, it was merely a dull beast. Moreover, its temperament was entirely at odds with that of its kin. While dull beasts were renowned for their lethargy, even in the face of adversaries, this particular one was remarkably spirited. When danger loomed, it was always the first to charge into battle, reveling in the thrill of confrontation. After numerous skirmishes, it discovered an unexpected passion for combat. After 2 years of cohabitation with its kind, its excessive energy ultimately led to its ostracization. While the rest of the dull beasts basked in the sun, it trained. While others indulged in midday slumber, it practiced. Even during moments of idle contemplation, it was engaged in exercise. It felt profoundly out of place among its kin. After futile negotiations with the clan leader, it resolved to depart in solitude, yearning to effect change elsewhere and hoping to learn to emulate the idle demeanor of its fellow dull beasts. It longed for the day it could return to its clan. Thus, when Aoki and the Dark Crow approached, it remained motionless, imitating what a true dull beast should embody in such a scenario. Its active mind rendered it unable to cease its thoughts, and it found itself increasingly resembling its kind. It may sound like a jest. Here was a dull beast endeavoring to mimic the essence of a true dull beast. Yet, for it, this was everything. It sought acceptance from its kin, yearning to no longer be alone. Alas, Aoki was oblivious to these sentiments. What he beheld was an extraordinarily gifted Psyduck. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it bore a striking resemblance to other Psyducks. Without a moment's hesitation, Aoki resolved to capture this exceptional creature. Dark Raven, go ahead and greet your future companion. Unleash your dark pulse. Aoki instructed Dark Raven with a smile, determined to claim the Psyduck for his own. The creature's green potential and its unique skill were more than enough to spur Aoki into action. GA. Dark Raven nodded enthusiastically at the prospect of gaining a new ally. However, in battle, it would not hold back. If the Psyduck could not withstand even a single attack, it would not be deemed worthy of companionship. A dense aura enveloped Dark Raven, coalescing into strands of darkness. After a morning of rigorous training, while Dark Pulse was not yet second nature, its proficiency had markedly improved since the morning. As the malevolent energy gathered, the Psyduck immediately sensed it, feeling a deep-seated aversion to the dark energy it despised most. Its facade dropped, and the previously vacant expression on its face shifted to one of seriousness, with a spark of vitality igniting in its large eyes. Aoki couldn't help but exclaim softly at the Psyduck's transformation. Indeed, this Psyduck was somewhat extraordinary. However, there was no time for contemplation. Dark Raven's dark pulse was swiftly completed, and as the malicious energy surged forth, it targeted the Psyduck, which had just risen. The Psyduck remained unperturbed, even in the face of the dark energy aimed directly at it. Despite its aversion, years of battle experience allowed it to respond with composure. With its mouth slightly agape, a powerful stream of water erupted forth, akin to a bullet discharged from a firearm, swift and fierce. It pierced through the impact of Dark Pulse, hurtling straight toward Dark Raven. Bang! The Dark Pulse collided forcefully with the Psyduck, and the double damage from the Dark-type move elicited a cry from it. The fighting spirit and ferocity in its eyes began to surface. Originally, the Psyduck had concealed its true nature in an attempt to imitate others. But Dark Raven's attack ignited its innate instincts once more. Bang! The water gun skill struck Dark Raven successfully, hesitating to unleash another Dark Pulse. Dark Raven was taken aback as the Psyduck did not even attempt to evade. It bravely exchanged blows. Chapter 30. The capture. Aoki retrieved the weight-reducing remote once more. Faced with a level 20 Psyduck, which also bore green potential, Dark Raven could not afford to be restrained in any manner. Now released from its bindings, Dark Raven no longer exhibited the same excitement it had at the outset. It felt a weight of pressure in facing this Psyduck. Yet, regardless of the Psyduck's strength, its expertise lay in Psychic-type skills. But what did Psychic abilities mean to the Dark-type Dark Raven? It had never felt the influence of superpowers upon itself. Thus, the dull beast was inherently at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, it displayed no inclination to surrender, and instead, grew increasingly emboldened and exhilarated in battle. Even with a mere water gun technique, it executed the move with remarkable finesse, drawing upon its advantageous level and commendable physique. It engaged in a spirited contest with the Dark Crow. After yet another clash, the Dark Crow panted heavily, while the dull beast lay on the ground, less animated than before. However, its eyes sparkled with brilliance. If one were to gaze into them, they would discern a tapestry of emotions, excitement, satisfaction, and joy. Throughout the skirmish, Aoki continuously directed the Dark Crow while simultaneously observing the transformations of the dull beast. He was gradually coming to understand this peculiar creature. The reason it found itself alone in this place likely extended beyond mere color. Its personality undoubtedly played a significant role. Had it not been for its distinctive appearance, Aoki might have mistaken it for another spirited water-type Pokémon. Dark Crow, unleash another Dark Pulse, and allow this future companion a moment to recuperate. Aoki, mindful of the dull beast's condition, recognized that while it was formidable, it was also on the brink of physical exhaustion. A single Dark Pulse, delivering double the damage, would be sufficient to incapacitate it. Responding to the command, albeit fatigued, the Dark Crow was still capable of executing a few more techniques. As it skillfully summoned the Dark Pulse, it coalesced into form within a breath, delivering a final assault upon the dull beast. The dull beast, gritting its teeth in determination, had long since lost the capacity to resist. Despite its higher level compared to the Dark Crow, Its inability to employ superpower techniques had rendered it vulnerable from the outset. Defeat was merely a matter of time. If only it could continue fighting indefinitely. Surprisingly, the dull beast felt little sorrow over its impending defeat. Rather, an unwavering obsession with the battle lingered in its mind, prompting it to recall the phrase strength in its last fleeting moment of consciousness. At the instant it collapsed, a super ball enveloped it, and the open Pokeball promptly captured the dull beast within. The super ball trembled incessantly upon the ground, its center pulsating with a red light that signaled unrest within. Aoki approached the super ball, observing its erratic movements, and could not help but utter, "Dull beast, follow me, and countless battles await you." As though responding to Aoki's words, the super ball shook for several seconds before emitting a resounding thud. The red light ceased its flickering, and the trembling gradually subsided. Aoki, seeing that the dull beast had finally been captured, swiftly grasped the super ball from the ground. Then, under the eager gaze of the dark crow, he released the dull beast from its confines. As the Pokeball was opened, a flash of crimson light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a delicate pink creature upon the ground. The once unconscious Drowzee had now regained its senses. Although still wounded and unable to move, its eyes were wide open. Gently lifting the Drowzee, Aoki settled cross-legged on the somewhat damp earth, positioning the creature upon his lap. Noticing the Drowzee's hesitant and fearful gaze, he softly reassured, "Do not be afraid, dear Drowzee. We shall be companions from this day forth. This is Honchkrow. Despite your previous skirmish, you must learn to coexist harmoniously." "Caw, caw." Honchkrow eagerly nodded, not wishing for hostility from a companion who had just joined their ranks. Surprisingly, Drowzee harbored no resentment towards Honchkrow. Instead, it felt an unexpected fondness for the avian after experiencing an exhilarating battle together. From its large, adorable eyes, one could easily perceive these emotions. With a gentle, weak utterance, Drowzee expressed its indifference. Upon hearing Drowzee's call, Honchkrow visibly relaxed, circling curiously around Drowzee, eager to learn more about this powerful and combative ally. Aoki, understanding their exchange, smiled as he retrieved a healing spray from his belt. Amidst Drowzee's soft calls, he doused the entirety of its wounds with the spray, diminishing the stubborn scars left by dark energy. Once the spray was fully applied, Drowzee emitted a soft sound, gazing up at Aoki with a hint of confusion and longing. Coupled with its bashful demeanor, it was a stark contrast to the fierce determination it displayed during battle. "Drowzee, we are now companions. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Aoki said with a smile, subsequently producing a pale yellow square energy cube, the very same Honchkrow had once utilized, capable of restoring some of its diminished potential. With a delighted exclamation, Drowzee swiftly consumed the energy cube that Aoki offered. Its round eyes widened in sheer ecstasy, and it released a series of blissful sounds. After several moments of indulgence, Drowzee emerged from its trance, suddenly sensing a distinct change within its body. Since joining the group, it had felt somewhat inadequate, as if it could only exert 80% of its strength. However, after consuming the energy cube, it now felt capable of utilizing 90% of its power. Though not yet at its peak, this improvement was astonishing. "It seems you have a fondness for energy cubes. Drowzee, do not attempt to mimic other Drowzees. Simply be yourself," Aoki advised, surmising that Drowzee's diminishing potential stemmed from its efforts to abandon its true self in an attempt to imitate others of its kind. The dawdling creature gazed at Aoki with eyes devoid of disdain or aversion. Although it struggled to articulate its feelings, it could keenly sense the kindness emanating from Aoki, as well as the indifference towards its uniqueness compared to other creatures of its kind. Gradually, the creature lowered its guard, revealing its true self. Though its exterior remained unchanged, its gaze sharpened, the once vacant eyes now brimming with intensity. As the windows to the soul, those eyes manifested its innermost desires, including an unrestrained yearning for battle. Aoki smiled, recognizing that only by embracing its authentic self could the creature truly realize its potential. After all, being different from others was inconsequential. Time would ultimately discern right from wrong. Indeed, the utilization of the yellow fruit energy cube coincided with the creature's reclamation of its identity, transforming its state from decay to restoration. In the coming days, the creature would require further yellow fruit energy cubes, as the remaining stock from the Dark Crow was insufficient for its needs. Thus, Aoki resolved to craft more, while also addressing the creature's injuries, which, despite the aid of healing spray, would not mend swiftly. Moreover, for the creature's future growth, Aoki contemplated the creation of specialized energy cubes suited to its unique attributes. He had formulated certain ideas regarding the combination of water and psychic energy cubes, And although such recipes were scarce within the chip's database, they were not entirely absent. Can you walk, my friend? Let us find a place to rest. This locale is too damp for camping, though it serves well as a water source. The creature, measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length and weighing nearly 40 kilograms, was not something Aoki could easily lift. The dawdling creature nodded but remained still, emanating a gentle blue light as a psychic force enveloped it. Aoki felt the weight upon him diminish until the creature floated about 10 centimeters above the ground. Aoki observed the creature's telekinesis, his eyes gradually brightening with excitement. Such formidable psychic energy and fine control suggested that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. As long as they did not encounter malevolent spirits, the creature's current psychic prowess would likely dominate foes of equal standing. Accompanied by the levitating creature and the flying dark crow, Aoki departed from the mist-laden valley in search of a relatively dry, flat terrain. After an extended search for kindling, he finally managed to ignite a fire just as noon approached, prompting him to prepare lunch. Since the injured creature could not move and needed to consume yellow fruit energy cubes due to its decline in aptitude, Aoki instructed the dark crow to catch a few fish for their meal. For the dopey beast, while both carnivorous and herbivorous diets hold no particular significance, consuming a greater amount of meat is indeed beneficial for physical recovery. As the fish sizzled beside the flames, Aoki retrieved a long-neglected energy block crafting tool from his belt. He had a sufficient stock of the necessary fruit for crafting the yellow fruit energy blocks. Under the curious gaze of the dopey beast's large eyes and the shadow of the dark crow, Aoki skillfully completed a portion of the energy block's creation. Without pause, his adeptness with the tools made the production of intermediate energy blocks merely a matter of time. He crafted all the yellow fruit energy blocks required for the dopey beast and placed them in the mold, simply awaiting their solidification. Fortunately, there was still a considerable amount left from before, allowing the dopey beast to start consuming yellow fruit energy blocks for its recovery from today onward. Chapter 37. A busy afternoon. It may seem peculiar, but both of Aoki's current Pokémon possess flawed talents, necessitating adjustments through energy blocks. However, from a trainer's perspective, the innate talent of a Pokémon is not the foremost concern. Rather, the attitude of a Pokémon towards battle and training is of paramount importance. As the saying goes, diligence can compensate for deficiencies, and this holds a measure of truth. Of course, this does not imply that green-credentialed Pokémon lack a desire to battle, nor that red-credentialed Pokémon possess an overwhelming fighting spirit. It is simply not the case that red-credentialed Pokémon can invariably overcome their green-credentialed counterparts. Aoki's point is that green-credentialed Pokémon may struggle in combat. And when faced with a yellow-credentialed Pokémon of the same level, with prolonged training, the yellow-credentialed Pokémon could indeed triumph over the green-credentialed one. However, the effort required for such an outcome would grow exponentially. Yet, it remains a possibility, does it not? A notable figure once stated that success is composed of 1% talent and 99% effort. This holds true primarily when talents are closely matched. If there is a significant disparity in talent, that 1% can become an insurmountable chasm, the greatest adversary on the path to success. Thus, upon discovering that the dopey beast possesses a remarkable green credential and a fervent passion for battle, Aoki felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. Coupled with its extraordinary psychic abilities, even an ordinary blue-credentialed Pokémon would hardly tempt Aoki to make a trade. On this day, the Dark Crow also leveled up during the battle, reaching level 17, demonstrating a notably swift growth. With the level 17 Dark Crow alongside the level 20 Dopey Beast, Aoki now exuded a sense of confidence as he faced the entirety of the forest. Furthermore, with the Dopey Beast's inherited skill of teleportation, he would remain invincible even when confronted by formidable opponents. A rich aroma of roasted fish wafted from the fire, a scent the Dopey Beast had never encountered before. It twitched its small nose in surprise, gazing at the roasted fish in wonder, and instinctively swallowed. Having long grown weary of fish, I was astonished to discover, under the guidance of my trainer, that with the addition of certain seasonings, it could be rendered so fragrant that my salivary glands sprang into action, and saliva flowed forth at an astonishing rate. Caw, caw. The dark raven, observing the blank expression of the Dopey Beast, promptly approached and gently tapped the latter's head with its wings, calling out with a sense of pride etched on its face, a pride in its trainer. The Dopey Beast responded with a curious sound, as if inquiring of its predecessor about the delightful morsel, seemingly delectable, and wondering when it might partake. Startled by the Dopey Beast's question, the dark raven, being accustomed only to consumption, was equally uncertain as to when this roasted fish would be available for eating. Watching his two Pokémon engage in such harmonious communication, Aoki couldn't suppress a smile. Although he could not comprehend the specifics of their exchange, he understood their shared aspiration. With eager eyes gleaming in anticipation, he retrieved the roasted fish from the fire and placed it in a bowl, 3 pieces for each. As the bowl was set before him, the dark raven immediately began to feast, entirely disregarding the fish bones, its formidable digestive prowess rendering the bones a mere jest. The dopey beast, gazing at the food before it, swallowed hard and let out a soft, affectionate sound, glancing at Aoki as if to ask, "Is this for me?" Gently stroking the dopey beast's smooth, pink head, he smiled and nodded. "Yes, indeed, this is for you. Enjoy." Having never tasted anything so delightful since its birth, the dopey beast felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, as no one had ever treated it with such kindness before. As it devoured the fish, tears welled up in its large, innocent eyes. The dopey beast consumed the 3 roasted fish at a pace even faster than the dark raven, who, albeit at a slightly slower rate, also finished its share. With satisfied bellies, the dark raven was now ready to train. "Dopey beast, you may rest and recuperate your strength." Having decided to stay and recuperate for the day, there was no time to waste. The dark raven's proficiency in Dark Pulse had only just begun, and further mastery would require diligent practice. The dopey beast, newly captured, needed to dive into training immediately. However, it was imperative to focus on recovery, not just physical restoration, but also the restoration of its potential, which would significantly impact its future growth. Once its health was fully restored, it could then actively participate in training. For only then could the energy cubes effectively aid in enhancing its potential. The dopey beast gazed enviously at the dark raven, diligently training, yearning to join in. Although it did not dwell too much on its defeat earlier that day, it could not shake off the feeling of loss, attributing it to the dark raven's greater effort, recognizing that it had been neglectful for far too long. However, even if he wished to, Aoki would not allow it, for he was acutely aware of his own condition. Given his current physical state, any training would only exacerbate his injuries. Noticing the expression of the drowsy, Aoki smiled and gently patted its head, saying, "Do not rush. First, recover your body. If you find yourself with nothing to do, why not lift that stone using your psychic powers?" He gestured toward a boulder, roughly the size of a person. During the previous battle, when Drowsy realized that its psychic abilities were ineffective against the Dark Raven, it had refrained from using its powers. Thus, despite its injuries, the psychic energy within remained robust. Merely exercising its telekinesis would not pose any adverse effects. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Drowsy grasped the situation. Although it seldom practiced its psychic abilities, it had to admit that this was indeed a form of training. With its round eyes aglow in a brilliant blue, the stone in the distance appeared to be enveloped in a divine energy, slowly levitating into the air. If Aoki were to learn that such a potent Drowsy had never trained its psychic abilities, he would surely be astonished once more. Observing both the Dark Raven and Drowsy engrossed in their training, he could finally savor his lunch in peace. The tranquil afternoon, while serene for Aoki, was bustling with activity. The Dark Raven and Drowsy were lost in their training, and Aoki was preparing to concoct a new type of energy cube for Drowsy's upcoming needs. Once the yellow fruit energy cube was depleted, he would transition to specialized water type and psychic type energy cubes. The illusory blue energy cube was a selection Aoki had made specifically for Drowsy, designed to significantly enhance the absorption of water and psychic energies. Its flavor leaned towards sweetness, and it was a translucent cube in a pale blue hue. One must ponder the production of these energy cubes. Why had all other tools seen updates? Yet the instruments for crafting energy cubes remained wooden? Was it due to a lack of specialized tools at Team Rocket's base? Certainly not. Rather, it was because such tools were conspicuously identifiable. Their sole purpose was to create energy cubes, and should Aoki purchase specialized equipment for this purpose, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Even if no one directly inquired, it would lead to unnecessary complications. How could one explain that an orphan, having never encountered Pokémon, could craft energy cubes? Thus, while the speed of crafting energy cubes might be somewhat hindered, as long as the quality met expectations, it was not of paramount importance. Furthermore, the tools capable of producing advanced energy cubes were absent from the base on this trial island of Team Rocket. Under the precise calculations of his chip, Aoki meticulously cut, ground, crushed, stirred, and separated all the materials needed for the energy cubes, each step flowing seamlessly into the next without a moment's pause. Upon completing each phase, the chip would prompt him with the subsequent task, enabling Aoki to finish crafting the energy cubes required by Drowsy for the coming weeks in just 2 short hours. Observing the containers brimming with potent energy essence, One merely needs to wait a little longer for them to solidify into precious intermediate energy cubes. During these 2 hours, both the Dark Crow and the Dopey Beast have been diligently training. Despite being occupied with the creation of energy cubes, Aoki has devoted a portion of his attention to the two of them. After each completion of the energy cubes, he offers guidance on their training, ensuring they traverse the path of learning with minimal detours. As a formidable figure with the potential of a quasi-king in his previous life, although he had never trained a Dopey Beast, he possesses sufficient discernment to recognize its shortcomings, particularly in the case of the Dark Crow. Aoki had conducted extensive research on this initial Pokémon. Even though he ultimately chose to part ways with it, the investment of time and effort in it is undeniable. Regarding the Dopey Beast, a Water-type and Psychic-type Pokémon, Aoki has a fair understanding of Psychic-type creatures. Training its underdeveloped psychic abilities proves to be a straightforward endeavor, especially given the Dopey Beast's exceptional psychic talent. A mere suggestion from Aoki suffices for the Dopey Beast, as it finds no difficulty in executing the tasks at hand. As long as the Dopey Beast regains its peak physical condition, Aoki feels a newfound confidence for the upcoming mission. With the journey deepening, the levels of the forest's Pokémon are bound to rise, and aside from necessary battles, they will strive to avoid encounters with higher-level creatures. Even if faced with formidable opponents, the Dopey Beast's teleportation ability will facilitate a swift escape from the battlefield. After 2 hours, the Dopey Beast gradually recovers its stamina. Following an extended training session focusing on psychic abilities, it also engages in physical exercise and practices Water-type skills under Aoki's guidance. Chapter 18. Tempestuous Storm. Suddenly, a rumble reverberates through the sky, and a flash of lightning cleaves the heavens, darting through the encroaching dark clouds. The once cerulean sky is now besieged by ominous clouds that obscure the sun, swiftly dominating the firmament amidst the booming thunder. Sensitive to the atmospheric changes, the Dopey Beast approaches Aoki, tugging at his pant leg with its stubby, pale pink hand, and making its characteristic sounds while pointing skyward, signaling that rain is imminent, likely not just a drizzle, but a torrential downpour. I understand. We must find shelter from the rain. Aoki acknowledges the shifting skies, aware that the thunderous sounds are not merely for show. This sudden deluge indeed catches him off guard. Upon hearing Aoki's intention to seek refuge, the Dopey Beast's eyes light up as it recalls a specific location. It eagerly tugs at Aoki's pant leg once more, urging him onward. Oh, you know a place to take cover? Aoki interprets the Dopey Beast's gestures and quickly grasps its meaning. Through the gaze exchanged with the dull beast, one can always comprehend its intentions. Perhaps this is one of the unique traits of a psychic creature. Dark Crow, we shall proceed, Aoki instructed. Following the dull beast in search of shelter from the impending rain, he waved his hand, signaling Dark Crow to halt its training. The injuries on the dull beast had mostly healed, and its eyes shimmered with a blue light as it gently lifted its body. Though it had never before utilized telekinesis to control itself, inspired by Aoki, it began to elevate its form, allowing for swifter movement. Accompanied by Aoki and Dark Crow, the dull beast returned once more to the waterfall. The atmosphere had grown oppressive due to the impending rain, and the water-dwelling Pokémon began to surface, gasping for air. Magikarp, Tadbulb, Frogadier, Corphish, Gyarados, Wooper, Marill, and other common Pokémon emerged one by one. Aoki was accustomed to their presence. Yet a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes as information on each Pokémon flashed across his mind. Most possessed red aptitude, with a few exhibiting orange aptitude. Aoki observed them without any desire to capture or train them. As they approached the lakeside beneath the waterfall, the humidity intensified. Merely lingering for a moment made their bodies noticeably damp. Dark Crow, particularly sensitive to such moist air, found its once glossy feathers weighed down by the humidity, making each flap of its wings laborious. The dampness caused its feathers to cling together, evoking the sensation of having plunged into water. With a disdainful squawk, Dark Crow flapped its wings, attempting to shake off the moisture, but the humidity remained unaffected by its efforts. Observing Dark Crow's displeasure, the dull beast hastened its pace, approaching the waterfall and, pointing at it, exclaimed, "Aha! Are you suggesting there is a cave behind the waterfall?" Aoki inquired, intrigued by the dull beast's gesture. He had initially thought it merely an ordinary waterfall, only to discover a hidden cavern behind the cascading water. The dull beast nodded, its blue light intensifying as it increased its telekinetic power, creating an opening just large enough for one to pass through. While the dull beast could have easily crawled through itself, it was mindful of Aoki and Dark Crow, who preferred to remain dry. Thus, it actively used its telekinesis to construct a passage for them. Noting the dull beast's effort, Aoki and Dark Crow promptly slipped into the waterfall's cave. Once they were inside, the dull beast relinquished its control over the waterfall, allowing the rushing water to cascade down upon it, which merely caused a slight sinking sensation. Truly remarkable, dull beast. I commend your efforts, Aoki praised, continuing onward with Dark Crow into the cavern, eager to explore the mysteries that lay within. From the perspective of the Daitai beast, it seems that this cave has been its residence for some time. It is rare for it to frequently emerge from the water's surface, which is likely how this place was discovered. Unlike the outside, where humidity is pervasive, the cave becomes increasingly arid as one ventures deeper. This may be due to the waterfall severing its connection with the outside world, thus preventing the ingress of moisture. Finally liberated from the damp confines of darkness, the creature swiftly flitted about the cave, hastening the evaporation of moisture from its body. Shortly after entering the cavern, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The roaring of the cascading water harmonized with the thunderous rain, merging into a symphony of nature. As the rain fell, the air became less oppressive, and the spirits within the water sprang to life, their figures emerging both in the lake and along the shore. Qingmu approached the waterfall, peering through the crystalline cascade to glimpse the outside world, albeit not with perfect clarity. Ultimately, the Daitai beast used its psychic abilities to create a small aperture in the waterfall, allowing Qingmu to see the exterior more clearly. To his astonishment, a multitude of small spirits, previously concealed beneath the water's surface, revealed themselves. In addition to a few common spirits, such as Kingler and Jiaojin, there were also some relatively rare ones. What is this? Qingmu gasped in surprise as he caught sight of several fleeting figures of spirits outside. Among them was one he never expected to see here. A magnificent figure with iridescent scales adorned its elongated body, complete with two long feelers and a tail resembling a fan, shimmering brilliantly in the rain. It was a Milotic. He could hardly believe the pristine quality of the water here, which could sustain even a wild Milotic. Milotic, as the evolved form of Feeba, only evolves when Feeba possesses the rare, beautiful scales. Given the extreme scarcity of these scales, the likelihood of a low battle capacity Feeba acquiring them is exceedingly slim, making the appearance of a wild Milotic almost impossible. In Qingmu's recollection, no one in the entire Pokémon League had yet discovered that Feeba could evolve, nor that its evolved form is as breathtakingly beautiful as Milotic. They had always believed that such a beautiful Milotic lacked an alternate form, and Feeba, a non-evolving spirit, was even inferior to Kingler. In that fleeting moment, Qingmu felt an overwhelming urge to step outside and capture the Milotic. Though he was uncertain of its potential, the mere fact that it could evolve in the wild suggested it was no ordinary spirit. However, that impulse was quickly relinquished. How foolish it would be to venture out on such a rainy day to capture a Milotic, coveted by all spirits, especially without knowing its level due to distance. Such a rash action could lead to dire consequences for both himself and all the spirits involved. Shaking his head and relinquishing the thought, Aoki continued to observe the small creatures within the water. Aside from the surprise that Minas had brought him, other rare Pokémon also made their appearance, among which the occasional sighting of Squirtle captivated Aoki's interest the most. The existence of wild starter Pokémon in this area was utterly unexpected, and judging by their frequency of appearance, it seemed there might be a small Squirtle population thriving here. As a water-type Pokémon among the unique starter trio endemic to the eastern region, Squirtle had always been under the control of the Pokémon League. Should a wild population of starter Pokémon emerge, the League would swiftly intervene to claim them, preventing any leakage of these prized creatures. Nevertheless, remnants of such Pokémon could still be found in the hands of trainers outside the League's direct influence. However, after several years of development under the League's watchful eye, encountering wild starters again in the wild had become a formidable challenge. Given that this locale was under the purview of Team Rocket, the League's jurisdiction did not extend here. Aoki resolved to seek out the Squirtle community once the rain subsided, harboring hopes of capturing one with commendable potential. Having already befriended a Psyduck, Aoki felt a sense of assurance, no longer fretting over a lack of resources for nurturing new Pokémon. If necessary, upon concluding this trial, he could revert to his former profession as a Pokémon hunter, and with the aid of his chips, he was confident he could amass sufficient resources to cultivate his own Pokémon. However, the tranquility was short-lived. The joyous frolicking of the Pokémon under Minas's guidance was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a new creature. With a deafening roar, a colossal Pokémon emerged from the lake, its presence causing a surge in the water that startled all the small creatures. A Gyarados had appeared on the lake's surface. Upon witnessing the Gyarados, Minas swam to the forefront of the gathered Pokémon and called out to the raging creature. Yet, Gyarados paid no heed to Minas. Disturbed from its midday slumber by the jubilant Pokémon, it was engulfed in fury and sought an outlet for its wrath through battle. With a fearsome growl, a yellow light rapidly coalesced in Gyarados' mouth before it unleashed a destructive beam of energy. The water around Minas swirled as she swiftly maneuvered through the currents. Positioning herself before the other Pokémon, cloaked in a veil of water, she braced herself against the onslaught of Gyarados' destructive beam. Chapter 39. The might of Psyduck Aoki was afforded little time for observation as the clash between Minas and Gyarados drew further away, the commotion diminishing with distance. From afar, he could only glimpse the beam of destruction slicing through the water, creating a towering column that eventually faded into the depths of the forest beyond. Oh, what a terrifying battle that was. Fortunately, I did not venture out to attempt to capture that Milotic. Judging by the aftermath of the skirmish, it is likely that both Pokémon were above level 40, Aoki couldn't help but exclaim. As the two Pokémon departed, the frightened little creatures also scurried into hiding, leaving the once lively lake's surface desolate. After the relentless rain, no forms remained visible. Releasing the control over the waterfall, Aoki retreated deeper into the cave, waiting for the rain to cease. I long to return to such levels of combat, where I am no longer subject to the whims of others, he mused, influenced by the clash between Gyarados and Milotic. Yet, in this life, I shall never forsake you again. Gazing at the dark raven, which was on the verge of expelling the last traces of moisture, and the ever-loyal Psyduck by his side, Aoki silently made a vow to them. After half an hour, the torrential rain gradually subsided. With Psyduck's assistance, Aoki slowly ventured out from the cave behind the waterfall. The forest, still dripping from the recent downpour, exuded a fresh vitality, enhanced by the sunlight breaking through the clouds, making everything feel as if it had come to life. Walking across the dew-laden grass, Aoki, accompanied by Dark Raven and Psyduck, departed from the lakeside area, originally intending to rest here for a day, allowing Psyduck to recover and crafting some energy cubes. He had not anticipated the interruption caused by the heavy rain. Thankfully, Psyduck had recuperated well, and the energy cubes were completed, merely awaiting full solidification. Seizing the opportunity of the rain's cessation, Aoki strolled along the riverbank with Dark Raven and Psyduck, hoping to encounter the Squirtle he had previously spotted. As there was likely a small group of them in the vicinity, the water level had risen after the rain, submerging the previously traversable paths, forcing them to walk through the grass, which was uneven and saturated with water. Before long, Aoki's pant legs were thoroughly soaked. However, the refreshed water surface often revealed aquatic Pokémon beneath, though Aoki felt somewhat disappointed, as most of what he observed were exceedingly common Pokémon, such as Magikarp, with the occasional Goldeen making an appearance. Gradually, he came to accept the situation. After all, encountering the precious starter Pokémon in the wild was astonishing enough, and whether he could capture them would depend on luck. After walking along the riverbank for over 10 kilometers without a glimpse of Squirtle, he did spot a few rare water-type Pokémon. Yet, with Psyduck by his side, Aoki found little interest in these mediocre specimens, deeming it unnecessary to squander resources. It seemed that encountering Psyduck had indeed been a stroke of fortune. After walking a little further, Aoki couldn't help but sigh. Captivated by the prospect of taming such a gifted Psyduck, Aoki felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His quest for a Squirtle was merely a whimsical endeavor. Should he find one, it would be splendid, yet if not, he would not be disheartened. With this realization, Aoki's focus on the aquatic Pokémon began to wane, and as he traversed further, he contemplated returning home. Observing the encroaching twilight, a thought crossed his mind. However, just as he prepared to continue on his way, an unforeseen circumstance compelled him to retreat. A Psyduck, adorned in a soft azure hue and cloaked in flowing water, leapt from the depths and landed not far from Aoki. Psyduck, Aoki uttered with a furrowed brow upon encountering this sudden apparition. This particular Psyduck was one he had not witnessed during the torrential rains prior. In fact, the downpour had rendered even the ordinary Psyducks nearly invisible. As the Psyduck emerged, a Murkrow swiftly materialized before Aoki, and his own Psyduck approached him with a grave demeanor. The instinct shared by water-type Pokémon alerted him to the formidable presence before him. This Psyduck was exceptionally powerful. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Aoki's eyes as the data of the Psyduck materialized in his mind's eye. Pokémon, Psyduck, Yellow, Gender, Male Level, 38 Type, Water Ability, Damp Held Item, None Inherited Moves, Mud Bomb, Yawn Base Moves, Water Gun, Splash, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Confusion, Fury Swipes, Water Pulse, Bind, Screech, Mind Reader, Water Tail, Soak, Self-suggestion TM moves. Hydro Pump, Iron Tail, Ice Punch move tutor. None. Aoki's countenance turned serious. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. He had not anticipated encountering a level 38 Psyduck. What sheer fortune! He had assumed that the previous battles involving Gyarados and Milotic would deter any strong Pokémon from this aquatic domain, allowing him to search for Squirtle without concern. Little did he know that this Psyduck was, in fact, the true sovereign of these waters. The Gyarados and Milotic were merely transient visitors. Due to the overwhelming strength of these two outsiders, the Psyduck had chosen to avoid conflict, leading his own Psyduck kin into hiding. Only after the departure of those powerful beings did the Psyduck emerge from the depths, only to find Aoki and his companions leisurely exploring its territory. Enraged, it thought, "While I cannot confront those mighty beings, do these insignificant creatures dare to challenge me?" Unbeknownst to Aoki, had he been aware of the underlying tension, he might have been compelled to lament the capriciousness of fate. Observing the two advancing Pokémon, the Psyduck regarded them with disdain, confident in its discernment of strength after having ascended to its current level. Before him stood two sprites, their gazes and presence commendable, yet to his discerning eyes, they appeared overly inexperienced. As a sovereign of the region, he deemed it beneath him to engage with such feeble creatures as the Dark Crow and the Dull Beast. Yet the flames of his ire demanded an outlet, and thus, Aoki and his companions inadvertently found themselves in the crosshairs. Let them comprehend who the true master is. The Psyduck seethed internally, as a torrent of aquatic energy coalesced within its closed mouth, surging forth in a turbulent cascade as it gathered strength. Aoki's lips twitched. Was such ferocity truly necessary from the onset? To confront them while charging up meant he sought a decisive strike. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet they evaporated in an instant. Dull Beast, teleport now? As the Psyduck prepared to unleash its technique, Aoki swiftly commanded, "Go." The Dull Beast obeyed Aoki's directive, its azure eyes brimming with psychic energy, enveloping Aoki, the Dark Crow, and itself in a mysterious blue aura. The Psyduck, sensing the Dull Beast's actions, immediately abandoned its accumulation of power, opting instead to unleash its most formidable water move, Hydro Pump. A massive column of water erupted from its beak, hurtling towards Aoki in the blink of an eye. "Dark Crow, use Protect," Aoki commanded with urgency, as a faint green energy shield materialized around the Dark Crow. With a vigorous effort, the shield expanded, successfully intercepting the Hydro Pump. "Dull Beast, act swiftly," Aoki urged, noticing the strain on the Dark Crow, which was struggling to maintain the shield. The duration of Protect was fleeting, yet the Hydro Pump continued its relentless assault under the Psyduck's command. "Go." The Dull Beast, acutely aware of the dire situation, disregarded the limits of its psychic abilities. Its gaze sharpened, the blue light within its eyes intensified, amplifying the mysterious energy enveloping them. Aoki cast a cold glare at the Psyduck, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one provoke me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." In an instant, the psychic energy peaked, and Aoki along with the Dark Crow vanished from before the Psyduck. The Hydro Pump, now bereft of an obstacle, crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater with a 3-meter diameter. The Psyduck stared in disbelief as the seemingly weak creatures vanished from its sight, a chill coursing through it as it felt its authority as a sovereign once again undermined. However, the memory of that vanished human's gaze sent a shiver down its spine. Unable to suppress its trepidation, the Psyduck relinquished its pursuit and with a splash, plunged into the water, disappearing from view. Amidst the psychic fluctuations, Aoki reappeared within the cavern behind the waterfall. The Dark Crow stumbled and fell to the ground, having just barely maintained the last vestiges of Protect, gritting its teeth in determination. The Dull Beast lay nearby, its spirit visibly waning. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness brought on by teleportation, Aoki's expression bore an unprecedented seriousness. Fortunately, with the presence of the Drowsy, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, he might have met his demise right there. Indeed, numerous formidable spirits resided within this forest. He assisted the Dark Raven to its feet and offered it several energy cubes, allowing it to rest for a moment. "Drowsy, please meditate to restore your psychic energy." Observing the lethargic Drowsy, Aoki felt a tinge of guilt. Had it not been for Drowsy's last-minute surge of psychic power, their escape might have proven far more difficult. After a weak cry, Drowsy closed its eyes and began to meditate. A faint wave of psychic energy emanated from its vicinity. The meditation skill not only enhanced special attack and special defense during battle, but also served to bolster psychic abilities during training. Chapter 40. The heart of vengeance once he had ensured the well-being of the Dark Raven and Drowsy. Aoki's countenance darkened in an instant. This was truly an unforeseen calamity. Merely taking a stroll by the river had led to an encounter with a powerful regional overlord. The impact and profound humiliation were not solely borne by Aoki. The Dark Raven, known for its fierce pride, silently rested nearby as well. As for Drowsy, while it was accustomed to the ebb and flow of victory and defeat, it had never before experienced the shame of surrendering without a fight. Having recently joined Aoki's team, it attributed all failures to itself, believing that had it been stronger, it could have better protected Aoki and the Dark Raven. Drowsy held a deep-seated admiration for Aoki, who was the first to acknowledge his own shortcomings. Aoki had pulled Drowsy back from the brink of despair, urging it to embrace its true self, even if that meant being different from other Drowsies. In this silent environment, the trio, 1 human and 2 Pokémon, fell into a spiral of self-reproach. The first to emerge from this emotional turmoil was Aoki. Had he not faced similar setbacks in his previous life, everything could be attributed to a lack of strength. Sensing Aoki's gradually stabilizing aura, both the Dark Raven and Drowsy opened their eyes in unison, gazing intently at him. Enough of those expressions. It's merely a matter of surviving a few more years. As long as we train diligently, we shall reclaim our honor in due time. Aoki reassured them. With Aoki's words, they began to find solace, transforming their inner fury into an unceasing source of motivation to grow stronger and reclaim their dignity. Despite their eagerness to train immediately, both the Dark Raven and Drowsy had sustained varying degrees of injury. Aoki insisted that they must recover fully before resuming their training. Thus, within the cavern that night, only the sound of cascading water from the waterfall and the crackling of the firewood in the campfire broke the silence. The Dark Raven obediently leaned against the cave wall, eyes shut as it absorbed the energy cubes, consuming them one by one, ensuring thorough digestion before proceeding to the next. Although energy cubes are automatically absorbed by the body upon consumption, one can expedite this absorption by mobilizing the internal energy and enhancing its flow, thereby facilitating the swift digestion of the energy cubes. Meanwhile, the Drowsy lies with its eyes closed, sprawled on the ground, enveloped in a mysterious aura of psychic energy, causing the surrounding space to subtly ripple with distortion. Aoki observes their diligent efforts, recognizing that his Pokémon are striving for growth. He feels compelled as their trainer to support them and devise the most suitable training methods and developmental paths. He silently ponders the significant enhancement in growth speed that could result from crafting advanced energy cubes. The means to acquire the tools necessary for creating these advanced energy cubes remains a challenge for him, one that he must shoulder as a trainer. The current growth trajectory of the Dark Crow suits it perfectly, a quintessential agile assassin with low defense and thin blood, engaged in rigorous weighted training every day. Perseverance will eventually allow its speed to soar beyond limits. Conversely, Aoki contemplates the growth direction for Drowsy, which possesses dual evolution types, Hypno and Drowsy King. Hypno excels in physical defense, while Drowsy King specializes in special defense. Aoki has yet to decide which evolution path to pursue and recognizes the importance of consulting Drowsy on this matter. Although evolving into Drowsy King presents a significantly greater challenge compared to evolving into Hypno, Aoki will wholeheartedly support Drowsy should it choose that path. In Aoki's perspective, the relatively slower Drowsy, endowed with remarkable stamina and extraordinary talent and psychic abilities, is best suited for the development toward Drowsy King. Focusing solely on offensive output and countering special attacks, rendering physical defense less critical. Nevertheless, should Drowsy wish to evolve into Hypno, Aoki will also extend his support. As night falls, the cave beneath the waterfall is particularly refreshing, and Aoki sits before the campfire, lost in thought. His 2 Pokémon diligently work to mend their physical injuries, aiming to return to training as swiftly as possible. Soon, the night passes, and after contemplating various matters, Aoki instructs Dark Crow and Drowsy to cease their activities and rest, acknowledging the importance of the body's natural recovery abilities. Morning arrives, marking the usual training time. But unlike other days, Dark Crow trains with exceptional intensity today, still feeling the impact of yesterday's challenges. Although Drowsy cannot engage in physical training, its psychic abilities remain unaffected. After the strenuous use of teleportation yesterday, Drowsy senses a remarkable surge in its psychic energy and gains a deeper understanding of the teleportation skill. Originally, the dull beast could only lift a stone through sheer telekinesis, but today it astonishingly managed to raise 2 stones simultaneously. Aoki was equally astounded by the dull beast's progress. Despite having overexerted its abilities the previous day, the enhancement was remarkable. Ultimately, Aoki attributed this development to the inherent strength of the dull beast's supernatural powers, which had previously been employed rather rudimentarily. If one were to liken the energy of its psychic abilities to a glass of water, the way it had been utilized before was akin to sipping through a straw as thin as a hair. However, after the intense exertion yesterday, the straw had effectively doubled in width, resulting in a proportional increase in the effectiveness of its powers. Observing the dull beast's growth, Dark Crow felt compelled to intensify its own efforts. It understood that achieving victory in battles against the dull beast was partially due to the ineffectiveness of the dull beast's psychic skills against it, along with the strategic guidance from Aoki. When considering overall strength, the dull beast's combat prowess was terrifyingly more than double its own. Of course, as a companion, Dark Crow did not harbor jealousy towards the dull beast. Yet, this did not prevent it from regarding the dull beast as a benchmark. Continuous training and improvement were essential for growth. Dark Crow was determined not to become obsolete, especially after Aoki potentially captured more formidable Pokémon. As the first Pokémon Aoki had captured, Dark Crow took pride in its status and was resolute in not becoming a burden to the team. In fact, it aspired to become the strongest among them, capable of safeguarding its companions in future battles. As a trainer, Aoki was not only guiding his Pokémon in their training, but also honing his own physical abilities. By training alongside his Pokémon, he cultivated a deeper bond with them. Time seemed to fly during busy moments, and before long, the 3 hours of morning training had elapsed. Although Aoki was eager to continue, he was mindful of his obligations to the Shadow Organization, regardless of whether completing the mission would grant him advancement within the organization. The 10,000 points he could earn post-mission were crucial for his current needs. With 2 Pokémon requiring training, the consumption of resources would inevitably multiply. The resources needed to nurture both Pokémon to maturity were staggering. It may appear that Aoki was not expending many resources on training Dark Crow, largely because he crafted the energy cubes himself, thus minimizing his investment. However, the average trainer could not achieve such efficiency. A single medium-level energy cube was valued at 5 points on the Rocket team's exchange list. Presently, Dark Crow required an average of 30 energy cubes daily, translating to an investment of 150 points each day. When factoring in the energy cubes needed for the dull beast, the required points would increase exponentially. Moreover, let us not forget that mere physical prowess is insufficient for a Pokémon. Skills hold equal significance. The Dark Crow has invested over 10,000 points in acquiring 3 skills, and the journey of learning continues, necessitating even greater investment. Additionally, the number of skills that the Slowpoke must master is indeed considerable. This is precisely why common trainers in this world find it exceedingly challenging to rise above the fray. Without fortuitous opportunities, the resources required to nurture even a single Pokémon would demand a lifetime to amass, by which time the Pokémon would have long surpassed its prime. Throughout his endeavors, Aoki has relied heavily on chips. In his previous life, even with the aid of chips, he needed to become a Pokémon hunter, and with the skewed resources of Team Rocket, he managed to ascend to the rank of a quasi-champion trainer. However, a quasi-champion is merely a mid-tier member among the numerous ranks of Team Rocket. Within the Alliance, countless hidden masters lurk. Only by attaining the status of a champion trainer can one precariously claim a modicum of freedom to exist in this world, albeit only just. Emerging from the water curtain cave, the aftermath of yesterday's heavy rain has bestowed upon today a sky of unblemished blue. The warm sunlight bathes Aoki, who has just stepped out of the cave, akin to a parched soul quenching its thirst at a clear spring, eliciting a refreshing sensation from head to toe. Walking once more upon the pebbled shores of the lake, the waters that had surged dramatically yesterday have, miraculously, returned to their original height. The pebbles, cleansed by the deluge, shimmer faintly in the sunlight, perpetually attesting to their immaculate state. Turning his gaze toward the distant river, Aoki spoke to Dark Crow and Slowpoke, declaring that the next time they visit this place, it will be for the purpose of vengeance. Caw, Yadin, responding to Aoki's calm, yet resolute words. Dark Crow and Slowpoke echoed his sentiments with conviction. The notion of returning for revenge is a thought shared among them, a goal they are prepared to strive for in the future. Chapter 40. On the road minutes later, Aoki, accompanied by Dark Crow and Slowpoke, embarked once more upon the path to fulfill their mission. Clutching a dagger, Aoki traversed the woods, comparing the surrounding environment with the markings on the map. To continue the search for mission items, the first step is to return to the path delineated on the map. Dark Crow circled overhead, vigilant to the surrounding conditions. In this perilous forest, The inadequacy of the chip's detection range hampers timely responses to unforeseen circumstances. Slowpoke followed closely behind Aoki, its eyes aglow with a blue light. Under the influence of psychic force, the typically sluggish Slowpoke was able to match Aoki's pace. Having learned from the encounter with the Psyduck, Dark Crow serves as Aoki's first line of defense, ready to detect the presence of foes and launch an attack before they can come into contact with Aoki, ensuring the enemy's demise. Should the adversary possess sufficient strength to breach the defenses of Dark Crow, it matters not, for the presence of Psyduck, steadfastly positioned beside Aoki, serves as a second line of defense. Psyduck is capable of utilizing its psychic powers to restrain the enemy the moment they surpass Dark Crow's defenses. And with the timely assistance of Dark Crow, they can swiftly vanquish the threat, even if the ambushing Pokémon boasts formidable strength. Should Dark Crow and Psyduck find themselves unable to overcome it, Psyduck's teleportation serves as a final recourse to ensure everyone's safety. Perhaps due to the lingering aftermath of the fierce battle between Gyarados and Milotic that transpired yesterday, the forest near the lake remains sparsely populated with Pokémon today. Thus, Aoki traverses the area for nearly an hour without encountering any formidable foes. Gradually, the distance to the waterfall increases, and the moisture-laden air is less dense than before. Accompanying this change, the presence of Pokémon in the forest begins to manifest. According to the map, at the current pace, Aoki will soon return to the marked path within an hour. He swiftly cleaves through a vine obstructing his way, revealing the hidden beast path. Although the likelihood of encountering Pokémon along this path is heightened, it at least offers a clear route compared to the tangled branches and underbrush. Without hesitation, Aoki steps onto the beast path. With the dual protection of Dark Crow and Psyduck, his safety is largely assured. Even if confrontation ensues, retreat remains a viable option. Indeed, it is not long after embarking on the beast path that a battle unfolds. Whether due to an earlier streak of good fortune or the misfortune of traversing the beast path, wild Pokémon begin to assault Aoki in quick succession. Though these creatures are not particularly high in level, under the guardianship of Dark Crow and Psyduck, few can even approach Aoki, let alone breach Dark Crow's primary defense. In the skirmishes within the forest, Dark Crow is as a dragon in the sea, its growing adaptability to burden contributing to an increase in speed. Now carrying a weight of 10 pounds, its speed rivals that of when it first set out. Darting swiftly between trees, it deftly manipulates each foe that crosses its path. Take, for instance, the primate that was sent flying by Dark Crow. Emboldened by its ability to maneuver rapidly through the woods, it sought to ambush Aoki. However, it was detected the instant it made its move, and under the advantage of the flying type against fighting types. This level 19 foe met its end at the hands of Dark Crow's single-wing strike. This encounter is but one among many, yet, without exception, the fate of those Pokémon that dared to launch an ambush on Aoki was sealed from the outset. Aoki chose not to hold back. Every attacking Pokémon was dispatched by the combined might of Dark Crow and Psyduck. In this forest, where only the fittest survive, a moment's hesitation invites numerous mischievous sprites to launch surprise attacks, ultimately overwhelming the Dark Crows. However, those who strike decisively and without mercy instill a sense of dread among the surrounding sprites. Each ambushing sprite is quite exceptional in this woodland, so whenever one is slain, a period of silence ensues, during which no sprite dares to act until they vacate the area. Upon entering a new territory, however, fresh sprites, undeterred by fear, boldly assault them. The Dark Crows and the dull beasts, embittered by a previous incident involving the Psyduck, now execute lethal measures against any sprite daring enough to attack, channeling their resentment towards the Psyduck onto those who unwittingly court death. Yet, as the number of fallen sprites increases, the malevolence surrounding the Dark Crows and dull beasts intensifies, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. Consequently, the number of sprites willing to engage dwindles, with many who initially contemplated action being frightened off by the sinister aura emanating from the Dark Crows and dull beasts. What should have been a brief journey of an hour stretched into nearly 2, due to the incessant encounters along the way. Despite the ceaseless troubles, the results were promising. The Dark Crow achieved a level upgrade, now reaching level 18, while the dull beast, though not leveling up, became more adept at its skills, growing increasingly familiar with the trainer's combat style. If the dull beast were to face the Dark Crow now, it would be far more challenging to subdue it. Even though the Dark Crow, as a dark type, counters the psychic type of the dull beast. In these 2 short hours, not only did the dull beast significantly enhance its mastery over psychic skills, but its command over water-type abilities also saw substantial improvement. Most importantly, the dull beast gradually learned to find its own rhythm in battle, responding adeptly to incoming attacks. At long last, they returned to the path where, in a panic from being pursued by a pack of rattatas, they had fled to the waterfall, where they encountered the dull beast and ultimately captured it. A twist of fate. Indeed, after a moment of reflection, Aoki remarked, "We are finally back on this road. It has taken quite some time." With a wry smile, he added, "Let us take a brief respite and prepare some lunch before continuing our journey this afternoon." Choosing a relatively flat area beneath a tree, he gathered some dry twigs and leaves to build a simple fire. From the storage space in his Team Rocket belt, Aoki retrieved 2 wild rabbits he had casually caught along the way, along with some purchased seasonings like salt and pepper. Skillfully, he used a dagger to skin the rabbits and remove their entrails, washing them with water with the dull beast's assistance. Thus, the 2 once fluffy rabbits were transformed into delectable cuts of meat. Before long, after Aoki's meticulous barbecuing, for golden, crispy rabbit meats appeared before them. At that moment, the weary dark raven and the dopey creature, having battled tirelessly throughout the morning, had already approached Aoki, their eyes glistening with anticipation for the delectable, aromatic rabbit meat. Although the dark raven preferred energy cubes, which suited him better and were quite palatable, he could never resist Aoki's exceptional grilling skills. Thus, he always indulged in the roasted meat first before filling the remainder of his belly with energy cubes. The dopey creature, having been enchanted by the flavor of Aoki's grilled fish during its first experience, found it equally unforgettable. Now, witnessing what seemed to be even more delicious roasted rabbit, it naturally drooled in eager anticipation. With a smile, Aoki used a dagger to slice half of one rabbit for himself, placing the other half in the dark raven's bowl, while the remaining 2 halves were directly given to the dopey creature. The dopey creature had a significantly larger appetite than the dark raven, and thus, 2 halves of roasted rabbit barely sufficed to satiate its hunger. The rest of its appetite was left on the trail, where it would use its psychic powers to pluck any appealing berries or stones, munching on them as it walked. All right, it's time to dig in. After distributing the food, both the dark raven and the dopey creature refrained from eating until Aoki instructed them to start. Once he gave the command, they began to devour their meals with great speed. The dark raven was the first to finish, eyeing the remaining piece of rabbit in the dopey creature's bowl with envy, before lowering its head to consume the energy cubes Aoki had prepared in advance. The dopey creature had initially intended to share a bit with the dark raven, but ultimately abandoned the idea after the dark raven declined. Soon, their leisurely lunch hour passed. During this time, a few curious sprites were lured by the enticing aroma, but upon seeing the dark raven and the dopey creature, coupled with the faint scent of blood that surrounded them, they ultimately chose to retreat. After the meal, Aoki pulled out a map to examine their route. They had returned to the original path, and although it appeared they could reach their destination within a day, considering the potential encounters with other creatures along the way, and the increasing difficulty as they ventured deeper, he estimated the journey would take 2 days. With the midday rest and meal replenishing their energies, the dark raven regained its peak strength. Once again embarking on their mission, savoring the relaxed afternoon, Aoki led the dark raven and the dopey creature back into the forest. However, shortly after they began their journey, several individuals suddenly appeared at the site where Aoki had just barbecued. The leader, with a sly smile, leisurely approached the remnants of ashes left behind, extending a slender, pale hand, unconcerned about the soot that might stain it. He gently touched the warmth of the ashes and then brought his hand to his nose, inhaling deeply. With his back turned to his companions, he revealed a chilling grin and muttered, "What a coincidence, Aoki." The last 2 words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth. A figure stood behind, observing his actions. Stepping forward, he gently patted his shoulder and inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" Soros. Chapter 42, Discovery. His expression shifted from somber to bright in an instant, as he donned a warm and amiable smile, responding to the individual. "Oh, nothing much, just identified a rather perilous individual." Upon hearing this, the person's demeanor altered subtly. "A person? Do you know them?" It is noteworthy that encountering anyone on this vast trial island is quite a rare occurrence. Even when participants venture into the forest, most tend to return within a single day. Given the considerable distance from the base, it is evident that a round trip is not feasible within the same day. Therefore, anyone capable of surviving independently in the wilderness undoubtedly possesses formidable strength. Moreover, as Soros mentioned, this person is considered dangerous, which implies he must be familiar with them. Soros gradually retracted his smile, nodding seriously. "Ah, indeed, the top contender of the tests. Who wouldn't recognize him?" The interlocutor's expression grew grave. Although his impression of Aoki was limited to that calm visage after securing first place, The fact that he could subdue Gu Jia instilled a tinge of apprehension within him. Soros's demeanor was now stern, devoid of the joviality he often displayed in public. There was nothing to conceal from the person standing before him. Having played together since childhood, this companion had an intimate understanding of Soros's circumstances. Even within the base, the establishment of a modest yet significant faction by Soros was largely due to his support. Thus, as the individual most familiar with Soros, he was taken aback by Soros's expression. Surely you don't intend to confront him? Furthermore, how can you be certain it is indeed him? After all, this is someone who does not even afford Gu Jia any respect. Gu Jia's identity within the rocket team's base was no secret. Possessing a captain for a brother, he could soar to great heights if given the opportunity. Yet, this very individual had been forced into second place by Aoki, daring only to utter a few harsh words without any further action. There was nothing left to hide. Casting a sideways glance at the group behind, engaged in their own conversations, he nodded and remarked, "Sky, do you not find it miraculous that a commoner could subdue Gu Jia? Either he possesses extraordinary fortune or his Pokémon boasts exceptional aptitude." Soros shot a glance at Sky and continued, "Before he set off, I was meticulously tracking him, observing his departure in that direction. Do you think this mission was a mere whim of mine?" Observing Soros's somber expression, Sky's eyes involuntarily twitched. Regarding Soros's motivation to confront Aoki, based on his understanding, while Soros's reasoning was sound, it was undoubtedly more complex than that. It was likely that Aoki's blatant disregard for his invitation after the last trial was the primary catalyst for this intent. However, the astute Sky would not voice this openly, and he could not deny that Soros's argument was compelling. If he could uncover Aoki's secrets, perhaps he too might have a chance to ascend into the top 10. In Sky's eyes shimmered a flicker of unrest, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Had it not been for unfortunate luck and the allocation of a subpar spirit, he would not have aided Soros in his ascent, relying on Soros to gain a modicum of influence within the base. Frankly, aside from his radiant smile and considerable prowess with the gas bomb, Sky believed he surpassed Soros in every regard. Yet, circumstances compelled him to rely on Soros to emerge successfully from the trials. It must be noted that the distribution of spirits within the rocket team was devoid of any clandestine manipulations, save for Gu Jia. The caliber and type of spirit one received were purely matters of chance. Soros remained oblivious to Sky's subtle machinations, his mind brimming with dreams of acquiring Aoki's secret, becoming the foremost contender in the trials, and ultimately making a name for himself within the Aero team, instilling awe and reverence. However, the outcome was uncertain. Sky still held a sense of reverence for the top contender, as he currently ranked only in the 20s, a substantial gap to bridge. No worries. Strength can only be gauged in the heat of battle. Even if we ultimately fall short, there will be others to provide support, Soros remarked, gesturing towards the 5 individuals trailing behind them. After a brief moment, the 2 men collected their thoughts, exchanging glances to arrive at a final decision, to test the waters with Aoki. Soros's expression transformed with remarkable speed, his signature smile reappearing as he turned to face the 5 companions behind him. The group, previously engrossed in discussions about spirits, shifted their focus to him upon his turn. It must be said that Soros excelled at self-presentation, and the respect others afforded him when he spoke brought him satisfaction. He smiled and declared, "I have just discovered an extraordinary opportunity. Should we seize it, securing our advancement from the trials is assured." At his words, the eyes of the 5 individuals sparkled with newfound hope. While their individual strengths were commendable, they still fell short of guaranteed advancement. Thus, the prospect of a stable opportunity was one they could not overlook. Although they did not doubt Soros's words, one individual voiced uncertainty, asking, "Is that true, Brother Soros?" Soros glanced at the questioner, his smile unwavering, and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I just confirmed this with your brother Sky." Instantly, all eyes turned to Sky, who met each gaze with a nod of affirmation. With the endorsement of both leaders, their excitement surged. The 50 slots for the final trials of the rocket team had long loomed over them like a sword, and if they could secure advancement on their own merits, they would no longer need to depend on others, as relying on others was a burdensome existence. Observing the unwavering faith in their eyes, Soros and Sky exchanged a quiet sense of elation. From this moment on, all actions shall follow my command. There shall be no room for negligence or laziness. Should I discover any semblance of such behavior, we shall never bring him along again, leaving him to fend for himself. Sky stepped forward, asserting that he had mastered the role of the antagonist. A palpable tension gripped the hearts of the crowd. None wished to lose a formidable ally. For without such support within the base, survival would become exceedingly arduous. They nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. Sky cautioned them further, advising that any queries should be reserved until after their task was complete, lest they inadvertently endanger the group. Aware that their adversary was the formidable Aoki, he deemed it prudent to instill caution among them in advance to prevent any potential cowardice. With no objections raised, they nodded in unison. At that moment, Soros stepped forward, smiling reassuringly, declaring that there was no need for concern, as he would be there to cover their retreat should danger arise. His infectious confidence eased the tension among the five, for they had grown accustomed to Soros's reliable presence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a glint of coldness flickered in Sky's eyes. He had long been the most difficult member to work with, and he understood Soros's intentions all too well. Let us proceed without delay, Sky urged. From the warmth of the ashes, it seems we are not far from our destination. Let us quicken our pace and catch up. Although dissatisfaction simmered within him, he masked his feelings with words. Soros, oblivious to the underlying tension, nodded and waved his hand, leading the group swiftly into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Aoki was traversing the woods at a steady pace, blissfully unaware that ill intentions were brewing against him. He remained oblivious to the fact that the ashes he had inadvertently left behind had betrayed his presence. In truth, even if Aoki had known, he would not have been concerned. Prior to capturing the dazed beast, he might have needed to exercise caution, given their numerical disadvantage. However, with the dazed beast now under his control, Aoki felt empowered enough to disdain all challengers within the base. The dazed beast unleashed its telekinetic powers, immobilizing a wild Meowth, while the dark crow emitted a piercing cry, lowering the creature's defenses before delivering a final blow with a wing attack. Aoki watched calmly as the wild Meowth, a level 20 specimen with orange-tier qualities, attempted to ambush him, only to be repelled by the dazed beast's psychic force when it was still 3 meters away. As it attempted to flee, the scene unfolded as described. Just as it sought to escape, it was held in place by the dazed beast's telekinesis. The dark crow then employed its screech to further diminish the Meowth's defenses, ultimately delivering a lethal strike. This was the combat synergy that had developed between the dark crow and the dazed beast. The dazed beast's formidable telekinesis served as control, while the dark crow supplemented with defense reduction and offensive strikes, a combination that most Pokémon could scarcely withstand. The fallen Meowth was merely one of many ordinary creatures they had defeated along their path. Excellent work, Dark Crow and Dazed Beast, Aoki praised, never hesitating to commend his Pokémon. As he spoke, he retrieved a medium energy cube from the storage space of his belt and fed it to the Dark Crow to replenish its stamina. However, the Dazed Beast could only consume yellow energy cubes and thus found itself without sustenance. Fortunately, the Dazed Beast primarily expended psychic energy, allowing it to swiftly regain vigor through a period of meditation. Aoki had set a training objective for the Dazed Beast, to be able to restore its mental fortitude at will while walking. Much like the Dark Crow maintained its favorable conditions effortlessly. Suddenly, the Dazed Beast tugged at Aoki's pant leg and emitted a sound. The Dark Crow also flew in front of Aoki, softly calling out. Aoki, observing the reactions of his 2 Pokémon, felt a stirring in his thoughts. Through the gestures of the Dazed Beast and the Dark Crow, he finally comprehended their message. Someone was tracking them. As he processed this revelation, Aoki's gaze sharpened. From the signals conveyed by the Dark Crow and the Dazed Beast, he learned that they were not being followed by a single person. In this forest, aside from challengers, no other humans should be present. Chapter 43. The Hunt Begins. 13. It seemed that they had yet to establish their reputation, and others were curious to uncover their capabilities. Aoki's expression darkened, and a murderous intent surged within him. If they wished to probe his strength, he would ensure they understood the vastness of the disparity between them. Concealing his murderous intent, he signaled to his Pokémon to maintain their usual demeanor while remaining vigilant. He pondered the identity of their pursuer. Could it be Guga? While his face betrayed no emotion, Aoki could not help but speculate. If Guga possessed such limited ambition, he would never have consistently overshadowed Aoki in their previous lives. Could it be him? A fleeting image crossed Aoki's mind. He rarely lingered at the base, and aside from Guga, the only other individual he had crossed paths with was Soros. Moreover, Soros appeared sunny and bright on the surface, but harbored a petty nature within. With his suspicions confirmed, Aoki was nearly certain. Continuing along their original path, Aoki's unusual behavior did not attract the attention of Soros and his eager followers, who were maintaining a significant distance to avoid detection. Intentionally, Aoki led the Dark Crow and the Dazed Beast onto a thicket-laden path, gradually distancing themselves from the beast trail. The pursuers, unaware of his intentions, included a few impetuous individuals who urged Soros to strike, while Aoki was unprepared. Little did they know that their intended target was the top contender of the test. Had they been aware, they might have reconsidered their reckless approach. Upon reaching the geographic location Aoki deemed ideal, he suddenly halted and instructed the Dazed Beast, teleport back to the previous position. Upon hearing this, the prepared Dazed Beast's eyes shimmered with a blue light, enveloping both Qingmu and the Dark Crow in the span of a breath. As the power of its abilities was unleashed, they vanished from sight. The followers, including Soros, who had been trailing at a distance, were oblivious to Qingmu's presence, meticulously following the footprints he left behind. However, when they cautiously arrived at the spot from which Qingmu had departed, the footprints had vanished. Both Soros and Sky's expressions shifted dramatically. Damned, he had truly disappeared, Sky remarked, staring at the two footprints Qingmu had left behind. The Dazed Beast floated effortlessly, leaving no traces on the ground, and they were unaware that Qingmu had tamed a new spirit. In their perspective, to succeed in this trial, it was paramount to focus on nurturing a single spirit. Scattering resources to raise multiple smaller spirits would lead to self-destruction. Realization dawned on Soros, his expression turning grave. The sudden disappearance could only imply one thing. Qingmu had detected their actions. The thought of Qingmu's Dark Crow and its formidable attack deepened the concern etched on Soros's face. He signaled for his gas bomb to be positioned closer for his safety. Soros, what is the situation? One of the five who had been following asked, stepping forward. Soros cast a glance at him, but offered no reply. Beside him, Kais, with a rather alarming demeanor, explained, "We lost track of him." Yet, the individual visibly exhaled in relief. It was merely a matter of losing sight, and they could certainly search thoroughly to find him again. Soros and Sky clearly preferred to avoid elaborating. If Qingmu had indeed merely noticed their tracking and fled, it would be manageable. However, what they feared most was that Qingmu was not one to endure humiliation easily. They could only hope that Qingmu, seeing their numbers, would hesitate to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Qingmu had reappeared at the location where he had previously detected their pursuit. Contemplating the grim expressions of those who had arrived at his point of disappearance, a subtle smile, tinged with darkness, crept upon his lips. Now, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. In most circumstances, the strategy of using numbers to overpower was indeed effective. Yet Qingmu was no ordinary individual. From his past life, he had learned a crucial lesson. In the face of absolute strength, numbers do not dictate victory, especially when one possesses the advantage and initiative. Apart from Soros, the others were merely inexperienced individuals who had never truly faced bloodshed. Throughout the past month and a half on the trial island, not only had his spirits made tremendous progress, but Qingmu, as a trainer, had also reaped substantial benefits. While his spirits trained diligently each day, he too had been honing his physique, and now, his physical prowess far surpassed that of his arrival on the island. In this enchanting realm of sprites, the physical prowess of humans surpasses that of their counterparts on Earth by a considerable margin, and their rate of growth is significantly accelerated. During this period of wilderness survival, Aoki has undergone rigorous daily training, coupled with dietary adjustments, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his physique. Although he has not attained the appearance of a body entirely sculpted of muscle, compared to Soros and others who have languished comfortably within the confines of Team Rocket's base, Aoki unequivocally excels in both Pokémon proficiency and physical attributes. Now that he has embarked on his mission, he will not hold back. With an intimate familiarity with the forest's terrain, Aoki's capabilities far exceed what Soros and his companions can fathom. His body transforms into that of a cheetah, darting swiftly through the trees and underbrush, effortlessly overcoming obstacles that would hinder others. Approaching the vicinity where Soros and his group reside, he believes that, if his speed is sufficient, they are likely still hidden within the lush grass, where the foliage is dense enough to conceal him, allowing him to strike unexpectedly. The Pokémon of Soros's team primarily consist of renowned figures from Team Rocket, Soros S. Weezing, Sky S. Arbok, and the others Pokémon such as Rattata, Zubat, and Oddish. Although their Pokémon are not particularly formidable, when gathered together, they constitute a considerable force. Aoki is well aware of their situation. However, their understanding of his abilities is merely superficial. Their reckless confidence in seeking trouble is, regrettably, a testament to the allure of wealth. As they disperse through the grass in search of Aoki's whereabouts, Sky cautions them to maintain communication despite their slight separation. Yet, this division diminishes their numerical advantage, simultaneously affording Aoki the opportunity to dismantle them one by one. Aoki's skills in the wilderness far surpass theirs. As he approaches the grass, none of them detect his presence. Drawing forth a dagger from the storage belt of Team Rocket, he grips it firmly, addressing the dark Corviknight and Slowpoke that flank him. Prepare yourselves. We are about to commence our hunt. Chapter 44. Weakness is the original sin. 23. The two small Pokémon have accompanied Aoki for some time and understand his intentions well, nodding in acknowledgement. In an instant, he resembles a finely tuned arrow, propelling himself through the tall grass, nearly reaching head height, moving with barely a whisper, courtesy of Slowpoke's telekinetic control. The dark Corviknight maintains a low flight, just above the grass's height, remaining undetected while surveying the surroundings. Slowpoke extends its psychic abilities, searching for any figures concealed within the grass. The first person discovered by Aoki was one of the 5 who followed Soros. In his fervent pursuit of Aoki's whereabouts, driven by a desire to seize the so-called opportunity presented by Soros, he gradually distanced himself from the others. He believed that, given their numbers, even if he lost sight of Aoki, the latter would undoubtedly refrain from retaliating. While his reasoning was not entirely flawed, most individuals would have discreetly slipped away upon realizing they had attracted the attention of the 7. It was Aoki he was dealing with. However, this individual remained somewhat cautious, keeping his small Rada closely tethered, wary of any sudden appearances by wild spirits. Upon detecting the man's trail, Aoki wasted no time. He swiftly approached and commanded his dull beast to use telekinesis to immobilize both the man and his spirit. The dark crow acted promptly, transforming into a streak of black light, sending ripples across the grass as it unleashed a torrent of energy-laden wings radiating white light, directly assaulting the unsuspecting Rada. The creature, a low-level specimen with poor training, was easily outmatched and was swiftly obliterated by the dark crow's wings. The man, wide-eyed in horror, witnessed the demise of his spirit but was rendered voiceless by the dull beast's control. Only upon seeing Aoki's figure did he realize that the very person they sought to confront was none other than Aoki, the formidable figure who had secured second place in the ancient trials. Desperation filled his eyes as he whimpered, pleading for mercy. Aoki, however, paid him no heed and swiftly slit his throat. The man, until his last breath, could not comprehend how Aoki had approached him undetected or how he had been rendered immobile. With a face still etched in confusion and terror, Aoki casually wiped the dagger on the man's clothing, removed his belt, and stowed it within his own spatial pouch before vanishing once more into the underbrush. The entire act was executed with a professionalism akin to that of a seasoned assassin. I had no intention of confronting you, yet you presented yourself so readily. If you seek to kill, be prepared to be slain, Aoki mused coldly as he moved, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. He had yet to reveal his true ferocity before all the challengers. This time, he would become a nightmare etched in their minds. If they were afforded the chance to dream at all, dead enemies, after all, are the best kind. Since the first blow had been struck, there would be no mercy shown. Aoki, resolute in his goal, would not be swayed by the weakness of his foes. Weakness, after all, is a fundamental sin. In a mere 5 minutes, Aoki silently eliminated 2 more individuals. Despite his swift and decisive actions, Soros and his group were beginning to regroup. Aoki found himself in a predicament. Having engaged, the resultant noise was inevitable, and some among Soros's ranks were notably vigilant. However, it mattered little, even if discovered. Aoki held no apprehension regarding their capabilities. The situation might merely become a tad complicated. Seizing the opportunity before they congregated, Aoki resumed his actions. He charged directly towards the nearest individual, this time choosing not to conceal his presence. As he sprinted, the rustling of the grass was conspicuous. Sensing the commotion, Soros and his companions quickly discerned the direction and hastened to converge. Before they could assemble, Aoki successfully intercepted another person whose spirit was a walking grass. Upon Aoki's emergence before him, the individual appeared prepared, the walking grass standing solemnly in front of him, awaiting the arrival of the enemy. However, upon seeing Aoki's figure, he exclaimed in astonishment, "I can't believe it's you, the first-ranked Aoki." The sudden widening of his pupils and the expression of sheer horror unmistakably conveyed his surprise. It dawned on him that the opportunity Soros and Sky had spoken of was indeed this first-ranked Aoki. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The metallic scent of blood in the air attested to Aoki's ruthless intent. He was there. Remaining relatively calm, he shouted loudly, then assumed a defensive stance. Taking the initiative, the walking grass unleashed its toxic powder, preparing for an offensive, as he understood that if the walking grass were to defend, Aoki's Dark Raven, with its first-ranked attack power and a twofold advantage, would likely obliterate any defense in a single blow. Observing his actions, Aoki's lips curled into a slight smile, for he had delayed his resolution to compel the utterance of that very phrase. With his objective achieved, the man was rendered inconsequential. Dark Raven, do not hold back. Use Tailwind and return the toxic powder to him. Psyduck, use Confusion. Aoki commanded decisively. At his behest, the Dark Raven, already poised for action, unfurled its wings as it swiftly gathered flying energy, forming two miniature whirlwinds that ensnared the faintly purple powder emitted by the walking grass, hurtling towards the man and his companion. Hearing Aoki's orders, he attempted to execute a roll to evade, but in that fleeting moment of movement, a resounding thud echoed in his mind, and thereafter, he felt nothing at all. The potency of Psyduck's Confusion was formidable, as evidenced by the blood gushing from his nostrils. Undoubtedly, under the twofold advantage of skill effectiveness, coupled with Psyduck's Confusion, both he and his walking grass were utterly robbed of vitality. At that moment, Soros and Sky, accompanied by their sole remaining follower, finally appeared before Aoki. Upon witnessing their silent comrade lying motionless on the ground, the last remaining follower stood frozen in shock. He had initially believed that accompanying Soros on this mission would pose little danger, merely a means to accrue points. Even when contemplating an offensive against an adversary, one might presume an overwhelming numerical advantage, feeling secure in self-preservation regardless of the opponent's formidable prowess. However, the surprising turn of events proved otherwise. Upon recognizing his opponent as Aoki, a wave of astonishment washed over his face, swiftly giving way to an understanding of the circumstances. He had not anticipated that the individual Soros sought to confront was none other than Aoki, the top-ranked contender. With Soros's arrival, Aoki's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and he remarked, "We meet again, Soros." Hearing Aoki's words, Soros's expression darkened. He had not foreseen this predicament. Gazing at the Dark Raven circling above Aoki and the pink sprite beside him, he comprehended the reality. He had underestimated Aoki. While others were striving for their first Pokémon, Aoki had already captured a second, demonstrating immense strength. Upon silently assessing the strength dynamics on the battlefield, Soros realized that his side was at a disadvantage. He fixed his gaze on Aoki, wishing fervently that his glare could inflict mortal harm. Otherwise, Aoki would have perished numerous times already. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and uttered through gritted teeth, "This time, we concede. Let us retreat." He then grasped the dazed companion and intended to withdraw. Aoki, with a disdainful smile, retorted, "Thinking of leaving now? Don't you find it rather late? Dark Raven, summon the winds." At his command, the Dark Raven flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind that blocked their escape route. "Hey, don't go too far. At worst, we'll perish together." Soros's expression twisted in fury, his eyes ablaze. When had he ever felt so demeaned? Even in conversation with Guga, he had not been treated with such disdain. "Humph, perish together? The fish may die, but the net shall remain intact. Shall we test this theory?" With that, he stepped forward, prompting the dazed beast to follow suit. Others sought his demise. Now, to simply depart without leaving a trace was not Aoki's style. Squawk! The Dark Raven screeched. Had Aoki not intervened, the Raven would have acted against those who threatened him long ago. Soros's expression stiffened as he caught a glimpse of Sky, who had remained silent, signaling him to speak. Noticing Soros's gesture, Aoki turned his attention to the unremarkable young man, briefly eyeing the A-bar snakes beside him. As the chip displayed the data of the A-bar snake, Little Sprite, Arbok, Orange, Gender, Female Level, 19 Type, Poison Ability, Shed Skin Held Item, None Inherited Skill, Poison Tail Base Skills, Bind, Glare, Poison Gas, Bite, Glare, Big Snake. Screech Teachability, Acid TM. None. Upon glancing at Sky with a hint of surprise, I never anticipated that he could nurture this Arbok to level 19. Were it not for the constraints of its potential, he might very well be leading us now. In the face of the situation, I remained relatively composed, and the fact that Soros was the leader, seeking his opinion, indicated that he possessed both strength and cunning. A thought flickered in my mind. "What is your name?" I casually inquired of Sky. Caught off guard by the question in such circumstances, Sky hesitated momentarily before responding, "Sky." Given their current disadvantage, it would be wise not to provoke my wrath, and engaging in dialogue could buy him time to devise an escape plan. As for confronting me, that would be a fool's errand, especially with a lifeless body lying nearby. Initially, I had merely assumed I possessed a formidable Dark Raven. Even so, they had only resolved to act after careful consideration. However, it was evident that I also had a powerful Snorlax on my side. While they were reduced to merely 3 individuals, one of whom was still reeling from shock, The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Sky, unlike Soros, would not engage in such a blatant act of self-destruction. However, despite considering all possibilities, he found himself at a loss for a viable escape route. Feeling a wave of despair wash over him, he had painstakingly cultivated his Arbok to this level, leveraging Soros's strength and status to obtain numerous resources. The saying success is attributed to the right person, and failure to the same perfectly encapsulated the current predicament. Yet, my next words left everyone utterly astounded. You are quite impressive. Would you be interested in working for me? The calmness in my tone caused a rapid shift in the expressions of those present. The followers, who had previously appeared ashen, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. My invitation to Sky suggested that he might still have a chance at survival. Even he, in his naivety, realized he had been used as a pawn by Soros, and facing my formidable presence, he felt no inclination to resist. The most dramatic transformation belonged to Soros, whose complexion shifted from red to green, then to black, and finally to white. He could scarcely believe that I would actively seek to recruit Sky. He had prepared to fight alongside Sky against me, perhaps harboring a sliver of hope for survival. However, with my mere statement, his aspirations plummeted into despair. In contrast, Sky, who had been recruited, exhibited the slightest change in expression, his eyes fixed intently on Aoki, seeking to discern his true intentions, whether he genuinely wished to recruit him or aimed merely to sow discord among them before striking them down one by one. However, after observing for a while, he gleaned nothing from Aoki's countenance. Aoki remained silent, simply gazing at Sky, awaiting his response. In truth, Aoki's overture to recruit Sky was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. With his extensive experience in the Rocket team, he comprehended a fundamental truth. Within an organization rife with factions, an individual could never venture far alone. One could either join a faction or become a faction in themselves. Although the former was considerably simpler than the latter, Aoki resolutely opted for the latter path. To possess greater resources, one must take charge of their own destiny. While he may not immediately establish a faction, laying the groundwork for the future was prudent. The most opportune moment to plant the seeds of influence was now, while everyone still remained in the trial phase. In his previous life, Gujia ascended swiftly within the Rocket team, partly due to having built his own foundation on Trial Island, paving the way for future endeavors. Thus, Aoki had long been devising plans to form his own cadre, ensuring that even if it were not utilized immediately, he would be prepared for any eventuality. Sky caught Aoki's attention not only due to his fortunate circumstances, but also because of his commendable strength. Aoki believed that, given a Pokémon of decent potential, Sky might yield remarkable results. Aoki did not have to wait long, as Sky clenched his teeth and nodded, declaring, "All right." In such a situation, could he possibly refuse? To do so would surely mean his demise. Aoki was quite pleased with Sky's response. Despite the implicit threat, Sky's ability to recognize the gravity of the situation earned him Aoki's respect. If he truly possessed a Pokémon of exceptional quality, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of Soros. Aoki endeavored to maintain this rhythm, publishing 3 chapters daily, hoping for support, collections, and recommendations. However, when Soros heard Sky's response, his eyes instantly flushed with rage, glaring daggers at Sky. His animosity towards Sky had now eclipsed his resentment towards Aoki. Yet, he was quick to react, turning on his heel and fleeing. With the alliance between himself and Sky, they might not have been able to contend with Aoki, let alone now that he was alone. If he did not run now, would he simply stand by and await his death? Aoki observed Soros's actions with disdain, offering a derisive smile. Had Soros chosen to confront him directly, Aoki might have held him in slightly higher regard. Dullahan, psychic. In the face of such a stark disparity in strength, Soros was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. The creature, known as the Dull Beast, emitted a peculiar crimson glow from its eyes, sending forth a wave of psychic energy that directly targeted the fleeing Soros. Gas bomb, intercept him. With keen awareness of Aoki's command, Soros's eyes widened in terror. He had already steeled himself to abandon the gas bomb at the opportune moment. The gas bomb hesitated briefly but ultimately obeyed its trainer's orders, positioning itself in the path of the Dull Beast's psychic assault. The psychic type holds a significant advantage over the poison type, and compounded by the gas bomb's meager special defense, it succumbed to the full force of the Dull Beast's strike, letting out a muffled groan before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Nearby, Sky narrowed his eyes, outwardly composed, yet internally tumultuous. Initially, he had intended to entertain Aoki's invitation while assessing the situation, but he was taken aback by the overwhelming prowess displayed by Aoki's Dull Beast, which had incapacitated Soros's formidable gas bomb in a single blow. Perhaps yielding to him was not such a poor choice after all, Sky mused. Aoki, catching a glimpse of Sky from the corner of his eye, noted the subtle turbulence in his gaze despite his unchanging expression. Aoki had intended to subtly pressure Sky by defeating Soros's gas bomb with a single strike. He understood that Sky would not easily submit. His compliance was more a result of coercion than willingness. Nevertheless, Aoki remained unfazed, confident in his ability to maintain control over Sky, ensuring that the notion of rebellion would not even cross his mind. As Soros sensed the defeat of his gas bomb, he frantically intensified his flight. But as a mere human, he stood no chance against the agility of a Pokémon. Dark Raven, deal with him, Aoki commanded. Soros, who had expected a fierce counterattack, now found himself in a pitiful state, prompting Aoki's disinterest. The Dark Raven nodded in response, swiftly soaring behind Soros, and with a flick of its claws, claimed yet another victim upon the ground. Soros, once a figure of prominence within the ranks of Team Rocket, could never have anticipated such a grim fate. As for the remaining individual, Aoki had no intention of intervening. Recognizing the need to establish his own cadre, he understood that relying solely on Sky would be insufficient. He resolved to keep the other person around as a subordinate. Approaching Soros's lifeless form, Aoki observed his wide-open eyes, filled with terror and regret. Skillfully, he removed the Team Rocket belt from Soros, contemplating briefly before also taking the Pokeballs from his waist. He pressed the button on the Pokeball, capturing the incapacitated gas bomb and subsequently locking it. In the midst of Sky's astonished gaze, Aoki casually tossed the gas bomb's Pokeball to him and waved his hand, stating, "From this moment forth, this Pokémon is yours. I trust you will not disappoint me." Soros' gas bomb is a deep yellow variant, far surpassing his original orange variant, the Aber Snake, by several tiers. Did you truly give it to me?" In a state of disbelief, Sky still inquired, seeking confirmation. Ignoring the profound jealousy and envy emanating from the person beside him, Sky clutched the Pokeball tightly in his hand, as if grasping a lifeline. His fingertips turned slightly pale from the excessive pressure. This creature had ranked 5th in the previous test. Whoever could capture it would instantly ascend to that coveted position. An irresistible temptation for anyone. What? Unable to capture it? Aoki furrowed his brow and remarked. For a Pokémon that has previously had an owner, accepting a new master is not an easy transition, making the endeavor to capture such a creature quite challenging. However, Aoki believed that, given Sky's abilities, it should not pose a problem. No, thank you. Sky repeatedly gestured with his hands, slightly bowing his body in a show of respect, yet uncertain of how to address Aoki. "Just call me Aoki," he replied, indifferent to the formality. "Yes, thank you, Lord Aoki," Sky said respectfully, bowing repeatedly, gradually aligning himself with the appropriate role. Aoki nodded, tacitly approving of Sky's title. In truth, Sky was significantly older than Aoki, at merely 15 years of age. Aoki was still in his developmental stages, while Sky had already reached 18, towering over Aoki. Yet, to convey deference, Sky bent almost like a bow. A pat on the back followed by a carrot. This was Aoki's preferred method in his past life, the most effective approach. Aoki shifted his gaze to the person standing nearby, who appeared dazed. Apart from the moment of envy and jealousy when Aoki bestowed the gas bomb upon Sky, he had remained in a state of mental disarray. This day had been overwhelmingly traumatic for him. All 4 of his companions had perished, and the idolized Soros had not escaped the same fate. As the second in command, Sky's betrayal left him at a loss, not only regarding his future, but also with his life precariously in the hands of others. Seeing him still in a daze, Sky's eyes twitched, and he quickly kicked him. The individual snapped back to reality, and upon noticing that both Aoki and Sky were staring at him, his face paled instantly. Stammering, he introduced himself. "Lord Aoki, I am Fox, nicknamed Fox. My Pokémon is the gas bomb, and I am willing to serve you. Please, do not kill me." Aoki had already scanned his Pokémon, a level 16 orange gas bomb, entirely unremarkable. However, if he could survive, he could be a decent asset. "You will follow Sky from now on," Aoki stated blandly. "Why yes. Fox immediately bowed in response, secretly relieved to have preserved his life. For him, serving under Aoki evidently offers a greater sense of security than following Soros. After all, Aoki is the foremost, and Soros has yet to withstand even a single blow from Aoki. Chapter 47. Continuing the journey. 23. Sky, upon your return, commence the recruitment process, using my name. I have but one stipulation. I would prefer genuine scoundrels over hypocrites. Aoki held this singular requirement for those he would enlist in the future. As for individuals of impeccable character, he dismissed the notion entirely, Such traits rarely survive the trials of being a tester, let alone within the ranks of Team Rocket. Aoki is no saint. While his subordinates may possess a myriad of flaws, he cannot abide the presence of hypocrites. For instance, he detests individuals like Gujia and Soros, who, despite their temperamental nature, are not prone to underhanded tactics. Yes, Lord Aoki, Sky readily accepted Aoki's demands. With Soros's gas bomb in his possession, he merely needed to tame it, and it would become an extraordinary force. Coupled with Aoki's unparalleled strength, he felt a modicum of confidence in recruiting those lone wolves. His heart raced with excitement, for what began as misfortune had turned into fortuity. He had not only retained his life, but had also acquired a remarkably gifted sprite. He believed that, given time, he would undoubtedly surpass Soros. Tightening his grip on the gas bomb Pokeball, he trembled with barely contained anticipation. Aoki appeared to be the kind of leader who left matters unattended, yet the power he would wield in establishing his own faction far eclipsed that of aiding Soros. However, he dared not entertain any reckless thoughts at present. Aoki's prowess and potential are unparalleled. By steadfastly following him, his status within Team Rocket would surely ascend dramatically. Aoki pondered briefly before tossing Soros's Team Rocket belt to Sky. This should encompass all the resources that were originally yours. You shall safeguard it. Frankly, Aoki had little regard for Soros's points, yet even the smallest morsel has value. Thus, he entrusted it to Sky as initial capital, ensuring it was put to good use. Sky gazed at Soros's Team Rocket belt, his expression a mixture of emotions. He and Soros had been playmates since childhood, existing in a state of both rivalry and camaraderie. Yet, Soros's fortune had consistently outshone his own, always placing him a step ahead. Perhaps it was the result of prolonged good luck, as a single stroke of misfortune had plunged him into an abyss from which no competitor emerged. His heart was a tumult of conflicting sentiments. Very well. If you cannot accomplish this task, do not hesitate to abandon it. Your primary objective now is to tame the gas bomb. Strive for commendable results in the next test. Aoki remarked, casting a glance at Sky before continuing, I shall proceed with my own tasks. With that, Aoki ventured deeper into the forest. Unconcerned with how Sky and his companion would navigate their return or whether they would arrive safely. If they lacked even the most basic skills for survival in the wilderness, Aoki would indeed consider it a grave misjudgment on his part. As Aoki departed, both the Dark Crow and the Dull Beast closely followed, and the decision not to eliminate those who were initially poised to strike was solely Aoki's. As Pokémon, they refrained from pondering this matter. Observing Aoki's silhouette gradually fading into the forest, Fokusu exhaled a long sigh and settled onto the ground, indifferent to the corpse nearby. Although Aoki appeared amiable, the pressure he exerted was palpable, particularly with two lifeless bodies on the ground, a stark reminder of recent events. It was truly perplexing. I cannot fathom it, Skan murmured, watching the direction Aoki had vanished. Yet, he soon reflected on the fact that he now possessed a remarkably gifted Pokémon. With diligent training, it was bound to shine brilliantly. Aoki, however, held little expectation for Skan and Fokusu. This endeavor was merely a trial. If successful, it would be a boon. For after all, it was merely a Pokémon of yellow aptitude. If it failed, there was little consequence, as they were still on the trial island. What a headache. I've strayed from the path again. Aoki chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Previously, to confront Soros and his ilk, he had deliberately deviated from the intended route, seeking refuge in this patch of grass to strategically eliminate Soros and his companions, even acquiring 2 subordinates in the process. I must trouble you once more, dull beast. Let us use teleport to return to the path. In this predicament, the presence of the dull beast was invaluable, even when off course. Its teleportation could guide them back to the correct path. The dull beast exhibited no reaction, simply employing its teleportation ability. A blue light enveloped Aoki and the Dark Crow, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back on the original path. What a practical skill. Well done, dull beast. The dull beast's inherited teleportation ability could be described as a survival skill in the wild, proving exceptionally useful for both travel and evasion. However, teleportation does possess its limitations. Firstly, the distance that can be traversed is not extensive. The range of teleportation is contingent upon the Pokémon's mental strength. The stronger the Pokémon, the further it can move. Secondly, teleportation cannot be utilized to reach unvisited locations. It can only transport to places that have been previously encountered and imprinted in memory. Thirdly, during teleportation, one must not be subjected to psychic interference. Otherwise, spatial fluctuations may occur, resulting in an unpredictable destination. Strictly speaking, there is yet another consideration: the The greater the distance, the longer the preparation time required to execute the skill. This is reasonable, as selecting the precise location among various coordinates imbued with psychic fluctuations is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. Gazing at the familiar road and the surrounding environment that felt reminiscent, Aoki could not help but place his hands on his hips, realizing that he would need to traverse the path once more. Fortunately, the return leads to the very place just departed, rather than to the initial meeting point with the dull beast. Having traversed this path once, Qingmu is increasingly aware of his surroundings, quickening his pace. According to the map, a considerable distance remains to reach the designated task location. The map indicates that Qingmu must traverse several territories of various small Pokémon. Continuing forward, he is poised to enter the realm of the Scyther. Qingmu has always held a fondness for Scyther. Should the opportunity arise to encounter a suitably qualified one, he would indeed contemplate capturing it. Although Scyther lacks a direct evolutionary form, possessing only the evolution branch of the metallic armored Scyther, its overall base stats do not increase. Instead, it transforms its speed advantage into enhanced physical defense, evolving from an exceptional assassin into a formidable warrior. However, from Qingmu's recollection, Scyther is capable of mega evolution. Should it undergo this transformation, its power would see a substantial enhancement. As he approaches the territory of Scyther, it is certain that more than one will be present, and Qingmu feels a tinge of anticipation. Chapter 48, Scyther, 33. In contrast to the irritable Beedrill and the bullies of the insect world, the Scyther possesses a proud and confident demeanor. Typically, they do not strike unless provoked. Qingmu is unafraid of facing these wild Pokémon individually. However, as they are social creatures, disturbing even one could summon a multitude, leading to an overwhelming numerical advantage. Moreover, as he delves deeper into the forest, the levels of the Pokémon continuously rise. It remains uncertain what level the Scyther he will encounter has achieved. Contemplating this is futile. Thus, Qingmu hastens his journey, accompanied by the vigilant guardianship of the dull beast and the dark raven. His stamina has significantly improved recently, and after an hour of prolonged travel, he feels only a slight breathlessness. For the dark raven and dull beast, this is merely as effortless as breathing. Had it not been for the need to confront the occasional ambushing Pokémon, they would find this journey far less strenuous than training. At last, Qingmu arrives at the territory of Scyther marked on the map, gradually slowing his pace. Despite the considerable power he has gained since capturing the dull beast, vigilance in the wild remains paramount under any circumstance. The journey thus far has been relatively uneventful, aside from a few overly confident wild Pokémon attempting to ambush. Easily dispatched by the dark raven and dull beast, nothing of consequence has occurred. Most Pokémon, upon sensing the aura of menace and the scent of blood emanating from them, instinctively steer clear. At long last, while traversing the territory of the majestic Scyther, Aoki encountered a group of these highly coveted creatures, numbering approximately a dozen. Proud by nature, they preferred to engage only with opponents of comparable strength, and within this forest, there were few fairies worthy of their efforts. Thus, they typically occupied themselves with sparring among their kin. When Aoki chanced upon them, they were fervently engaged in combat. As he observed, they too became aware of his presence. Two Scythers, previously locked in fierce battle, halted their movements. A robust Scyther stepped forward, positioning itself before the others, its expression grave as it scrutinized the three unfamiliar visitors. A flicker of light appeared in Aoki's eyes as his chip revealed the data of this Scyther leader. Species, Scyther, deep yellow. Gender, male level, 23 type. Bug flying ability. Technician held item, none inherited moves. Endure-based moves, vacuum wave, quick attack, leer, charge, pursuit. Touch and go, agility, wing attack top moves. Bug buzz, bug bite move tutor. None. This Scyther was undeniably powerful. And Aoki cast a brief glance at the other Scythers behind it, noting that most were above level 20. Aside from the leader's deep yellow quality, two others boasted a yellow quality as well. However, Aoki dismissed the notion of capturing one. Not only would it be extraordinarily challenging to capture a Scyther amidst such formidable peers, the leader alone presented a significant challenge. As a speed-oriented creature, while the Dark Raven had a type advantage, its greatest asset, speed, would not be as advantageous as anticipated. Furthermore, the exceptionally high physical attack stat of the Scyther meant that a single hit could be devastating. Moreover, the numerical superiority of the Scythers posed a daunting threat. Even if Aoki managed to defeat the leader, his Drowsy might not withstand the onslaught from the multitude of Scythers. It was crucial to recognize that, as speedsters, they could easily incapacitate his Drowsy before it could utilize teleport. Additionally, among the Scyther clan, None possessed the qualifications Aoki sought. Their potential for cultivation was, in fact, quite limited. Yet, a few Scythers were eager to engage, sensing danger emanating from the Dark Raven and Drowsy. For these combat-loving challengers, it was an ideal confrontation. However, before any could act, they were restrained by their leader, who perceived a greater threat than his kin did. He not only felt the danger posed by the two Pokémon, but also sensed an indescribable gravity emanating from the human. As if he bore no fear of his own kind. The sensations he experienced could stem from either a naive misunderstanding of the circumstances or genuine prowess. A voice resonated within his intuition, warning him that should he take action, he must brace himself for substantial casualties among his entire clan, though they reveled in combat. It did not imply an absence of fear of death. Thus, the leader of the Mantis wisely restrained his impulsive kin, observing as Aoki cautiously departed their dwelling with two fairies in tow. The Mantis held a profound respect for the formidable, if one's strength earned their acknowledgement. Their territory was not deemed impenetrable. Their sense of territoriality was not overly intense. The emergence of their domain was primarily a consequence of their combative nature. The surrounding fairies, intimidated by their prowess, gradually vacated the vicinity, ultimately rendering it the realm of the Mantis. After traversing the Mantis territory without incident, Aoki spent the day navigating through the forest depicted on the map provided by Shadow. Soon, he would cross a stony expanse to reach the location of the task item. Over the course of the day, aside from engaging in sporadic skirmishes with the ambushing fairies, Aoki gained a more profound understanding of the territories inhabited by powerful fairies as illustrated on the map. Along his journey, apart from the Mantis territory he initially traversed, where he encountered a level 23 Mantis and several others exceeding level 20, the strength of their clan was strikingly formidable. Subsequently, he passed through the realm of a group of Paras, where an abundance of fungi flourished. The Paras' habitat revolved around these fungi, which constituted their sustenance. Among the Paras, there existed a leader, a level 24 Parasect. Gentle in nature, the Paras did not initiate attacks when other fairies encroached upon their territory. In stark contrast to some more aggressive species, both Paras and Parasect were quadruple weak against flying types, rendering them significantly vulnerable to the Dark Crow. However, preoccupied with his journey, Aoki refrained from engaging them. Although the Paras clan was vast, they possessed few exceptional individuals, making them among the most amiable fairies in that region. Numerous other fairies coexisted harmoniously within the Paras territory, and during Aoki's passage with the Dark Crow and the Sloth, he encountered little hostility. Chapter 49. The Irate Nidoking. 13. Upon exiting the Paras territory, he entered the domain of a group of monkeys, whose temperaments starkly contrasted that of the Paras. The monkeys were notoriously irascible, showing no mercy towards any fairy daring to trespass into their territory. The monkey clan occupies an expansive grove of tree fruits, undeniably the largest fruit forest that Qingmu has ever encountered on the Trial Island. The monkeys possess an exceptionally strong sense of territoriality. Any being or sprite that dares to intrude upon their domain without permission faces frenzied attacks. They are akin to a band of tyrants claiming their mountain. Within this clan resides a level 23 monkey leader, exuding an aura of authority that elevates its abilities to a marginally green tier, rendering it immensely powerful. Coupled with countless ordinary monkeys, they reign supreme on the Trial Island. Consequently, the arrival of Qingmu and his companions sent the entire monkey clan into a frenzy. To them, any intruder was suspect of attempting to pilfer their precious fruits. When Qingmu, unaware of the impending chaos, allowed the Dark Crow to pluck the first fruit, it was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Hundreds of monkeys charged at them. Fortunately, as fighting-type sprites, the monkeys are doubly weak against flying and psychic types, putting the Dark Crow and the Dumb Beast in a precarious situation. Amidst the chaotic retreat, they unleashed their skills with reckless abandon. Even as Qingmu relieved the Dark Crow of its burdens to hasten their escape by knocking back the approaching monkeys. Like a herd of startled deer, Qingmu dashed through the encirclement of monkeys, fleeing their territory. Remarkably, the combat prowess of the entire clan diminished by at least 30% due to their encounter with Qingmu and his companions. It is worth noting that nearly 1,000 monkeys were present. Under Qingmu's command, the Dumb Beast and the Dark Crow managed to dispatch nearly 100 of them. However, following this considerable sacrifice, the monkeys bestowed a wealth of experience upon the Dark Crow and the Dumb Beast. Allowing both to ascend a level, the Dark Crow reached level 19, while the Dumb Beast attained level 21. This increase in experience not only enhanced their levels, but also significantly improved the Dark Crow's command over flying-type skills and the Dumb Beast's mastery of psychic abilities. Thus, Their endeavors proved fruitful. Exhausted from their harrowing escape through the monkey territory, Qingmu, the Dark Crow, and the dumb beast found a relatively safe area to camp for the night, allowing their sprites to recuperate their strength. Over the past few days, the dumb beast, through the consumption of yellow fruit energy blocks, gradually rejuvenated its previously stagnant potential, especially after the battle with the Monkey Clan, which saw its ability rise back to deep green, surpassing the Dark Crow by a small tier. This modest elevation in tier significantly enhanced the dumb beast's control over its psychic powers, which were already among the best at its level. With an additional 2 tiers in control, the dumb beast's precision in utilizing psychic abilities became even more refined. The progress of the dull beast did not go unnoticed by the Dark Crow. Alongside a twinge of envy towards his companion's growing strength, he felt a surge of motivation. To this end, he specifically requested Aoki to increase his burden by an additional 5 pounds. Originally, he intended for Aoki to augment it by 10 pounds. But after Aoki's persistent persuasion, he consented to a 15-pound increase. Aoki, keenly aware of Dark Crow's intentions, recognized the importance of gradual enhancement. A sudden increase in weight could potentially jeopardize one's physical health. Although Dark Crow could endure it, such a rapid escalation might lead to latent ailments, which could manifest severely over time. With the experience of a past life, Muku understood the formidable nature of these hidden afflictions. Some Pokémon, despite possessing exceptional innate qualities, suffered from various ailments due to neglecting injuries sustained during battles, ultimately achieving less than those with inferior talents. Moreover, these ailments are notoriously difficult to remedy. Aside from prolonged recuperation, there are few solutions. However, such extensive recovery periods inhibit training and combat, resulting in a significant waste of time, leaving one far behind by the time the afflictions are healed. Thus, Aoki prudently raised Dark Crow's burden to 15 pounds, as a mere 5-pound increase would not significantly impact his combat prowess. After traversing a relatively safe area devoid of powerful Pokémon, they arrived at the mightiest clan Aoki had ever encountered. Although this clan consisted of only 5 Pokémon, 3 of which were under level 10, they commanded the largest territory, unchallenged by others. This clan boasted a level 32 Nidoking and a level 30 Nidoqueen, with the remaining 3 being their offspring, 3 Nidoran, each below level 10. The Nidokings occupied the forest's most abundant resources. Through Aoki's exploration, he discovered a natural small lake within their territory, accompanied by a gentle slope adjacent to it. Beside the lake lay a verdant meadow inhabited by several relatively weaker Butterfree, serving as companions and guardians for the Nidoran. The hillside flourished with diverse fruits and herbs, while the lake teemed with gentle-natured small Pokémon and an abundance of ordinary fish, constituting the primary food source for the Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Typically, they would not stray far from this self-sustaining haven, and due to their formidable strength, no incautious Pokémon dared to provoke them. In fact, Aoki was astonished upon encountering the Nidoking and Nidoqueen. These Pokémon evolved from Nidorino and Nidorino with the aid of the Moonstone. The appearance of one would be remarkable, yet here, he was confronted by 2. Driven by curiosity regarding the situation, Aoki stealthily approached the small lake where King Nido and his kin resided, eager to ascertain if the fabled Moonstone could be found there. However, to his dismay, he was detected by King Nido before he could draw near. The king exhibited no semblance of mercy toward Aoki, who sought to encroach upon their territory, launching a fierce assault instead. Given King Nido's formidable prowess in combat, had it not been for the protective skill of Dark Raven, Aoki might have suffered a grievous blow. Ultimately, Aoki had no choice but to leverage his speed to escape the vicinity of King Nido's domain. Though he was relentlessly pursued, the quest for the Moonstone would have to be postponed until Aoki's strength was sufficiently enhanced. For now, even facing King Nido alone proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone contending with Queen Nido, whose abilities were nearly equal to the king's. Furthermore, the synergy between King Nido and Queen Nido would amplify their combat effectiveness beyond mere addition. It is no wonder they command such a vast territory abundant in resources, as their fighting capability is indeed formidable. Despite the prior numerical advantage of the monkey monsters, they were but a feeble group in comparison to King Nido and his kin. In terms of sheer stamina, a single King Nido could easily overpower the entire monkey monster horde, his robust and resilient armor almost rendering their attacks inconsequential. Coupled with his immensely powerful arms, a single sweep could decimate a considerable area. With Queen Nido's presence, the monkey monsters were even less inclined to challenge the authority of King Nido. This illustrates the extent of King Nido's combat strength, especially considering Aoki had just been chased out of their territory by the monkey monsters. Had Queen Nido not refrained from intervening to protect a few Nidorans, Aoki and his companions might have found it difficult to escape, save for the use of teleportation. Fortunately, they managed to traverse King Nido's territory and arrived at the stone forest ahead. Gazing at the map in his hand, Aoki murmured to himself that upon crossing this stone forest, he would reach the mission location. With the destination of the task finally within reach, Aoki felt a slight sense of relief, for time was of the essence if he wished to return before the next assessment. Chapter 50. The Adorable Onyx. 23. Now nearing his destination, Aoki felt an unexpected calm. For him and his companions, the priority was to first address their lunch, followed by allowing Dark Raven and Drowsy to rest and recuperate. Finding a relatively spacious boulder, he methodically unpacked all the necessary tools. Although the area was a stone forest, it was not solely comprised of rocks. In fact, the dry grass and withered straw on the ground outnumbered those in the forest. After starting a fire, Aoki constructed a rudimentary stove with the abundant stones surrounding him, carefully placing a small pot atop it and pouring in the lake water he had previously gathered. When venturing into the wilderness, it is prudent to avoid drinking untreated water. Even if the water appears pristine, one cannot ascertain the multitude of bacteria it may harbor. Creatures such as the Dark Raven and the Dopey Beast possess physical resilience and immunity far superior to that of humans, allowing them to indulge without concern. However, Qingmu is not so fortunate. Should he fall ill from consuming raw water, the absence of appropriate medication could render his situation perilous in the wild. Qingmu does not wish to suffer an ailment due to such mundane matters while striving for survival, especially when he has yet to sustain injuries from battle. While the water is boiling, he retrieves the provisions for the Dark Raven and the Dopey Beast. In addition to the usual energy cubes, the Dark Raven has a wild hare it previously caught, while the Dopey Beast's favorite delicacy is fish. Qingmu has accustomed them to his cooking. The Dopey Beast, once fond of raw fish, has developed a disdain for it since indulging in Qingmu's grilled dishes. The Dark Raven, though provided with ample energy cubes, craves meat to satiate its appetite. With the Dopey Beast's enthusiastic assistance, they clean the hare and 5 sizable fish, burying the entrails and blood in the earth. In the wilderness, Qingmu is keen to avoid attracting various creatures with the scent of blood during mealtime. Once the water has boiled, he transfers it into another container for his afternoon hydration. He then embarks on the familiar task of grilling, expertly applying oil, flipping, and seasoning, culminating in a fragrant feast. Qingmu requires merely a hare and half a fish to satisfy his hunger. The remainder is for the Dark Raven and the Dopey Beast. The two of them swiftly devour their lunch, and after a brief respite, they resume their journey. Traversing the stone forest is far more comfortable than wandering through the thicket, despite the towering stone pillars and uneven ground. Unlike the overgrown vegetation of the forest, where every step demands caution to avoid pitfalls, each foothold in the stone forest is visible, eliminating the worry of missteps. Most importantly, the stone forest is inhabited primarily by Geodude, whose gentle nature allows for peaceful coexistence. As long as they are not disturbed, they tend to ignore passersby. Moreover, Geodude prefer tranquility, often remaining stationary among the rocks for hours. The Geodude in this area are generally of low level. Throughout his journey, Qingmu has yet to encounter one exceeding level 20, and he has never seen their evolved form. Golem. Thanks to the well-trodden paths and the absence of aggressive creatures, Qingmu makes excellent progress, traversing half of the stone forest in merely half an hour. If he maintains this pace, he will soon reach his destination. However, often reality diverges from expectation, as Aoki and his companions were obstructed by a diminutive sprite. This was not an intentional act of hindrance on the part of the sprite. Rather, it was due to its immense size, which blocked the only path forward. The sprite in question was a massive onyx, a creature of considerable stature. Sprite, onyx color, deep yellow gender, male level, 30 type, rock ground ability, sturdy held item, none inherited moves, rollout, rock climb base moves, mud slap, tackle, harden, bind, curse, rock slide, rock tomb, rage, stealth rock, rock polish, Euro ball, knock off, dragon breath, body slam taunt moves, iron tail move tutor. None. This onyx was resting against a colossal boulder, inadvertently blocking the path. To proceed, one would have to traverse its lengthy body. Although the onyx was not a ferocious creature, allowing Aoki and his companions to climb over it would likely provoke its ire. Conversely, taking a detour would entail navigating the seemingly endless stone walls on either side, leaving Aoki to contemplate the arduous journey ahead. With a wry smile, he murmured, "A level 30 onyx presents quite the challenge." Within the rocky forest, resources were rather scarce, thus no formidable groups occupied such an expansive area. Only creatures like Geodude and Onix, which had minimal resource requirements, thrived here, as they relished the mineral-rich stones that were abundant in the area. However, judging by the low levels of the Geodude observed along the way, it was evident that the stones did not contain rich mineral deposits. Otherwise, the Geodude would have been stronger. Yet, the presence of this level 30 Onix posed a puzzling question. Casting another glance at the Onix, basking comfortably in the sun, Aoki's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, and he devised a clever plan. Drowsy, use Rain Dance at the location of the Onix. Indeed, it was the inherited move. Rain Dance that Aoki intended to employ. Drowsy nodded, slightly parting its lips, producing a melodic, murmuring sound. As Drowsy chanted, wisps of black clouds gradually gathered in the sky above the Onix. The Onix, initially enjoying the warmth of the sun, suddenly felt a drop in temperature, and the light around it began to fade. Curiously, it opened its eyes, only to find that the once blazing sun had vanished, replaced by an ominous cloud looming overhead. As the rain appeared imminent, the Onix skeptically surveyed its surroundings, finding no suspicious activity. Yet, the dark cloud above seemed to be directly aimed at it. While a short distance away, the sun still shone brightly. Despite its immense size, the Onix possessed a gentle disposition, and with a limited capacity for complex thought, it remained oblivious to the peculiar circumstances unfolding above it. In the absence of any other presence, he was left with no choice but to concede. As the first droplet of rain fell upon him, the reluctant Onix finally shifted his form. Although the spot he occupied was his favored sunbathing locale, a cherished habit cultivated over the years, the rain was still far more loathsome to the colossal serpent. Hidden behind a stone pillar, the instigators, Aoki and Slowpoke, observed as Onix hastily retreated upon the onset of rain. With the rumbling sound of rocks grinding against one another gradually fading, Onix vacated his beloved position, revealing the path that had been obscured. Soon, Onix vanished from sight, prompting Aoki to signal Slowpoke to cease its rain summoning. The dark clouds swiftly dispersed, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the area, leaving only small puddles among the stone heaps as remnants of the recent rainfall. After a few minutes without any sign of Onix's return, Aoki felt reassured enough to proceed with Honchkrow and Slowpoke. Before them emerged a pathway wide enough for three to traverse side by side, a vertical corridor soaring skyward, creating a breathtaking vista. Previously, Onix had reclined at the entrance of this narrow chasm. Upon stepping into the crevice, the once warm sensation dissipated instantly, replaced by an enveloping chill, akin to standing before a refrigerator. The air within the chasm was arid, the environment cold and desolate. As they ventured deeper, signs of life dwindled, with not even a blade of grass in sight. It was not surprising. This place was perpetually shrouded from sunlight, with an atmosphere that was both cold and dry, rendering it inhospitable even for resilient organisms like moss, which nonetheless required moisture to thrive. Suddenly, upon reaching a third of the way into the chasm, a massive opening appeared in the rocky wall, towering over 2 meters and wide enough for 3 individuals. From the outside, it appeared utterly dark within. Aoki paused, taken aback by the existence of such a cavern in this desolate region, and it was clear that it had been there for some time. The cave bore signs of having been excavated, though certain areas appeared to be natural formations, suggesting that it was originally a natural cave later enlarged by some Pokémon. The claw marks from the excavation were somewhat faded, and Aoki discerned that these were not the work of Geodude or Onix. Slowpoke, can you sense any Pokémon inside? Aoki inquired of his companion. With a glimmer of awareness in its eyes, Slowpoke emitted an invisible wave of psychic energy. Moments later, it shook its head in response to Aoki, indicating that it sensed no Pokémon presence. Seeing Slowpoke's nod, Aoki relaxed slightly, retrieving a flashlight from the Team Rocket belt and illuminating the cave's depths, which seemed boundless. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped forward into the darkness. Due to the relatively confined space, the dark raven perched upon the head of the dull beast, utilizing its psychic abilities to accompany Qingmu closely. After a few minutes of traversing the cave, Qingmu sensed the cavern gradually expanding, prompting him to quicken his pace. Finally, after 5 minutes, he arrived at the deepest recess. It was a breathtaking expanse, akin to a hidden paradise. Apart from the stone, there was nothing else in sight. How peculiar! Could this merely be a cave? Qingmu pondered aloud as he surveyed the scene before him. At that moment, the dull beast tugged at Qingmu's pant leg, gesturing towards a particular direction within the cave and emitting a soft sound. Intrigued, Qingmu followed the direction indicated by the dull beast. To his astonishment, he discovered a stalagmite, roughly the size of a human, rising from the dark stone wall. At its apex, a droplet of milky, viscous liquid hung suspended, perfectly rounded and plump. Yet it did not fall, firmly adhering to the tip of the stalagmite. A faintly refreshing fragrance emanated from the droplet, wafting less than a meter before dissipating into the air, which explained why Qingmu had not detected it earlier. "Is this the heart of the earth milk?" Qingmu exclaimed in awe. The heart of the earth milk is a rare treasure from the realm of spirits, formed by the essence of nature, rich in energy and minerals. When consumed alone, it enhances the physical strength and defensive capabilities of petite spirits. When combined with various materials to create suitable energy blocks, its effects multiply. Even humans can benefit from the heart of the earth milk. It not only wards off ailments and boosts immunity, but also prolongs life and improves overall physical condition. The Rocket team possesses a redemption list for the heart of the earth milk, yet due to its extreme scarcity and potent effects, it is snatched up by various factions the moment it becomes available, rendering it priceless. Qingmu recalled a past instance when a batch of heart of the earth milk appeared on the redemption list, and within less than a minute, it was completely depleted, each droplet fetching a staggering price of 1,000 points. Given its life-extending properties, it is highly coveted by affluent families and powerful factions. Were it not for dire financial straits, no one would willingly part with it. After all, it takes several months to form a single droplet of heart of the earth milk. He sighed again at the scarcity of this treasure. Without prompting Qingmu, the dull beast focused intently on the ground, its eyes gradually illuminating with a blue glow. With its psychic powers, it lifted a stone the size of a frying pan. Instantly, a rich aroma enveloped him. Even a single whiff was enough to induce a profound sense of relaxation throughout his body. Beneath the stone lay a small pool of heart of the earth milk, and the droplet that had been clinging to the stalagmite finally slipped free, gracefully descending into the pool below. The impact of the droplet caused ripples to dance across the previously tranquil surface of the heart of the earth milk. Yet it did not splatter. Aoki was astounded by the scene before him, never having imagined that such an abundance of geothermal milk would gather in this place. Gazing at the milky liquid that shimmered with specks of starlight, he could not help but swallow audibly. In the silence that enveloped him, the sound of his gulp resonated distinctly. Regaining his composure, Aoki hastily retrieved an assortment of containers from his belt, enlisting the help of his Dullahan to cleanse them thoroughly, while instructing the Dark Raven to dry them without leaving a single droplet. Next, he took a spoon originally intended for crafting energy cubes and began to carefully scoop the geothermal milk into the containers. However, to Aoki's astonishment, after filling one glass vial with the geothermal milk, he discovered an egg nestled within the liquid. How could such a precious Pokémon egg have been concealed in this accumulation of geothermal milk, which had presumably been gathering for countless years? In an instant, Aoki recalled the claw marks and signs of excavation he had noticed upon entering the cave. Could it be that a Pokémon had placed this egg here? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Given the passage of time, it was likely that the egg had long since perished. Merely a shell remained, and even his chip could not scan the condition of the egg. Unperturbed, Aoki continued to steadily transfer the geothermal milk into the containers. As the containers gradually filled, the pool of geothermal milk diminished, and the egg finally revealed its full form. Activating his chip with his consciousness, the complete data of the egg, which had been hidden for an indeterminate time, materialized before Aoki's eyes. Pokémon, Ujira, egg form, non-hatchable, blue, gender, male level, 1 types, rock. Ground ability, perseverance held item. Essence of geothermal milk inherited moves, Dragon Dance, Dragon Tail, Primordial Power, Stealth Rock basic moves, Bite. Glare taught moves, None move tutor, None staring blankly at the data of the egg. Aoki unconsciously dropped the spoon from his hand. He could hardly fathom that the egg concealed within the geothermal milk belonged to Ujira, which elucidated the claw marks at the entrance and the size of the cave's mouth. Moreover, considering the inherited moves of Ujira, it was astonishing that it possessed both Dragon Dance and Dragon Tail, 2 exceptionally powerful techniques, offering a glimpse into the strength and potential of its progenitors. A blue-quality quasi-divine Pokémon, once it matured, would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of an elite trainer with ease. In his past life, Aoki had once wielded the advantage of a chip to possess a quasi-divine Pokémon, albeit not Ujira. It was that very divine Pokémon that had enabled him to step onto the threshold of elite training. What could the term non-hatchable signify? Aoki noted the words inscribed behind the egg, following the designation of non-hatchable. From past to present, after utilizing chips for such an extended period, it is my first encounter with the annotation indicating that this egg cannot hatch. If this sprite egg were lifeless, the inability to hatch would be understandable. However, it appears that the vitality within this egg is remarkably intact, even excessively vigorous, which leaves one perplexed. Gently extracting the sprite egg from the core of the earth's milk, I placed it upon a cloth laid on the ground. The once smooth surface of the egg emanated a faint glow, nearly identical to that of the earth's milk. The dark crow and the dopey beast approached as well, for as sprites, their senses were more acute. They could distinctly perceive the presence of a small life within the egg, yet a sense of sorrow seemed to emanate from it, the reason for which remained elusive. The dopey beast gently rested its pink, rounded head against the egg. Qingmu observed the dopey beast's actions without intervention, as if he understood its intent. The dopey beast leaned its head against the sprite egg and tugged at Qingmu with one of its forelimbs, indicating for him to place his hand on its back, while also signaling for the dark crow to do the same. Without hesitation, Qingmu gently rested his hand upon the smooth back of the dopey beast. In an instant, the scenery before them transformed. Chapter 52, The Great Banjira, 13. The once dim cavern vanished, replaced by a sun-drenched landscape where Qingmu, the dopey beast, and the dark crow found themselves on a verdant meadow, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a truly delightful sight. Suddenly, a colossal creature clad in pale green armor emerged onto the meadow, and everything changed. The once pleasant scenery disappeared, engulfed by swirling clouds of yellow sand that began to envelop all trees and grass. With a roar from the sprite, the meadow was swiftly transformed into a desert. The creature, adorned with spikes and draped in green armor, was none other than Banjira, the final evolutionary form of Giratina, also known as the sandstorm sprite Banjira. Upon arriving, Banjira turned the entire meadow into a vast desert and sought out a relatively comfortable spot to sit down. There it remained for an indeterminate number of days and nights, motionless, its once tempestuous nature subdued into a tranquil stillness. However, during Banjira's prolonged stillness, a group of uninvited guests invaded the desert. A pack of black houndoom, numbering around a dozen, charged at Banjira without hesitation, as if their attack had been premeditated. After nearly a month of silent meditation in the desert, Banjira, weakened from fasting, stood resolute against the onslaught of the black houndoom, displaying neither hesitation nor fear, and effortlessly repelled the attackers, a testament to the prowess of a quasi-deity. However, when Banjira rose to his feet, Aoki observed a profound pit where he had been seated, within which lay a faintly glowing spirit egg, identical to the one previously discovered in the heart of the earth. It became evident that Banjira had remained there for so long solely to bring forth this spirit egg, a progeny that belonged to him. The weakness following childbirth, compounded by a month of abstaining from sustenance, had rendered Banjira's body more feeble than it had ever been since ascending to the status of a quasi-deity. It was likely that the pack of Houndoom had meticulously orchestrated their timing, intending to dethrone the quasi-deity at this moment. Yet, Banjira's strength far surpassed their expectations, especially in the desert, his domain. After a relentless battle spanning a day and a night, Banjira, battered and bruised, ultimately buried all the Houndoom forever beneath the sands. However, due to the intensity of the conflict, Banjira was unable to tend to his offspring, and upon returning to the pit where he had resided for a month, he was consumed by fury, despair, confusion, and sorrow. His yet unborn child had been affected by the aftermath of the battle, a crack appearing upon the egg. As a mother, he could acutely sense the waning vitality within the spirit egg. Banjira knelt before the egg, tears cascading from his seemingly fierce eyes. Thus, another day passed. When Banjira rose once more, the sadness he could not conceal in his gaze, disregarding his injuries. He gently cradled the spirit egg in his hands and embarked on a journey to save his child. Aoki and his companions followed Banjira's movement with their eyes. Time passed, and Banjira's body grew increasingly frail, yet he did not relinquish the child in his arms. As a warrior who had traversed the world, he found himself powerless to protect his own offspring, and in his eyes, one could perceive profound guilt and remorse. As the scene shifted once more, it revealed a familiar stone forest and the narrow passageway that Aoki recognized. Banjira's steps had become unsteady, yet the aura of a quasi-deity remained unyielding. No Pokémon dared to obstruct his path. Upon reaching the narrow passage, his once dull eyes began to glimmer with renewed light, even a glimmer of joy gracing his face. He strode directly into the passage, pausing before a cave within the rock walls. As a quasi-deity of the rock and dark types, Banjira possessed a sensitivity to the stones that far surpassed that of simpler-minded Pokémon like Geodude and Onix. He sensed a subtle vibration emanating from the cave, suggesting that it might harbor what he sought. However, the cave was too small for him to enter. Thus, cradling the spirit egg with one hand, he began to fervently excavate the rocky wall with the other. The once impenetrable stone yielded effortlessly beneath Banjira's sharp claws, as if it were mere tofu, allowing him to carve an opening sufficient for his passage. The appearance of the cave mirrored the current state of Aoki, showing almost no signs of change. With keen sensitivity, Banjira strode directly to the heart of the earth pool, which at that time was still uncovered by rocks. Upon seeing the heart of the earth, Banjira felt a surge of excitement. Being a rock-type spirit, she possessed a certain understanding of the energy and the extraordinary power contained within it. With trembling hands, she carefully extracted the spirit egg from her embrace. After such a long passage of time, the egg, once resplendent in its crystalline silver brilliance, had dimmed significantly. Its once smooth surface now roughened and tarnished. Gazing deeply at the spirit egg, Banjira was overwhelmed with myriad emotions that she could not fully comprehend, especially without having experienced motherhood herself. Yet, she grasped one profound truth, the essence of maternal love. Gently, she placed the spirit egg into the pool. As if fate itself had orchestrated this moment, the liquid of the heart of the earth enveloping the egg entirely, leaving no crevice exposed. Watching her child's life force, which had been waning, finally come to a halt, Banjira felt a burden lift from her heart. However, this release also came with the toll of her weary body. Having endured the trials of childbirth, the subsequent fierce battles, the agony of her child's impending demise, and the arduous journey she had undertaken, even a being of her caliber was worn thin. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her last vestiges of strength to cover the heart of the earth pool with stones. Collapsing heavily to the ground, her countenance one of relief as the light in her eyes began to fade. In truth, the miraculous nature of the heart of the earth could have facilitated her recovery had she chosen to partake of its essence. As a rock-type spirit, the heart of the earth would have greatly enhanced her abilities, perhaps elevating her power to new heights. Yet, she hesitated not for an instant, not even entertaining such thoughts. For her child's survival hinged on complete immersion in the heart of the earth. As a noble mother, she chose to relinquish her own life in favor of granting her child a chance to live. Banjira, born of rock and nourished by it, gradually transformed into a mass of stone over time, remaining by her child's side, awaiting the day of his revival. As the light shifted, Aoki slowly opened his eyes. And through mental connection, the dazed beast communicated Banjira's lingering will that resided within the spirit egg, revealing to them the entirety of the tale and its profound significance. Viewing the egg of Kira with a complex expression, Aoki was imbued with the weight of a mother's love. Alongside him, the dazed beast and the dark crow bore glistening tears in their eyes, yet their fortitude held them back from shedding them. Chapter 53. A return to the cave. Crouching down, Aoki placed his hand upon a nearby stone, feeling a coolness emanating from his palm. Strangely, amidst the stones, there arose a sensation of relief, as if a sense of tranquility had settled upon them. Shaking his head, he expelled the illusion from his mind and gently lifted the hand of Ujira. Indeed, a delicate fissure marred the surface of the egg, now sealed tightly. It was the essence of the earth's core that had congealed within the crack, mending the egg through the marvels of nature. Moreover, the earth's core essence, a rare elixir of longevity, had replenished the vitality that Ujira had once lost. Feeling the surging life force within the egg, Aoki marveled at the magnificence of the mother and the grandeur of nature. By a series of fortuitous events, Aoki had encountered Ujira's precious egg, perhaps a fated encounter. The essence of the earth's core had restored the egg's vitality. Should it ever hatch, Ujira's innate prowess and rock-type abilities would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, as fate would have it, the very power of the earth's core essence, having enveloped the egg for so many years, had merged with the shell, rendering hatching nearly impossible. Thus, under the scrutiny of the chip's analysis, this invaluable quasi-divine egg became a vessel of abundant life, yet unhatched. With a mixture of emotions, he entrusted the egg to a drowsy, instructing it to carefully support the egg with its psychic powers. Although it was regrettable that this egg could not hatch, Aoki was determined to explore alternative methods for its incubation. Collecting all the earth's core essence, whether to exchange directly at Team Rocket's center or to barter with other factions or individuals, would yield tremendous resources. With these resources, Aoki would be better equipped to nurture his Pokémon. This formed a virtuous cycle. As the most significant resource in Aoki's growth, not a single drop could be squandered. Gathering every last drop of essence from the small pond, Aoki filled 10 glass bottles to the brim, even utilizing the originally water storage bottles for this purpose. If he were to exchange all 10 bottles for points, Aoki could potentially amass nearly 1,000,000 points. However, he could not afford to do so. A man without sin bears the burden of his wealth. Revealing such resources would invite peril. Until he had sufficient strength, these treasures must remain concealed. Of course, exchanging a portion for resources was feasible, alleviating Aoki's concerns about lacking nurturing materials when capturing new Pokémon. From this day forth, he would capture any Pokémon that met his criteria, aiming to gather 6 primary combatants. Yet, this did not imply indiscriminate capture. Only those with suitable qualifications and temperament would be considered. Stowing the 10 bottles of Earth's core essence within his belt, Aoki exhaled softly. Merely acquiring this essence justified his arduous journey to fulfill his mission. The geothermal milk not only serves as a medicine. If one were to encounter a ground-type or rock-type Pokémon under its catalysis, their strength would be formidable indeed. Aoki contemplated whether he should attempt to capture such a Pokémon. However, he decided it prudent to complete his current task first, should he encounter one of exceptional quality. He would consider it, but not force the issue. He suppressed the urge to immediately seek out a highly qualified rock-type Pokémon. Here, the only rock-type Pokémon available were Geodude and Onix, neither of which aligned with Aoki's aspirations. Thus, unless he stumbled upon one of extraordinary talent, he would not entertain the thought. In his heart, Aoki harbored a flicker of hope. If, perchance, the egg containing Jiro were to hatch, nothing would be more fitting for the geothermal milk than a legendary Pokémon. He retrieved a small Pokémon egg incubator from Team Rocket's belt. A preparation made for an encounter akin to the last time with the Beedrill egg, and fortuitously, it was perfect for the Jira egg. Although it could not currently hatch, this was merely a temporary setback. It did not preclude future possibilities. As long as he could devise a method to extract the geothermal milk that fused with the eggshell without harming the Pokémon within, or perhaps weaken the eggshell itself, successful hatching might yet be within reach. Pokémon eggs cannot be stored in a spatial pocket, so from this moment forth, Drowsy had an additional task, to levitate the incubator containing the egg with its psychic powers, which could serve as an exercise in superpower training at any given moment. Upon re-entering the narrow passage, Aoki understood why the area was rich in rocky resources, yet seemingly devoid of substantial mineral energy, resulting in all Geodudes having relatively low levels. The truth lay in the depths of the rocky caverns, where geothermal milk continuously accumulated, absorbing minerals from the surrounding soil and rocks. This also elucidated why Onix could reach level 30 and often basked in the sun at that particular spot. It was the closest area to the geothermal milk, providing more mineral energy than that found in distant stone pillars, thus allowing Onix to flourish. The consumption of the stones in that vicinity made it feel invigorated, leading to a habitual preference for the location over time. Perhaps this exemplifies the paradox of nature, wherein extreme cold can produce intensely warm and robust elements, while the brightest of lights can yield the most formidable darkness. Thus, this stone forest, characterized by a scarcity of mineral elements, paradoxically birthed the most mineral-rich geothermal milk within its depths, a testament to nature's wonders, of which even Pokémon are but a part. As Aoki traversed through this narrow passage, he prepared to continue his mission, having just recovered from the influence of the majestic Banjira, now accompanied by Dark Raven and Drowsy. Although the harvest of the Earth Core milk has rendered the task's reward of 10,000 points somewhat trivial, this sum still holds the potential to procure valuable resources. Aoki is resolute in his determination, especially since this endeavor pertains to his potential induction into the Shadow Faction's missions. After nearly 5 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the designated task location marked on the map, only to find it situated within a cave. Aoki couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. It seemed he was destined to explore every cave on the trial island. Despite his verbal expressions of mild frustration, his feet remained steadfast, for it would be folly to abandon this venture over a mere cave. As Aoki and his companions ventured inside, their presence stirred a commotion among the supersonic bats resting above. Fortunately, these bats, being poison-type Pokémon, were doubly susceptible to the psychic-type abilities of Aoki's Drowsy. After a thorough sweep of the area using psychic skills, the ground was littered with fallen foes, and the remaining supersonic bats settled down in compliance. Chapter 54. Telepathy. The damp ground, cloaked in moss, emitted a squelching sound with each step, necessitating careful attention to the angle of their footing to avoid slipping. Suddenly, Drowsy emitted a cry, its eyes glowing with a striking blue light, clearly preparing for an attack. Aoki felt a twinge of unease. The silence was unsettling. This was not the desolate cave of Banjira, which was cold and arid, devoid of any small Pokémon. In contrast, this damp cave was a haven for many creatures that thrived in such an environment. Yet, as they delved deeper, aside from the initial encounter with a swarm of supersonic bats, no other Pokémon had appeared. Perhaps it was Drowsy's intuition that alerted them, for soon a spherical Pokémon gradually materialized. Purple gas swirled in the air, enveloping a central black orb, its eyes occupying half of its body, while its lower half boasted a wide mouth adorned with two prominent fangs. This Pokémon, known as Ghastly, is a gas Pokémon, a mischievous creature that embodies both poison and ghost types. Drowsy's earlier alert had indeed been in response to Ghastly's presence. As a Psychic-type Pokémon, Drowsy possesses an innate sensitivity to ghostly energies, thus prompting its warning when Ghastly intended to frighten them. With a flap of its wings, the Dark Raven dispersed some of the purple gas surrounding Ghastly, revealing it before Aoki. As a Dark-type Pokémon, the Dark Raven naturally holds an advantage over ghost types. And even in the face of this sudden apparition, it exhibited no trace of fear. Ghastly, unfazed by the presence of the Dark Raven and Drowsy, responded with an exaggerated laugh, playfully making a silly face. Indeed, the audacity is astonishing. Observing the antics of the Ghastly, Aoki could not help but chuckle softly. Remarking on the situation, Drowsy sees it. After all, it was merely a level 16 Ghastly, with rather mediocre potential. It would hardly survive a single round against Drowsy. An unseen hand abruptly grasped the Ghastly's form. It was caught. The Ghastly appeared momentarily stunned, its entire being composed of gaseous matter. In its usual existence, apart from its companions, no Pokémon could touch its ethereal body. Furthermore, this intangible force was profoundly discomforting, akin to the sensation of water meeting fire, inflicting a searing pain upon the captured entity. Gah! The Ghastly shrieked in agony. As its cries grew louder, more Ghastly emerged around it, their large eyes glaring menacingly at Aoki and his companions. However, sensing the energy they despised most, they hesitated, frozen in place. With the number of Ghastly increasing, Aoki's expression became progressively triumphant. It was truly remarkable to have stumbled into a den of spirits. Yet, he remained unperturbed by the overwhelming presence of Ghastly. As with the protection of his Psychic-type Drowsy and the Dark-type Murkrow, coupled with the ability to teleport, his safety was assured. Ya, Dong. Faced with such a multitude of Ghastly, Murkrow and Drowsy stood their ground, unleashing their fierce auras. Though Drowsy appeared rather adorable, its presence was formidable when angered, especially against the ghostly adversaries. The foremost Ghastly, confronted by the intimidating presence of Murkrow and Drowsy, momentarily faltered, sensing a lethal threat emanating from them. At that tense standoff, a passage opened within the throng of Ghastly, and a singular, distinct Ghastly floated leisurely to the forefront. As it appeared, the cacophony of cries began to subside. "Greetings, young human," an ancient voice resonated within Aoki's mind. Startled by the sudden communication, Aoki regarded the Ghastly before him, noticing a faint black glimmer in its eyes. Telepathy. "Are you the one speaking?" he inquired, though he held suspicions. The Ghastly nodded, and the voice echoed again in Aoki's mind. "Human, your companions possess considerable strength. A confrontation would be detrimental for us both." The elder Ghastly spoke fluently, demonstrating no barriers in communicating with the human. Aoki listened attentively to his words, nodding slightly, inadvertently activating the chip which scanned the data of the ghostly entity before him. Small sprite, ghost, yellow, gender, male level, 28 type, ghost poison ability, levitate held item, none inherited skills, curse face, bind base skills, dark glare, curse, night shadow, strange light, ambush, revenge taught skills, fright, psychic wave, fog, deceit skill tutor, none at level 28. This ghost appeared somewhat peculiar. Aoki surmised it was likely an ancient spirit. Contemplating this entity's data, he kept his thoughts to himself and stated, "I need to enter and retrieve something. I shall leave once I find it." In the presence of such an ancient spirit, there was no need for circumlocution. He articulated his intentions directly. "If you agree to assist us with a task, we shall allow you passage and even aid in your search," they assured him. "Rest assured, it is a simple matter." The ancient ghost did not dilly-dally and proposed his own terms. Aoki felt a flicker of temptation. In such a pitch-black realm, the vastness of the cave was uncertain. Relying solely on blind searching would be an arduous endeavor with an indeterminate timeline. Unfazed, Aoki coolly retorted, "I shall enter. You cannot stop me." The ancient ghost's expression faltered, weighing the consequences of engaging Aoki in combat. After a moment of silence, his aged voice resonated within Aoki's mind. We can offer you a substantial reward. Having lived for nearly a millennium, he had dealt with duplicitous humans before. To him, humanity was inherently greedy, yet he believed that with adequate compensation, no task was insurmountable. Not enough. Aoki interjected, clearly unyielding. He had prepared to disclose his request, only to be met with what he deemed insufficient. His irritation was palpable. Observing the shifting expressions of the ancient ghost, Aoki smiled and pointed to the seemingly simple creature beside him, saying, "Teach him psychic." The ghost was taken aback. He had anticipated a much grander demand from Aoki. Psychic abilities, for most sprites, were an insurmountable challenge. Even he had only mastered them through millennia of mental fortitude. However, this world held an unwavering fondness for psychic-type sprites. As one of the most intellectually advanced races within the realm of sprites, psychic types often wielded formidable powers alongside intellect comparable to that of humans. The ghost had long recognized that the adorable pink sprite beside this human was indeed a psychic type, and, from his perception, the sprite's psychic prowess was nothing short of terrifying, leaving him to ponder why it lacked the ability of telepathy. Chapter 55, Ghastly, 13, Indeed. Aoki had long harbored this perplexity. Given the extraordinary abilities of the drowsy, one would assume that mastering telepathy would be a relatively effortless endeavor. Yet, despite this potential, drowsy had failed to acquire this skill, leaving Aoki at a loss for solutions. Fortunately, they had encountered a Ghastly capable of telepathy who could impart this ability to drowsy. Ghastly appeared rather indifferent to the task at hand. Teaching a Pokémon that ought to have naturally learned telepathy posed no significant challenge, and in fact, it seemed quite effortless. After agreeing to assist, Ghastly observed Aoki and felt a slight relief wash over him, as Aoki did not present any additional demands. He had been concerned that Aoki might make unreasonable requests. While he believed that, with the collective effort of his entire species, it might be possible to retain Aoki and his companions, the cost would be exorbitant. Furthermore, the tasks he wished for Aoki's help with were beyond their own capabilities. Gathering his thoughts, Ghastly began, "I have lived here for many years and have encountered few humans. However, not long ago, a powerful individual arrived." Reflecting on the vast memories swirling in his mind, the elder Ghastly continued, "This human was immensely strong, far surpassing your abilities." He glanced at Aoki, noting his lack of reaction. "I dared only to observe from a distance, as I sensed that he was aware of my presence." As he spoke of the man's might, Ghastly involuntarily trembled. He placed an object at the very center of our dwelling and then vanished. Initially, we believed the matter concluded, but to our astonishment, that object began to gradually absorb the ghostly energy of this place. Taking a deep breath, he added, "The longer the object remained, the more rapidly it consumed the energy." Before long, the once abundant ghostly energy in this cave was entirely depleted, forcing us to retreat to the cave's periphery. Though Aoki maintained a stoic expression, he sensed Ghastly's helplessness and inquired, "Why did you not destroy that object or remove it?" "This is precisely what we seek your assistance with." Ghastly replied in a tone laced with resignation. "We cannot approach that object, but you can." Aoki listened intently. "If so many of you cannot manage to remove it, what makes you think I can?" he retorted. The elder Ghastly's exasperation was palpable, visible upon his face. "Follow me. Once you see it, you will understand." With that, he turned and led the way, while Aoki and his companions trailed behind. The surrounding Ghastly gradually parted to create a passage for Aoki. Although they maintained their habitual antics of making faces and feigning fright as Aoki passed, they refrained from any aggressive actions. Aoki, maintaining a composed demeanor, followed closely behind Ghastly, while his companions, Honchkrow and Drowsy, vigilantly flanked him, keeping a watchful eye on the other Ghastly to deter any unexpected movements. Old Ghost did not hinder their actions. It was in the nature of the ghosts, a trait he found difficult to correct. He led Aoki straight into the depths of the cave. Indeed, the complexity of this cavern was remarkable. Compared to the previous Banjira cave, it was akin to a mere trifle. After navigating through numerous forks and winding paths, they finally arrived at a relatively spacious chamber. This cave was not engulfed in complete darkness. Several unknown entities emitted a soft glow, illuminating the walls and floor. Upon closer inspection, Aoki discovered that these luminous forms were bioluminescent moss-like herbaceous plants. Old Ghost halted at the entrance of this chamber, his aged voice resonating in Aoki's mind. "This is the place, once our dwelling, now forsaken due to that entity, rendering us too fearful to approach." Following the direction described by Old Ghost, Aoki discerned, beneath the faint glow, a protruding stone platform at the center of the cavern, upon which rested a Pokeball. Aoki felt a surge of surprise. He had already entertained some conjectures regarding the visitors from a while back. If he was not mistaken, it must pertain to Shadow, the deputy leader of Team Rocket's Shadow Group. Given his prowess and presence, it was understandable that the ghosts would hesitate to draw near. But why was a Pokeball left here? Aoki pondered that this item was likely the task object he sought. Since Old Ghost dared not approach, Aoki resolved to step forward himself. Dark Raven and Slowpoke trailed closely beside him, remaining vigilant of their surroundings to preclude any unforeseen threats. Aoki's trust in Old Ghost's words stemmed in part from the notion that Pokémon often possessed a more straightforward disposition than humans. Generally, unless under exceptional circumstances, Pokémon expressed their feelings candidly, liking or disliking without pretense or guile. Although Old Ghost had adopted some human communication styles and gained insights into human behavior over his long existence, he remained a Pokémon, unfamiliar with the nuances of human society, and thus could not escape his inherent nature, especially regarding habits he himself did not fully comprehend. Additionally, Aoki's confidence in his own abilities played a role. With Slowpoke's capacity for teleportation, he could swiftly escape if necessary. As for the reward Old Ghost mentioned, Aoki was indifferent. In such a barren place, there was little of value to capture his genuine interest. It is essential to recognize that not every location could yield rare treasures like Heart of the Earth, especially given the proximity of the two sites. With a calm demeanor, Aoki gradually approached the stone platform. As the Pokeball came into the scanning range of the device, the chip activated. Within the Pokeball adorned with the emblem of Team Rocket, the fleeting silhouette of a sprite became discernible. The sprite, a ghastly, pale cyan in hue, is male and at level 48, classified under the ghost type with the ability of Cursed Body. It carries no items but possesses an impressive array of inherited skills including Lick, Flame Punch, Scare, and Taunt, along with foundational skills such as Hypnosis, Curse, Shadow Ball, and others. Upon witnessing the attributes of the sprite contained within the Pokeball, Aoki gasped in astonishment. Could this be the sprite of Shadow? He murmured to himself. The extensive repertoire of skills possessed by this ghastly led Aoki to ponder this possibility. The mere presence of those inherited skills and those learned from technical machines represents an immense resource expenditure. Besides the substantial resources of the serpent, only Shadow could possibly possess such a sprite on this island. Given that this task was orchestrated by Shadow, it can be inferred that this is indeed Shadow's ghastly. With this thought, Aoki felt a sense of relief. As a champion-level trainer, the level of this ghastly clearly indicated that it was not among Shadow's elite cadre of sprites, likely belonging to his second tier instead. The pale cyan quality, in the calculations of Team Rocket, is classified as top tier. In the consensus of trainers, top-tier sprites are regarded as possessing the highest potential. In Chapter 56, titled The Mysterious Pillar, if one were to truly compute the differences in potential among sprites at similar levels, one might use a level 50 red quality sprite as a baseline. A level 50 orange quality sprite can defeat 8 level 50 red quality sprites, while a yellow quality sprite can best 8 orange quality sprites, and so forth. Upon reaching cyan quality, one could theoretically overpower nearly 30,000 red quality sprites. However, this represents an ideal scenario. Even a powerful cyan quality sprite cannot possess infinite stamina, thus remaining merely a theoretical notion. Nonetheless, as long as stamina is not entirely depleted, the quantity of equally leveled red quality sprites is rendered ineffective. This exemplifies the dominance of potential. Yet, exceptions do exist, particularly in the realms of a trainer's command artistry and the elemental advantages among sprites. Victories achieved against the odds are not uncommon, which is one of the many alluring aspects of the world of sprites. However, this premise holds true only when the discrepancies in potential and level are not vast. A red quality sprite cannot triumph over a green quality sprite, regardless of the trainer's efforts. Returning to the matter at hand, if this ghastly were indeed present here, then the words of the Old Ghost would make perfect sense. Beginning from this very spot, the ethereal energy of spirits has been absorbed here, which, I fear, is the primary reason why the Jengar has been placed in this location. According to the insights of the Old Spirit, this place was once abundant with surging ghost-type energy. Even with their considerable numbers, the energy here was sufficient for all their kin, and some particularly gifted spirits could evolve into Jengars. However, ever since this particular Jengar arrived, the energy has begun to dwindle. Even those who originally evolved into Jengars have regressed to their former forms due to the scarcity of energy. It is essential to understand that regression after evolution, caused by external factors, can severely damage one's foundation. As the ultimate evolutionary form of both Ghasts and Jengars, Jengar naturally exerts significant pressure on them. Moreover, this Jengar is no ordinary specimen. Its aptitude is of a rare azure quality, leaving the typically red aptitude spirits with no inclination for resistance. In an effort to evade the Jengar's absorption, the spirits have been compelled to retreat to the cave's exterior. Although the ghostly energy there is sparse, it still exists. Gently lifting the Jengar Pokeball, I noted that its switch had been sealed by the shadow, preventing the Jengar from emerging freely and ensuring it remained within the ball to absorb energy. As the Jengar Pokeball was raised, a wisp of black mist slowly drifted from the indentation where it had been resting. What is this? Such dense ghost-type energy? Aoki observed the black mist with curiosity. As if to confirm Aoki's thoughts, when the mist approached the Jengar Pokeball, it was immediately absorbed within. Through the semi-visible section of the ball, one could see the Jengar comfortably nestled inside, voraciously consuming the ghostly energy that had just been drawn in. The data scan revealed a slight fluctuation in the Jengar's readings. Although subtle, there was indeed an improvement. Is the shadow keeping the Jengar here to elevate its level, or is there an injury that requires healing? Beyond these two possibilities, Aoki could not fathom the shadow's motives. He would not naively believe that the shadow placed the Jengar here solely to test him. However, this was not Aoki's primary concern. His task was merely to return with the Pokeball. He now contemplated whether to excavate the stone pillar to discover what could possibly yield such rich ghostly energy. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. The environment here was not as accommodating as the Banjira cave, which was devoid of other life forms. The guests, who were watching Aoki intently at the cave's entrance, made it clear that they were anxious about any actions he might take that could disturb their sacred habitat. Should Aoki attempt to disturb the pillar, the first to object would undoubtedly be the gathered spirits. This is indeed the primary source of their survival. The Gaisai generally do not require sustenance in the conventional sense. As long as they possess ample energy, they can thrive. The abundant energy emanating from this stone pillar constitutes their most vital nourishment. Should it be damaged by Qingmu, it would spell disaster for their once mighty clan, with at least half perishing, and the surviving Gaisai would find themselves bereft of any opportunity for growth. This is the very foundation of their existence. It is likely that should one dare to tamper with this, the Gaisai would engage in a fierce battle for their survival. After all, if death is inevitable, why not eliminate the wretch that threatens their chance to endure? This sentiment would resonate deeply within the hearts of all Gaisai. As for Qingmu's second reason for abstaining, it is the fact that even a formidable entity like Ing, who is in dire need of this energy, refrains from disturbing the stone pillar. Thus, what right does he have to interfere? Although he is unaware of Ying's reservations, it suffices to know that even such a formidable king-level powerhouse exercises caution. Hence, it would be prudent for Qingmu, a novice trainer, to refrain from meddling. He chose instead to allow the rich, ethereal energy to dissipate into the air, relinquishing his curiosity in hopes of reaping rewards upon his next visit. He reduced the Pokeball containing Ginguei, securing it in the special slot on his belt. Observing Qingmu stow away the Ginguei's Pokeball, the timid Gaisai gradually approached, inhaling deeply the increasingly potent ghostly energy in the atmosphere, feeling invigorated as a result. Gaisai, being a ghost-type Pokémon, revels in this energy, yet the ever-loyal Diding, lingering by Qingmu's side, furrowed his brow. Ever since Qingmu had released Ginguei's Pokeball, the expanding ghostly energy began to overwhelm him, rendering him uneasy. It felt akin to being an ice cube placed in water gradually warming. The ice would slowly melt away. "Thank you, young human," the elder Gaisai expressed sincerely, grateful to Qingmu. Sensing Diding's discomfort, Qingmu gestured for the elder Gaisai to exit. The elder Gaisai, noticing Diding's expression, quickly understood and followed Qingmu to the entrance. Upon exiting, Diding finally began to relax, having been tense in the uncomfortable atmosphere that surrounded him within. "Human boy, the task I wished for you to accomplish has now been completed. You may now articulate what it is you seek." The elder Gaisai's voice resonated in Qingmu's mind with an urgent tone, leaving him uncertain whether he was eager for Qingmu to find what he sought and depart, or if he was simply unable to resist the allure of absorbing some ghostly energy, especially given that he had been quite famished during this period. Upon hearing this, Qingmu wore a peculiar expression. Initially, he was unaware that the task the elder Gaisai wanted him to undertake was precisely what he himself desired. Yet now that it was accomplished, the elder Gaisai inquired about what he was searching for. "Indeed, have you ever encountered a stone no larger than the palm of your hand, containing a vast reservoir of energy, regardless of its nature, be it fire, water, or electricity?" Aoki pondered for a moment before he spoke. He resolved to boldly present a new request. Chapter 57. The Dark Stone, 33. To be candid, Aoki did not intend to exploit the ghost-type Pokémon. For despite their seemingly cunning and fearsome appearance, he had come to realize through their brief interactions that they were not so different from other Pokémon. They possessed a simplicity and sincerity, albeit with a somewhat sinister visage. What Aoki referred to was none other than the Evolution Stone. Whether the ghost type had encountered it before or not, he would soon unveil it. This opportunity to procure the task item, coupled with enabling Slowpoke to learn telepathy, had already fulfilled his intentions. However, to Aoki's astonishment, after he finished speaking, the elder ghost type, with an odd expression, retrieved 2 pitch-black stones from a corner of a cave and floated them before Aoki, inquiring, "Is this the kind of stone you meant?" Observing the ghost type using gaseous manipulation, 2 ethereal hands emerged in the air, cradling the 2 obsidian stones, the dark stones. Aoki was momentarily speechless. He had merely spoken in jest, not genuinely expecting the ghost type to produce evolution stones, and certainly not 2 at once. The first to react upon seeing the dark stones was the dark raven, who let out a soft call and tugged at Aoki's pant leg with its claw. Gazing at the 2 stones, an inexplicable yearning surged from the depths of its heart, compelling it to possess these peculiar stones, which promised immense strength and a transformative evolution. Though uncertain of why such thoughts invaded its mind, the dark raven persistently tugged at Aoki's pants, indicating its need for the stones. Aoki knelt down to caress its feathers and whispered, "Dark raven, I understand. But there's no need to rush. The time for you to use these stones has not yet arrived." Upon hearing Aoki's voice, the dark raven gradually calmed. Despite the persistent thoughts swirling in its mind, it understood that Aoki would not lead it astray. It was best to follow his guidance. Aoki recognized the source of the dark raven's excitement. It was an instinct embedded in its very blood. Through the dark stones, it could evolve into a formidable Corviknight, gaining a significant power boost. Yet, in Aoki's strategy, the dark raven had not yet met the criteria for evolution. To do so prematurely would squander its remarkable talents and potential. He never intended to covet the ghost type's evolution stones, yet he was taken aback by the elder ghost's straightforwardness, as he had merely spoken casually, only to have the dark stones presented to him. Indeed, Aoki's mind stirred with intrigue. Silently he acknowledged this, and then activated his chip, scanning the quality of the 2 dark stones. The dark stone, intermediate, is a marvelous gem capable of facilitating the evolution of certain specific Pokémon. It is as pitch-black as the night, and can slightly enhance a Pokémon's inherent qualities. The dark stone, beginner, is also a wondrous stone that allows certain specific Pokémon to evolve, resembling the darkness of night. While it enables evolution, it does not improve a Pokémon's attributes. Indeed, just as in my past life, even evolution stones possess varying qualities that yield different effects. The intermediate evolution stone can marginally enhance a Pokémon's capabilities. For instance, if a dark raven were to utilize this stone, its attributes would further improve post-evolution, potentially resulting in a deep green hue. Aoki pondered silently. What if one were to encounter a high-level evolution stone? Aoki couldn't help but entertain the possibility, though the likelihood of finding such a stone was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, the dark raven was not at a stage where evolution was necessary. It could afford to wait. Could it not? He refrained from uttering any words of denial and quietly secured the 2 evolution stones into Team Rocket's belt, expressing gratitude. "It's only proper. You assist us, and we reciprocate," Old Gooey's explained. "Moreover, these stones hold little value for us. Their immense power compelled us to collect them, otherwise we wouldn't have found what you seek so swiftly." Aoki nodded slightly. Indeed, the dark stone was only effective for those Pokémon that required an evolution stone to evolve. It held no particular significance for the Gooeys. After speaking, Old Gooey's eyes became shrouded in dark mist, which visibly spread from him to the Slowpoke. Upon witnessing Old Gooey's actions, the dark raven grew anxious and prepared to intervene. The Slowpoke was his companion, and he would not allow anyone to harm it. Aoki reached out to restrain the dark raven, narrowing his eyes at Old Gooey's behavior. Though he was uncertain of Gooey's intentions, he surmised it was likely related to telepathy, especially since Slowpoke exhibited no signs of resistance. Before Aoki and the dark raven could wait long, the dark mist dissipated from Slowpoke and gradually returned to Gooey's. "All right, I have taught him telepathy," Old Gooey's voice echoed in Aoki's mind. As he had anticipated, Gooey's was indeed instructing Slowpoke in the art of telepathy. "His talent is considerable. He merely requires a guide," Old Gooey's continued. "I can sense the vast power within him, yet he has yet to fully harness it. This will require your careful guidance." "Human." Aoki nodded, recognizing Slowpoke's impressive potential, though he had not expected it to be so far from its limits. Suddenly, an unexpected voice, reminiscent of a youthful tone, resonated in Aoki's mind. He glanced at Slowpoke in astonishment, noticing a faint blue glow emanating from its eyes. Evidently, the voice belonged to it. "Is that you, Slowpoke?" Aoki inquired. The dull beast nodded slightly, yet refrained from employing its telepathy. It seemed that it had yet to acclimate to this ability, and being inherently shy, it was not particularly adept at verbal communication. Gently stroking the dull beast's smooth, light-colored head, I encouraged it with a smile, assuring it that there was no rush. With time, it would learn to harness its abilities. The sound belonging to the dull beast resonated once more. Judging by human standards, one might presume that the dull beast was an exceedingly adorable young boy. The dark crow also perceived the dull beast's voice within its mind, as a sprite. It did not require mental communication, yet found the phenomenon quite enchanting. Curiously, the dark crow circled the dull beast twice, marveling at its companion's newfound and delightful skill, causing the dull beast to feel somewhat bashful under its gaze. Telepathy is a remarkable ability. It does not signify the mastery of a particular language of its species, but rather represents a communion of minds. It can automatically simulate sounds that one comprehends, existing purely as a mental connection without any linguistic exchange. Regarding this journey, it essentially reached its conclusion here. Aoki felt quite satisfied with the outcome, the primary gain being the Pokémon egg from Giratina. Although it could not be hatched, as long as the egg remained viable, there would undoubtedly be a method to facilitate its hatching, albeit one yet to be discovered. The second notable acquisition was the 10 bottles of core milk, a tremendous treasure. If a champion-level expert were to learn of it, they might be tempted to seize it. Following that were 2 dark stones, an unexpected boon. Chapter 58. The reward accompanied by the Elder Gooeys. They slowly exited the labyrinthine cave. The Gooeys they encountered along the way no longer regarded Aoki and his companions with disdain. Instead, a sense of camaraderie enveloped them. And even the dull beast developed a fondness for these Gooeys. Upon reaching a new cave entrance, the Elder Gooeys halted, revealing a gathering of numerous Gooeys within. Aoki cast a puzzled glance at him, wondering why they had arrived at yet another location instead of exiting the cave. However, he did not sense any impending hostility from the Gooeys. They understood that engaging in conflict would lead only to mutual destruction. Before Aoki could voice his inquiry, the Elder Gooeys spoke, reminding him of their earlier agreement. Assisting them with a task would yield a reward. With that, he glided inside, beckoning Aoki and the others to follow. Once they entered, the Gooeys in the cave regarded them with curiosity, gradually encircling them. Observing the Gooeys' actions, Aoki furrowed his brow. Despite not knowing the Elder Gooeys' intentions, he felt a degree of discomfort being scrutinized like an animal. "Here are all the members of our clan willing to accompany you. You may choose one as your Pokémon." The Elder Gooeys finally revealed what the reward entailed. Aoki found himself at a loss for words once again. It turned out that the reward Old Ghost had spoken of, after accomplishing a task, was merely the opportunity for Aoki to select a Ghost-type Pokémon. In truth, allowing Aoki to accompany a ghost was mutually beneficial for both parties. In his youth, Old Ghost had ventured into the human realm and had once been a companion to a human. However, the overall living conditions for humans at that time were rather dire, compounded by various lurking dangers. The human did not endure for long and met an untimely demise due to an unforeseen incident, prompting Old Ghost to return to his birthplace. Having once traversed the human world, Old Ghost possessed a modicum of understanding regarding humanity. In those days, humans and fairies aided one another, gradually managing to survive amidst harsh living conditions. Typically, wild fairies, upon receiving assistance from humans, would grow at an astonishing pace, far surpassing their natural growth in the wild. He understood that while life here was carefree, it also lacked significant development. Formidable ghosts were rare, and evolution into a Jengar was exceedingly difficult, let alone achieving its final evolutionary form. The notion of having a ghost accompany a human had long been fostered in Old Ghost's mind, especially after having witnessed the Jengar that dominated their territory. When Aoki arrived, Old Ghost held a favorable impression of him, thus deciding to permit Aoki to choose a ghost to become his Pokémon. The ghosts that had been waiting eagerly were filled with curiosity upon seeing Aoki and his companions. It was their first encounter with a human. These young ghosts had grown up listening to Old Ghost's tales and held a yearning for the human world he described, making their curiosity all the more palpable upon this first meeting. Aoki himself was engulfed in complex emotions. He had never anticipated, nor contemplated, that Old Ghost would allow him to select a ghost as his Pokémon. Ghosts had always been his favorite, whether during his gaming days on Earth or in his previous life as a member of Team Rocket. though merely a specter and not particularly aesthetically pleasing. This did not diminish Aoki's enthusiasm for ghosts, or rather, for their final evolution, Gengar. Gengar boasted exceptionally high special attack and speed stats, aligning perfectly with Aoki's combat preferences. As a dual-type ghost and poison Pokémon, Gengar was versatile in battle, often capable of achieving victories against stronger opponents, provided its trainer executed the strategy effectively. Most importantly, Gengar possessed the ability to Mega Evolve, transforming into a formidable special attacker, capable of delivering devastating damage. Currently, Aoki's safety largely depended on the protection afforded by his Slowpoke. However, should he eventually enter the human world, there would be locations where carrying Pokémon would be prohibited. In such instances of unexpected attacks, he might not even have time to release a Pokeball. However, if there were a Gooey's hiding in one's shadow, it would be capable of providing protection at all times and in all places, adequately responding to various unforeseen circumstances. When the old Gooey suggested that Aoki choose a Gooey's, it fortuitously aligned with Aoki's own desires. From the moment he entered the cave and encountered the Gooey's, Aoki felt a stirring within him, yearning to capture a Gooey's of exceptional quality as his Pokémon. Yet, as more Gooey's emerged, he gradually tempered this ambition, realizing that amidst such a multitude, the challenge of capturing one and safely retreating was formidable. Moreover, a Gooey's captured under such circumstances would be exceedingly difficult to tame, potentially leading to uncontrollable behavior. Unexpectedly, the old Gooey's reward struck a chord with Aoki, prompting him to decide that if any of the numerous Gooey's met his stringent criteria, he would seize the opportunity to capture it. Of course, if none fulfilled his standards, he would prefer to forego the endeavor rather than waste resources on a mediocre Pokémon. Aoki pursued an elite path, maintaining high expectations for his Pokémon. Given the limited resources at his disposal, he preferred to cultivate only a few, ensuring that each one could stand on its own. Yet, he felt as though he was taking advantage of the Gooey's, who appeared rather pleased nonetheless. This was the first time since his rebirth that Aoki felt somewhat embarrassed about his dealings with Pokémon. He nodded at the old Gooey's, who regarded him with a quizzical expression. For others, selecting a Gooey's of superior quality from hundreds would be an arduous task, but for Aoki, equipped with a chip, it merely entailed a few additional scans. As his eyes swept over the Gooey's, corresponding data rapidly appeared before him. To his dismay, the majority exhibited uniformly low quality, predominantly red, with only a few orange and one or two pale yellow specimens, all inferior to the old Gooey's quality. Aoki's brow furrowed. If the Gooey's population exhibited such low attributes, there would be little point in capturing one for training, as it would squander resources. Observing Aoki's frown, the old Gooey's inquired, "Is something amiss? Have you not found a suitable one?" The sheer number of Gooey's present, and Aoki's apparent disinterest, surprised him. Considering that this gathering comprised nearly half of their kin, Aoki nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate. He intended to leave with his Dark Raven and Slowpoke. Feeling no regret as he had not encountered a Gooey's that met his standards, he knew that opportunities would arise elsewhere in the future. Observing the actions of the elder ghost, Aoki hesitated for a moment, then appeared to have made a resolute decision. He called out to a nearby ghost several times, uttering a few words. "Please wait a moment. There are still a few who have yet to arrive," the elder ghost interjected, halting Aoki, who paused in surprise but eventually nodded in agreement. After a brief interlude, a ghost, accompanied by several others, entered the cavern. Aoki's eyes brightened at the arrival of these new spirits. It was evident, even at a glance, that they differed significantly from the previous ones. Firstly, their demeanor was markedly more vibrant. Their eyes sparkled with vitality, and the purple mist surrounding them seemed more substantial. Their mouths curled into unmistakable expressions of excitement. A flicker of light danced in Aoki's eyes, and the chip promptly displayed the data of these ghosts. Yellow, yellow, deep yellow, yellow, light green, deep green. With each data sheet that appeared, Aoki silently recited the qualities of these ghosts, his astonishment growing until he reached the last one, whose qualification astonishingly reached deep green. Pokémon, Ghost, deep green, gender, male level, 10 type, Ghost poison ability, levitate held item, none inherited skills, fire punch, spite, black mist basic skills, hypnosis, lick, curse, mean look taught skills, sleep, shadow ball, confusion, trade, snore skill machine. None. The elder ghost observed Aoki's unwavering gaze fixed on the ghost and sighed with a wry smile. "It seems you are indeed capable of discerning their qualifications. This ghost is the strongest among our kin and is our primary focus for training. Originally, we intended for him to grow here and succeed me as the clan leader after my passing." Aoki was taken aback. He was not surprised that the elder ghost could perceive the spirit's qualities, but he was intrigued that this ghost, despite its relatively low level, had learned so many taught skills. Was this the result of innate talent combined with rigorous training? The ghost that Aoki had been scrutinizing also noticed his attention and curiously met his gaze. Having never encountered a human before, he held a deep yearning for the human world described in the tales recounted by the elder leader. Upon learning that a human had reached this place, there had been great excitement among them, and they were eager to appear at once. However, they were halted by the elder leader. For reasons unknown, they were eventually brought here, allowing them to finally meet the humans they had longed to see. It's decided. He shall be the one. I have great faith in him, Aoki declared, striding confidently toward the ghost with the most exceptional qualifications. The elder ghost smiled faintly, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately refraining from intervening. By allowing these remarkable members of his clan to be brought forth, he had resolved not to impede Aoki's choice. It was unexpected that Aoki possessed such sharp insight, directly selecting the one with the highest potential. Very well, old ghostess slowly uttered these words, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Approaching the chosen ghost, Aoki displayed a smile and inquired, "Are you willing to accompany me? To explore this vast and vibrant world beyond?" Cackling softly, the ghost paused momentarily upon hearing Aoki's words. After glancing at the chieftain, who showed no opposition, it excitedly nodded in agreement. Aoki's smile widened, and retrieving a super ball from Team Rocket's belt, he addressed the ghost, "If you consent, then step inside." Dark Raven and Slowpoke observed the ghost with delight, knowing that soon they would gain a new companion, filling their hearts with genuine joy. Under the watchful eyes of all, the ghost gradually approached the super ball, lightly pressing the button at its center. In a flash of crimson light, it was captured within. With a crisp sound, the super ball sealed without any struggle, indicating the ghost had been successfully captured. Aoki beamed with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised to have captured such a highly qualified ghost, evidently groomed for special training. This also alleviated a concern of his. He would no longer worry about ambushes. Witnessing the most talented member of their clan being captured by Aoki, old ghostess felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, having made their decision, he would not retract it for the sake of the clan's future, though he knew it was futile to reconsider. Releasing the newly captured ghost, Aoki warmly welcomed it, saying, "Welcome aboard, Ghost. I look forward to your guidance." Cawing joyfully, Dark Raven and Slowpoke joined in the cheerful welcome for their new companion. The ghost appeared lively and energetic, circling around Aoki, Dark Raven, and Slowpoke in evident delight. Observing the ghost, which was clearly older than both Dark Raven and Slowpoke, yet possessed a youthful spirit, Aoki smiled, recognizing that it would indeed bring a touch of vitality to the team. Old ghostess, feeling somewhat helpless, maintained a facade of magnanimity, suppressing his heartache. However, seeing the ghost's joyful demeanor provided him with some solace. After the capture, old ghostess finally led Aoki and the others to the entrance of the damp, chilly cave. Once again basking in sunlight and feeling its warmth, Aoki experienced a profound sense of relief. After all, any individual would feel uncomfortable after prolonged exposure to the cold, damp underworld, surrounded by spirits. Stretching his limbs, Aoki prepared to bid farewell to old ghostess. Turning back, he noticed old ghostess lurking far within the cave, avoiding the sunlight. Clearly, as a ghost, he was not afraid of the light, yet he still preferred to avoid it. Moreover, Aoki had just observed Gaisai, who wore an expression that clearly expressed a disdain for sunlight, yet displayed no signs of physical discomfort. "Gaisai, do take refuge in my shadow for now," Aoki said with a smile. Although he had only recently captured Gaisai, his trust in the creature was unwavering. Gaisai nodded in agreement. For him, being enveloped in shadow was far more comfortable than basking in the sun. Living within a cave, his existence was not much different from residing in shadows. Albeit the shadow was smaller in size, yet still ample for his needs. Aoki chose not to confine Gaisai within a Pokeball, considering that one of Gaisai's primary duties would be to protect him at all times. It was prudent to allow Gaisai some time to acclimatize. Aoki waved gently at old Gaisai, signaling his departure. Eventually, he would return, for the mysterious stone pillar within the cave was certainly worth a second visit. Furthermore, with Gaisai by his side, he would undoubtedly return in triumph. At that moment, he would astonish all who beheld him. As they departed, old Gaisai lingered at the cave entrance for a while, and eventually, with what seemed like a sigh, he retreated into the cave, his silhouette imbued with a hint of melancholy. A moment later, in a location unseen by Gaisai within the cave, Aoki and his companions stood beneath a tree, gazing intently at dazed beast. Aoki gently stroked the back of Dazed Beast and smiled, saying, "Dazed Beast, please use teleport to take us back. There is no need to exert yourself. Just go as far as you can while maintaining your strength." Indeed, Aoki had no intention of retracing his steps. The journey back to the Rocket team's base was at least 3 days away. It was inconceivable to return in an instant. Fortunately, he had meticulously calculated Dazed Beast's teleport capabilities, allowing him to train while on the move, remaining both composed and unhurried. One must acknowledge that the skill of teleport was truly a remarkable boon in the wild. Dazed Beast, still mastering its telepathic abilities, remained silent but nodded slightly, enveloping Aoki and his companions in a telekinetic embrace, which also included Gaisai, who was gradually materializing from Aoki's shadow, eyes gleaming with curiosity as it was the first time being drawn out of a shadow by another. Ignoring Gaisai's inquisitive gaze, Dazed Beast focused intently on pinpointing their coordinates. To transport so many beings over a considerable distance was indeed a burden at this stage. As its psychic abilities intensified, a brilliant light shone in Dazed Beast's eyes, and with a sudden flash of the telekinetic energy surrounding Aoki and his companions, they vanished from sight, aside from a few leaves slowly drifting to the ground. Aoki and his party had completely disappeared. On the trial island, in a secluded part of the forest, a figure accompanied by 3 sprites materialized unexpectedly. It was none other than Qingmu and his companions, the Slowpoke. Qingmu shook his head slightly. The abrupt spatial shift, despite his significantly enhanced physical prowess, still left him feeling somewhat dizzy. However, for the likes of Dark Raven and Ghost, such minor disturbances were of no consequence. With a soft thud, the somewhat exhausted Slowpoke lost control of its levitating form and descended to the ground, appearing rather lethargic. Fortunately, Qingmu had provided an early warning, so the situation was not dire, merely a temporary mental fatigue. "Slowpoke, you should meditate for now. You're pushing yourself too hard," Qingmu said with a serious expression. Although he had yet to ascertain their location, the Slowpoke's fatigue suggested they were quite far from Ghost's lair. The Slowpoke nodded, using its remaining psychic energy to transfer the egg incubator into Qingmu's hands before lying down on the ground. A mysterious wave of psychic energy emanated from it as it began to meditate, regardless of their surroundings or potential dangers. The Slowpoke chose to meditate in trust of its trainer. Dark Raven, Ghost, remain vigilant of your surroundings. If any creatures approach, engage them immediately, Qingmu commanded with resolute authority. "Caw, caw." Dark Raven and Ghost nodded in acknowledgement. The safety of their companion was at stake, and they were fully alert. Even Ghost, newly joined to their ranks, was diligently attuned to the environment. "Ghost, utilize your shadow to scout the area for any formidable creatures. Stay concealed and avoid confrontation," Qingmu instructed. Given the uncertainty of their location, it was prudent for Ghost to investigate their surroundings. With a determined nod, Ghost, eager to explore the outside world for the first time, recognized the urgency of the situation concerning their companion's weakness. Gradually, it melted into the shadows, easily traversing the areas where shadows were plentiful. Meanwhile, Qingmu disregarded the dust on the ground and settled down quietly beside the Slowpoke. Dark Raven circled overhead, its keen eyes scanning the vicinity. Glancing at the incubator in his hands, he noted the Human-Pokémon egg within. The data displayed on the device was exceptionally promising, with several metrics exceeding the average. However, the incubation time remained marked as unknown. It appeared that the technology of the incubator indicated that the Human-Pokémon egg could not be hatched yet. Qingmu sighed with a wry smile, addressing the egg. "How am I to bring you into this world? It truly is a vexing dilemma." Time passed swiftly, and as the sun began its descent in the sky, Ghost returned. Guac conveyed various shapes of gas emanating from his body, indicating to Aoki the presence of formidable spirits and unique locations. Under Guac's description, Aoki finally comprehended their whereabouts. They had inadvertently wandered into the realm of the Scyther. No wonder the Slowpoke appeared so fatigued. Understanding the location, Aoki reflected that they were actually on the periphery of Scyther territory, and with just a little further advance, they could exit this domain. It was no surprise that despite lingering here for so long, no particularly powerful spirits had emerged. As a tribe of battle maniacs, Scythers seldom engage in combat with other spirits, for whether victorious or defeated, a swarm of Scythers would invariably appear. If one triumphed, stronger Scythers would challenge them. If one faltered, weaker Scythers would still come to contest, continuing until complete combat incapacity ensued. Such relentless and frenzied battles would inevitably induce trembling in any wild spirit contemplating the prospect. However, for Aoki, this revelation offered a sigh of relief. It suggested that the mightiest spirit here was indeed the Scyther, and he felt confident enough to retreat unscathed if confronted. Moreover, the distance to the base was not insurmountable. If he exerted himself fully, reaching it within a day was certainly feasible. Indeed, should the Slowpoke regain its strength and perform another teleportation, that time could be significantly shortened. At last, as the sun hung low on the treetops, the Slowpoke regained consciousness. Although each teleportation had drained a considerable amount of its psychic energy, the rewards were equally substantial. Just like the first time it teleported, covering a mere 10 kilometers had left it exhausted, whereas this time it traversed over 100 kilometers, marking nearly a tenfold improvement. More importantly, after this teleportation, some energy remained, ample to handle unexpected situations. Of course, such dramatic growth was not always the case, but there was undoubtedly a significant enhancement in its understanding of the teleportation skill. Upon reopening its eyes, the newfound brightness and agility were evident, indicating that the Slowpoke had indeed made substantial gains. Slowpoke, how do you feel now? Aoki was the first to notice the Slowpoke's recovery, and upon observing its spirited demeanor, he felt a slight relaxation in his heart. Not only was there no sign of weakness, but even the previously inconsistent telepathy seemed to have become remarkably smooth. Reaching out to gently stroke the pink head of the dopey beast, I smiled and said, "You need not be so headstrong. Listen to my words." The dopey beast, feeling immensely comfortable under my touch, let out an involuntary sound. Its blue light flickered in my mind as it communicated, "Master, I have fully recovered now. I can teleport once more, and it will not be like the previous time." Oh, my eyes brightened, clearly taken aback by the dopey beast's words. If it could teleport again over a distance, we would be significantly closer to the base. However, teleportation could only occur to places previously visited. Thus, the nearest location it could now reach was the vicinity of that waterfall we had encountered before. Upon calculating the distance, it was indeed not very far, especially in comparison to the distance we had just traveled. I was confident that once the dopey beast had completely recovered, this short teleportation would pose no challenge for it. Hence, I did not hesitate to encourage it, nodding with a smile. "All right, let us try once more, and then we shall prepare dinner." With that, I beckoned to the dark crow, which had been stationed in the tree as a lookout. After it descended, I stated, "Dark Crow, the dopey beast has recovered. We shall teleport once more. Jengars, you may join us as well." Since returning from the reconnaissance, Jengars had been hiding in my shadow, relishing the comfort of the shadowy space. With a cackling sound, Jengars slowly drifted out from the shadows, circling around the dopey beast, clearly curious about its remarkable ability. The dopey beast, sensing the telepathic link with Jengars, exhibited a hint of protective instinct towards this new, less experienced companion. "All right, Jengars, do not cling to the dopey beast. Dopey beast, commence." After watching Jengars play for a moment, I spoke with a smile. Given that Jengars was a recent addition to our team, it was evident that its intellect was still quite juvenile. Perhaps it had lived for a long time, but in terms of its kind, it was still akin to a child. Moreover, due to Jengars' playful nature and the fact that training had yet to begin, I allowed it some leeway. Upon hearing my words, Jengars obediently floated to my side, seemingly indicating, "Look at me, I am a good child." Once Jengars moved away, the dopey beast activated its teleportation once more. Clearly, it had mastered the skill more adeptly. The activation time was shorter, and its control over energy was evidently more refined. When it opened its eyes again, we found ourselves in a different grove. Observing the surroundings, I pondered where we had arrived. Unlike the quick passage through the territory of the Scyther, which I had not memorized, this place was vividly etched in my memory. It was here that the Dark Crow and I had been pursued by a swarm of Rattatas, marking the fateful moment of my encounter with the dopey beast. The Dark Crow evidently recognized the place, descending from the sky and pointing to several damaged spots on the ground, cawing at Qingmu. I understand. That is where we evaded the pursuit of the Ladas, creating these obstacles to hinder them," Qingmu remarked with a smile, gently patting the Dark Crow's wing. "Gigi, Guaisi." Upon hearing this, became intrigued and began circling the Dark Crow with questions. As the oldest and most esteemed member of the team, the Dark Crow took on the role of an elder brother, explaining the circumstances they faced at that time and how he valiantly fought against numerous Ladas. Qingmu chuckled and shook his head. Guaisi's presence evidently enlivened the atmosphere among Qingmu's spirits. The Dark Crow, being Qingmu's first spirit, bore the heaviest burden, consistently proving to be both reliable and combative, albeit somewhat taciturn. The second member, the lethargic beast, was relatively shy yet composed. When it was just the two of them, their conversations often concluded after only a few exchanged words. However, Guaisi, being a mischievous and spirited sprite, effortlessly bridged the gap between the dark crow and the lethargic beast, fostering harmonious communication between the two previously reticent spirits. Originally, Qingmu did not wish to interrupt their rare exchange, yet as the sun began to set, he realized the necessity of lighting a fire. Without it, their movements would become increasingly difficult as night fell. All right, let's pause for now. Dark Crow, please catch a few wild rabbits or chickens. Guei, gather some firewood. Lethargic beast, use your psychic powers to set up the tent. Qingmu intervened, assigning each task. The Dark Crow and the others immediately ceased their chatter, executing Qingmu's orders without a hint of complaint, swiftly attending to their responsibilities. That night, as they gathered around the campfire, the recently relaxed Dark Crow stood lazily on the ground, reluctant to move, and the lethargic beast, having eaten its fill, was similarly disinclined to stir. Only Guei remained energetic and restless. As a spirit, he had no need for sustenance. Although he could consume energy cubes, Qingmu had yet to create a special energy cube for Guei. So tonight his nourishment consisted of the residual life force from the few slain beasts the Dark Crow had procured. While dining, observing the Dark Crow and the lethargic beast devour their meals with gusto, Guei grew curious about the flavor that made their food so delectable. However, after an awkward attempt to taste the food, only to have it fall from his mouth, he resigned himself to abstaining. After a brief respite post-meal, Qingmu said, "All right, we have rested. Let us digest our food before sleep." At his words, the Dark Crow and the lethargic beast instinctively stood up, awaiting Qingmu's training regimen. Although Guei was uncertain of what to do, he followed suit, obediently coming to a halt. The Dark Raven shall hone its malevolent wave ability 50 times, and the wing attack 100 times, targeting that tree. With a casual gesture, I pointed to a tree that could be embraced by 2 individuals, outlining the training regimen for the Dark Raven for the evening. As for the drowsy beast, continue to refine your telekinesis. Today, the goal is to lift 5 stones 500 times. Due to the rapid enhancement of the drowsy beast's psychic abilities, my training demands for it have escalated significantly. Regarding the Ghastly, I paused momentarily to contemplate. Let us commence with shuttle runs today, utilizing your speed to swiftly dash between the 2 trees. Let us aim for 2,000 repetitions to gauge your endurance. Chapter 62. The Developmental Direction of Ghastly. This is Ghastly's inaugural training session. Thus I am somewhat uncertain about the appropriate training volume. I merely proposed a quantity that seemed reasonable to me. Once I had spoken, Ghastly scurried off to train independently. The first skill the Dark Raven will practice is the Malevolent Wave, primarily focusing on channeling and concentrating dark energy to maximize the damage inflicted. Following this, the wing attack training will commence. As the Dark Raven's most potent flying type move, the damage is partially attributed to the accumulation of flying energy within its wings, enhancing their offensive capabilities, while physical strength also contributes significantly to the power of its wing strikes. As for the drowsy beast, a water and psychic type Pokémon, its water affinity is commendable. However, it pales in comparison to its psychic prowess. Thus, I have consistently prioritized psychic training for the drowsy beast. Once its psychic abilities are fully developed, complemented by water-type skills, it will evolve into a formidable mobile artillery, capable of both control and output, with commendable defenses and health. Ghastly, being both ghost and poison type, possesses a high special attack stat. For it, or rather for its ultimate evolution into Jengar, the strategy is not one of swift victory, but rather one of attrition, with the ghost type's elusive nature and the poison type's lingering damage. Prolonging the battle will inflict substantial harm on the opponent. Of course, the primary condition is to survive the opponent's onslaught. While Ghastly boasts impressive special attack and speed stats, its health pool is notably fragile. Should it encounter a countering Pokémon, it could be swiftly eliminated. Therefore, Ghastly's objective is to endure through combat before unleashing its offense. The longer it survives, the greater the damage it can inflict. Beyond special attack, the most invaluable asset for Ghastly is its speed. Possessing remarkable swiftness equates to prolonged survival. Furthermore, Ghastly's ability to learn various control and troublesome skills will elevate its level of difficulty significantly. In Aoki's conception, Guis would only need to master the arts of hypnosis, dream consumption, slumber, and somniloquy, complemented by potent toxic skills. If these abilities seamlessly interlinked, Guis' strategy would be firmly established, capable of exhausting even high-level Pokémon to the brink of collapse. Thus, Guis truly served as the primary offensive force within Aoki's team, as Dark Raven was ill-suited for prolonged combat, while Slowpoke's sluggishness rendered it an easy target. However, these limitations posed no challenge for Guis. Moreover, should Gooeys evolve into Jengars and acquire a corresponding Megastone, it would open avenues for battling beyond its current level or even surpassing inherent capabilities. When Aoki reappeared at the entrance of Team Rocket's base, a full day had elapsed. The journey from Rattata's territory to the base consumed an entire day. Though not solely in haste, the primary focus remained on honing the Pokémon skills and enhancing their levels. Among them, Gooeys, initially the weakest, made remarkable progress, soaring from level 10 to level 14 in just one day, aided by Dark Raven and Slowpoke. Immersed in relentless battles and influenced by his companions, the naturally energetic Gooeys transformed into a valiant warrior, fervently engaging in skirmishes with various Pokémon, which accounted for his rapid advancement of 4 levels within a single day. Simultaneously, Slowpoke and Dark Raven each ascended 1 level, reaching levels 22 and 20, respectively. This was primarily due to Gooeys' penchant for provoking powerful Pokémon, leading to confrontations that necessitated revenge from Dark Raven and Slowpoke, resulting in their natural level increases. Hence, after a day of continuous combat, they returned to this location. Slowpoke, you are not quite suited for this environment. Retreat to your Pokeball and rest for a while, Aoki instructed, retrieving Slowpoke's Ultra Ball. As a shiny Pokémon, Slowpoke's pink hue was quite conspicuous, easily discernible to the discerning eye, and to avert unnecessary complications, it was prudent to recall him for the time being. Aoki's primary concern was not the challengers, but rather the seasoned members of Team Rocket on the island, individuals who had truly experienced the crucible of conflict. As long as the benefits were substantial, some might be tempted to take risks, while prominent figures like Viper and Shadow might overlook them. Those among their ranks with considerable strength could pose a threat. He entrusted Gooeys with the incubator containing the hatching egg of a Jira, instructing him to conceal it within his shadow. Thus, accompanied by Dark Raven, he boldly ventured into Team Rocket's base. The corridor remained familiar, yet this time, Aoki felt free from the oppressive atmosphere that once enveloped him. It is often said that as one's strength increases, so too does one's perspective on the world. This sentiment aptly describes Aoki's current state. Now he possesses 2 green-quality Pokémon, each reaching level 20, alongside a level 14 Ghastly with exceptional talent, complemented by treasures such as the Earth Cream and Dark Stone. Abundant in both Pokémon and resources, his perspective has shifted away from that of a mere novice trainer, and the pressure from Team Rocket has diminished significantly. With emotions starkly different from his initial rebirth, he exited the lengthy corridor of the base. In contrast to the desolation of his first return, the Team Rocket square now bustled with hurried individuals, not only trainers, but also several Team Rocket grunts, all seemingly preoccupied with their own affairs. Upon entering the base, numerous informants vanished into the square. Although he paid little heed, there were certainly 3 or 4 of them. Intriguingly, the base has grown increasingly complex. A smirk played at the corners of Aoki's mouth, revealing a hint of mischief. Through their whispers, it wasn't long before Aoki's presence within the base became common knowledge among those of capability. A group of nearly 20 emerged swiftly from the dormitory area, led by a figure who strode directly toward the square, each accompanied by at least 1 Pokémon, while the leader had 2 by his side. The expressions of the followers varied. Some were anxious, others excited, and a few appeared fearful, but all moved with utmost haste, as if fearing they might miss something significant. Upon reaching the square, the leader spotted Aoki and rushed toward him, with the others closely trailing, their expressions growing increasingly complex. Lord Aoki, you have returned. The leader was none other than Sky, the trainer whom Aoki had spared in the wild, and who had once bestowed upon him the gas bomb that belonged to Soros. A profound gratitude is extended here to all the readers who have cast their votes and saved this work, and a heartfelt bow to the brothers and sisters of Jinmu. Thank you, dear masters. Chapter 63, Rewards and Punishments Currently. Sky was accompanied by an Arbok that originally belonged to him and a gas bomb that clearly bore a look of trepidation. He hastened to Aoki's presence and knelt on one knee. Following closely behind were nearly 20 others who also quickly knelt, exclaiming loudly, Lord Aoki. The synchronized sound resonated throughout the square, causing the bustling individuals to glance over, and upon recognizing Aoki, standing tall, and Sky kneeling, they exhibited expressions of realization. Aoki narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the respectfully kneeling Sky and the 20 or so individuals behind him, among whom a few were familiar faces, previously known as solitary trainers, each possessing commendable strength. The chip scanned the data of these individual spirits. Aoki glanced briefly and noticed that the average level of these spirits had reached level 17, with fairly decent qualifications. Although some possessed only orange qualifications, their levels were relatively high. Nodding imperceptibly, Aoki realized he needed to reassess Sky's capabilities. In just a few days, Sky had managed to amass such a formidable force, which was indeed commendable. Furthermore, Sky had successfully reclaimed Soros's gas bomb, which, judging by its appearance, had not only been completely subdued, but had also seen an increase in level. Everyone, rise, Aoki spoke softly after a moment of silence. At his words, Sky slowly stood up, bowing slightly to position himself beside Aoki, making an effort to maintain a stature lower than his. Arbok and the gas bomb followed closely behind Sky, their expressions tinged with a hint of fear, particularly the gas bomb, which averted its gaze from Aoki and the Dark Raven, its fear intensifying. The 20 or so individuals kneeling behind them hurriedly stood as Sky rose, bowing their heads in silence, only daring to steal glances at Aoki, their true leader. A few among them, evidently more anxious, discreetly wiped the sweat from their brows, and only relaxed slightly upon seeing no discontent from Aoki. "You have done remarkably well, Sky," Aoki remarked, casting a glance at the respectful Sky and smiling. "It is what a subordinate ought to do, largely thanks to your esteemed reputation and this gas bomb." Sky replied, pausing noticeably when mentioning the gas bomb. He pondered whether to divulge this matter. Despite gathering such a multitude of individuals in a short span, some of the methods he employed were rather unsavory. Among the 20 or so, some were remnants from the Soros era that he had managed to consolidate under his command, assigning Fox to oversee them. Others were former loners who, for various reasons, found solitude unsuitable. Drawn by Aoki's reputation and strength, they chose to join voluntarily. This group was the least fearful and least concerned about Aoki's potential actions. The remaining individuals, the most anxious among them, were the most crucial. They had reluctantly joined under coercion and enticement, bolstered by Aoki's deeds and the evidence provided by Soros's gas bomb. These individuals were the most apprehensive of Aoki, as Sky had depicted him as a ruthless and formidable force. Alongside coercion, the gas bomb served as the best testament to Aoki's power, a reward that elevated Sky from mediocrity to one of the top contenders among challengers. It was precisely because of this circumstance that Sky spoke with some hesitation. In truth, his interaction with Aoki was rather brief, and his understanding of Aoki was limited to their conversation following that defeat. Thus, he was uncertain whether Aoki would become irate over this matter. Listening to Sky's hesitations, Aoki fixed his gaze upon him for a moment, instilling a sense of dread in the previously composed Sky, whose perspiration began to bead on his forehead before he finally broke eye contact. "I have said you performed adequately. I only regard the outcome, not the process." Aoki's tone grew more pronounced. Seemingly grasping Sky's concerns, although not overly invested, Aoki felt it necessary to deliver a subtle admonition, lest Sky become confused about priorities in the future. "Why, yes," Sky replied, his previously hunched posture sagging even further, not daring to wipe the sweat from his brow as he nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, the 20 or so individuals standing nearby scarcely dared to breathe, having clearly sensed an overwhelming aura of menace from Aoki, along with a fleeting glimpse of lethal intent. While they were awestruck by Aoki's imposing presence, they recalibrated their mindset accordingly. Aoki felt relatively satisfied with the current situation, although he was unaware of the means by which Sky had amassed such a multitude of people. He adhered to his belief of prioritizing results over processes. His confidence in his ability to manage them was unwavering. Furthermore, this was merely a pawn in his strategic game, and the ultimate outcome bore little significance for him at this juncture. However, now that he had established a faction, it was essential to manifest some semblance of reward or recognition. "Well done. Rewards must follow good performance. Hand me your identity card, and I shall transfer 1,000 points as a reward," he declared. The mention of 1,000 points left everyone in astonishment. Such a sum was unprecedented for most present. Many had never encountered so many points. Indeed, some individuals had yet to accumulate even 100 points on their cards. "And you, Fox, you too have performed admirably and shall receive 200 points, Aoki continued. "Rewards and penalties are the essence of effective leadership." Fox, filled with surprise, could hardly believe he was eligible for a points reward. Having completed numerous tasks, he had only garnered just over 100 points. So receiving a reward that doubled his total was a source of immense joy. The others turned their gazes toward Fox, their expressions a tapestry of envy and admiration. Simultaneously, they resolved to accomplish tasks that would please Aoki, hoping to earn similar rewards. As for Sky's ability to receive 1,000 points, the 20 or so individuals could only feel envy, fully aware of the considerable disparity in their abilities, as he was the one closest to Aoki, almost a trusted confidant. However, when it came to Fox, Their feelings shifted to outright jealousy. They were all mere pawns. And he had merely arrived slightly earlier to receive a reward of 200 points. Especially those who consider themselves more powerful than Fox are the most envious. Only individuals of comparable status and strength evoke a more pronounced sense of rivalry. Aoki observed the expressions of everyone present and remarked that as long as they performed well, rewards would be forthcoming, allowing them to choose from points, Pokémon, and items. Upon hearing Aoki's words, everyone's eyes glistened with anticipation, eager to pledge their loyalty and complete tasks to earn all the rewards. This was the third update, and once again, I humbly request your support with daily updates. Today's tasks are accomplished. Chapter 64, The Self-Inflicted Misery of Guga, 13. The utility of points is self-evident within Team Rocket. They serve as a more practical currency than the League's coins. As for Pokémon, their current overseer, Sky, owes his position to the gas ball rewarded by Aoki. They believe that if they were to possess such exceptional Pokémon, they too could ascend to Sky's rank. Items encompass a vast array, from various berries and potions to rare skills and extraordinary treasures. In light of Aoki's enticing promises, with Sky having accrued 1,000 points, no one doubted the veracity of his claims. Consequently, Aoki established a small faction for himself on this trial island, or rather, a significant faction among the challengers. This is a unique characteristic of Team Rocket, with numerous factions under Sakiki's command, each vying for dominance and growth. Sakiki's ability to elevate Team Rocket from a third-rate gang to a formidable entity capable of contending with the League owes much to this factional competition. As long as he maintains a balance among the various factions under his command, he can effectively manage this vast power. Moreover, Sakiki's extreme self-confidence and charismatic personality ensure that his subordinates engage in rivalry without harboring thoughts of rebellion. Of course, his own formidable strength and the possession of a powerful trump card in the form of shadows contribute to this dynamic. Through coercion, rewards, and incentives, Aoki successfully brought this group under his control. As long as he remains sufficiently powerful, all minor disruptions will be easily resolved. Let us return and prepare for the test. Aoki stated. Yes, Lord Aoki. We now have our own gathering place. The brothers over at the dormitory have constructed a large hall as our territory. Sky responded with a bow. Oh, Aoki's eyes sparkled. Sky's capability in handling matters was indeed commendable. With that, a group, led by Aoki and guided by Sky, made their way towards the dormitory area. By the way, what are all these people in the square so busy with? Suddenly recalling the once empty square bustling with both challengers and Team Rocket's minions, Aoki pondered aloud. Sky, having heard Aoki's query, hurried to respond but was interrupted mid-sentence. This is due to the alteration of the testing rules. Just as Sky was about to express his anger, he was interrupted by the approach of Gujia, who was accompanied by a group of individuals, clad in the distinctive uniform of Team Rocket, with short brownish-yellow hair and piercing eyes fixated intently on Aoki. Gujia came to a halt before him. He continued, stating that the attack test was merely a part of the assessment. Those ranking lower had the option to challenge their superiors. Victory would allow them to usurp the position, while defeat would result in a drop of 10 ranks, with life and death being inconsequential. At the mention of life and death, a fierce killing intent surged in his eyes, as he regarded Aoki as his sole rival. His murderous intent unabashedly evident. With a light chuckle, Aoki dismissed Gujia's hostility. He was confident that, without any fortuitous encounters, he remained far from being a match for him. Are you looking to engage in battle with me ahead of schedule? Gujia advanced aggressively. Even Sky believed he was preparing for a confrontation. However, Aoki held a different perspective, viewing his words merely as jest. He had some understanding of Gujia. Though he wore his emotions on his sleeve and possessed an intense competitive spirit, he was not a fool. Challenging in this manner would inevitably lead to a chaotic skirmish, and the outcome would be uncertain, especially when numbers came into play. Humph, Gujia scoffed, his annoyance towards Aoki intensifying at his seemingly carefree demeanor. Do not presume that you are already the best. If you wish for me to challenge you, prove your worth by securing the top position. Perhaps it will be you who challenges me. Aoki smiled, replying, Oh, I shall eagerly await that moment. Gujia, incensed by Aoki's grin, felt a surge of unnameable rage. Every time he approached Aoki with confidence, he was met with indifference, akin to landing a powerful punch into thin air, leaving him profoundly frustrated. Please step aside, Aoki remarked, noticing Gujia's silence and immobility as he stood there, red-faced and blocking their path. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red, fists clenched tightly, and had it not been for the test, he would have undoubtedly acted. Observing Gujia's companion, the Arbok coiled nearby, its cold, elongated eyes fixated on Aoki, awaiting Gujia's command. It was clear the tension was palpable. Yet, while Gujia had Arbok, Aoki had his own Dark Raven. The Dark Raven remained vigilant, prepared to counter any movement from Arbok. Confident in its abilities, the Dark Raven was ready to intercept should Arbok attempt to strike. After a moment of silence, Gujia found himself at a loss for words. With an angry grunt, he departed with Arbok and his subordinates. He realized that every time he sought out Aoki, he was merely inviting humiliation upon himself. The individual in question lacks a sense of self, yet he persistently forces his way into situations. As he departed, Gujia wore a grim expression, and his subordinates trailed behind him, heads bowed, refraining from uttering a word. Gujia, typically arrogant and haughty, once again met misfortune at the hands of Qingmu. They now dared not speak freely, for fear of becoming a target for his frustrations. While Gujia approached Qingmu with caution, he was unyielding towards his own subordinates. Moreover, they depended on Gujia to lead them off the trial island, hoping to leverage his brother's influence for a favorable start within Team Rocket. Unbeknownst to them, Gujia had never intended to rely on his brother. He was resolutely determined to prove himself and sought to rely solely on his own abilities. Even beyond the trial island, as Gujia departed, Qingmu could not help but chuckle. He did not harbor any disdain for Gujia, despite his brazen arrogance. Qingmu firmly believed that true villains are always superior to hypocrites. However, should Gujia insist on being adversarial, Qingmu would not hesitate to unleash his full might against an enemy. The distance from the square to the dormitory was merely a little over 1,000 meters. Yet the 20 or so newly recruited individuals felt as if they had traversed an entire day. The pressure of being in Qingmu's presence was indeed overwhelming. Furthermore, they had encountered Gujia along the way, leading them to briefly contemplate the possibility of conflict, deliberating whether they should intervene if a skirmish ensued. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. Upon arriving at the hall that Sky had mentioned, Qingmu was taken aback. Although constructed of wood and appearing rather rudimentary, the size alone exceeded his expectations. Inside, the hall was exceedingly spacious, featuring a raised platform at its center, upon which sat an imposing chair. Without pretense, Qingmu approached the chair and seated himself, with the dark crow soaring after him to perch upon the backrest, surveying the assembly below. Observing the 2 rows of individuals standing beneath him, Qingmu could not suppress his astonishment. It was no wonder that so many were enamored with power. Relishing the vantage of looking down upon others, the perspective was undeniably intoxicating. Even in his past life, Qingmu had never held such a position to gaze down upon his subordinates. This was indeed a novel experience. Sky, standing at the forefront of the group, stepped forward and addressed him. My Lord Qingmu, we currently have a total of 20 individuals, including yourself, making 26 in total. The average score hovers around 40. With a few ranking in the teens and 20s, this constitutes a formidable force within this space. Qingmu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent to signal Sky to continue. Moreover, with your exemplary achievements, no one has dared to challenge us thus far. Though the past 2 days have been brief, we have managed to accumulate a total of 237 points, which currently reside on my identity card. Sky continued, stating that there exists an unwritten rule on this trial island. One may join a faction for protection, yet 20% of the points earned after each task must be surrendered as a form of protection fee. Let us keep those points with you for now. Should anyone contribute, they may be rewarded directly. For such a modest sum of points, Aoki truly does not attach much significance. After all, he just recently rewarded 1,000 points without a flicker of an eye. This faction, composed of trial participants, holds little weight outside the trial island. It is akin to just a small squad within Team Rocket, barely making a ripple in the larger scheme of things. Nonetheless, the potential of those who survive the trials is somewhat superior to that of ordinary Team Rocket members. Aoki's hastily assembled faction serves merely as a means to secure his footing within Team Rocket and to recruit a few capable subordinates later on. After listening to Sky's report for a while, Aoki dismissed everyone. He is not one to enjoy parading around with a retinue, whether in this life or the last. He prefers solitude, finding solace in the company of his Pokémon, which allows him to fully open his heart. He entrusted all management matters to Sky, relishing his role as a hands-off overseer. However, Aoki was pleasantly surprised by Sky's talents and managerial skills. If he maintains unwavering loyalty, he may very well become Aoki's first true subordinate within Team Rocket. I hope you do not disappoint me, Sky, Aoki murmured as he exited the hall with his Dark Raven. Due to the adjustments made by the Serpent regarding the testing rules, the examination has been scheduled for the afternoon. Within the Team Rocket base, many training sessions cannot be conducted face-to-face, and it is best for Drowsy to remain in its Pokeball, as it is ill-suited for this environment. As for Jengar, it serves as Aoki's hidden ace and is also not suitable for public display. Since the test has yet to commence, he decided to make a trip to the Exchange Center and submit Shadow's task. In contrast to the previously desolate Exchange Center during his earlier visits, it has now become bustling with life. The trial participants, having adapted to the living conditions and survival modes here, have gradually learned how to earn points and exchange them for various items. However, unlike Aoki, they are not so fortunate. Often, after completing a task, they earn only a few dozen points. The few tasks that offer higher point rewards either present significant challenges or are quickly snatched up. Aware of how hard-earned points are to come by, they would rather divide each point to maximize their usage. Upon entering the exchange office, Aoki went unnoticed by others, as they were all preoccupied with redeeming items in anticipation of the new round of tests commencing that afternoon, striving to enhance their abilities in the limited time available. Only one individual paid attention to him. Standing at the edge of the counter, he gestured for Aoki to approach. As Aoki approached this familiar exchange staff member, he was greeted with a smile and informed, "I did not expect you to return so seamlessly. The esteemed one has instructed that if you arrive, you may go directly to him." Aoki nodded in silence, somewhat astonished by the arrangement made by Shadow. He was merely a novice with limited strength. Yet the vice captain of the Shadow Group, a formidable Tianwan level expert, had personally attended to matters concerning his arrival. In a discreet corner, the exchange staff once again opened the concealed door for Aoki. As he traversed the dimly lit corridor, his emotions were markedly different from his first visit, which had been fraught with anxiety and myriad complex thoughts. This time, however, he felt significantly more composed. His interactions with Shadow had led him to understand that as long as he possessed value, he would not be harmed, and moreover, he had been bestowed with the emblem of a preparatory member of the Shadow Group. Entering the now familiar room adorned with bookshelves and a desk, Aoki noticed that this time, Shadow was not shrouded in his enigmatic black cloak, but sat calmly at the desk, perusing a book. This was Aoki's first glimpse of Shadow's true appearance. Light brown hair, a complexion pale from years devoid of sunlight, sharply defined features that bore a hint of Western characteristics while retaining an Eastern delicacy. One hand was missing 2 fingers, while the other appeared unscathed, with fingers long and slender, reminiscent of a woman's hand. Dressed in simple black attire, Shadow exuded an air of vitality and competence. Noticing Aoki's entrance, Shadow did not leave him waiting, smiling as he said, "You are here." His demeanor suggested no surprise at Aoki's successful return. Aoki nodded and slowly approached the desk, retrieving the Gungawe Pokeball he intended to present and respectfully placing it on the table. Upon noticing the Pokeball, Shadow's expression grew complex. He picked it up, and through the transparent window, the Gungawe within could be seen. The once languid Gungawe, upon seeing Shadow, immediately stood up, displaying a look of longing. "My apologies for the inconvenience, Gungawe," Shadow spoke with a nuanced expression towards the Pokeball before securing it to his belt. He then lifted his gaze to Aoki, who stood respectfully beside him, nodding as he said, "You have done well. Shortly, seek out the individual who brought you in to exchange for 10,000 points." For someone of his stature, 10,000 points was but a trifling sum, hardly worthy of his attention. "Understood," Aoki replied. Aoki responded with a single sound, refraining from unnecessary words. He had always been quite satisfied with Aoki's compliance. Aoki understood the importance of discretion, knowing that some things were better left unspoken, for trouble often stems from one's mouth. However, Aoki's silence piqued Ying's curiosity, who smiled and asked, "Aren't you curious why I placed Gungawe there?" Chapter 66, Choice 33. Ying's inquiry caught Aoki off guard. In Aoki's mind, Ying had always been an individual of remarkable efficiency, one who would not squander time on idle chatter. Had something changed today? Aoki mused silently. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he nodded earnestly, replying, "I am curious. But if you choose not to disclose, I shall not inquire further." Aoki had always held a profound respect for Ying, not solely due to his high-ranking position within the Rocket team as the deputy leader of the Shadow Group, but also because of his unparalleled strength. The powerful invariably command respect, a belief Aoki upheld. The survival of the fittest, where the strong reigned supreme. Thus, he regarded Ying, a genuine powerhouse, with due reverence. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Ying appeared momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Haha, you are truly impressive." From their first meeting to this point, Aoki had heard Ying express his approval multiple times, Yet he remained puzzled about the true meaning behind Ying's words of praise. With the first impressive, he understood. Upon hearing the second, he reflected and grasped its essence. However, by the time the third and fourth commendations arose, Aoki seemed to finally comprehend that Ying's notion of impressive was far more profound than he had initially surmised. As the laughter subsided, Ying's smile gradually faded. He sustained grave injuries during a battle to protect me. I am aware that there exists a location on Trial Island capable of rapidly healing his wounds, specifically, the gathering place of Guis. His gaze grew distant, as if lost in reminiscence, recalling his first visit to this Trial Island. Ah yes, I was among the first batch of trial participants from the rocket team. Aoki was momentarily taken aback by Ying's revelation. The first batch of trial participants? They had emerged from this very Trial Island? Seemingly interpreting Aoki's astonishment, Ying continued, "Indeed, it was as you presume. At that time, the Trial Island had only just been discovered, and of the initial group of trial participants, only 2 of us survived. I am one of them, the other. Perhaps one day, you shall meet." Though Ying did not disclose the identity of the other survivor, Aoki surmised it was likely another deputy leader from the Shadow Group. Dark. Forgive my digression. Let us return to the gathering place of Guis. You must have noticed the stone pillar continuously emanating ghostly energy, yes? Ying shifted the topic back to his past. The waters there are rather deep. You are not yet suited to delve into them. Fortunately, you did not seek to explore further, or else you may not have found yourself here today. Continuing in a self-absorbed manner, he remarked, "You need only be aware that few know of that place, and you must learn to keep your lips sealed. When your strength reaches the appropriate level, the truth will reveal itself to you." Aoki Jing slightly narrowed his eyes, then resumed his previous demeanor, nodding in agreement. As for the stone pillar, Aoki had never intended to investigate it at this moment. After all, even a formidable figure like Shadow chose to preserve such a wondrous sight rather than destroy it. Shadow shook his head. Though Aoki's expression was one of reverence and his responses were direct, he discerned a fleeting, peculiar glimmer in Aoki's eyes at first glance. Not lingering on this topic for long, he continued, "You have now passed my initial test, and thus you are qualified to learn of my identity within Team Rocket." Aoki's heart stirred. He had long been aware of Shadow's true identity, but could not reveal it. For even within Team Rocket, one must possess sufficient strength to acknowledge the existence of Shadow. "Present the medal I previously entrusted to you," Shadow commanded, prompting him to retrieve the black cloud-shaped medal given to Aoki. He produced the pitch-black emblem from the belt space of Team Rocket and handed it over. Upon receiving the medal from Aoki's grasp, Shadow rubbed the intricate patterns on its surface and continued, "This medal signifies your status as a prospective member of the most enigmatic division of Team Rocket, known as Shadow. The moment you accepted this medal, it marked the commencement of Shadow's trial for you. The tasks you completed for me were merely the first step in this trial." Without pausing, Shadow elaborated, "My name is Shadow, as you already know. I serve as the vice captain of the Shadow Group. Should you succeed in a series of tasks I will assign, you will gain entry into our ranks. While I cannot divulge the benefits or responsibilities that accompany membership at this moment, I can assure you that many within Team Rocket yearn to join us, even those whose strength is insufficient to be aware of our existence. You now face a pivotal choice: to continue accepting tasks until you join us, or to abandon the mission and persist in your trials on Trial Island, starting as a mere Team Rocket soldier or squad leader, gradually ascending the ranks." Shadow presented Aoki with a rather unbalanced dilemma. Having heard Shadow's words, Aoki had already made his decision. Joining Shadow did not conflict with his ambitions within Team Rocket. In fact, with Shadow's assistance, the path would be significantly easier. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, Aoki feigned deep contemplation, lowering his head. Shadow harbored no doubts, for the matters concerning the Shadow Group were too intricate to disclose in detail. He could only observe Aoki's intuitive choice. "I choose to continue with the tasks," Aoki declared resolutely after a brief moment of reflection, confident in his prior decision without any hesitation. Upon hearing Aoki's response, Shadow smiled. "You will come to appreciate this decision in the days to come." Aoki nodded slightly, refraining from responding to the statement. Some matters are difficult to articulate, yet he was certain that his decision was indeed the right one. At that moment, a distant buzzing sound grew increasingly louder, resonating within the room. Upon hearing this familiar sound, Aoki felt a flicker of surprise. A large bee drill emerged slowly from the corner, gracefully hovering beside Shadow, its dual stingers affectionately brushing against Shadow's arm. Aoki's expression transformed from surprise to realization upon witnessing the bee drill. If his assumptions were correct, this must be the creature that hatched from the egg he had received from Shadow previously. Shadow, smiling, echoed Aoki's unvoiced thoughts. As expected, Aoki was taken aback, but soon displayed a look of perplexity. Although insects typically have short growth cycles, the rapid evolution into a Beedrill within just a week seemed rather implausible. Gently touching the Beedrill's triangular head, Shadow discerned Aoki's confusion and remarked, "This child possesses remarkable talent and trains diligently every day. It just evolved into a Beedrill today." Chapter 67. The possibility of temporarily leaving the island. 13. Pokémon. Beedrill, Deep Green, Gender, Male Level, 11 Types, Bug. Poison Ability, Sniper Held Item, None Inherited Skills, Bug Bite, Focus Energy Basic Skills, Twin Needle, Fury Attack Taught Skills, Hone Claw Skill Machine, Protect, Toxic. Hidden Power Fire. Upon viewing the data chart of the Beedrill, Aoki was genuinely astonished, not only by its rapid growth, but also by its exceptional aptitude. Originally expected to possess a green aptitude, this Beedrill had astonishingly attained a deep green status, merely a step away from blue aptitude. Shadow undoubtedly lived up to the reputation of a top-tier trainer, being one of the leaders of Team Rocket. Endowed with abundant resources that had forcibly elevated the Beedrill's aptitude by a tier. Though this slight enhancement may seem insignificant, it could considerably elevate its combat prowess as it matured. Coupled with Shadow's dedicated training and the infusion of various skills, even a Pokémon of blue aptitude could stand a chance in battle. Another aspect that surprised Aoki was the Beedrill's ability. Typically, Beedrills possess the ability Swarm, which enhances bug-type moves when their health is low, an admirable trait. However, this Beedrill possessed a hidden ability, Sniper, which amplifies the power of moves when striking a critical hit. Normally, a critical hit increases damage by 1.5 times, but with the Sniper ability, the damage escalates to a staggering 2.25 times. This significant amplification could potentially result in an instant knockout if a critical hit were landed. The Sniper ability is indeed a remarkable trait, and had Aoki known from the outset that Beedrill possessed this ability, he might have opted to utilize it himself. However, the probability of encountering a hidden ability is exceedingly low, and it is sheer fortune that he managed to hatch a Beedrill with this exceptional trait. Perhaps this is precisely why so many resources were invested in enhancing its potential. After the initial shock, Aoki quickly composed his expression. Although this Beedrill was extraordinarily impressive, he harbored no regrets. Ing observed the subtle shifts in Aoki's demeanor, noting that aside from his initial astonishment, there was no other extraneous emotion, which prompted a private nod of approval. This trial is rather unique. Hence, you should not conceal your abilities any longer. Strive to showcase your talents to the fullest. While specifics cannot yet be disclosed, I can assure you that revealing your skills poses no risk of becoming a target for those with ulterior motives. Ying's demeanor grew serious, and an aura befitting a top-tier champion began to emanate from him. As a nefarious organization, Team Rocket has indeed stifled many a genius, and he understood Aoki's concerns. Nevertheless, this trial is different. Aoki's eyes widened in surprise at Ying's words. This trial is unique? But why did I not sense this in my past life? Have you not noticed that this batch of contestants generally possesses commendable qualifications? More importantly, among the Pokémon assigned to the contestants, there exists a notable number with high potential. Do you think everyone is like Guja, having a relatively capable sibling? At this revelation, Aoki's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, why would trial participants, who are essentially fodder, be bestowed with Pokémon of green potential? If a contestant were to meet with untimely demise, the cost would be exorbitant. Why had he failed to perceive this in his previous life? Was it due to his underwhelming performance that he lacked such qualifications? I am aware of your Dark Raven's commendable potential, and during the last evaluation, it was even under duress. While preserving your strength is not inherently flawed, I must emphasize that if you aspire to ascend the ranks within Team Rocket, this trial presents an excellent opportunity. This time is indeed different. Each word of Ying's final statement was pronounced with deliberate clarity. Although he refrained from explaining why this trial was distinct, Aoki could discern the gravity with which Ying regarded the matter. Aoki's expression turned grave. If even Ying held such sentiments, then this trial likely bore exceptional significance. He certainly would not naively believe that merely shining in the trial would guarantee him a higher position in Team Rocket's future endeavors. If, as Ying suggested, one were to fully unleash their potential during the trial, it would be akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, and that without any pretense of concealment. While Ying's advice could not be wholly accepted, it undoubtedly altered Aoki's subsequent plans. Immediately after, Ying uttered a remark that nearly caused Aoki to leap in surprise. The little one within your shadow is quite a gifted sprite. Your fortune truly smiles upon you. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at the shadow behind Aoki. A A sudden wave of cold sweat enveloped Aoki, who slowly placed his hand upon the rocket team's belt, lightly brushing against the Pokeball containing his Drowzee. He had prepared himself to release the Drowzee at a moment's notice, ready to teleport and flee. While facing Ing, he understood that such an action might prove futile, nonetheless. Aoki was unwilling to become a mere victim, to be butchered at will. Observing Aoki's vigilant demeanor, Ing chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I have no intention of bullying a little creature like you. Your Pokémon belong to you, and I shall not attempt to seize them. If I wish to deal with you, would I engage in such prolonged conversation? Moreover, even if you were to release another Pokémon, would it truly be of any use? There was an undeniable pride and confidence in Ing, a formidable elite, who could hardly conceive that Aoki, despite possessing commendable Pokémon, could escape his grasp. Aoki's exaggerated reaction was interpreted by Ing as fear of having his Pokémon snatched, a common occurrence within the rocket team. Lowering his hand from the belt, Aoki managed a wry smile, aware that his response had been somewhat excessive, inadvertently revealing his apprehension to Ing. It was true, however, that with his current strength, even unleashing all three of his Pokémon would likely not suffice to overcome Ying's prowess. Even the Jengar he had brought back was not something that could contend with the likes of Dark Crow. Noticing Aoki gradually relaxing, Ing gestured for Beedrill to amuse itself, placing his hands on the table and leaning slightly forward. In any case, perform well in this test. Should you meet my expectations, I could grant you a temporary reprieve from the trial island. After all, there are no challengers left for you here. Ing then uttered another startling statement that astonished Aoki. The prospect of leaving Trial Island ahead of schedule was undeniably advantageous for him. Casting a complex glance at the now serious Ing, Aoki felt a slight internal struggle but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of an early departure, nodding in agreement. Yes, I understand, Lord Ing. Upon hearing Aoki's affirmative response, Ing gradually withdrew his forward-leaning posture, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Of course, the condition is that you must satisfy me. Aoki emerged from the dim study to find his back completely soaked. He was still somewhat unsettled by Ying's presumption that he could discern the quality of his Pokémon. Fortunately, even though he had reacted somewhat excessively, Shadow merely believed that Aoki feared him stealing his Pokémon. It had not crossed Shadow's mind that Aoki could discern the qualities of a Pokémon, which was quite astonishing. Nevertheless, Aoki resolved to be more discreet in his future investigations regarding Pokémon attributes. After gently patting his somewhat stiff cheeks, he exhaled deeply, striving to restore his previously disturbed mindset, a task that was not easily accomplished. When one becomes ensnared in a particular thought, the only way to extricate oneself is to contemplate another matter. At present, the skills acquired by his Dark Raven adequately satisfied his daily needs. However, his Drowzee and Ghastly had yet to learn any skills through technical machines, and Aoki intended to enhance their capabilities. First and foremost, he needed to exchange for the Protect skill for both, which would require the complete expenditure of the 10,000 points earned from this mission. Yet, such expenditure was deemed essential, and Aoki felt no regret, as Ghastly served as his most trusted guardian. Acquiring the Protect skill would not only assist in deflecting certain attacks during battle, but also prove invaluable in self-defense. Thus, obtaining Protect for Ghastly was imperative. Similarly, the Protect skill for Drowzee was also of utmost necessity, whether it was utilized in combat or to shield against a powerful attack before executing Teleport during an escape. Apart from these two crucial defensive skills, Aoki also devised a simulation of the future battle scenarios for both Ghastly and Drowzee. Ghastly's primary combat strategy revolved around the use of Hypnosis, Sleep, Dream Eater, and Toxic. Fortunately, the Sleep skill had already been mastered, thus, it was merely a matter of teaching him Dream Eater and Toxic to solidify his fundamental combat style. However, the current points were insufficient to acquire both of these precious skills at once. If Aoki had to choose between the two, he leaned toward Dream Eater, as Toxic would not yield significant benefits for Ghastly, whose Poison-type abilities were still underdeveloped. Aoki planned to focus on nurturing Ghastly's Poison-type attributes in the following period, pairing them with suitable Poison-type skills to enable a more effective mastery of Poison energy. Thus, Dream Eater was a skill worth exchanging, requiring an expenditure of 7,000 points. As for Drowzee, Aoki intended to have him learn the Awakening power. As a Water and Psychic-type Pokémon, Drowzee could counter several types, while also being vulnerable to many others. It faced significant challenges, being doubly weak against Bug, Ghost, Grass, Electric, and Dark types. However, if he could draw upon suitable attributes, it might mitigate some of Drowzee's weaknesses against opposing Pokémon. Indeed, The attributes obtained from the awakening power are entirely contingent upon the inherent qualities of the Pokémon itself. It is a skill that hinges significantly on luck. Although awakening power is a relatively commonplace ability, the high demand for it has rendered its exchange price quite substantial, necessitating a sum of 7,000 points. After his first redemption, Aoki had a remaining balance of 7,400 points. After rewarding Sky and Vulpix, he was left with 6,200 points. Coupled with the 10,000 points earned from completing this task, Aoki's total now stands at 16,200 points. However, to exchange for 2 Guardian skills, along with a Dream Talk and an Awakening Power, a total of 24,000 points would be required. Thus, Aoki finds himself short on points and must first convert other items into points to fulfill his current objectives. With his thoughts racing, Aoki had computed everything by the moment he stepped out of the hidden door. Approaching the familiar exchange personnel, he presented his points card and stated, "This card contains 6,200 points, and with the recent reward of 10,000 points from that esteemed individual, there should be a total of 16,200 points remaining." The exchange personnel took Aoki's points card, awaiting his next words. The 10,000 points promised by Shadow had already been prepared. Following Aoki's completion of Shadow's task, the attendant had some inkling of what was to come, yet as a minor figure, it was perhaps better to remain oblivious to certain matters. Thus, he opted to quietly fulfill his duties for this assignment, choosing to remain silent regarding Aoki's affairs. After a brief pause, Aoki decided to retrieve a palm-sized obsidian stone from the Team Rocket belt. This decision was the culmination of his contemplation. He resolved to exchange a primary dark stone for points. Both the intermediate dark stone and the Heart of Earth are treasures that, while valuable, are often in short supply. Exchanging them for points at Team Rocket's buying price would be a considerable waste. In contrast, the comparatively affordable primary dark stone, though precious, remains readily available for those with sufficient funds. Hence, Aoki ultimately opted to convert the primary dark stone into points. According to Team Rocket's exchange list, the price for a primary dark stone is set at 50,000 points. However, if one were to convert it into points, a discount of 30 applies, leaving Aoki with a mere 35,000 points. Secretly lamenting Team Rocket's exchange system, Aoki realized how much profit the organization reaps annually from such a points conversion scheme. Explaining their rapid growth, "Please convert this dark stone into points for me," he instructed, observing the astonishment of the exchange personnel, who, despite having grown accustomed to Aoki's fortunate streak, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the stone in his hand. Fortune truly smiled upon him, leaving no avenues for the other trial participants. It is noteworthy that among these contenders, even individuals as formidable and well-connected as Gujia, without excessively relying on his brother's resources, had accrued merely a few thousand points, falling short of even 10,000. In stark contrast, let us examine Aoki. With the prior 20,000 points, the additional 10,000 earned through the Shadow task, and now this dark stone, his total amassed points soared to 60,000. He could not help but ponder, who, then, is the true commoner? With a somewhat rigid smile, he mechanically nodded and accepted the dark stone from Aoki's hand. This was a primary dark stone, capable of being exchanged for 35,000 points. Fortunately, it was merely a primary dark stone. He genuinely feared that Aoki might produce a superior dark stone, which would likely result in the complete depletion of the storage resources on the trial island. Chapter 69, Awakening Power, 33. Aoki was already well aware of the exchange rate. "I would like to exchange for 2 skill discs for the skill guard, 1 for the skill murmur, and 1 for awakening power, along with 3 additional discs for awakening power." However, as the words lingered on his lips, he made some adjustments. Given the ample points at his disposal, why not secure an awakening power for all 3 of his spirits? Even if the awakened attributes proved to be of little use, it mattered not. Yet what if? What if the awakened attributes coincidentally compensated for the spirit's offensive capabilities? That would hinge upon luck and fate. Although the exchange staff maintained a composed facade, they could not suppress a twitch at the corner of their eye upon witnessing Aoki's carefree expenditure of points. "Here is your identity card, which still holds 13,200 points, and these are the skill discs you requested." The staff retrieved the skill discs from the safe and handed them to Aoki, subsequently debiting his points before returning to their tasks. Did they wish to endure further humiliation at Aoki's hands? Having been a member of Team Rocket for 2 years, albeit in a clerical role, they had yet to amass as many points as Aoki. They feared that continued observation would ignite envy within them. Aoki cast a curious glance at the somewhat peculiar staff member, but thought little of it. He secured the skill discs within his storage belt and proceeded toward the designated training room with his Dark Raven. While the exchange center did offer skill learning devices, Aoki preferred to keep all his possessions concealed. Upon entering the training room for the first time, a series of compartments separated by Team Rocket, he noted that aside from the skill learning devices, there were numerous training tools and wooden dummies. The usage rate here was relatively low, with most rooms remaining unoccupied. In the face of the staff's inquisitive gaze, he paid 100 points and selected the largest training room available. Jingars, please check for any surveillance, he instructed as he entered the room and securely locked the door behind him. A spectral shadow emerged from Aoki's silhouette, subsequently infiltrating various corners of the room, including the walls and ceiling, to conduct a thorough examination. After scrutinizing the entire space, it reported back to Aoki that no surveillance devices had been detected. With this affirmative response from the spirit, Aoki released his Psyduck, who had been confined within its Pokeball for quite some time. Unaccustomed to such confinement, the Psyduck emerged yawning profusely. Its typically energetic nature had been stifled. Hang in there, Psyduck. We shall conclude our task shortly, Aoki reassured, gently stroking the creature's rounded head with an air of apology. Psyduck promptly shook its head, indicating that it was merely adjusting to the situation and bore no grievances. Upon witnessing Psyduck's emergence, Honchkrow immediately descended to engage in conversation with it. After they had indulged in some playful banter, Aoki interjected, as such moments of relaxation were a rare reprieve from their rigorous training. Come over here and learn these skills, Aoki said, shaking the skill discs in his hand. One by one, he recalled the Pokémon into their Pokeballs and subsequently placed them on the skill learning device to impart the skills contained within the discs. While the skill discs ensured that the Pokémon would learn the skills, they did not guarantee proficiency, necessitating extensive training to master them. As for the skills of Protect and Sleep Talk, Aoki held no particular expectations, especially for Protect, which could be used as soon as learned, lacking any means for enhancement except through practical application. Sleep Talk was specifically chosen for Gengar, allowing it to hone this skill during future battles. Aoki's primary concern lay in determining the attribute of the Awakening Power skill once each Pokémon had acquired it. The first to test the attribute of Awakening Power was Honchkrow, the inaugural member of Aoki's team, who consistently set an example. Closing its eyes, Honchkrow invoked the skill by following the method ingrained in its mind from the Awakening Power skill disc. As this was a newly learned ability, Honchkrow required a considerable amount of time, taking a full 3 minutes before successfully unleashing the Awakening Power. Subtle currents of electricity began to materialize around Honchkrow, gradually converging into a yellow energy sphere, which pulsed with intermittent flashes of yellow lightning. As the electric energy accumulated, the energy sphere became increasingly solid, the original yellow currents morphing into a faint blue hue. As the blue currents multiplied on the surface of the energy sphere, Honchkrow finally lost control, hurling the electrified yellow energy sphere toward the target in the center of the room. Upon contact with the target, it erupted in a small explosion, accompanied by a resounding boom. Simultaneously, vibrant streams of yellow and blue energy erupted from the center, gradually dissipating into the air as they reached the periphery of the explosion. The method of attack employed by the Awakened Power mirrors this phenomenon, wherein the awakened elemental energy converges into a sphere of energy, subsequently launched to inflict a certain degree of damage upon adversaries caught within its explosive radius. This technique serves as both a single target skill and an area of effect damage. Moreover, one must acknowledge the impeccable design of the training room by Team Rocket. Such an extensive explosion left no more than a dark imprint on the ground, devoid of any other extraneous marks. Notably, the thunderous sound of the explosion failed to attract the attention of the staff, indicating the room's remarkable soundproofing capabilities. Suddenly, Aoki realized the practicality of having such a training facility. Returning to the Awakened Power technique of the Dark Crow, it is evident from the color and manifested effects that it aligns with electric-type awakening powers, resembling the electric ball moves, but with a lesser degree of energy condensation. The efficacy of the electric ball increases with speed disparities, yet superficially, the two techniques bear a striking resemblance. Aoki finds the electric-type awakening for the Dark Crow quite acceptable. While it does not rectify the Dark Crow's inherent weaknesses, it broadens its offensive potential. Notably, in future encounters with water-type Pokémon, it will no longer be at a complete disadvantage. The Dark Crow, possessing both flying and dark-type moves, may find itself in challenging situations against water-type Pokémon, particularly in unique battlegrounds such as lakes or aquatic arenas. Defeating such opponents proves difficult. However, this awakening attribute compensates for its shortcomings in that regard. Furthermore, in battles against other flying-type Pokémon, this awakened attribute can empower the Dark Crow to better counter its foes. solidifying its aerial dominance and establishing the skies as its realm. This day has certainly commenced on a promising note. Aoki gently caressed the dark crow's feathers in a gesture of reward. As for the collection and recommendations, why is it that others receive prominent endorsements while I yearn for the same? Jinmu remains occupied at work, feeling utterly exhausted. Chapter 70, Dream Talk, 13. Upon completing the testing of the Dark Crow's awakened power, it was time for Wu Li's second brother, the Dull Beast. Similar to the Dark Crow, the Dull Beast, utilizing its awakened power for the first time, took 3 minutes to successfully execute the technique. Unlike the yellow energy sphere of the Dark Crow, the energy ball conjured by the Dull Beast was red, accompanied by an intense heat. Observing the Dull Beast's awakened power in action, Aoki immediately discerned that it was Fire-type awakening power. In contrast to the Electric-type powers of the Dark Raven, the awakening of the Fire-type abilities in the Dazed Beast is remarkably exquisite. This enhancement not only broadens its offensive capabilities, but also compensates for certain attribute weaknesses inherent to the Dazed Beast. It can be asserted that, at least for the present, this Fire-type awakening is the most suitable attribute for the Dazed Beast. As a Water and Psychic-type Pokémon, the Dazed Beast is at a disadvantage against Bug, Ghost, Grass, Electric, and Dark types, which all pose a double threat. However, with the newly acquired Fire-type powers, it is no longer at a disadvantage when facing Bug and Grass-type Pokémon. While it may not completely eliminate the threats posed by these types, it certainly equips the Dazed Beast with effective means of attack, thus preventing it from being perpetually under siege. Furthermore, the Fire-type awakening also counters Steel and Ice types, affording it greater strategic options against these adversaries, thereby enhancing the overall offensive potential of the entire team. Nevertheless, it is foreseeable that in future battles against smaller Pokémon, Aoki will refrain from allowing the Dazed Beast to confront Electric and Dark types directly, as these types pose an overwhelming challenge. As for the awakening powers of the Ghost type, Aoki was taken aback to discover that it had awakened Grass-type abilities. Although the awakened powers bear no direct correlation to the Pokémon's original attributes, the emergence of Grass-type abilities was indeed surprising. Grass types, being the most vulnerable among the 18 types, are susceptible to 5 other types. Yet they themselves can counter a fair number of attributes. Despite being an intangible specter, the Ghost type is doubly vulnerable to Ground-type moves, but with the awakening of Grass-type skills, it now possesses a fighting chance against Ground-type Pokémon. Coupled with its hypnosis and various control skills, the awakening of Grass-type powers effectively enhances its offensive capabilities. Upon evaluating the awakening powers of all 3 Pokémon, Aoki felt overall satisfaction with the results. Aside from the Dark Raven, both the Dazed Beast and the Ghost type had successfully mitigated certain weaknesses through their awakened powers. The diversity of each awakening power provided a significant boost to the team's overall offensive strategy, enabling Aoki to formulate effective battle plans against Pokémon that do not belong to their original type weaknesses. With the assessment of the awakening powers complete, it would be unwise to squander the opportunity presented by this safe training environment. Consequently, Aoki promptly devised a training regimen for his Pokémon. The initial focus would be on the Dark Raven and the Dazed Beast, who were scheduled to train with their newly awakened abilities. Meanwhile, the Ghost type would receive specialized training tailored to its needs, as Guac has only recently been tamed. Apart from Aoki's prior training sessions where he gleaned some insight into Guac's stamina and endurance, he has engaged in a few battles with relatively low-level spirits on the journey back. Nevertheless, Aoki is somewhat familiar with the characteristics of such spirits. The foremost skill that Guac must master is not the newly awakened power, but rather the Dream Talk ability, which he learned through a skill disc. The effect of Dream Talk allows the user to randomly utilize any of the moves they have already learned. Aoki had previously encountered a remarkably powerful Gungue that could designate a specific move while using Dream Talk, even in slumber. Although the method of training that spirit remains unknown, the very existence of such a phenomenon suggests that the selection of moves during Dream Talk can indeed be controlled. Thus, Aoki's initial training focus for Guac is to attempt to selectively choose which move to unleash during the use of Dream Talk. The initial requirements are not stringent. Aoki does not demand the execution of a specific move, but rather that Guac should be able to randomly employ any skill from a defined range. Consequently, the scene in the training room involves Dull Beast and Dark Crow utilizing their awakened powers to attack targets, while simultaneously evading the haphazard moves released by the slumbering Guac. At first, Guac's execution of moves is chaotic and devoid of any discernible pattern. However, as Aoki gradually adjusts Guac's state and the environment during the use of Dream Talk, Guac manages to control his skill selection within a range of 5 moves. This marks a significant improvement and confirms Aoki's hypothesis. With a specialized approach, even the Dream Talk ability can allow for controlled move selection. If this concept can be fully realized, both the current Guei and the future Gun Guei could see their combat capabilities elevated by several tiers. However, fully mastering the effects of Dream Talk proves to be quite challenging. Aoki's initial hypothesis suggests that the control during Dream Talk while asleep is influenced by the nature of the dream itself. Thus, during Guei's first attempt, failure ensued, leading Aoki to conclude that the effectiveness of Dream Talk does not stem from the dream scene, as it is impossible to conjure meaningful dreams within such a brief span. The first hypothesis was deemed unsuccessful. Could the commands from the trainer nearby potentially influence the use of Dream Talk? In the second attempt, Aoki intervened, trying to impose control while Guei utilized Dream Talk. Yet, while this enabled the spirit to accurately employ Dream Talk, the specific move executed remained beyond control. The second hypothesis also failed. The final conjecture posits that prior to falling asleep, Guei should fervently review in his mind the desired move to be unleashed. Although maintaining concentrated awareness is challenging and often disrupted by errant thoughts, it must be acknowledged that this line of inquiry proves to be the most promising thus far. Before utilizing Dream Talk, Guei focused on recalling the skills of awakening power. Consequently, after succumbing to slumber and employing Dream Talk, the frequency of awakening power's manifestation markedly increased. This affirmation of his hypothesis brought a sense of joy to Aoki. Though challenging, it provided a direction worth pursuing, did it not? Aoki even entertained another conjecture. What if, during Dream Talk, the dull Pokémon enhanced its concentration through telepathy? This, too, seemed a worthy avenue to explore. Recently, Jinmu has been quite occupied with work. Hence the quality of writing may not be optimal. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 71. The Four Factions, 23, when Aoki reappeared in the central square of the base. He was accompanied solely by the Dark Raven. The dull Pokémon had once again retreated into its Pokeball, while Guei melded into Aoki's shadow. As the third test was on the verge of commencing, the number of spectators in the square gradually swelled. In the once desolate square, apart from a colossal trial stone still standing on the central platform, a flat battleground had emerged beside it, marked with various lines. This was presumably the arena designated for the challengers after the test concluded. The ground had merely been cleared of weeds and leveled, yet it sufficed for a battle. One by one, individuals arrived at the square, and each practitioner had formed their own small faction. Aoki positioned himself at the western corner of the square. Before long, Sky arrived with his entourage, and upon spotting Aoki, he hurriedly approached him. Lord Aoki. With each respectful address, everyone gathered behind Aoki, becoming one of the few small factions present in the arena. Aoki acknowledged their actions with a slight nod before resuming his meditation. The current atmosphere in the square was distinctly delineated. Aoki's faction comprised over 20 individuals stationed at the west corner. The largest group, led by Guji, boasted approximately 40 members at the east, gazing at Aoki's faction from a distance. Following them was a girl named Jasmine, who ranked just below Aoki and Guji in the previous test, accompanied by around 20 individuals mainly comprising girls, with a few boys among them, seemingly lacking any significant standing. As they were scolded by several girls, nearly 30 individuals congregated on the south side, appearing to be a makeshift assembly of lone wolves, each standing apart from one another. Devoid of interaction, they likely banded together to shield themselves from the intimidation of the three factions. Amidst the sporadic exchanges, a figure known as Viper arrived in the square, though this time, Shadow did not accompany him. Following an almost unchanging procedure, the most straightforward yet effective test commenced, the attack value assessment. This time, in an effort to avoid the reluctance seen during the previous testing, Team Rocket decided to conduct the evaluations in sequential order based on each participant's identification number. Although there were a total of 300 numbers, the process proceeded swiftly, as some numbers belonged to individuals who had long since vanished. This method also enabled an efficient tally of those eliminated and an understanding of the remaining participant strengths. The Dark Raven stood dutifully by Aoki's side, oblivious to the myriad of furtive, greedy, envious, and fearful glances surrounding them, while it busied itself with preening its feathers out of sheer boredom. To the Dark Raven, this test was exceedingly tedious. Merely striking a hard, foul-smelling rock with full force seemed futile. It could only reveal the attacking power of a Pokémon, leaving the overall combat capability obscured. Among all the Pokémon present, the Dark Raven assessed each one with keen observation. Apart from the venomous serpent with its squinting, lifeless eyes, the drowsy-looking fat Noctowl in the north, and the shaggy canine in the south, none appeared worthy of its regard. Had it not been for the immense pressure exerted by the spectators above, the Dark Raven might have urged Aoki to forego this monotonous test altogether, deeming it a waste of time better spent on training. Being the one who understood the Dark Raven's disposition best, Aoki was well aware of its sentiments and chuckled. Just bear with it a little longer. Once this test concludes, we shall not be subjected to such tedium again. Who knows? You might even get the chance to battle today. With a seemingly significant glance towards the opposing trainer Gujia and his companion, the Arboks, Aoki's gaze drew the attention of Gujia. When their eyes met, a slight smirk graced Gujia's lips, accompanied by an expression that seemed to convey, "Just wait." He then averted his gaze with a scoff. Upon hearing Aoki's words, the Dark Raven perked up, following Aoki's gaze to the Arbok that piqued its interest, and it found itself struggling to contain its eagerness to take flight. However, halfway through flapping its wings, it recalled the current context and reluctantly restrained itself. Aoki had grown accustomed to the Dark Raven's combative nature, yet today seemed poised to satisfy its yearning for battle. It appeared that not only Gujia, but also the formidable trainer Jasmine with her massive Noctowl to the north and the strongest solitary trainer, Alex, to the south, occasionally cast their glances in this direction. These fleeting gazes were laden with diverse emotions: excitement, jealousy, desire, and an insatiable thirst for combat. Aoki's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile, and a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Indeed, this was shaping up to be an intriguing test. The modifications to the testing rules by the Serpent seemed to carry deeper implications, did they not, Shadow? In the recesses of his mind, Aoki quietly mused to himself, speculating that the alterations to the testing regulations were likely orchestrated by Shadow, possibly even single-handedly. Though absent from today's square, Aoki's intuition incessantly warned him that a formidable presence was vigilantly observing the proceedings, particularly fixated on him. After all, to fulfill the requirement of departing from the trial island, one must decisively overpower all present, which serves as the true testament of strength. It is not merely a matter of having superior attack values. In practical combat, one must also demonstrate an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, it may be as Shadow indicated, this trial diverges from the usual format, as each contestant's innate talents need not be concealed. The most effective method to gauge a contestant's aptitude is through actual combat. In this arena of life and death, confronted by opponents of comparable strength, no one would risk their life merely to mask their abilities. What purpose would there be in concealing one's power if life itself were at stake? Furthermore, some astute contestants, perhaps those with hidden backgrounds, sensed the uniqueness of this test. Consequently, all who harbored confidence set their sights squarely on Aoki. This outcome conveniently satisfied the Dark Raven's thirst for battle, as well as Shadow's desire to assess Aoki's capabilities. Thus, Aoki hoped to leverage this confrontation to establish his influence among the current contestants, compelling all to bow beneath his formidable presence. Thank you all for your support. A heartfelt thanks to the friends at the bookstore. Chapter 72. Terrifying Strength. 33. The arrangements proceeded smoothly, as under the proctor's summons. Everyone dutifully approached the trial stone for testing. Having already undergone 2 rounds of assessment, the contestants were adept at achieving high attack values. The results indicated a general improvement across the board, while the increase was not as pronounced as in the second round. The pressure of life and death nonetheless spurred significant advancement. Particularly for those ranked lower, the past week had seen them train fervently, driven by the desire to avoid finishing last, as such a position signified doom. Contestant 46, attack value 198, next. Contestant 54, attack value 178, next. Contestant 58, attack value. As the examiner announced each contestant's number and attack value, some beamed with satisfaction at their results, while others displayed open concern in their eyes. Yet, despair was not palpable. There remained the possibility of a final challenge to make a last-ditch effort. Each test served as a rigorous sieve, separating the gold from the sand. Those endowed with true ability would not be obscured. Arbor Snake, execute the bite. Bang. Number 99, with an attack value of 337. Before long, it was the turn of Guga and his Arbok, whose attack value soared to 337 points, marking him as the first to surpass the 300-point threshold. Amidst gasps of astonishment, Guga descended the testing platform with an air of pride, accompanied by his Arbok. Ever since Aoki claimed the top spot last time, Guga had dedicated himself to intensively training his Pokémon, and Arbok, feeling equally ambitious, was still irked by its previous defeat to Honchkrow. Furthermore, having acquired training methods for Arbok from his brother, Guga had made significant strides over the past week. returning to his original position amidst a throng of admirers. He cast a glance at Aoki, gradually tempering his expression. His pride did not equate to folly. The focus of today's attack value test was evidently not the main concern. The true challenge lay ahead. Regardless of an impressive score, if one falters in actual combat, it would all be in vain. Aoki could not help but acknowledge that Guga had indeed nurtured Arbok to near its optimal potential within the constraints of available resources. Had it not been for his second chance at life, Guga might have once again seized first place with overwhelming dominance. Guga's test results incited a wave of enthusiasm, invigorating subsequent participants. Number 134, with an attack value of 308. This marked yet another individual who had breached the 300-point barrier following Guga, accompanied by a massive Zubat. The third-place contender from the previous test, Jasmine. In his past life, Aoki had little recollection of her, and even after joining Team Rocket, there had been no intersection. She remained an enigmatic figure. As a young girl, maintaining her third place standing amidst the harsh environment of Trial Island, under the pressure from Aoki and Guga, was no small feat. Moreover, she had managed to rally a group against Guga, who found himself unable to resort to any uncharacteristic actions. Aoki silently contemplated that her identity was likely quite extraordinary. Number 156, with an attack value of 330. The strongest among the lone warriors, Alex, the first trainer to evolve his Pokémon, had successfully transformed his original Sandshrew into a formidable Houndoom, leveraging this advantage to surpass Jasmine, becoming a formidable contender just below Guga. Since the Shadow had mentioned the uniqueness of this trial, Aoki began to notice increasingly peculiar details. So many trainers possessed exceptionally qualified Pokémon, some capable of attracting the attention of Team Rocket's captains or commanders, yet these were freely bestowed upon this batch of challengers. Guga's high-caliber Arbok, Jasmine's colossal Zubat, and even Alex's Houndoom were all Pokémon of remarkable quality. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a Pokémon from the Hoenn region among the numerous Kanto Pokémon was indeed puzzling. A chilling realization began to dawn upon him. This trial, indeed, possesses an air of peculiarity. In a past life, amid the struggle for survival, Aoki had not delved deeply into the nuances, yet upon this return, he discerns a multitude of anomalies. Number 234, prepare for the test. The voice of the examiner jolted Aoki from his reverie. It was finally his turn to partake in the assessment once more. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he ascended the platform with the Dark Crow. Those who had previously dared to mock him now remained silent, their bravado extinguished. Coupled with Aoki's swift and decisive resolution of Soros, the subjugation of Sky, and the bestowal of gas bombs, he had indelibly etched an image of a ruthless and formidable warrior in the minds of all the participants. Jasmine and Alex, who had been lost in thought on the sidelines, now turned their attention to the stage, where Aoki, a commoner who overshadowed them all, left an indelible mark on their perceptions. Dark Crow, enhanced speed, wing attack. Ignoring the scrutiny of the onlookers, Aoki delivered his commands with an air of calm. The Dark Crow soared into the sky, ascending rapidly, and with the benefit of enhancement, its velocity increased. Upon reaching its zenith, it executed a sharp descent, the roar resonating throughout the plaza. The spectators gazed in awe at Aoki's performance. Though they were already aware of Aoki's unique techniques with the Dark Crow, this unabashed display of power and earnest intent starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. The crowd did not have to wait long. The Dark Crow hurtled downward, enveloped in the flight energy coalescing around its wings, which shimmered with a faint white light. It struck the trial stone with a thunderous impact, sending tremors through the ground and creating an illusion of imminent shattering. Perhaps due to the magnitude of the display, an eerie silence enveloped the arena post-attack. All gazes, after a moment of stunned disbelief, fixated on the few slightly solidified white characters inscribed upon the obsidian trial stone. Attack value, 458. In the plaza, those who had been intently observing the trial stone were now rendered speechless, their faces awash with incredulity. They had braced themselves for Aoki to once again claim the top spot, yet they had not anticipated such an astounding attack value of 458. The outcome far exceeded their expectations. Aoki not only secured first place once more, but did so by a staggering margin of 121 points over the second-place contender, Gujia. It is noteworthy that some of the lower-ranked participants might not even achieve an attack value of 121. The results manifested an absolute dominance. Only two words could encapsulate Aoki's current impression in the minds of the crowd: terrifying. Today, Jinmu unexpectedly discovered that a fellow reader had sent a red envelope for the book and expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the support. Chapter 73. Ancient challenge to Aoki, 13. The venomous snake, seated in the stands, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter and scorn. It was unclear what that fellowing had said to him, but this time, he truly did not hold back. He scrutinized the large white characters on the trial stone again, confirming there were no discrepancies, and then chuckled lightly. As the long-standing commander of Team Rocket stationed on the trial island, he possessed the utmost understanding of the magnitude of Aoki's achievements. It can be stated without exaggeration that Aoki's performance was exceptionally outstanding among all past trial participants. Ahem. Noticing that the examiner remained unresponsive, the venomous snake gently cleared his throat, rousing everyone from their stupor. Upon hearing the sound, the examiner jolted and quickly announced, ID number, 234, ahem. Attack value, 458. Gasp. With a chorus of inhalations, the entire square erupted in excitement. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. No words could adequately encapsulate their inner turmoil except for this extreme exclamation. Aoki had decisively secured his position as the top contender in this trial, leaving everyone else far behind with an overwhelming score. Below the trial platform, Jasmine slightly parted her lips, her delicate cheeks stiffened. Her eyes fixated in shock upon Aoki and the dark crow on stage. After a prolonged silence, her newly developed chest rose and fell gently as she bowed her head and murmured, "Is this truly his real strength? The variable that the master spoke of?" Gujia opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately it turned into a soliloquy. He surpassed me once before, and now he is leading me by such a wide margin. What kind of monster is he? In the span of a week, his attack value had skyrocketed from over 200 to more than 400. Indeed, he was an enigmatic figure. This trial was becoming increasingly thrilling. Standing among the crowd, Alex stated calmly, yet stroking the trembling hand of the large wolf dog revealed his inner turmoil was anything but tranquil. Is this the true power of the master? Soros did not die in vain. Observing the trial results, Sky, Aoki's most loyal subordinate, murmured in disbelief. Initially, he thought that even if Aoki were to claim the top spot, it would merely be by surpassing Gujia somewhat. But he was utterly astonished by the sheer magnitude of Aoki's displayed strength. While some individuals exhibited surprise, their gazes remained fixed on Aoki, their thoughts seemingly wandering. Once the examiner recorded the results, Aoki descended the trial platform, returning to his original position alongside the Dark Crow. As the leading figure, Aoki was already surrounded by admirers. And following the announcement of the results, it was evident that the throng had tightened around him. Those fortunate enough to accompany such a formidable contender felt immensely gratified, for they believed that any future troubles encountered on the trial island would be significantly diminished. Even in the rocket team's endeavors, they were confident that by closely following Aoki's lead, their status would surely ascend. After Aoki's remarkable performance, no other standout achievements were recorded. The only moment of surprise came when Sky, utilizing the recently tamed gas bomb, managed to achieve an attack value of 288, which briefly astonished onlookers. It was indeed unexpected, as the gas bomb was not known for direct assaults, and its recent taming suggested that Sky possessed considerable trainer aptitude. Before long, all evaluations were concluded. While the final results elicited some astonishment, the rankings remained largely unchanged. Aoki dominated the competition with a staggering attack value of 458, securing first place once again. The subsequent rankings were as follows. Second place, Gujia with the Arbok, attack value, 337. Third place, Alex with the Houndoom, attack value, 330. Fourth place, Mo Lee with the Zubat, attack value, 308. Fifth place, Sky with the Gas Bomb, attack value, 288. The primary rankings remained consistent, apart from Sky replacing Soros in fifth place and Alex ascending to third with his evolved Houndoom, indicating minimal shifts among the top contenders. However, following a reminder from Shadow, Aoki discerned a few particularly intriguing individuals. Despite their high scores, positioned around the lower top 10, there seemed to be an air of concealment surrounding them, perhaps regarding their true strength or other hidden attributes. The cough of the rocket team examiner drew everyone's attention back to the stage. With the foundational tests completed, according to the new regulations, any participant dissatisfied with their results could challenge a contender ranked within 10 places above them. Each individual was granted a single opportunity for challenge. Successful challengers would ascend to the rank of their defeated opponent, while failure would result in a drop of 10 places. This challenge was a matter of life and death. The examiner's gaze swept across the assembly as he softly declared, if the attack value test merely serves as a preliminary assessment of a Pokémon's combat prowess, Then this indiscriminate practical battle will scrutinize each contender's command over battle and their ability to direct their Pokémon, as well as the results of their training. After all, a Pokémon's combat effectiveness does not solely hinge on the trainer's guidance. Given that this challenge is a life-or-death affair, every challenger will be perceived as a formidable adversary by their opponent. A single misstep could lead to a dire conclusion, possibly even death. As the examiner's voice echoed, a slight commotion stirred among the audience, only to swiftly subside into silence. The challengers exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, although some had harbored dissatisfaction with their own performance. Feeling that their Pokémon were not inherently suited for direct confrontation, the gravity of the challenge, akin to a life-and-death decision, instilled a sense of trepidation. Those who had previously entertained a glimmer of hope now found themselves reluctant to step forward. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront the specter of mortality. While they may remain indifferent to the demise of others, the prospect of their own life weighs heavily on their hearts. Before the test commenced, there were those eager to participate, yet at this moment, silence reigned in the square, a palpable sense of oppression settling in. The merciless conclusion of a battle for survival bore down upon them with immense pressure. Mu stood at the edge of the trial stage, his gaze casually sweeping over the challengers until it landed on Gu Jia, accompanied by a smile. Gu Jia, who had been fixated on Qing Mu, found himself at a crossroads, his earlier resolve now wavering due to Qing Mu's performance. It was only when Qing Mu's eyes met his that clarity washed over him, solidifying his determination. "Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. I shall go first. I challenge you, Qing Mu," Gu Jia declared. His fist clenched tightly as he raised his head to address the examiner. With newfound certainty, he strode forward without hesitation, accompanied by his Arbok, into the designated battle zone. Upon hearing Gu Jia's proclamation and witnessing his subsequent actions, all eyes in the arena converged upon him. The sensation of being the center of attention bolstered Gu Jia's confidence, his expression now exuding determination and pride. Observing Gu Jia's advance toward the battlefield, the examiner from Team Rocket furrowed his brow and cast a glance towards the stands, where the serpent awaited. Gu Jia's identity was well known within the Team Rocket base. Any misfortune befalling him would not only provoke the ire of Serpent, but would also leave the examiner in a precarious position. Thus, he found himself compelled to await Serpent's decision. Serpent's expression was grave, yet he understood Gu Jia's choice, possessing every advantage. He had seen himself increasingly outpaced by Qing Mu, and his pride would not allow him to be subdued in silence once more. With a subtle nod, he signaled to the examiner that the challenge could proceed. The Team Rocket examiner let out a slight sigh. Facing such a confrontation, he would prefer to remain uninvolved if circumstances permitted. Although he held a commendable status and was not overly concerned about Gu Jia's potential wrath, it remained a delicate matter to navigate. Yet, as an examiner, he had no choice but to proceed. Standing on one side of the battlefield, Guga laughed heartily and shouted, "Qingmu, what are you waiting for? Let me witness the true extent of your strength. Do not be merely a showpiece." Qingmu lazily twisted his neck and silently smiled, his lips curling into a grin. Guga's challenge was anticipated by Qingmu. His gaze had lingered on Guga, subtly provoking him to solidify his intent to challenge. If all went well, Qingmu would soon depart the island, and as the newly appointed leader of his faction, he needed to leave a lasting impression. Number 234, Qingmu. You are being challenged by number 99, Guga. Do you accept? The Rocket Team examiner stood at the referee's position, eyeing Qingmu. The challenge could either be accepted or declined. However, a refusal would result in an automatic defeat, with Qingmu's rank being supplanted by Guga, dropping him 10 places. Qingmu's smile widened, and the dark raven at his side fixed its gaze on its trainer. As Qingmu's Pokémon, it had long grown weary of Guga's arrogant demeanor and was eager to engage Guga's Arbok in battle. "I accept," Qingmu uttered calmly, stepping to the opposite side of the battlefield amidst the attention of the crowd. The examiner sighed in resignation. The outcome he dreaded most was unfolding. With these two individuals he least wished to witness facing off. He understood Guga's background and had heard whispers from the venomous serpent regarding the events surrounding Qingmu. After all, this was a person favored by that esteemed individual. In comparison, Guga's brother had become a mere footnote. This challenge is a fight to the death. Each participant is allowed only one Pokémon, with no additional battle rules. The battle concludes when one side surrenders or is rendered incapacitated. Now, let the challenge begin. With the examiner's announcement, the first match of this test commenced. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Arbok, use Glare. Guga commanded, initiating the battle. The move Glare, utilizing the patterns on Arbok's abdomen, instilled fear in its opponent. Chaba. Arbok raised its head, revealing its menacing markings. Coupled with Arbok's intimidatability, the effectiveness of this move reached its zenith. Dark Raven, take to the skies, harness the wind, and do not approach him. Qingmu promptly issued an accurate command. Ka. Dark Raven soared upward, enveloped in a pale aura that rendered it virtually weightless in the air, transforming into a streak of black light that vanished from the square. A piercing sound. Arbok. Seeing that his initial strategy had failed, Guga frowned and continued to direct. Let us retaliate. Dark Raven, you screech. The two Pokémon seemed to become embodiments of sound, one on the ground and the other in the sky, unleashing invisible sound waves that caused discomfort to all present in the square. The Arbok, after all, cannot take to the skies, and thus finds itself at a loss against the Dark Raven soaring above. Despite the piercing screech that has diminished its defenses, the initiative in battle remains firmly in Aoki's hands. Aoki, surely you won't keep your Pokémon hovering in the air like that? I would truly disdain you for it. Guga exclaimed, frustrated by the Dark Raven's aerial superiority. Aoki merely smirked derisively, dismissing the insult with a scoff. How crude. Yet, you have succeeded in persuading me. Dark Raven, close in and unleash a wing attack. The onlookers could only shake their heads in disbelief. This was hardly persuasion, but rather Aoki's intent to launch an assault. Nevertheless, it served Guga's purpose well. With a sinister smile, Guga, though chastised by Aoki, relished the impending confrontation as the Dark Raven engaged the Arbok in battle, thus allowing him to initiate his attack. Arbok, do not evade. Use bind, then bite. The serpent's greatest assets lay in its sharp fangs and muscular physique, allowing it to maximize its strengths with these two moves. The Dark Raven, a shadowy blur akin to a bolt of black lightning, surged forward, its wings shimmering with a hint of white light, unhesitating in its charge towards Arbok. Arbok, lying in wait, prepared for the encounter. The collision was thunderous, akin to a meteor striking the earth, raising a cloud of dust as the Dark Raven's powerful wings struck Arbok with tremendous force. Despite being ready for the Dark Raven's formidable attack, Arbok was taken aback by the sheer might of the blow, letting out a pained cry. The instinctive defensive reaction delayed Arbok's counterattack, allowing the Dark Raven, well trained under Aoki, to retreat swiftly after its strike. Arbok's bind and bite found only air. Guga, taken aback by this outcome, scowled darkly. Quickly, use acid spray. Fortunately, he reacted promptly. With eyes filled with fury, Arbok's gaze widened as it unleashed a burst of purple liquid, striking the retreating Dark Raven with remarkable speed. The acid spray met the Dark Raven, and its effect manifested immediately, hissing as it began to dissolve some of the Raven's feathers, thereby reducing its defensive capabilities. The two Pokémon, after their initial clash, quickly distanced themselves, eyeing each other from afar. In that singular encounter, they gleaned a rough understanding of each other's strength, intensifying the combativeness within their gazes. Both possessed a warrior's spirit. Chapter 75. The Challenge, 2. Guga grit his teeth, his frustration palpable as he observed Aoki's calm demeanor from across the square. The battle between the Arbok and the agile Honchkrow revealed an overwhelming disadvantage for the former. The formidable attack power of Honchkrow left Arbok uncertain of its ability to endure in a situation where it might have to exchange injuries. Gasping for breath, Arbok felt the sting of Honchkrow's recent assault. Meanwhile, Honchkrow soared gracefully in the air, its eyes ablaze with unbridled battle spirit. Although Arbok's acid had struck true, it merely constituted a trivial wound to Honchkrow, which was accustomed to the rigors of outdoor combat. The disparity in strength between the two Pokémon was unmistakable. Guga, surrender. You cannot defeat me, Aoki remarked coolly, observing Guga's pale visage. Truth be told, Aoki would have preferred to spare Guga if it meant pacifying him, especially given that Guga's brother was the formidable leader of Team Rocket, instilling a sense of caution in Aoki. However, should the battle persist, he could not guarantee his ability to maintain his current advantage. This was a life-and-death struggle, and Aoki would not hold back. Should he vanquish Arbok, it would irrevocably sever ties with Guga. Once enmity was established, even the presence of a powerful brother would not deter Aoki from striking decisively, extinguishing a threat before it could flourish. As for the elusive leader he had never encountered, Aoki, bolstered by experience and the aid of technology, believed he could surpass him and bring this conflict to a conclusion. This was his unwavering confidence. Yet, he required time to cultivate his strength. To onlookers, Aoki's persuasion might have seemed like an act of mercy, but for Guga, it struck a discordant chord, igniting the flames of his pride. With a newfound determination, Guga waved his hand in front of his Team Rocket belt, producing a dark purple sphere. Aoki furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous foreboding at Guga's action. His eyes narrowed ominously, fixating on the seemingly innocuous sphere, his clenched teeth emitting a sinister creak, rendering his expression all the more menacing. You force my hand. Prepare to embrace death, you scoundrel. With that, he hurled the deep purple sphere toward Arbok. Arbok, already aware of what this item was, promptly swallowed it whole. From the stands, the poison-type Pokémon observed the object Guga had thrown, its brow slightly furrowed, yet it remained silent. Given his stature, he recognized its significance. This purple sphere was listed on Team Rocket's exchange roster, complete with a detailed description and a staggering price of 5,000 points. It could rapidly enhance a Pokémon's poison-type energy, causing a 5-fold increase in the toxic energy within a poison-type Pokémon. However, such potent effects came with considerable side effects, leaving the Pokémon that consumed the pill in a weakened state for the ensuing week. Gujia evidently intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Qing Mu once and for all, ensuring that no one would ever overshadow him again during this trial. Even if he were to be weakened for a week, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to catch up thereafter. The pill he held was a final trump card given to him by his brother before he arrived on the island, meant to address unforeseen circumstances. Little did he expect that it would be forced out by Qing Mu at this moment. Upon ingesting the purple pill, the ABO snake immediately felt a surge of energy coursing through its body, even exceeding its physical limits, causing it to swell slightly. A faint purple mist began to emanate from its form, gradually enveloping its surroundings. As this mist made contact with the ground, it emitted a sound, creating uneven patches upon the earth. All of these transformations occurred instantaneously, catching Qing Mu off guard. ABO snake, venomous needles. Gujia bellowed menacingly. Dozens of purple needles shot forth from the ABO snake's mouth, infused with potent toxicity. Their speed markedly increased, aimed directly at the Dark Crow. Dark Crow, summon the wind. Deflect these poison needles. Though unsure of the nature of the substance Gujia had administered to the ABO snake, the purple mist and the lethal energy surrounding the needles suggested that the pill had amplified the snake's venomous capabilities. At Qing Mu's command, the wings of the Dark Crow rapidly converged flight energy into a small whirlwind, hurling it towards the incoming poison needles. The white whirlwind and the purple needles collided in an instant, yet the outcome was contrary to Qing Mu's calculations. The venomous needles pierced through the whirlwind without encountering any obstruction, save for a slight attenuation of their purple aura. In the astonished gazes of both the Dark Crow and Qing Mu, the swift needles struck the Dark Crow with alarming speed. In that moment, a purple hue appeared upon the Dark Crow's ebony feathers, indicating it had been poisoned. The potency of the venomous energy was staggering. Upon witnessing the Dark Crow's affliction, Qing Mu furrowed his brow, surprised that Gujia possessed such a contingency plan. His brother truly was formidable. Haha, you should have thought twice before disregarding me. Now that the Dark Crow is poisoned, your hopes for a swift resolution are dashed. Gujia laughed triumphantly as he observed the effects of the poison needles. With the Dark Crow now afflicted, Qing Mu's strategy of wearing down the ABO snake would no longer be feasible. Dark Crow, ride the wind and launch another wing attack. We must resolve this swiftly. Qing Mu, recognizing the urgency of the situation, issued the command for another assault. It was imperative to conclude this confrontation without delay. The poisoned Dark Crow felt discomfort in its body but complied with Qing Mu's orders, transforming into a shadowy figure as it charged towards the ABO snake once more. As the Dark Crow's most powerful attack, the wing strike was undeniably formidable and perfectly suited for a rapid resolution. ABO snake, unleash the phantom face. Follow it up with your venomous fangs. In the present moment, Gujia did not conceal his murderous intent, commanding the Arbok to unleash its most potent poison-type move. As the Arbok's sinister visage approached, the speed of the Dark Raven slightly diminished, yet without a moment's hesitation, its wings prepared to strike. Unbeknownst to him, the effects of the poison took hold at that precise moment, compounded by the deceleration from the sinister visage. As the attack reached the Arbok, its fangs, imbued with a potent venom, sank into the wings of the Dark Raven with a resounding crunch. With a sharp cry, they separated once more. But this time the outcome diverged significantly. While the Arbok suffered the brunt of the attack, the Dark Raven was also afflicted by the Arbok's toxic fangs. The purple hue upon its body solidified further, a double dose of poison. The situation began to tilt unfavorably for Qing Mu and the Dark Raven, favoring Gujia instead. Haha, today, you shall meet your demise. With the poisonous fangs proving effective, Gujia's confidence swelled. If he could eliminate Qing Mu here, What did it matter if he felt weakened for a week? Who among those present would dare to challenge him? However, what he did not anticipate was that Qing Mu, at that moment, actually smiled. Please support by collecting votes and recommendations. As Gu Jia beheld Qing Mu's smile, he was momentarily taken aback. How could one smile in such dire circumstances? The others present also noticed Qing Mu's expression, stirring a sense of unease among them. How could Qing Mu, who was gradually falling behind, display such a smile? Was this a sign of contempt directed at Gu Jia? Suddenly, Qing Mu reached for his Team Rocket belt, revealing a small remote control and a pale yellow pill. All eyes shifted from the remote to the pill in his hand. It was merely an ordinary antidote, available for direct exchange on Team Rocket's list, valued at only 10 points. While its effects were commendable, it was evidently insufficient to alleviate the intense toxins currently coursing through the Dark Raven. Ha! Qing Mu, are you jesting? You think that pitiful antidote can counter the poison of the Arbok? Gu Jia burst into laughter, having expected something more formidable from Qing Mu, only to find it was a common antidote. Though effective, this remedy could merely offer slight relief from the toxins plaguing the Dark Raven. Qing Mu, however, smiled even more brightly. Excited, are you, Dark Raven? Ignoring Gu Jia's taunts, he inquired cheerfully. Huh. The Dark Raven, noticing the remote control in Qing Mu's hand, erupted with excitement. Since their last battle, Qing Mu had not removed the burdens weighing it down, and now that it was finally produced, the Dark Raven felt a renewed sense of confidence for the forthcoming battle. Sky, on the other hand, furrowed his brow in concern. Qing Mu's precarious situation troubled him. Should Qing Mu be defeated, his own future would undoubtedly be bleak, and he found himself perplexed by Qing Mu's recent actions. Behold the remote control in his hand. That is the crux of the matter. It appears to be a customized remote designed for weight-bearing, reminiscent of those used by the Rocket team. With an exclamation of astonishment, the other item in Aoki's hand was finally revealed, indicating that this individual was no stranger to the Rocket team's exchange list. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the remote in Aoki's other hand, their expressions awash with shock. The previously swift Dark Crow was actually burdened with weight. How could such a powerful attacker still retain strength in a life-and-death struggle? A myriad of questions and exclamations surged within everyone's minds. Ignoring the horrified gazes directed at him, Aoki's slender fingers delicately pressed the remote, while his other hand tossed an antidote towards the Dark Crow. With a sudden lightness coursing through its body, the Dark Crow let out an excited cry. In the fleeting moment before the antidote hit the ground, it swiftly darted forward and swallowed the antidote whole. Although the toxins within its body remained unrelieved, the antidote provided a slight suppression of their effects. Did you think this would be enough to defeat me? Dream on. Arbok, unleash your poison sting once more to showcase your venom. Gu Jia quickly regained his composure and issued a fresh attack command to Arbok. Dark Crow, evade. Close in and attack with your wings. The Dark Crow swooped sideways, narrowly avoiding the incoming poison sting, and accelerated once again towards Arbok. The Dark Crow's speed had significantly increased, rendering the long-range attack of the poison sting ineffective. Seeking death, Arbok, use your facade and venom fang. Unperturbed by the Dark Crow's evasion, Gu Jia commanded once more. Based on previous encounters, it was evident that Arbok and the Dark Crow would trade blows, leading to the latter's gradual incapacitation due to deepening poison. Aoki's lips curled into a slight smile. Was the weight training truly in vain? The Dark Crow, empowered by the effects of facade, collided fiercely with Arbok. The venomous energy from the purple pill had dulled Arbok's senses significantly. Although the Dark Crow's attack was powerful, it did not inflict the same level of pain as before. Just as the Dark Crow prepared to unleash another venom fang, a loud thud resonated. However, this time, failure was inevitable, just as Arbok's fangs were about to strike. The Dark Crow accelerated once more, deftly avoiding the attack. Dark Crow, do not falter. Continue with wing attacks. Seize the opportunity, Gu Jia urged, gritting his teeth. Faced with the accelerated Dark Crow, he found himself somewhat at a loss, relying solely on Facade to further diminish its speed. Fortunately, Facade's effect activated yet again, resulting in a reduction of the Dark Crow's speed. Dark Crow, halt. However, just as he was about to feel joy, a chilling voice from Aoki pierced his heart like a sharp blade, just as the fangs of the Arbok were about to sink into the Dark Raven. A green protective shield enveloped the Dark Raven, successfully blocking the venomous fangs of the Arbok. This was the crucial life-saving skill that Aoki had first taught the Dark Raven, and it proved invaluable at this critical moment. With a powerful flap of its wings, resembling a keenly honed blade, the Dark Raven struck fiercely at the Arbok, which looked on in horror. Bang! This time, The Arbok was forcefully knocked away by the full power of the Dark Raven, landing in a corner of the arena, utterly incapacitated. Despite the piercing sounds and the relentless wing strikes, it was only now that the Arbok lost its fighting capability, demonstrating that Gujia's Arbok was indeed formidable. Of course, the purple pill played a significant role as well. Gujia was stunned, as was the entire audience, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. The plot had taken another twist. Dark Raven, eliminated. Yet, Aoki's cold, emotionless voice rang out once more, sending a shiver through everyone as they gazed in horror at Aoki, who had issued the kill order. It was well known that Gujia's brother was a commander of Team Rocket. How could Aoki show no mercy? In Aoki's eyes, when Gujia declared the kill order, their enmity had become irreconcilable. If you wish to kill me, be prepared to face the consequences. Upon hearing Aoki's command, Gujia's eyes narrowed in alarm as he watched the Dark Raven rush towards the Arbok. He hurriedly ran forward, shouting, "Stop!" The Rocket Team examiner, finally coming to his senses, also shouted, "Quick, stop it!" He truly didn't want to speak at this moment, but Gujia's unique circumstances compelled him to intervene. Yet, Aoki seemed to be deaf to their pleas, showing no intention of halting the Dark Raven's advance. "Stop, you little brat. He cannot die yet." To everyone's surprise, it was the Poison Snake instructor, the most authoritative figure on Trial Island, who intervened, his tone laced with helplessness that he could not conceal. The Poison Snake ordered Aoki to cease the attack. "Halt, Dark Raven." Aoki furrowed his brow, reluctantly commanding the Dark Raven to stop. While he could disregard everyone else present, he could not dismiss the words of the Poison Snake, because it could truly lead to death. Since the Poison Snake wished for Gujia to live, he would spare him, though he would not escape his just deserts. Chapter 77. A Wasted Eye. 23. The Dark Raven had rendered him one eye useless. The Dark Raven, which had momentarily halted, now moved with even greater speed, pecking fiercely at the Arbok's eye before Gujia could reach it. When it took to the skies again, a bloody eyeball was clutched in its beak. "Arbok!" Gujia cried out, stumbling as he ran. The Dark Crow, without a moment's hesitation, devoured the eye-hole. In the face of such a scene, no one dared to utter a word. Even the poisonous serpent tacitly approved of Aoki's actions, for the rules of life and death were set by him, yet he himself had broken them. Aoki shifted his gaze to the serpent, locking eyes with him without any hesitation, his expression laced with inquiry and gravity. He did not believe that the matter was solely due to Brother Gujia. Despite being the captain of Team Rocket, he remained a mid-tier figure, significantly overshadowed by the likes of the serpent, a high-ranking member of the organization. Under Aoki's intense gaze, the serpent's demeanor grew serious. He rubbed his brow, not angry at Aoki's scrutiny, but burdened by unspoken reasons. He still had his uses. Ultimately, he spoke with an undeniable tone, asserting his position as the chief instructor of Team Rocket, offering Aoki an explanation out of respect for their mutual friend, Shadow. Otherwise, anyone daring to meet his gaze in such a manner would have long since met their demise. Aoki understood the importance of discretion, even if the serpent refused to elucidate. There was little he could do but silently endure the slight. Nevertheless, he comprehended the underlying message in the serpent's words. This trial was unlike any other. The Dark Crow, reluctantly returning to Aoki's side, was thwarted just as it was poised to deliver a fatal blow, leaving it quite distressed. However, it did manage to peck out one of the serpent's eyes, somewhat alleviating its pent-up ire. Aoki stroked its feathers, soothing its restless spirit, and retrieved several antidotes from his belt, administering them one by one. It must be said that after consuming the violet pill, the ABO snake's poison potency surged dramatically. It wasn't until the fifth antidote that the entirety of the toxin was expelled, as Aoki watched Gujia stumble towards the ABO snake, frantically retrieving various vials from his belt and pouring them into its mouth as if they were of no cost. He also sprayed healing mist onto the wound around its eye to staunch the bleeding. The intense sting of the disinfectant caused the unconscious ABO snake to tremble involuntarily. If it were merely a case of a Pokémon losing its combat ability, timely treatment would suffice for a swift recovery. However, the ABO snake was different now. After ingesting the violet pill, its bodily perception had diminished, leading to a complete loss of fighting capability as a form of self-preservation. Moreover, the side effects of the violet pill posed a grave threat if recovery was not achieved promptly. The loss of level was minor compared to the potential degradation of the ABO snake's innate talents, possibly rendering it incapable of keeping pace with Aoki in the future. Coupled with the fact that Aoki had caused the loss of one of the ABO snake's eyes, its fighting capability had been diminished by nearly 20%. With a slight grimace, Aoki abandoned any thoughts of eliminating Gujia and the ABO snake entirely. Despite Gujia's blatant intent to kill him, Aoki was prepared to strike back. A deep-seated enmity had formed between them. Yet, Aoki did not allow this to weigh on his mind. It was merely his habitual instinct to eradicate potential threats. In the present day, Aoki has already managed to suppress him, and the disparity between the two will only become more pronounced with time. Furthermore, the purple pill is evidently not a mere delicacy. It is only the incapacitated Arbok that Gujia desperately tries to revive with a copious amount of potions. Amidst the reverent gazes of all present in the square, Aoki departed the battlefield accompanied by his Dark Raven. Upon Aoki's exit, the examiner formally declared the conclusion of the challenge, announcing the challenger's defeat and a drop in ranking by 10 places. Having barely managed to stabilize Arbok's injuries, Gujia silently returned him to his Pokeball, bowing his head as he exited the battlefield, not lingering in the square, but heading straight towards the lodging area. This experience has profoundly impacted him. Had it not been for the venomous serpent's timely intervention, he might have lost his life. This incident serves as a stark reminder that there will always be greater heights to ascend. Sky observed Aoki's approach. The flicker of hope he once held was extinguished in an instant. Aoki's impressive attack value of 458 had already astonished Sky, but he was utterly taken aback to learn that this was merely a fraction of Dark Raven's true strength. It was only when Gujia laid bare his trump cards that Dark Raven was fully unleashed, dominating with unparalleled speed and power. Moreover, Sky was aware that Aoki did not possess only Dark Raven but also a formidable Snorlax, whose strength rivaled that of Dark Raven. Contemplating the prowess of Dark Raven and Aoki's overall capabilities, any lingering thoughts of rivalry faded away. At this moment, Sky finally adjusted his mindset. Given Aoki's immense strength and potential, fully committing to his side was not a daunting prospect. In that final moment, Sky had truly yielded to Aoki. And as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, thoughts of betrayal would never again cross his mind. He had been thoroughly impressed by Aoki's strength and tactics. Lord Aoki, do you require healing potions? We still have some in stock. Sky approached Aoki with a newfound eagerness, his demeanor markedly less restrained than before, and his words emanating genuine respect. Aoki glanced at Sky with surprise, recognizing the change within him. Seemingly understanding something, he shook his head to indicate that it was unnecessary. The condition of Dark Raven was relatively stable after detoxification, rendering the use of healing potions superfluous. The 20 or so individuals standing behind them wore expressions of excitement. With such a powerful leader, they felt incredibly fortunate to join Aoki's ranks. Following the conclusion of the challenge between Aoki and Gujia, as a promising beginning, others began to step forward for their own challenges. However, in light of the awe inspired by the preceding battle, the subsequent challenges appeared somewhat trivial. Though it was a life-and-death struggle, actual fatalities during the combat were primarily confined to those who harbored significant grievances against one another. For the rest, death was a rare occurrence. The individuals still surviving on the trial island were far from ordinary. When confronted with insurmountable odds, they would voluntarily abandon the fight, understanding that conceding merely reduced their rank by 10, while prolonged stalemates could lead to uncontrollable circumstances. Moreover, only the top 10 positions offered rewards, rendering subsequent rankings largely irrelevant. Nonetheless, the competition was fierce, particularly for the position of last place. The battle for this undesirable rank was the most brutal of the trials, as all participants recognized that finishing last would lead directly to elimination, which equated to death. Faced with the inevitability of demise, many chose to wager everything in a final challenge. Following the successful challenge of the first last-place contender, a frenzy of desperate attempts ensued among those who found themselves in that position. Consequently, the casualties began to mount. The entire challenge persisted until dusk, concluding amidst gasps of astonishment. Ultimately, 5 individuals perished, while 3 others narrowly escaped death, only to succumb later due to inadequate healing. In this scenario, although the challengers were not immediately killed, their fate in the next trial seemed unavoidable. The new rules crafted by the Serpent had swiftly plunged this trial into a more sanguinary conflict. Chapter 78. The 3 commanders of Team Rocket, a massive cargo ship, sailed across the boundless sea, its towering smokestacks emitting thick plumes of white smoke that soared skyward, creating an illusion reminiscent of a solitary plume in the desert. At the forefront of the ship's deck stood a young boy clad in black, his hair matching his attire. Leaning against the railing, his body swayed gently in the sea breeze, the moist air refreshing against his skin. Perched nearby on the railing was a sleek, pitch-black avian-shaped sprite, its keen eyes scanning the horizon. This boy and sprite were Qingmu and the Dark Crow. Following the conclusion of the last trial, Qingmu's performance had pleased Ying, who, as per their agreement, took Qingmu away from the trial island ahead of schedule. The cargo ship was part of Team Rocket's monthly supply run to the trial island, and with Ying's permission, Qingmu embarked on this return journey. Although he had departed from the trial island once before, this time, the cargo ship provided a clear view of the route back. Qingmu realized that the trial island was situated at the intersection of the Kanto and Chengdu region's maritime boundaries. What do you think? Although it had been less than a month since his departure, does it not feel as though he has been estranged from the civilized world for an eternity? As Qingmu and the Dark Crow gazed into the horizon, a somewhat hoarse voice resonated from behind. Lord Ying emerged from the cargo ship's hold, leisurely strolling to Qingmu's side. Leaning against the railing just as he did, Lord Ying, Qingmu respectfully addressed him. Ying waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Qingmu need not be so formal. Although he held a high position within Team Rocket, he was the least concerned with such superficialities. Firmly believing in the supremacy of strength, those who possessed power were entitled to privilege. Though Qingmu had yet to attain such strength, his potential was recognized by Ying. And for various other reasons, Ying bore little pretension towards him. It seemed he felt little in the way of superiority, having been an orphan. Surviving in society bore no significant difference from life on the trial island. The weak must endure hardship. It is a world that devours the feeble, and all actions are merely to sustain existence. Qingmu replied with a hint of detachment, although those memories had begun to fade. The essence of that feeling remained deeply etched within him. Upon hearing Qingmu's response, Ying paused momentarily before breaking into a sincere smile, a genuine expression emanating from within. It appears our experiences bear some resemblance. His gaze gradually lost focus, as if lost in contemplation or reminiscing about something. A silence fell between them, broken only by the howling sea breeze and the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the hull. After a brief moment, Ying returned from his reverie, offering a self-deprecating smile as he remarked, "The more one experiences, the more one reflects on the past." Qingmu managed a faint smile, his face revealing little else. Despite Ying's formidable strength and his role as the most enigmatic shadow deputy leader of Team Rocket, Qingmu found him surprisingly approachable after their encounters. When he tempered his overwhelming aura, he resembled a kind-hearted elder. "This is a League identity card I had prepared for you. All the details have been processed. As long as you are not scrutinized by a member of the Elite Four or a high-ranking official, there should be no issues," Ying stated, producing a card bearing the League's insignia and the image of an unfamiliar individual, which he handed to Qingmu. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qingmu's mind. The League identification crafted personally by Ying. If what he said was true, Qingmu would finally possess a legitimate identity, allowing him to live freely in the light. This is a human skin mask crafted by the so-called experts within Team Rocket. It is said that unless it is cut or burned, no one can discern its authenticity. This mask resembles the image on your League identity card, Ying added, producing a gossamer thin mask and tossing it to Qingmu. With this identity card and the unique human skin mask, even those familiar with Qingmu might struggle to recognize him when standing face to face. Certainly. The condition is that the Pokémon must not reveal their identities. Thus, when Shadow provided Aoki with the identity card and mask, Aoki had already resolved that each Pokémon he captured would correspond to one of his two identities. The Dark Raven would serve as the first Pokémon in Team Rocket, while the Slowpoke would represent Aoki's identity within the League. Although this approach may seem cumbersome, ensuring the independence of both identities could allow him to infiltrate the League, ultimately aspiring to attain the rank of champion, much like Aoki. Furthermore, advancing within Team Rocket would accelerate his strength, bolstered by resources from both sides. It is likely that the identity card and exquisite mask prepared by Shadow were intended for this purpose. In half an hour, we shall arrive at Leaf City. Once we dock, you may disembark alone, Shadow continued, holding the medal I had given him. I need you to journey to the rocket base at Rage Lake in the city of Kaji within the Chengdu region and retrieve something for me. Someone will contact you in due course. With that, he exhaled heavily, stretched, and retreated into the cabin. As Aoki stood in Leaf City, equipped with the League identity card and human mask, he watched Shadow gradually disappear after assigning the task, his eyes gleaming with determination. It is no wonder that Team Rocket's trial island has remained undiscovered by the League, Leaf City being the gym location of one of Team Rocket's three major executives. Ma Zhisher undoubtedly aids in concealing various covert operations. The three major executives of Team Rocket are Ma Zhisher, stationed in Leaf City, Nasi, in Golden City, and Aoki, in Shallow Red City. They serve as the deepest infiltrators into the League under Sakiki's command. Among them, Aoki is the most formidable. During the division of the Quartz League into the Kanto and Chengdu regions, he ascended to the Poison-type champion of the future Chengdu region, making him one of Sakiki's principal supports within the league. Although Magikarp and Nasi did not reach Aoki's level, their prowess as fellow executives is not significantly inferior. In fact, Nasi, known as the Psychic Queen, may even surpass Aoki in direct combat, as psychic types have an advantage over poison types. Moreover, Aoki, being a ninja, excels in ambush and assassination, and engaging in direct combat against Nasi, who possesses psychic abilities comparable to those of a champion-level Pokémon, presents a considerable challenge. As for Magikarp, unlike Nasi and Aoki, his greatest strength lies in commanding group battles. He is the most adept among the three at orchestrating large-scale military engagements, akin to a general leading an army. Thus, each of the three possesses unique strengths, solidifying their positions as the elite trio of Team Rocket.